Synopsis. After dying in his original world, a man wakes up as Draco Malfoy, reborn into a world of magic he thought he knew. But this version of the wizarding world holds darker secrets, and the true danger lurking in the shadows makes Voldemort look like a mere warning. With a second chance at life and a new identity, he must navigate powerful forces, change fate, and decide what kind of person Draco Malfoy will become. Chapter 1. Malfoy is the surname of a wealthy pure-blood wizarding family and one of the Sacred 28. They live in Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire, England, and have a good relationship with many pure-blood families. Inside the luxurious Malfoy Manor, a man with white blonde hair and grey eyes is sitting on the sofa. Opposite to him is a young boy with similar hair and eyes standing in front of him. These two people were none other than the Lord of the Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy, and his son Draco Malfoy. Draco looked at the letter in his father's hand as he sighed, remembering everything that happened these past years. Flashback. Draco didn't understand himself about how he came into this world. One day he was just walking to school and the next moment he was in a body of a newly born baby, and to add to that confusion he heard his new father name him, Draco Malfoy, which made him cry for a whole hour. Draco Malfoy, what kind of name is that? Even if this is transmigration, at least give me a decent name. Draco thought as he got scared that his parents were probably Potterheads and he would probably be bullied in the future. Draco was in denial that he would transmigrate to a fictional world, but boy was he wrong. Soon after being born, he started seeing house elf and real magic. After calming his initial shock, he concluded that he was born in the Harry Potter world and again started crying, remembering Draco's fate. After calming down a little, he started calling out, "System, stat," in his head, but he was treated with silence, not even a ding. So I reincarnated as a villain and didn't even get a system. What kind of fucking deal is this? Draco wanted to cry but no tear came, so he finally gave up as crying wasn't going to change anything, and well, for better or for worse, he was still in his favorite world of Harry Potter. Draco now had one goal: to be strong enough to avoid his fate in this new world. Years went by and Draco was fitting into his new life very well than expected. Maybe since he was in a body of a little kid, everything was explained to him in a detailed manner about the wizarding world and pure-blood bullshit by his mother and father. Even though his parents were kind of forcing all the pure-blood propaganda on him, he knew that they loved him very much, especially his mother. Growing up an orphan in his previous life and later being tossed around from one foster house to another, he didn't have any attachment to the previous world, so he was very happy with this new life and family, and he loved them very much. After Voldemort's failure and regret that the wizarding community was not ruled by the pure-bloods, Lucius was in a gloomy mood day and night and was dreaming about how the great Harry Potter may grow up to be the next pure-blood champion and would help complete his dream. But soon after finding out about his own son's talent in speaking and understanding since an early age, Lucius considered his son to be a genius, so he cheered up, creating a master plan to raise his son as the next lord to rule the wizarding world, completely forgetting about Harry. Yes, a father's wish would be fulfilled by his son and the Malfoy would be more powerful than ever. Lucius thought to himself. In Draco's delight, his father spent a lot of time with him, teaching him about magic. Narcissa was against Draco learning magic at this young age. Instead of making friends and enjoying his childhood like normal wizard, was going to say a normal boy, but I am sure a wizard's life is very different from a normal boy. But seeing both Draco and Lucius stubborn on learning and teaching, Narcissa gave up, but not until they swore to fulfill one of her wishes in the future. Draco mostly learned theoretical knowledge of magic and potion at the beginning. Since his father was once a member of the Slug Club in his school years by gaining the recognition of Slughorn for his potions, and his godfather was a potion master in Hogwarts, Draco had a profound understanding in potions. Since he was not allowed to use magic early on, Draco focused most of his time brewing potions, as it didn't require magic and even a muggle could make one with proper ingredients and instructions. Draco had a lot of notes from his father and some even from his godfather, which made his study much easier. Draco was sure that he could brew basic potions with his eyes closed and even some intermediate level potion and difficult potions without trouble, which made Lucius very happy, as all the years of teaching his son intensely was not in vain. Thankfully Malfoys were very rich and Lucius was more than happy to buy ingredients for Draco to experiment on making potions. Draco over the years had managed to create a new potion and had found ways to make some potions better by adding another ingredient or two. Draco's new potion was made by accident, which he named Eye Potion, which sole use was to change eye color from normal to bright red. It wasn't anything special and probably could be done by a spell, but this was something he created with his own hands and he was very proud of it. Mostly due to the fact that he could change his eye color from normal to red to back to normal with just a thought, and it was permanent, unlike most potions whose effect only lasts up to a certain time. Draco believed that his potion had an effect on the soul of a person rather than the physical body, which explains the control and the permanent effect, but this was just a theory, since he had little to no idea of soul magic. So as to not create trouble for himself, Draco kept it a secret even from his mother and father. Draco also had interest in alchemy, but since it required magic he only knew some basic knowledge about it. Narcissa was happy that her son was a genius but was angry at the fact that Draco spent all his time alone reading or brewing potions, so she had sons of Lucius' friends be friends with Draco. They were obviously Crabbe and Goyle. Draco was annoyed by these two airheads, but due to him not being able to say no to his angry mother he reluctantly accepted it. Draco wasn't very fond of them because unlike the previous Draco, he didn't need lackeys, he needed companions, and these two were far from his standard of companion considering the fact that they would pee in their pants just hearing the name Voldemort. Draco quickly found a solution for these bothersome pests. He used them as lab rats to test his potions, which made the duo terrified of the entity called Draco. Draco threatened them with his red eye to not tell anyone about his experiments, to which the duo agreed without any hesitation. Draco became a nightmare to both of them, replacing even Voldemort, as they had never seen him and only heard stories of his misdeeds, but Draco was real and he was right in front of them. Due to this, the duo stopped bothering Draco but still came to his house every now and then since their parents wanted them to be good friends with Draco. Even though Draco treated them as lab rats, he didn't give them any harmful potions. He considered himself bad but not evil, and he wouldn't harm a person without reason, and since it was nice to talk to someone now and then other than his parents and the house elf, he didn't mind them. Crabbe and Goyle too understood Draco a lot better and willfully became his subordinates/lab rats since they had no other choice than that. Even though they were scared of him, they respected him a lot as well. Draco was more talented than they could ever be and they wished to learn something from him. Other than his two friends, Draco managed to have a decent relationship with the house elves of his house and even managed to emotionally blackmail Lucius and Narcissa to treat them better. Narcissa wasn't that cruel, so she had no problems with it, but Lucius was hard to deal with. He kept punishing the house elf for even the minor mistakes, but with time and effort and a lot of emotional blackmail and threats like running away from home, he managed to keep Lucius in check, so even if the house elves made mistakes now and then he wouldn't bother with them, other than giving them a deadly stare. The house elves were very thankful for Draco's kindness. Even the house elf Dobby was happy with his current conditions. Draco had something in mind for the house elves, especially Dobby, but he wanted to wait till his second year to start his plan since he didn't want the plot to go way off the original one. After turning 9, Draco started practicing magic. Since he couldn't get his own wand until he was 11, he had to use one of his ancestor wand. Draco only practiced basic charm and spells like unlocking charm and levitation charm. Even though Malfoy Manor is filled with books and stuff about dark magic, Draco was not allowed to touch them. His mother was against him learning dark arts at an early age, and it would be very difficult to control it, due to him not using his own wand. Spells and magic are very different and hard to learn than shown in the movie or books. You really have to understand the whole concept of the spell before beginning to use it. For example, to use the levitation charm you have to first understand how magic interacts with air and matter. Draco found that with correct imagination and the basic understanding of science, simple spells aren't that hard to master, but there are still many charms, hexes and jinxes that only needs one to understand the spell to work. The understanding of magic isn't really developed in this world, even though it has been around for ages. The witches and wizards only seem to focus on the uses of magic rather than magic itself. Draco, with nearly a year worth of experiments, created a decent explanation for the magic to make it easier for him to understand it. Draco came up with the concept for magic in form of mana like in video games. With a lot of meditation and concentration, Draco started to feel the mana in his body, but it was harder to control without a wand. Draco tried to gather the mana in his body at a single place, but it wasn't possible, as the mana kept flowing out like water from hand. The whole concept of mana was easier to understand on paper and it seemed very plausible, but in practicality, it was very hard to do so. So other than feeling mana, he couldn't do anything else, so he didn't bother too much with it for now. After some research he found a way to increase the amount of mana in his body by training. Physical exercise seemed to increase the speed of the flow of mana and increase the amount that the body could absorb, so he did just that. Draco's fame of being a genius spread throughout the wizarding community since Lucius couldn't keep his mouth shut and bragged to all his friends. Draco's achievement in potion was the main focus of his rumor after his father put some of his research paper on Daily Prophet, earning him the title of a potion prodigy. Of course, the research paper that was shared was the ones Draco approved of, and even though they were not very useful, it still decreased the price of making some of the potions and increased its effect, which is already an incredible feat for a kid his age. Flashback ends. Chapter 2. Draco looked at his father holding his Hogwarts letter. "Father, I want to go to Hogwarts," Draco said. Lucius looked at him and with a stoic face, he said, "No, I want you to go to Durmstrang Institute. The school closely follows our beliefs and one of my acquaintances is the headmaster there." Draco didn't know how to convince his stubborn father, so he just shouted, "Mother." Lucius' face turned to a frown and soon Narcissa came in. "What is it? Why are you shouting so early in the morning?" Draco went to Mother's side and with a pitiful expression he said, "Mother, Father wants me to go to Durmstrang." Narcissa was wondering what Draco had to say, but as soon as she heard what Draco said she turned to her overprotective mom mode and looked at Lucius viciously. "Lucius, is it true?" "Yes." Lucius said awkwardly. "Narcissa, you know that Karkaroff is the headmaster there and he can take care of Draco better than Dumbledore." "No, Lucius the First, am not sending our son to Durmstrang. What in the Merlin's name are you thinking? That place is in Northern Europe. And we both know how reliable your friend is." Narcissa said with an angry expression. "I understand, Narcissa, but I believe Durmstrang is really a good choice for Draco. Durmstrang only allows pure blood and half-blood to enter, unlike Hogwarts where mudbloods lurk around every corner, and we both went to Hogwarts and we weren't affected by them, were we?" Narcissa cut off Lucius as she stared into his eyes and continued, "Lucius, you promised me a wish when I allowed you to teach Draco, didn't you? So this is my wish. I want you to send Draco to Hogwarts, where he will be closer to home, and you are the chairman in Hogwarts Board of Governors, aren't you? So you can take care of Draco yourself without trusting that person." Draco, who was listening to their conversation hiding behind his mother's back, was surprised that his mother pulled the promise card so early on. He was happy that his mother took care of him but was scared at the same time, wondering what she will ask of him when his time comes. Lucius looked at Narcissa's eyes for a while and sighed, "Okay. I give up, Draco will go to Hogwarts." Seeing Lucius give up, Narcissa showed a smile as she pulled Draco closer with a proud look that read, "I won, are you happy?" Draco smiled and hugged his mother. "Yes, mother." Lucius coughed, interrupting their mother-son moment. "Draco," he called out and handed him his letter from Hogwarts. Draco looked at the letter with great interest. He quickly sat on the sofa with Narcissa beside him and quickly opened it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock. Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Malfoy, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. He read through the first page and turned to the second page. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. By Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic. By Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory. By Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. By Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. By Phillida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions. By Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. By Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. By Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Lucinda Thomsonical Pocus. Chief Attendant of Witchcraft Provisions. He wasn't much interested in a second letter other than the name Newt Scamander, but he quickly put his thoughts away and turned his head to look at his mother. I already have the books and equipment, so all I need is the uniforms, an owl and my wand. Draco said the last word with excitement in his voice. All this time he wanted his own wand, which would allow him to use his magic to its fullest potential. Narcissa with a gentle smile stroked Draco's messy long hair. We will go buy the uniforms and your wand tomorrow. Draco nodded. He really wanted to go to the Ollivanders right away, but he knew his parents were likely busy, so he calmed his excitement down. Draco ate his breakfast and went to his room. Laying on his king-sized bed, he started thinking about the first year of Hogwarts. From what he remembered, the main focus of the story is the Quirinus Quirrell, who was walking around with Voldemort inside his turban, and the other important part of the story was the Philosopher's Stone. Draco stood up. Shit. How could I forget about that? For Draco, who was very much interested in potions and alchemy, the Philosopher's Stone was a gold mine, literally. Turning metal to gold and semi-immortality, since you have to keep drinking the potion, elixir of life, to stay alive, and you will die if you don't. I don't think it's really immortality, so, semi-immortality / _/, the Philosopher's Stone is probably the greatest treasure in the world, since it gives what a man desires most in his life, wealth and a long life. According to a page in Advanced Potion Making, the Philosopher's Stone was believed to mystically amplify the user's knowledge of alchemy so much that anything was attainable. Draco now had a clear goal in his mind for the first year: get the Philosopher's Stone and maybe help Harry with Baldi. Draco got off his bed and took out a black suitcase from underneath it. The suitcase belonged to his great-grandfather and was handed to him on his 8th birthday by his father. He opened the suitcase and went inside. Climbing down the wooden stairs, he appeared at a brightly lighted room. The room wasn't too huge and was made out of wood, but it had enough space to move around. The room looked more like a warehouse as it was filled with boxes with labels on them. Draco walked out of the room towards a beautiful garden. There were different rooms around the garden, each labeled clearly. Picking up a watering can, Draco walked into the room that read fresh ingredients. As soon as Draco walked in, the scenery of the surrounding changed. The place was different from outside and was very fascinating since it had different weather and environment side by side in the same place. Draco walked inside every one of them one at a time, watering plants that needed to be watered, checking on some plants' condition and picking up plants that were ready to be harvested. After his chores, he walked inside another room labeled lab. The room had different potions on the shelf and glass jars filled with different ingredients all over the wall. In the middle of the room, there was a huge table with different equipment on top of it, and there was a shelf on the side filled with notes of different experiments Draco had performed. Draco walked over to the shelf and picked out a note that read, "Antidote to Veritaserum." Draco then picked up a couple of ingredients and sat down to do his new experiment, which was to create a permanent antidote for Veritaserum. Veritaserum is a powerful truth serum. The potion effectively forces the drinker to answer any questions put to them truthfully. It is said even the Dark Lord will start spilling his secrets with a drop of it. Even though Veritaserum is controlled by the Ministry of Magic, it isn't hard for a person to get their hands on it from the black market, and if you are a potion master you can even make it yourself. Draco is sure that if he gets strong enough he can avoid people forcing him to drink it, but just to be sure that someone doesn't slip something in his food or drink, he wants to be immune to it. After all, precaution is better than cure. Last time when he was experimenting with the eye potion, the main ingredient was his own blood. Draco experimented the same formula again with other people's, Crabbe and Goyle, and magical beasts' blood, but the potion didn't have any effect at all. So, Draco concluded that his blood was somewhat special. He didn't know what was special about it, but it worked with his blood alone. Modifying the potion wasn't as simple as adding his blood to the already existing potion formula. It required him to change the formula by a whole different level with other ingredients which would not dilute his blood but still work as intended. The other thing was the amount of blood. Some potions required a couple of drops while some required a lot of blood. Luckily a piece of equipment which took blood out of the body without injecting or leaving a scar existed, otherwise Draco was sure his body would be full of scars. The equipment is made up, but I am sure it exists in the HP universe, as there are potions which require animal blood and I am sure they don't cut up the magical beasts every time to take blood out of it. Draco, after a couple of failed experiments, went back up to his room, spending time practicing magic. Chapter 3. Next morning, Draco woke up early and started nagging his mother to go to Diagon Alley. "Mother, let's go. The Ollivanders is probably already open." Narcissa sighed, looking at her son. "My dear son, I know you are excited about getting your wand, but we will go there after some guest arrives." "Guests?" "Yes, Theodore and a daughter of your father's friend are coming. Since they are all going to Hogwarts with you, I thought it would be a great idea to go together with them." Narcissa smiled, giving her usual, "You better make friends look." "Mom, I can deal with the others, but why Theodore? You know I can't stand his cocky look." "You shouldn't say bad stuff about others, behind their back, Draco." Suddenly a voice came behind Draco, interrupting their conversation. Draco's lips started twitching since he knew whose voice was it, Theodore not. Theodore was a son of a fellow Death Eater who was raised by his father after his mother's death. Theodore, unlike Crabbe and Goyle, was from the same social standing as him, which made Draco pissed considering he couldn't control him like those two idiots. Theodore was smart and was very similar to Draco in terms of personality. Theodore was also very proficient in potions, and Draco knew that in later years he successfully created 2 time turners that allow the user to travel far back into time, surpassing the hour reversal charm on the Ministry-issued devices, and was very clever, so Draco considered him an important asset, but his carefree attitude made Draco really annoyed. Draco turned back to look at the tall lanky figure, and with a brilliant smile he said, "I said you have a cocky face, rabbit face." Theodore, whose face was somewhat rabbity, wasn't insulted at all. Instead he just showed a smug smile. "Oh. Even though I don't consider your brewing ability to be superior of mine, but when it comes to cockiness you will win every time." Draco, who was sensitive about his villain face, cracked his fingers as he said, "Let's take it outside so I can show you my brewing ability." Now boys, no need to fight. And did you have your breakfast, Theodore?" Narcissa asked, getting between them. "Yes, Miss Malfoy." Theodore showed his gentleman smile and said, "You look more beautiful every time I see you." Narcissa smiled and said, "Oh. How kind of you, Theodore." "Che. You know I look the same as my mother, right, you hypocrite?" Draco snickered, seeing that bastard acting like a gentleman. "So when is the other girl coming, mother?" "Oh. What girl? Who is it?" Theodore also got interested and looked at Draco with a questioning look. "She is the same as us, one of the sacred 28 from the Parkinson family. I believe her name is Pansy Parkinson." Draco nearly chalked hearing the name. Isn't this the girl who had a crush on Draco? Draco thought. Draco was really interested in meeting this girl since there was no clear description of her in the book. Sometimes she was described as pug-face and sometimes pretty and vivacious. Even her intelligence was questioned many times, with even Hermione calling her thicker than a concussed troll, but she was made a prefect and even attended N.W.T. in defense against the dark art, proving she isn't as dumb as people say she is. Draco was really interested in knowing what kind of girl she really is. Draco left his mother telling her where he was going and pulled Theodore into his suitcase lab. Theodore wasn't surprised since he had been here before, but he still looked around in amazement. "No matter how many times I look at this place, I still find it amazing. You know, this kind of suitcases are very rare, even my family doesn't have one," Theodore said, sitting on a nearby chair. "Jealous?" Draco asked with a smirk. "Yes, who wouldn't be? This level of atmospheric charms and space magic, I am certain there are only a few people who can create this." Theodore sighed, turning towards Draco. "So what do you need my help with?" "Why would you assume that I need your help?" Draco said, raising his eyebrows. "Ha." Theodore laughed. "You didn't pull me here to have a chat with me, did you?" "Che." Draco clicked his tongue and pulled out some notes from the shelf and gave it to him. Theodore started reading the note with a very interesting face. After a while he put down the note and looked at Draco. "Antidote to Veritaserum. So you are trying to modify it?" "Yes, I want to change some ingredients, but I don't want its effect to diminish." "Draco, you are the favorite of many poor potion makers. You are like a modern-day Robin Hood. You steal from rich, i.e. your father, and give the formula you created to the poor for free. There are many potion and ingredients shop owners that hate you, you know," Theodore snickered. "Oh. When did our pure-blood fanatic Theodore started reading Muggle stories?" Draco smiled. "And besides, I have only given out the recipes that are cheaper to make, but I still have many formulae that will make even the rich vomit blood, so tell me, will you help me?" "Sure, but why do you want to make it? This is already illegal and you can just practice occlumency to fight against it. With your talent I am sure you can learn it in no time." "I am learning it, but it will still take me another year or 2 to master it completely, and until then I will be vulnerable against it. Besides, it's an interesting project, isn't it?" The main purpose of creating this potion was for his future companions who might not be able to learn occlumency easily and might be a weak link for his future plans, and the fact that he wanted to make it permanent was still a secret due to his blood, so it was kinda hard to convince people to help him. Theodore looked at Draco's eyes for a while and sighed. "Fine, I will help you, but one day you have to tell me your secrets, Draco." Draco was amazed that Theodore could figure it out, but he still nodded without any hesitation. "If you live up to my trust, then sure I will tell you." Then both, after forming a non-spoken agreement between them, start to work on the potion. With the help of Theodore it was much simpler than doing it alone. Theodore himself was very good at potions since a young age, but due to Draco's increase in fame being a potion prodigy, Theodore's fighting spirit increased a lot. Not wanting to lose to someone similar to his own age, he practiced brewing potions day and night. Theodore's father is also very proficient in potions and he has his own family secrets, so combining both of their work, the research was very smooth. "I think this is it." Draco said looking at the purple liquid in front of him. Yeah, I didn't think it would be this easy. Theodore looked at Draco with a bright smile who was doing the same. Suddenly a pungent smell surrounded the air around them. What's that smell? Draco said making a disgusted look. Draco. Yeah, what? Why is the potion heating up? Theodore asked making a weird face. Shit. Draco quickly pushed Theodore and himself under the table and boom. The flask exploded, making the potion splatter everywhere. Sigh. We were too naive. Draco said looking around his lab which now smelled like a rotten egg. Yup. Thank Merlin, we didn't drink it. Theodore said pinching his nose looking at the mess. Hey, do you think the person who drinks the potion would explode? Well, if it does then we did create something special, didn't we? Draco said with a thoughtful look. Yeah, should we try this potion on your lab rats? Well, I don't really want to kill them so early on. Both of them looked at each other and started laughing out loud. If someone were to see them now they would probably conclude that they were planning something bad, damn it. Evil face. After a while, Draco stood up taking out an old wand. He waved the wand around using a cleaning charm, to clean up the mess. Your charms are getting better. Theodore commented looking around the once messy place now being spotless, but we still have to do something about the smell. Yup. Draco was about to say something but was interrupted by a knocking sound. Mother is probably calling us, let's go. Draco and Theodore walked out of the suitcase as Narcissa was looking at them with a strange face. Why do both of you smell so bad? An accident. Draco said with Theodore nodding his head. Narcissa sighed taking out her wand and with a wave, the bad smell was gone. Come downstairs, Pansy and her father have already arrived. Draco nodded and followed her with Theodore walking behind him, and walked into the living room. Inside the living room, Lucius was talking to a bearded man laughing and beside the man was a little cute-looking girl with black hair. Oh. Draco, you are finally here. Lucius stood up walking behind him and patted his shoulders. This is my son, Draco. Draco, this is Mr. Roy Parkinson. I couldn't find the name of Pansy's dad so I just made one up. Draco did a noble bow with his hands on his chest and said, Hello, Mr. Parkinson. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, the pleasure is all mine, I finally got to meet the rumored genius. The man stood up from his seat and laughed. You look like your mother but your hair and eyes are similar to your father's. The man then pushed the girl behind him forward. She was looking at him with an interested look. This is my daughter Pansy Parkinson. Pansy, where are your manners? Oh, it doesn't matter, Mr. Parkinson, Draco said walking in front of the girl who had a cute round face. He took her hand and kissed the back of it like a gentleman causing the girl to blush. Since we will be attending the same school, let's be friends. Sure. The girl replied shyly. Draco was surprised by Pansy's shy behavior since she was known to be quite snappy. You can call me Draco and this rabbit face behind me is Theodore. Nice to meet you, Miss Parkinson, Theodore said with a slight bow. You can call me Pansy. Pansy nodded at Theodore quickly turning to look back at Draco again, which caused Theodore's lips to twitch. After the brief introduction between them, Narcissa walked over. I will be taking you to Diagon Alley to buy your supplies, let's go. The three of them nodded and followed Narcissa to the fireplace, where they used flu powder to teleport at the leaky cauldron. Chapter 4. Diagon Alley is a cobblestoned wizarding alley and shopping area located in London, England behind a pub called the Leaky Cauldron. Inside the alley is an assortment of restaurants, shops, and other sites. The alley is completely hidden from the Muggle world which is right outside of its boundaries. It is very large in area and essentially the center of wizarding London. Draco had already been here a couple of times to shop, so he was very familiar with this place. After they used the flu powder all four of them arrived at Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron was a popular wizarding pub and located in London. Even though it was a popular place it was creepy and weird looking. Draco was sure that if this place wasn't connected to Diagon Alley, this place wouldn't be popular at all. We will first go to Madame Malkin's to get the robes. Narcissa said walking outside the pub. The three of them didn't say anything and just followed her silently. Pansy would look at Draco time and time again and Theodore was in his own world thinking about different stuff. After walking for a while they reached the door of Madame Malkin's. Draco, you go inside with your friends while I will go get the books and equipment for them. Narcissa said Draco handing Draco a pouch. Also don't run off to buy a wand, wait for me. Narcissa said the last word strictly and walked away. Draco sighed finally getting rid of his mother, sigh. Let's go in. Pansy and Theodore followed behind him nodding. So Draco, I heard you are a genius at potions. Pansy said, holding Draco's arms suddenly. Draco looked at the cheerful girl with a gentle smile and said, yeah, I am pretty good at it. Then will you be willing to teach me? I am not that good at it, Pansy said, getting closer to Draco. Draco, who didn't have any close relations with a girl even before he transmigrated here, was getting slightly red. Draco was just about to reply to her. Theodore suddenly interrupted them. You know I am good at potions too, it's just I don't advertise my talent. Theodore said with a smug look. Humph. I wasn't talking to you, you lanky rabbit face. Pansy called out, looking at Theodore. Not expecting that reaction from her, Theodore was surprised but quickly recovered. What did you call me, you pug face? Do you have a spatagroit or do you always look like that? Pansy snapped back quickly. When you encounter a boggart, does it turn into a mirror? Theodore quickly came back with his own killer insult. Okay, stop it you two. Draco came between them, causing both of them to snort and look away from each other. Sigh. Is this how my life in Hogwarts going to be? They walked in and Madame Malkin started taking their measurements, Draco being first, then Pansy and Theodore. As Madame Malkin was taking Theodore's measurements, a thin boy with baggy clothes and broken glasses walked in. Hogwarts, clear. Madame Malkin said, when the boy started to speak. Got the lot here, these young guys being fitted up just now, in fact. The three of them looked at the boy, who looked very awkward. Draco had a guess to who he was, so he walked in front of him. Hogwarts? Draco asked, to which the boy nodded. You too? Yeah. We three are going there. I am Draco Malfoy, the pretty girl here is Pansy Parkinson, and the rabbit face getting his measurements there is Theodore Knott. Draco said, reaching his hand out. Pansy was looking at the boy with an annoyed look, wondering if he was a muggle born or not, and Theodore didn't have any interest in him at all, so he just casually waved at him. The boy was kinda shy and shook Draco's hand. I am Harry Potter. Soon as he said that, both Pansy and Theodore looked at him. Theodore jumped off the footstool, looking at the boy as he and Pansy got close to him. The Harry Potter? Pansy asked with a curious expression. Idiot, look at the scar on his forehead, he is the real deal, Theodore said, looking at Harry curiously. Harry, who had just been out of the leaky cauldron, was sort of used to this kind of reaction by now, but he didn't think people his age would show the same reaction to him as well. Cough, Draco pulled both of them out of Harry's face. Sorry, they are just interested and don't mean any harm. Harry shook his head. It's okay, I have been getting the same reaction all morning. Let me help you with that. Draco smiled and pulled out his old wand and pointed it at Harry's glasses. Oculus reparo. The broken glass was magically repaired. Harry took off the glass and looked at it with amazement. Oh. Don't be too amazed now. My measurements are done. Theodore said, pushing Harry to the footstool. So, Harry, do you know which house you'll be in? Theodore asked. No. Harry replied. Well, no one really knows until they get there, do they? But I know we'll be in Slytherin. All of our family have been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff. I think I'd leave, wouldn't you? Said Pansy. Said Harry, wishing he could understand what they were saying. Sigh. We all know that Harry here came from the Muggle world, so he probably doesn't have any idea of what you guys are talking about. Draco stepped in, trying to avoid the awkward atmosphere. Oh. Forgive me, I kind of forgot about it. Theodore said, scratching his head. Pansy didn't say anything but just gave an oh. I forgot, look. Don't worry about it. Do you mind telling me about what Slytherin and Hufflepuff is? Harry asked, looking at Draco thankfully. They are Hogwarts houses. There are 4: Slytherin, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. Answered Pansy politely as she continued. Slytherins are for the best pureblood and half-blood wizards, Hufflepuff are for duffers, Ravenclaw for the smart-minded, and Gryffindor for the ignorantly brave. Each one of us will get sorted into a house when we reach Hogwarts. Theodore added. Harry was processing all the stuff when suddenly Madame Malkin's voice came in. Children, it's done. Draco went over and paid for all their clothes, even Harry's. Oh. You didn't have to. Said Harry. Don't worry, it's not that much money anyway. Draco said and pointed at the window. I think someone is looking for you. Harry looked at the window to find Hagrid, who was holding ice creams, looking at him. See you at Hogwarts then, Harry, Draco said, walking out, not giving Harry a chance to speak. See you. Theodore and Pansy also followed Draco out of the place. Where are we going? Pansy asked Draco. To the wand shop. Replied Draco. Didn't Aunt Narcissa told us to wait for her? Pansy said with a questioning look. Aunt Narcissa. Draco looked at Pansy, who was slightly blushing. When has that ever stopped him? Theodore replied, walking towards Ollivanders. Harry's POV. Who were they, Harry? Hagrid asked, looking at the back of the three kids. Some friends I made. Harry replied happily. Harry was very happy as they were the first friends he ever made. Hagrid, looking at the happy Harry, didn't say anything and just sighed. He didn't want to tell him that the friend he made might be his enemy in the future. The shop was narrow and shabby. Peeling gold letters over the door read Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 B.C. A single wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. A tinkling bell rang somewhere in the depths of the shop as they stepped inside. It was a tiny place, empty except for a single, spindly chair. Finally. Draco was very excited about getting his own wand. Good afternoon, said a soft voice, making the trio jump. An old man was standing before them, his wide, pale eyes shining like moons through the gloom of the shop. Draco was sure that this old man was purposefully waiting for customers to walk in so he could scare them. Hello. Draco said awkwardly, I am Draco Malfoy, these two are Theodore Nott and Pansy Parkinson, we are here to buy our wands. Oh yes, I know the young prodigy wizard, of course. The old man replied, I remember like it was yesterday when your parents came in for their first wands. Okay, let me have a look. Ollivander, without stopping, pulled out a long strip of silver tape from his pocket and came to Pansy. Ladies first, Ms. Parkinson, which hand do you use? My right hand, Pansy whispered. Please raise your arm. Ollivander measured her arm, starting with her shoulder to her fingertips, and then from wrist to elbow, knee to her armpit, and finally her height, and started explaining things to all three of them. Each Ollivander wand has a strong magic core which is its essence. I usually use unicorn hair, phoenix tail feather, and dragon nerves. Each and every Ollivander wand is unique because there are no two identical unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes. Of course, if you use a wand belongs to other wizards, the spells will never be as good. Please remember, the wand chooses the wizard. Draco knew what he said was true since he could feel some sort of resistance from his ancestor's wand whenever he used it. The old man disappeared into the packed shelves and quickly came out with a box with the wand. After trying a few times, Pansy's and Theodore wands were quickly picked, and now came Draco's turn. Draco walked in front of Ollivander, who had been looking at him curiously since the beginning. There is no information on what kind of wand they used, so I will leave it to your imagination. Mr. Malfoy, which hand do you use? Right hand, Draco replied, after which Ollivander started measuring his hand and height. Right then, Mr. Malfoy. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave. Draco took the wand, waved it around a bit, and gave it back. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Try. Draco tried the wand and gave it back again. No, here, ebony and unicorn hair, 8.5 inches, springy. Go on, try it out. Draco tried. And tried one wand after another, but none of them felt right. He could use them, but it wasn't a good feeling since he could feel some resistance from the wand. The pile of tried wands was mounting higher and higher on the spindly chair, but the more wands Mr. Ollivander pulled from the shelves, the happier he seemed to become. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere. I wonder, now, yes, why not, that wand? Ollivanders went deep into the shelves as he came out with a golden box which looked very beautiful. Pansy, who was getting bored watching all the wands pile up, was fascinated when she saw the box. Mr. Ollivander opened the case delicately. Inside it was a beautiful silver-colored wand with the handle colored black. The base of it had a beautiful red ruby, and the whole wand had some sort of inscription all over it. But the most surprising part was that the wand had a metallic shine to it, unlike other wooden wands. Draco, fascinated by the wand, picked it up without thinking. As soon as Draco picked up the wand, all the inscription in the wand started shining red. Draco felt a crazy amount of mana rushing into him. The inscription around the wand suddenly started moving like a snake and started climbing up towards his arms. Seeing this, Draco wanted to let go of the wand, but he couldn't even move. The inscription moved from his small finger and climbed up to his elbow in a circular motion. Soon the light stopped coming out of the wand and inscription stopped moving and got embedded into his skin like a tattoo. Draco looked at the weird words around his arms. He couldn't understand it, but he felt the wand now being connected to him as if it was another part of him. While all this was happening, the other people in the shop only saw a bright red light flash when Draco picked up the wand, and all of them started suffocating and they fainted on the spot. Draco, who was wondering what the hell was going on, looked around to find Ollivander. Pansy and Theodore unconscious on the ground. Draco was sure his wand was something unique and weird since he hadn't read about a wand doing this before, so he quickly hid his marks on his arm and woke the three of them up. Soon Narcissa walked in and was surprised seeing all of them drowsy. Draco explained what happened to his mother and Narcissa helped them by giving them water. "Amazing," said Ollivander looking at Draco, "all my years of making and giving wands to people, such a phenomenon to occur is a first." Draco looked at Ollivander weirdly, "Is he a masochist?" Draco wondered. "What in Merlin's name is this wand?" Draco asked. "This wand was around ever since Ollivander's was open and was likely found by my forefathers since no record of making this wand exists," Ollivander said looking deeply into Draco's eyes. "This wand is very fascinating, Mr. Malfoy. I don't know what metal it is made of and what core is inside it, but one thing I can say for sure, this wand has more than 2 cores. Ollivander's words left everyone shocked. "Wow! Draco, I knew you were amazing, but this is really out of ordinary." Pansy tried to compliment Draco with a tired face. "I am never going wand shopping with you." Theodore joked with a pale face. Sigh. One trouble after another. Narcissa sighed and looked at Mr. Ollivander. "Mr. Ollivanders, can you tell me how much I owe you?" 40 galleons. Ollivander stood up and walked back to the counter. Even though it was very expensive for a wand, since most wands only cost 7 galleons, Narcissa paid the money without saying anything. As Draco and the others were walking out of the shop, Ollivanders looked at Draco and said, "The wand chooses the wizard, remember that, Mr. Malfoy. Even though no one knows what that wand is capable of, but I can tell that it is meant for extraordinary things, so I hope you don't misuse it." Draco was wondering if the news about the wand may reach Dumbledore, but he was sure that Ollivanders and the others didn't see anything looking at their reaction, so Draco just nodded and left the shop. Everyone was tired, so they called it quits for today and quickly went back to the Malfoy Manor. Chapter 5. The month after the shopping quickly passed. Draco didn't know what was special about his wand. He tried to figure it out but couldn't. The wand was similar to a normal wand, but the only difference was that it consumed less mana when you cast a spell. Draco was sure that there were other uses of the wand, but for now, no matter what he tried, he couldn't find anything useful, so he just gave up. Other than that, both Pansy and Theodore started coming to his house more often. Theodore was there to help him with the antidote of Veritaserum, and Pansy, in her own words, wanted to get proficient in potions. So most of his remaining days before Hogwarts was spent researching, teaching Pansy, and spending more time with his family. Draco had forgotten about buying an owl, so his father bought him one instead. His owl was a great grey owl, the biggest of his kind, which he named Owlbert. Owlbert mostly stayed inside his suitcase, where he had a lot of space to fly around in. Today is September 1st, and the day to board the train. When you arrive at school, send us an owl to let us know that you have safely arrived there, and keep sending letters every now and then, to let us know that you are okay. Mother will send you your favorite sweets and cakes every week, but you are not allowed to eat too much of it. Also, you are not allowed to stay up all night at school. And you have to come home for Christmas, or else I will be very mad." Narcissa hugged her son and kept telling him what to do and not to do in school. Since it was Draco's first time away from home, she was very worried. "Okay, Narcissa, the train is about to leave, and Draco, I wish you a smooth semester," Lucius said, trying to console his wife, but you could still hear some sadness in his voice. Draco hugged his mother tightly and kissed her cheeks. "Don't worry too much about me, after all I will be back in Christmas." He looked at his father and both of them nodded at each other in understanding. "Are you ready?" Theodore's voice came behind him. Draco turned to look at Theodore and Pansy, who was rubbing her eyes, and nodded. He took his suitcase, which was all the luggage he carried, and walked away from his parents. "Take care, both of you, I will miss you a lot," Draco said, walking towards Pansy and Theodore, who were waving at their parents. Draco walked through the wall, giving his parents one final look, and soon Theodore and Pansy followed behind him. Pansy quickly rushed and hugged Draco, crying on his chest. Draco knew she probably didn't want anyone to find that she was crying, so he stood there slowly caressing her back. "Okay, it's getting late, you two," Theodore said with an annoyed expression. Pansy wiped her tears away and looked at Draco. "Does my face look okay?" "Cute as always," Draco replied, and they began walking towards the train. "You know, you can cry if you want," Theodore said with a grin, looking at Draco. Draco just rolled his eyes as he got inside the train. They looked around and found an empty compartment to settle in. Soon a girl with bushy brown hair came in. "Hello, is this seat empty?" Pansy looked at the girl from head to toe and just ignored her as if there was no one there. Theodore was just reading his book, so he didn't even bother looking at the girl. Draco, looking at his friend's reaction, sighed. Sure, you can come in. Draco said with a gentle smile. Thank you. The girl said while trying to pull in a huge suitcase. Let me help you with that. Draco said, taking out his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The suitcase floated up and settled on the upper rack smoothly. The girl looked amazed as she sat beside Theodore, in front of Draco, a very beautiful levitation charm. She complimented. I've tried a few simple spells just for practice and it's all worked for me. Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased. Of course, I mean, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is. I've learned all our course books by heart. Of course, I just hope it will be enough. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Who are you? She said all this very fast. Pansy and Theodore looked at the girl with rather large front teeth weirdly. It was as if a prey had walked into a den of lions. Theodore, hanging around with Draco, didn't have much prejudice against Muggleborn, rather he took them as an interesting subject. A person without any magical ancestry suddenly producing a wizard was a very interesting concept. Both Draco and Theodore did quite a lot of research on this and still had no idea how a Muggleborn even had magic in them or how they got it. Both of them believed in the fact that, if they could find out how magic appears in a Muggleborn in the first place, they could find a way to improve the quality of magic in a person by a large margin, or even turn a Muggle or a Squib to a wizard. Theodore was also very interested in Muggle items from TV to guns after Draco showed some of it to him when they were hanging outside. So even though he still had a sense of superiority, it wasn't to the point of hatred. Pansy, however, was another story. She had a pure hatred against these filthy mudbloods, but since she knew Draco didn't like discriminating them, she tried to control her hatred against them, but she still had a strong dislike for them. Draco, looking at his friends behaving well, smiled and looked at Hermione. My name is Draco Malfoy, this cute girl here is Pansy Parkinson, and that dork reading a book there is Theodore Not. Draco said, patting Pansy's head, trying to calm her down from saying something outrageous, which worked very well as the girl was blushing very hard. Sigh. Even though she acts tough and all, she is still an 11-year-old girl. I hope I can change her mentality later on. Draco looked at the girl in front of him. Even though the large front teeth looked weird, she was still very cute. Hermione Granger, the brains, one of the golden trio and the one our current Draco had a serious crush on in his previous life. Draco Malfoy. Hermione repeated the name as she suddenly said, I know you. Draco looked at her for a while and tilted his head with a questioning look. Idiot, she probably read about you in the Prophet Daily, Theodore said, rolling his eyes. Yes, I read about you in the newspaper when I was buying some books. Hermione looked at him with a slightly annoyed look. They said that you were a potion prodigy and your spells didn't lose out either. Draco just scratched his head awkwardly. I am not that good, they just like to exaggerate a lot for their newspaper sales. Hermione narrowed her eyes. So your potion formulas that you came up with? I had a lot of time to do experiments, you know, Draco said awkwardly. Hermione looked kind of depressed. She turned her head to look at the book Theodore was reading, Advanced Potion Making. Reading the title made her even more depressed since this was an NWT level book. Is everything okay? Draco asked, looking at Hermione, who looked as if she was going to cry any moment. Hey, tell me, are you all from wizarding families? Hermione asked, looking at Draco, to which he nodded in response. Oh my god. What am I going to do? I knew I should have prepared and read more books over the summer. Hey. Calm down, okay? Draco said, looking at Hermione. The courses run according to everyone's pace, so you are really not losing anything. Draco knew of Hermione's character from the book, so it wasn't hard to figure out what she really was worried about. Humph. Easy for you to say that. Hermione didn't know what to do. The whole wizarding concept was very known to her and she didn't even know she was a witch a month ago, and now she sees the first peers she meets. One is a genius whose works are published in the newspaper with a title of prodigy, and the other two are from family full of wizards and probably have more experience in magic than her. You don't need to be so annoying. Pansy said, making a disgusted face. I can assure you that there are many from wizarding families that aren't even close to Draco and the rabbit face over there. Hermione calmed down a little and looked at Pansy. Is it true? Yup, you know, all wizards and witches get their wand around this time and finally start practicing magic, so you are not that far off, Draco said with a reassuring smile. Hermione calmed down a lot. Sorry. I tend to get nervous about these things. Sigh. Sometimes it really takes a girl to handle another girl. Draco thought to himself as he patted Pansy's hair. It's okay, said Theodore, but the interesting thing is how you used magic outside of Hogwarts. What do you mean? Hermione asked, getting confused. Am I not supposed to use it outside? Humph. Typical Muggle-born. Pansy said, I am surprised, you didn't get expelled. Expelled? Hermione was getting worried again. Well, since you didn't get any letter after using magic, so I am sure it's okay now, Draco said. Yeah. You usually tend to get a warning letter right away. Theodore said, there is a law passed by Ministry of Magic that the underage wizards aren't allowed to use magic outside of school, especially if you are Muggle-born. Thank God. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. So can you guys use magic outside? It's not that simple. Draco said, the tracing charm isn't perfect as it doesn't tell you who used the magic. Since our parents are adult wizards, the tracer just thinks that our parents are the ones using the magic even when we are the ones using it around our house. In simple words, we can mask our magic under our parents. Theodore added. Hermione nodded in understanding. So why do you think I didn't get a letter? She asked, getting a bit curious. Maybe since you only used basic magic, they probably brushed it off as a curious young witch. Draco said, thinking for a while. It's quite annoying as the magic marks you until you are 17, I wonder what you have to do to get out of its clutches. Theodore said. I think you can get away with an aging potion. Pansy added. Nope, the magic probably marks your soul so your physical appearance doesn't really matter. Draco added. Hermione quietly listened to their conversation with great interest since she didn't know much about it. The tracing charm is very confusing and it isn't explained how it works even in the books, so I just came up with my own theory on how the charm works. As they were chatting, there was a sudden knock on the door of their compartment and a round-faced boy came in. He looked tearful. Sorry, he said, but have you seen a toad at all? When they shook their heads, he wailed, I've lost him. He keeps getting away from me. Ha ha ha, Pansy laughed out loud, I knew students were allowed to bring toads but I seriously didn't think someone was going to do it. Theodore was also laughing, I feel sorry for you, if someone like Draco found your toad, you can be sure that the toad is in a glass jar somewhere. The boy looked even more teary now, wondering the fate of his toad. Draco was trying to control his laughter, haha, don't be mean guys, haha, I am sorry for them, I am sure it will turn up. Draco wasn't trying to be mean but the boy's face and his reaction was too funny not to laugh at. Hermione looked at them and stood up, I don't think you should laugh at him. She said, walking out of the compartment, let's go, I will help you find your toad. The boy nodded, still looking pale and worried. Draco coughed and stood up, hey Hermione, I am coming with you. Why? Why don't you sit there and laugh? Hermione said, making an angry face. Okay, I am sorry, what is your name? Even though Draco knew his name already, he still had to ask because he had never seen the boy before. Neville Longbottom. The boy said. Oh, a fellow Sacred 28, I am sorry Neville that I laughed at you, I will help you find your toad as an apology. The boy nodded and started walking towards other compartments. Hey, are you seriously going on a search for a toad? Theodore said, still holding back his laughter. Yeah. I am bored, might as well do something than just sit around. He said, closing the door while ignoring Pansy's pissed look. He looked at Hermione who was already walking away, hey. Hermione, no need to get so angry, you know, I already apologized and Theodore and Pansy didn't mean anything bad either. Humph. I know that already, why are you still following me? Hermione said, still looking a bit angry. You know, I couldn't help it, I have never seen someone make such a tearful face for a toad. Draco said, trying to hold back his laughter, remembering Neville's face again. Hey. Stop laughing already. Hermione said, slapping Draco's arm, but you could tell that she was smiling a little as well. Okay. Let's go search for the damn toad. Draco said as they went from one compartment to the other, asking if they had seen a toad. Chapter 6. Going from one compartment to another asking if they had seen a toad was really embarrassing, a couple of senior girls even laughed at Draco. So after that he just kept quiet and silently followed Hermione, standing behind her, letting her do all the talking. Hermione opened up another compartment door to find a boy raising his wand. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's lost one, she said with her bossy sort of voice. We've already told him, we haven't seen it, said the red-haired boy, but Hermione wasn't listening to him, she was looking at the wand in his hand. Oh, are you doing magic? Let's see it, then. She sat down. Ron looked taken aback. All right. He cleared his throat. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid, fat rat yellow. He waved his wand, but nothing happened. The rat stayed gray and fast asleep. The spell's probably fake. Draco said, walking in. Harry was surprised seeing Draco. Smiling, he said, "Draco, how have you been?" "Pretty good." Draco smiled. Draco wasn't really interested in playing buddy-buddy with Harry, since being with the main character always brings you unnecessary trouble, but since he plays an important role in defeating Voldemort, as he is literally a walking Horcrux, and you know how the saying goes, an enemy of your enemy can be your friend, so Draco thought, why not at least have a good relationship with Mr. Savior. "Harry, meet Hermione Granger," Draco said, pointing at Hermione, "and you've probably already guessed it, he is Harry Potter." "Are you really?" said Hermione, getting excited. "I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. "Am I?" said Harry, feeling dazed. "Goodness, didn't you know? I'd have found out everything I could if it was me," said Hermione. "Okay, Hermione, give Harry here a break. In fact, his life so far has just been the same as yours, and he too got to know that he was a wizard just a month ago." "Really?" Hermione asked, looking at Harry, who nodded in response. "Oh. Let me introduce you to, Ron, this is Draco Malfoy." Harry introduced his new friend to Draco, and Draco, he is Ron Weasley. Ron didn't laugh at his name as the original, since most people in the wizarding community had already heard his name at least once. Instead, he looked at him with caution and a bit of hatred. From what Ron knew, Malfoy family and Weasley family were enemies, but even his father had complimented Draco for giving out his research for free to people and called him a good one among the Malfoys. Ron had a jealous character from a young age, and seeing a son of Death Eater acting like a saint caused him to be wary of the person named Draco Malfoy. He believed that all of this was just a facade to fool people into thinking the Malfoys are good people. Ron would be really surprised if he ever found that all his theory were mostly true. Draco just nodded at Ron, but the other party just kept staring at him. Draco didn't like the awkward atmosphere, so he just stood up. "Hermione, I am getting bored, so I will go back to the compartment, and Harry, I will see you when we reach Hogwarts." He didn't care much about Ron, but he knew the Golden Trio was very important to the story, since Draco didn't want the story to go off roads from the original. Draco was already scared of not knowing the future in this dangerous world, since this was the only advantage he had, and with his wand, he already had a gut feeling that more trouble was about to head his way, so he didn't want to add more to his troubles. But this still made his mood turn sour. Maybe it was because of slight jealousy, as Ron would likely marry Hermione in the future if he didn't step in, or the fact that he has to leave Hermione here just so he could start the cycle of Golden Trio. Harry and Hermione didn't understand why Ron was acting that way and why Draco was about to leave. Draco left the compartment, leaving the dazed Hermione and Harry. "Ron, do you know Draco from before?" Harry asked, looking at Ron. "I've heard of his family," said Ron darkly. "They were some of the first to come back to our side after you-know-who disappeared. Said they'd been bewitched. My dad doesn't believe it. He says Malfoy's father didn't need an excuse to go over to the dark side." Harry was stunned, as he didn't believe that Draco was a bad guy, but now he didn't know what to believe in. While Harry was lost in his thoughts, Ron turned to Hermione. "Can we help you with something?" "Nothing, you better change into your robes, we are probably about to reach Hogwarts," Hermione said, standing up. "You are a Muggle-born wizard, aren't you?" Ron asked. "Yes. I would be careful around him. From what I've heard, Death Eaters have a deep hatred against Muggle-born wizards." Hermione nodded and walked away. She already knew some things about you-know-who and Death Eaters, but she didn't believe that Draco was a bad guy, at least for now. Draco walked back to his compartment, where Theodore was already snoring and Pansy was staring daggers at him. He sat back in his seat beside Pansy and looked at her. "What?" "Humph," was all he got back in response. Draco was kinda annoyed right now because of Ron, so he didn't have any energy to waste on Pansy, so he just kept quiet. "Hey, you are supposed to ask, what's wrong?" Pansy said with a frustrated expression. "What's wrong?" Draco asked lazily. "Why are you so concerned about that mudblood?" Pansy said with an annoyed voice. "Ever since she got in our compartment, you have been acting strange." "I am not concerned about her, and please stop calling people that," Draco said, looking at her seriously. "Che, you both won't even let me have a good sleep," Theodore said, waking up lazily. "And she is right, you acted kinda different around that Granger girl. Do you like that girl? Is it love in first sight, as they say, or do you have a thing for people with messy hair and large teeth, or do you like a bossy girl who can dominate you?" "Oh. I didn't know the prodigy Draco had such a fetish. If only I had known earlier, I could have helped you out a little." The more Theodore talked, the uglier both Pansy's and Draco's face got. "I want to torture you with the Hiatus curse, right now," Draco said, taking out his wand. "Hey, Hey, no need to get serious, I was only joking, you know. Theodore said as he quickly averted the topic, but seriously, the genius, arrogant Draco apologized to a guy who was literally mourning over a lost toad and even went to help him. What's wrong with you? Draco thought for a while. Shit. I probably acted kinda weird due to my crush on Hermione, to not make her think that I am a bad guy. Well, I don't regret it that much since she would likely be in Gryffindor and I am more likely to be in Slytherin, so I need to make a good impression before we get sorted into our house. Theodore, looking at Draco's silence and Pansy, who looked as if she was going to explode, quickly said, "Did you at least find the toad?" Draco snapped back to reality and looked kinda pissed. "Nope, my mood was disturbed by this red-headed trash and his filthy rat. First a toad and now a rat. What is Hogwarts? A creepy zoo?" Theodore said, making a weird face. "Red hair, you mean the Weasleys?" Pansy asked, calming down. "Yes." Draco nodded. "Do you want to teach him a lesson?" Pansy asked, smiling a little. "Okay. Stop smiling like that pug face, it's creepy," said Theodore, making Draco laugh a little. Pansy kicked Theodore on his legs with an angry face. "Okay, you two, don't start fighting. We are probably reaching Hogwarts, so let's change into our robes." Pansy nodded and took her dress, and went into one of her friend's compartment to change. Draco took out his and Theodore robe from his suitcase and both of them started changing their clothes. Theodore was already dressed and was putting on his robe and Draco was still pulling his pants up when suddenly the door to their compartment opened. Hermione, who opened the door, looked at the naked upper body of Draco for a while, and quickly closed back the door, screaming, "Idiot, at least lock the door if you are changing your clothes." After a while both Theodore, who was laughing, and Draco came out of the door, to find a red-faced Hermione glaring at Draco. "Hey! You are the one who took advantage of me, why are you so pissed?" Draco said, covering his chest with his hands as if he had just been sexually assaulted. "And whose fault do you think it is, you idiot?" Hermione roared at Draco, walking inside the compartment and shutting the door close. "You know, if you flirt so much with her, Pansy is probably going to kill both of you. You do know that my life can still go on just fine without your commentary in everything I do." Theodore didn't say anything and just shrugged his shoulders. A voice echoed through the train, "We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately." The train slowed right down and finally stopped. Hermione and Pansy pushed their way towards the door, pulling the lazy Draco and Theodore, who wanted to wait till all the people are gone to go outside. "Furs years. Furs years over here. All right there, Harry." A voice came in front of them. Hagrid's big hairy face beamed over the sea of heads. "Come on, follow me, any more Furs years? Mind your step, now. Furs years, follow me." Slipping and stumbling, they followed Hagrid down what seemed to be a steep, narrow path. It was very dark on either side of them, nobody spoke much. Neville, who kept losing his toad, sniffed once or twice. "Ye all get your furs sight oh Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called over his shoulder, "just round this bend here." There was a loud boo-hoo. The narrow path had opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black take. Perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. "No more and 4 to a boat," Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Hermione, Draco, Pansy, and Theodore got in a boat as Hagrid's voice came again. "Everyone in," shouted Hagrid, who had a boat to himself. "Right then, forward." And the fleet of little boats moved off all at once, gliding across the lake, which was as smooth as glass. Everyone was silent, staring up at the great castle overhead. It towered over them as they sailed nearer and nearer to the cliff on which it stood. "Heads down," yelled Hagrid as the first boats reached the cliff. They all bent their heads and the little boats carried them through a curtain of ivy that hid a wide opening in the cliff face. They were carried along a dark tunnel, which seemed to be taking them right underneath the castle until they reached a kind of underground harbor, where they clambered out onto rocks and pebbles. "Oi, you there! Is this your toad?" said Hagrid, who was checking the boats as people climbed out of them. "Trevor," cried Neville blissfully, holding out his hands. Then they clambered up a passageway in the rock after Hagrid's lamp, coming out at last onto smooth, damp grass right in the shadow of the castle. They walked up a flight of stone steps and crowded around a huge, oak front door. "Everyone here? You there, still got your toad?" Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. The door swung open at once. A tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes stood there. She had a very stern face. "The first years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She pulled the door wide. The stone walls were lit with flaming torches like the ones at Gringotts, the ceiling was too high to make out, and a magnificent marble staircase facing them led to the upper floors. They followed Professor McGonagall across the flagged stone floor. Everyone could hear the drone of hundreds of voices from a doorway to the right. The rest of the school must already be here, but Professor McGonagall showed the first years into a small, empty chamber off the hall. They crowded in, standing rather closer together than they would usually have done, peering about nervously. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting." Her eyes lingered for a moment on Neville's cloak, which was fastened under his left ear, and on Ron's smudged nose. "I shall return when we are ready for you," said Professor McGonagall. "Please wait quietly." She left the chamber. "How exactly do they sort us into houses?" Hermione asked Draco. Pansy and Theodore turned to Draco as well, since keeping with the sorting ceremony a secret was a tradition. Not even his father or mother told him what was going to happen, but Draco already knew. "They put a talking hat on your head and it will decide your entire future," Draco casually said. "Humph. If you don't want to say it then don't say it." Hermione didn't believe Draco and turned back. Draco shrugged his shoulders looking at Theodore and Pansy who also didn't believe him. Draco looked at Harry who was looking in his direction from time to time. Draco was sure that Ron had already told him about the Death Eater stuff, but he didn't bother too much with it. Suddenly about 20 ghosts had just streamed through the back wall. Pearly white and slightly transparent, they glided across the room talking to one another and hardly glancing at the first years. They seemed to be arguing. What looked like a fat little monk was saying, "Forgive and forget, I say, we ought to give him a second chance. My dear Friar, haven't we given Peeves all the chances he deserves? He gives us all a bad name and you know, he's not really even a ghost, I say, what are you all doing here?" A ghost wearing a ruff and tights had suddenly noticed the first years. Nobody answered. "New students," said the fat friar, smiling around at them. "About to be sorted, I suppose." A few people nodded mutely. "Hope to see you in Hufflepuff," said the friar. "My old house, you know." "Move along now," said a sharp voice. "The sorting ceremony's about to start." Professor McGonagall had returned. One by one, the ghosts floated away through the opposite wall. "Now, form a line," Professor McGonagall told the first years, "and follow me." Chapter 7. Hogwarts was similar to what Draco had read in the book, a strange and splendid place. It was lit by thousands and thousands of candles that were floating in midair over 4 long tables, where the rest of the students were sitting. These tables were laid with glittering golden plates and goblets. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers were sitting. Professor McGonagall led the first years up here so that they came to a halt in a line facing the other students, with the teachers behind them. The hundreds of faces staring at them looked like pale lanterns in the flickering candlelight. Dotted here and there among the students, the ghosts shone misty silver. Hermione whispered to Draco, "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." It was hard to believe there was a ceiling there at all, and that the Great Hall didn't simply open onto the heavens. Professor McGonagall silently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool, she put a pointed wizard's hat. This hat was patched and frayed and extremely dirty. Theodore, Hermione, and Pansy looked at Draco with a surprised expression. "Were you really serious?" Theodore asked him. Draco was about to answer when suddenly the hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black. Your top hat's sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffies are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap. The whole hall burst into applause as the hat finished its song. It bowed to each of the 4 tables and then became quite still again. Theodore and Pansy's mouth were twitching at the fact that this dirty old hat was going to sort them into their house. Hermione too was just frozen as she didn't know what to say. Well, at least it sings good, Draco said, gaining him a weird look from other students around him. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, she said. Abbott, Hannah. A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which fell right down over her eyes, and sat down. A moment's pause. Hufflepuff, shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered and clapped as Hannah went to sit down at the Hufflepuff table. Bones, Susan. Hufflepuff, shouted the hat again, and Susan scuttled off to sit next to Hannah. Boot, Terry. Ravenclaw. The table second from the left clapped this time. Several Ravenclaws stood up to shake hands with Terry as he joined them. Brocklehurst, Mandy, went to Ravenclaw too, but Brown, Lavender, became the first new Gryffindor, and the table on the far left exploded with cheers. Bulstrode, Millicent, then became a Slytherin. Finch Fletchley, Justin. Hufflepuff. Granger, Hermione. Hermione nodded at the trio and almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. Gryffindor, shouted the hat. When Neville Longbottom, who kept losing his toad, was called, he fell over on his way to the stool. The hat took a long time to decide with Neville. When it finally shouted, Gryffindor, Neville ran off still wearing it, and had to jog back amid gales of laughter to give it back. Crabbe, Vincent. Hufflepuff. Draco, Theodore, and Pansy were surprised, especially Draco. Crabbe looked pale as he walked back to the Hufflepuff's table. Draco was surprised that Crabbe got into Hufflepuff instead of Slytherin. He started to wonder if it was his fault, since he treated Crabbe differently from the original Draco. Draco looked at Goyle, wondering which house will he be sorted in. Goyle, Gregory. Goyle looked more nervous than Crabbe since he probably already knew his fate. As soon as the hat was put on top of him, the hat shouted. Hufflepuff. Hey, how could your lab rats go to Hufflepuff? Aren't they purebloods like us? Theodore whispered in Draco's ears. Well, both of them are idiotic enough to be in Hufflepuff. Pansy said, but there must be something wrong with the sorting hat. Draco sighed, seeing the future already start to change. Well, I wonder what their parents' reaction is gonna be. Draco was sure that their parents would probably kill them, Professor McGonagall called out. For those who are wondering why they went to Hufflepuff, due to being influenced by Draco, they started studying and practicing magic with a lot of hard work. Even though both of them are still idiots, it's the hard work that counts. Not, Theodore. See you at the table, Theodore said, walking over to stool, confident that he would be in Slytherin, and he really was. Slytherin. The hat shouted as Theodore moved to the Slytherin's table. Parkinson, Pansy. She waved at Draco before going over. Slytherin. The Slytherin's table cheered again. Draco sighed in huge relief that other than Crabbe and Goyle nothing much has changed. One by one all people were getting sorted, and the only one left were Draco and Harry. Harry looked nervous and wanted to talk to someone, but seeing only Draco was around, he shut his mouth. Potter, Harry. As Harry stepped forward, whispers suddenly broke out like little hissing fires all over the hall. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter. Everyone was whispering things as the sorting hat got put on him. After a moment of conversation with the hat, it shouted out, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor's table cheered the loudest as Harry went over and sat on the chair. Malfoy, Draco. Professor McGonagall said the name of the last remaining student. The crowd again broke into whispers. Even though he was not as famous as the savior Harry Potter, he still had the title of genius that no other students had, not even Harry. Draco walked over to the stool, looking at the dirty old hat. Draco casually took out his wand, doing a cleaning spell, cleaning the dusty old hat and turning it into a clean one. Draco then sat on the stool gracefully, putting his wand back inside his robe. Imagine a wand pocket, looking at people who were staring at him in amazement. Even the professors were amazed, since no one had dared to do so over the course of many years. Hermione was looking at Draco's arrogant look in annoyance and rolled her eyes. Theodore and Pansy laughed, classic Draco. Professor McGonagall broke out of her stupor and placed the hat above Draco's head. Suddenly a voice sounded in Draco's head, "Dodge." Draco quickly jumped out of the stool out of instinct. To everyone's amazement, a sword fell out of the hat, piercing the stool. "You stupid hat, are you trying to kill me?" Draco shouted in anger, looking at the hat. "I will burn you up, you crazy hat." Draco just wanted to clean the hat since he didn't want a dirty hat on his head, but he didn't expect that the hat will try to kill him for making it clean. "I said dodge, didn't I?" spoke the hat arrogantly. "You little..." Draco gritted his teeth and took out his wand again, enchanted, incendio. As soon as he said that, the hat started catching on fire. The hall got noisy since no one had expected Draco to really burn the annoying hat. Silence. Dumbledore stood up and took out his wand, but before Dumbledore could do anything, the fire went out by itself. "Humph. Do you think your little flame will harm me?" spoke the hat again in a teasing tone. Draco just ignored Dumbledore's and the hat existence for now as he laid his eyes on the sword. "Holy fuck, isn't this the Gryffindor's sword? But why did that bitch of a hat drop the sword on me? As far as I could remember, only a true Gryffindor can summon the sword, and why does the sword look similar to my wand?" Draco was wondering all these things while Dumbledore turned his head towards the hat, wanting an explanation, to which the hat just replied, "Don't look at me like that, the sword came out of its own will." Dumbledore walked over and took the Gryffindor sword out of the stool. Dumbledore took a deep look at Draco and said, "Are you okay, Mr. Malfoy?" "Yes, Headmaster," replied Draco, nodding his head. He wasn't scared of Dumbledore, but being in front of the greatest white wizard of their time was still a bit nerve-wracking. Dumbledore nodded and looked at McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall, let's continue the sorting ceremony. If you are wondering why Draco let him take the sword, remember that he is in the middle of the hall with all students and professor present, and he still hasn't been sorted yet." McGonagall, like others, was trying to wrap her head around at what had just happened, but seeing the calm Draco and Dumbledore, she didn't say anything. Draco sat back on the stool again, still being wary of the hat. The crowd was very interested in what was going to happen. Was the hat going to drop another sword, and what house was Draco being sorted in? The sorting hat was placed on Draco's head completely this time. "Oh, how was the sword?" the voice of Hat sounded in his head. "Keep talking, and next time, I will make sure that not even your ashes remain," Draco mumbled underneath his breath. "You should keep that anger in check, boy. So which house should I sort you in?" The hat said in a calm voice. "You have plenty of courage to be in Gryffindor, enough intelligence to be in Ravenclaw, hardworking enough to be in Hufflepuff, and ambitious and cunning enough to be in Slytherin, so which house should I put you in?" Draco wanted to be put in Slytherin since he would have enough friends and support there. Ravenclaw wouldn't be bad either, but he was scared of being put in Gryffindor. Gryffindor is the most disadvantageous place you could be in, being the son of Death Eater, and it would be much harder to form an influence in the wizarding community early on as well. Before this, Draco wasn't nervous since he was sure that he would be in Slytherin like the original story, but now seeing all the stuff happen with Crabbe and Goyle, along with the Gryffindor's sword, he was getting very nervous. Chapter 8. While all this was happening, Snape was glaring at his godson. Even though he didn't care much about him, he still wanted him to be in Slytherin, but seeing the Gryffindor's sword, his hope was diminishing. "Please, not Gryffindor." Draco kept whispering, "Anything but Gryffindor." "Oh. Why not? You are courageous and bold enough to try to burn me in front of all the professors. I think you will fit well in Gryffindor," the hat said. Mr. Sorting Hat, if you are trying to take revenge on me because of the fire, then we can call it a truce, because you started it first by nearly dropping the sword on my head." "Che, why do you want to be in Slytherin so bad?" the hat asked curiously. "Well, I am a pureblood, and unlike other houses, we pureblood tend to stick together most of the time, even though Gryffindors are brave and courageous, but when it comes to sticking together and supporting the people of their own house, they are not very good at it," Draco said. "And I am a Malfoy. You probably already know some of my family's history. I am pretty sure my people have murdered at least one family member of each people in Gryffindor, so going there is a death wish. I would rather be in Hufflepuff." Draco knew from reading the books how cruel Gryffindor can be. When Harry was suspected to be the heir of Slytherin, when the Chamber of Secret was open, not even Gryffindor chose to support him and he was left alone, and when Harry was chosen to be in the Triwizard Tournament, again no one supported him from Gryffindor, probably except Ginny and Hermione, not even Ron. Kinda exaggerated it. But for the sake of the story I have to show some bad sides of Gryffindor. The real reason Draco wants to be in Slytherin is to pull the Dark Wizards to his side. Even though Voldemort is strong, most of his strength comes from the loyal Death Eaters around him who are willing to kill and be killed for him, and that's what Draco wants, loyal companions. And since controlling the Ministry of Magic is also easier with the support of other purebloods, with him being a pureblood himself, the Slytherin route is more plausible and easy compared to others. The people waited and waited to see the which house Draco was going to be sorted in, and after nearly 10 minutes, which felt like an eternity, the hat suddenly spoke out. Slytherin. Last chapter wasn't really meant to be a cliffhanger, I just got lazy and stopped the chapter there. It's in the title of the novel, for Christ's sake. The Slytherin table shouted the loudest cheering for Draco. Draco stood up, sighing a sigh of relief. He looked at Snape, who nodded at him, showing a rare smile. Draco nodded back in greeting and went back to the Slytherin's table, giving one last look at Dumbledore and the Gryffindor's sword in front of him. Draco was greeted by his seniors and fellow classmates as he walked over to the table and sat between Theodore and Pansy. The Slytherin's prefect Gemma Farley introduced herself to Draco as they shook hands. Suddenly Dumbledore had gotten to his feet. He was beaming at the students, his arms opened wide as if nothing could have pleased him more than to see them all there. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak. Thank you." He sat back down. Everybody clapped and cheered. As soon as he sat down, the golden plates in front of them were filled with dishes that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. There were many dishes on the table: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops and lamb chops, sausages, bacon and steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and, for some strange reason, peppermint humbugs. "Hey, is he a bit mad?" Pansy whispered, taking a couple of fries and steak to her plate. "In my father's words, yes." Draco replied, but his every word had a meaning. Nitwit represents Ravenclaw, Blubber represents Gryffindor, Oddment represents Slytherin, and Tweak represents Hufflepuff. "Why are you not in Ravenclaw?" asked a nearby girl. "Isn't it rude to ask someone a question without introducing yourself first?" Pansy snapped at the blonde girl. "Oh, I apologize, I am Daphne Greengrass," she replied with a smile, not getting offended. "I know you are Draco Malfoy, and you are." Pansy snickered on the side, not replying to her. Theodore, seeing that, started laughing. "I am sorry for her behavior. She is Pansy Parkinson and I am Theodore Not," Theodore said as he pulled Daphne's hand to kiss it, but to his surprise, the girl pulled her hand back and gave a creeped-out look to Theodore. Draco was trying his hardest not to laugh. Theodore looked at him with teary eyes. "Hey, why does it only work when you do it?" Draco couldn't hold back anymore and started laughing. "Ha ha ha, rabbit face, you don't have the same charm as I do." "Che, charm? Have you seen your face? You look like the typical villain in a story, the one who kidnaps the princess away from the hero." Theodore clicked his tongue. This time Draco didn't get mad, instead he lazily waved the fork in his hand. "My dear Theodore, at least I have the bad boy charm, but for you, you look like the thug who gets beaten up by the hero on his first day of the adventure." "Ha ha ha." Pansy and Daphne started laughing, seeing Theodore's face. Draco then turned to Daphne with a slick smile and nodded at her in greeting. "I am sorry, my lady, for ignoring you. What is it that you want to ask?" Daphne's ears turned a bit red looking at Draco, but seeing Pansy's face she quickly recovered. "Pansy's not a pug, she's a bulldog, guarding Draco against other girls. I just wanted to ask, why are you not in Ravenclaw? You are known to be a genius and everyone was expecting you to be in Ravenclaw, some students even bet on it." "Everyone?" Draco asked, tilting his head. "Well, you know me and my friends," Daphne said, fidgeting with red cheeks. "So you bet on me going to Ravenclaw?" Draco asked. "No, I actually bet on you going to Slytherin. Since we are from the sacred family, I believe that you will either be in Gryffindor or Slytherin. And since the bet was between Ravenclaw or Slytherin, I chose Slytherin. So how much did you win?" 50 galleons, Daphne said proudly. "So you owe me at least half, huh?" Draco said casually, putting a slice of steak in his mouth. "Hey! Why do I owe you?" Daphne asked, looking confused. "You used my name to bet, didn't you?" Draco said with a sly look. "So shouldn't you give me some compensation?" Is that how the bet works? Daphne said, pondering a bit. Fine, I will give you 25 galleons when I get the money. Oh sorry, but I don't take money. Draco said, you have to give me something of equal value. What do you mean? I have everything if not money, so I have no interest in it. So what do you want? How about a kiss? Draco said with a grin. Daphne turned completely red as she didn't know what to say. Draco, who was grinning, suddenly gasped, as both Theodore and Pansy kicked his leg under the table with a lot of strength. I don't really want to involve Daphne in the harem, but since people keep insisting on her, I wanted to at least keep a window open, in case I change my mind later on. As they were laughing and bickering, Draco suddenly felt a malicious gaze on him. Draco turned his head around to look who it was. He found out that the person was none other than Quirrell, glancing at him from time to time. Draco knew that the whole Gryffindor sword fiasco might have alerted Voldy and made him interested in him, but right now there was nothing he could do, so he ignored his gazes and continued chatting with other students as if nothing had happened. As they were talking, suddenly all the ghosts started flying around everywhere, and on the side of Slytherin, a ghost came and sat. The ghost was very pale, pearly white and slightly transparent. He had wide, staring, black eyes and a gaunt face. He was dressed in robes covered in silver bloodstains and carried chains. He was also wearing a curly powdered wig and carried a sword. So new Slytherins, I hope you can help Slytherin win the House Cup for the 7th time in a row. He said with a hoarse whisper. I know you are the Bloody Baron, Pansy said, looking at the ghost in front of them. The ghost just nodded and didn't say anything else. So why are you called the Bloody Baron? Theodore asked. Idiot, don't you see his clothes? Replied Pansy. By the way, how did you get those stains of blood in your clothes? As soon as Pansy asked that, the cheerful atmosphere got cold. Draco quickly said, I am sorry for my friend, she is just curious. The Baron looked at him. Draco Malfoy? He asked, to which Draco nodded in response. I have heard about you from other ghosts. The Baron said grimly, I hope you can continue leading Slytherin to its glory. That's the plan, Draco said, smiling. Soon desserts came and it too disappeared, and Professor Dumbledore got to his feet again. The hall fell silent. Ahern, just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes flashed in the direction of the Weasley twins. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Draco snickered when he heard that, making people curious about the place by saying such things and expecting them not to go there. What a joke. He does want people, no Harry, to go there, doesn't he? What do you think is in there? Theodore muttered to Draco, getting interested. Probably some creepy dark magic items, replied Draco, not wanting them to get too curious about the place. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song, cried Dumbledore. Dumbledore gave his wand a little flick as if he was trying to get a fly off the end, and a long golden ribbon flew out of it, which rose high above the tables and twisted itself, snake-like, into words. Everyone pick their favorite tune, said Dumbledore, and off we go. And the school bellowed. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts. Teach us something, please. Whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff. For now they're bare and full of air, dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we forgot. Just do your best, we'll do the rest. And learn until our brains all rot. Draco and Theodore didn't sing the song at all since they couldn't bother remembering the lyrics of the song. Everybody finished the song at different times. At last, only the Weasley twins were left singing along to a very slow funeral march. Dumbledore conducted their last few lines with his wand, and when they had finished, he was one of those who clapped the loudest. Ah, music, he said, wiping his eyes. A magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime. Off you trot. Draco was wondering what games was he playing, acting like a kid. Then Dumbledore walked away with the Gryffindor sword in his hand from the back door. I am sure there is one. Draco looked at Hermione, who was staring at him. The other party waved good night to him, and Draco with a smile did the same. Then the Slytherin's first year started following the prefect through the chattering crowds, out of the great hall. The entrance to the Slytherin common room is located behind a bare stretch of stone wall in the dungeons of Hogwarts Castle. Our emblem is the serpent, the wisest of creatures, our house colors are emerald green and silver, and our common room lies behind a concealed entrance down in the dungeons. As you'll see, its windows look out into the depths of the Hogwarts lake. We often see the giant squid swooshing by, and sometimes more interesting creatures. We like to feel that our hangout has the aura of a mysterious, underwater shipwreck. Gemma explained as they entered inside the common room. The Slytherin common room was a long, low underground room with rough stone walls and ceiling, from which round, greenish lamps were hanging on chains. A fire was crackling under an elaborately carved mantelpiece ahead of them, and several Slytherins were silhouetted around it in carved chairs. It looked very homey according to Draco, he could imagine himself relaxing here. Gemma then showed us the way to boys' and girls' dormitory. Since all of them already had a long day, they said their goodnights and went to their room. The Slytherins' rooms were huge and each room had to be shared by 4 people, luckily due to Lucius interfering, Draco and Theodore got a 2-bedroom to themselves. The bed was an ancient 4-poster with green silk hangings. And you could listen to the lake water lapping against the windows. Also, silver lanterns were hanging from the ceilings. The walls were decorated with Slytherin crests. Medieval tapestries depicting the adventures of famous Slytherins covered the walls. Their luggage had already arrived there. Draco quickly went over to his suitcase and sighed in relief. Draco's suitcase was enchanted in a way that it could only be used by him. The enhancement wasn't done by him but it was already there. To begin with a little bit of blood from him, the suitcase ownership was transferred to him. So when other people open the suitcase they only see a regular one, like Newt's case. The ownership of the suitcase will continue to belong to Draco unless he dies. The suitcase is amazing but kinda annoying at the same time as no other people can go inside the suitcase without Draco holding it, so even Theodore and Pansy needed to get Draco's help, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get inside it. Theodore quickly changed his clothes and went to sleep whereas Draco opened the suitcase as let Owlbird out. Draco wrote a short letter to his parents indicating that he had safely reached Hogwarts and entered Slytherin just as expected. After sending Owlbird outside he quickly changed clothes and went to sleep as he was very tired himself. Chapter 9. Draco was having a hard time sleeping tonight, get it, hard time coughs. Draco had a weird dream. In the dream, no it was more like flashbacks, he could see an old man talking to someone about a prophecy, it was something about the destruction of the world. Then on the next scene was a handsome man with deep blue eyes and platinum blonde hair, not a Malfoy, he was so handsome, no maybe beautiful would be the right word to describe him. Even though he was not into men, Draco still couldn't stop his heart from beating faster. The man was beautiful than any women he had seen, with completely no flaw at all. The dashing man was wearing a golden armor and was carrying a silver sword on his waist. The sword looked similar to the Gryffindor's sword but it was very different at the same time, the sword looked much bigger, shinier and you could feel the power of the sword just by looking at it. The man then walked towards a room, pushing the door open. The room had a huge golden throne in the center, with 7 smaller silver thrones surrounding it. The main throne was empty but on the smaller thrones there were paintings of 7 different women. The man walked towards the golden throne and sat on it, he then stared at the painting of the women one at a time. Draco looked at the man who was tearing down looking at the paintings. He wondered who was the man and why was he crying over these women. As Draco was thinking that, suddenly the man, as if he was now suddenly aware of his presence, looked straight into his eyes. Draco felt shocked, it was as if the man could see him. "Who are you?" he asked. Draco looked around the room to see if there was someone other than him there, but there was no one. "I asked who are you?" The man asked again in a more stern tone, "Even though I can't see you, I can still feel your presence." The man stood up taking out the sword from the scabbard. Draco gulped looking at the sword. The sword looked sharp enough to cut oneself just by looking at it. Draco tried to speak but no words came out from his mouth, it was as if he had no vocal cords, to begin with. "Don't say I didn't warn you," the man said as he swung his sword towards him. The man's movement was so fast that, he didn't even have time to flinch. "Ah!" Draco screamed as he woke up, sweaty and confused. Draco looked around to find himself in his own bed. Draco sighed in relief. Suddenly a pillow was thrown at his face out of nowhere. "Let me sleep you troll!" Theodore yelled as he grumbled himself back to sleep. Draco, who was hit by the pillow, rubbed his nose. "What a weird dream," Draco said looking at the inscription in his hand. Draco had searched for books to understand what language it was, but there was no result. Draco sighed, I might as well sleep a little. Draco laid back on his bed, but this time he felt something uncomfortable on his back. It was like he slept on something. Draco stood up to look at what it was, but soon as Draco looked at it, another scream escaped his mouth. Ah! Shut up! Yelled Theodore, taking out his wand. Silencio. Draco's mouth was shut. He tried opening his mouth but couldn't. That should do it, Theodore said, sleeping back again. Draco tried to say something but couldn't open his mouth. Draco then looked back at his bed. The thing there was none other than the Gryffindor sword. Draco looked back at Theodore, who was sleeping, as he pulled the curtains closed around his bed. He took out his suitcase and went inside it with the sword. Draco walked out towards the garden as he used a spell to free his sealed lips. That bastard, I will get him later, Draco mumbled as he looked at the sword in his hand. Draco was wondering how the sword came to him. Was it Dumbledore who placed it there? Yes, that might be the reason I was put in that weird dream, but again, why would Dumbledore give me the sword? Even though I was the one summoned it, I am sure that old fogey wouldn't give me the sword because of it. I am the son of a Death Eater from Merlin Sake. Maybe it's because I am the chosen one. No, you idiot, there is already one here and you for sure know that you aren't. While Draco was talking with himself, the inscription on his hand started to brighten. Draco turned to look at his hand, which was holding the sword, as the inscription kept getting brighter and brighter. The sword started vibrating as the inscription released from his hand and started moving towards the sword. Draco was getting excited as he could feel some connection with the sword. Maybe I am really the chosen one, Draco thought. The brightness kept increasing and soon even Draco was blinded by it. After a while, the light started to dim and everything returned to normal. Draco looked at his hand as the inscription was back in its original position. Draco stood up excitedly and waved the sword around, but nothing happened. Draco's smile was slowly turning into a frown. What was the all light for then? Draco shouted angrily as he threw the sword. The little bit of connection he felt with the sword was gone. Draco fumed around for a while and after a few minutes, he finally started to calm down. Draco walked over to the sword and picked it up again. Sigh. I will keep you for now, as you might prove to be useful later on, Draco said, walking over to an empty room and throwing the sword in there, and started walking out. So let's make things clear, Draco said to himself. According to legends, the sword only shows up to a true Gryffindor in need. I am neither a Gryffindor nor am I in need. But the sword fell out before even I was sorted. Maybe anyone can be a true Gryffindor, it's the personality that counts, not the house. But even so, it doesn't explain the fact why it showed up. I am courageous as I dare to do things mostly on impulse, but I don't consider myself to be brave, as I would never take on things that I can't face head on. I am afraid of failure, maybe afraid of dying as well. But let's say that I am a true Gryffindor in the inside, but I wasn't in need for help, not the first time nor the second. Maybe I summoned the sword due to that weird dream. Draco thought to smile again, but his face turned to normal once again. No, even if I summoned the sword due to that dream, I wouldn't be able to summon it without the sorting hat in the first place. Ah. This is too irritating, Draco said, pulling his hair. Calming down after a while, Draco changed his clothes and walked out of the suitcase. I was going to knock, said Theodore, looking at him. Let's go get breakfast. Draco nodded, hiding his suitcase. Outside the common room, Pansy was already there, waiting for them. Hey, look, that's the kid. That's Draco Malfoy, isn't it? Yeah, yesterday was crazy. As the three of them were walking towards the hall to get breakfast, students from all sorts of houses around them were whispering, pointing at Draco. Draco smirked. It's so hard being famous. Yeah, if you were famous for nearly having your head chopped off, replied Pansy. What do you mean? Yesterday, idiot. Theodore said, everyone's talking about how you pissed the hat off by cleaning it and the hat magically attacked you with the sword. Draco nearly vomited blood. What do you guys think? What do we think? Pansy said, we now know not to piss off that crazy hat. Yeah. That was crazy. I wanted to ask you about it yesterday, but I thought you were suffering from a trauma from nearly being killed, Theodore said. Draco wanted to cry right now. I guess I am a laughing stock now, aren't I? Draco said in a self-deprecating tone. No, you are not. A girl's voice came. The trio turned to look at the familiar face. Oh. Daphne, if you want to get away from your debt by complimenting me, then it's not going to work. Wah, Daphne's face turned red, remembering what he was talking about. Cough. I don't know what are you talking about. Anyway, as I was saying, no one thinks you are a laughing stock, instead people are slightly afraid of you. Afraid of me, why? Draco asked innocently. Are you sure the sword didn't hit your head? Theodore said, you tried to burn the hat down, without even thinking. And you are asking us why people would be afraid of you. Oh. Draco said, grinning idiotically, so that's why no one was asking about the sword, as everyone speculated their own theory of their own, and soon it turned to a rumor. I am pretty sure Dumbledore told the professor to not say anything about it either. Well, that's one less problem for me. Draco turned to Daphne, so Miss Greengrass, when are you going to pay your debt to me? What? Daphne said quickly, rushing away. You sure like to tease girls, huh? Pansy said with a scary voice. Draco didn't even turn back as he quickly rushed towards the hall. Chapter 10. There were 142 staircases at Hogwarts, wide, sweeping ones, narrow, rickety ones, some that led somewhere different on a Friday, some with a vanishing step halfway up that you had to remember to jump. Then there were doors that wouldn't open unless you asked politely, or tickled them in exactly the right place, and doors that weren't really doors at all, but solid walls just pretending. It was also very hard to remember where anything was because it all seemed to move around a lot. The people in the portraits kept going to visit each other. For Draco and Theodore, who hated troublesome things, this was the most annoying thing in the world, like why do you need so many different stairs just to get to one place? Thankfully, Peeves, the most annoying creature after Jar Jar Binks, was busy messing with Mr. Savior, and didn't bother much with Slytherins as it was afraid of the Bloody Baron. But there was another annoying thing in Hogwarts, Mr. Filch and his cat Mrs. Norris, a scrawny, dust-colored creature with bulging, lamp-like eyes just like Filch's. She patrolled the corridors alone. Break a rule in front of her, put just one toe out of line, and she'd whisk off for Filch, who'd appear, wheezing, 2 seconds later. Filch knew the secret passageways of the school better than anyone, except perhaps the Weasley twins, and could pop up as suddenly as any of the ghosts. The students all hated him, and it was the dearest ambition of many to give Mrs. Norris a good kick. Draco never in his life wanted to kill a cat so bad. Draco even tried to do it a couple of times, but Theodore and Pansy would always pull him away. The second most annoying thing of all was finding the classes itself. Thankfully Pansy was around, or else Draco and Theodore would just give up searching for the classes and return back to their dormitory. The classes itself weren't any problem for Draco. Draco was very proficient in potions and herbology, as both go hand in hand. There was already a class for herbology, taught by a dumpy little witch called Professor Sprout. Draco won his house 20 points just on his first class, as no other first-year students except Hermione and Neville could match him in knowledge, but in practicals, even both of them couldn't win, as Draco was used to growing and taking care of these plants and fungi for years now. Draco was only above average at astronomy, since he wasn't very interested in stars. Then came the most boring class of all, History of Magic, which was the only one taught by a ghost, Professor Binns. Professor Binns was a very old ghost. It was said that he died in the staff room as he fell asleep, and the next morning Binns got up to teach, leaving his body behind. A very creepy and scary story in the Muggle world, but in the Wizarding world it was just another day. Draco wasn't very good at history, as things he knew from his previous world conflicted with things here and so many dates. Draco would rather do potion all day than study history. The other class was Charms. Professor Flitwick, the Charms teacher, was a tiny little wizard who had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk. At the start of their first class he took the roll call, and when he reached Harry's name he gave an excited squeak and toppled out of sight. Draco rolled his eyes, seeing the favor put in him. He was looking at the tiny wizard with interest, wondering how he could be a dueling champion. Charms wasn't a difficult subject for Draco, but since it was the first day the whole class was about the different uses of charms and they practiced waving their wand around. When some questions were asked, Draco and Hermione took it as a challenge to see who can answer more question and how fast they could answer it, so in Charms class both Draco and Hermione won 10 house points for their house. The next class he really enjoyed was Transfiguration, not because he was good at it but because McGonagall showed the same expression to everyone. This was the type of person who Draco really respected, a person who is fair to all. Draco entered the class and sat next to Hermione, who looked at him with an annoyed expression. "What are you doing here?" "I wanted to sit with you," Draco said, making a sad face. "Am I not welcome because I am from Slytherin?" "Humph. Do you think I care about you being Slytherin? It is you who is annoying." "Hey, don't mind me then," Draco said, smiling. "You know you look very cute when you look annoyed." "Shut up, idiot, or I will kick you out," Hermione said, hitting him with her books. Hermione was happy that Draco was sitting next to her even if she won't admit it. Due to her bossy tone she was having a hard time making friends, not even her roommates talked to her properly. So with Draco keeping her company, she was very happy. While they were having their own fun, Theodore, Pansy, and Daphne were staring at them. Due to Pansy and Daphne being roommates they quickly became friends and both of them were staring at the duo's bickering. "What is Draco doing with that mudblood?" Daphne asked with an annoyed expression. Even though she wouldn't give up to Draco so easy, she still liked the compliments and flirting Draco did with her. Today she was hoping to spend the class with Draco as usual, but seeing that mudblood taking her Draco, she was pissed. "Since you all are fan of Daphne, you all will probably be pissed, but since I am going according to the book in most things, you should know that Daphne is more or less the same as Pansy, maybe even worse, as Daphne was like the lackey for Pansy, similar to Crabbe and Goyle along with another girl. Daphne is also one of the pureblood supremacists since she comes from one of the oldest pureblood families. If you guys still want Daphne, I will try to change her character later on, and don't expect it to be sooner either, as I want to take it as realistically as possible. Unlike other novels, I won't go to the hole. I will punish you if you don't change. Fiasco, IDK. There are some cringy novels that I read, change takes time, so tell me if you still want Daphne or not." "Humph. Who knows, maybe that mudblood used some dark magic to attract Draco," snorted Pansy. "It's love," said Theodore from the side, gaining a pissed-off look from the girls. "It was a joke. But seriously, if you guys keep using the word mudblood, Draco would probably start to hate you." "Why?" asked Daphne, surprised. Since they just became friends a couple of days ago, she still doesn't know much about Draco. "It's his thing," replied Pansy. "He is just too kind. He doesn't hate Muggleborn." "Isn't he the same as us?" asked Daphne. "Then what about you, Theodore?" "Me?" Theodore said, "I just don't care, to be honest. Maybe because I was hanging out with Draco since I was very young, I was probably influenced by him. Besides, Muggles are very interesting, and Muggle-born wizards are even more interesting since they can live both a Muggle's life and wizards." "Interesting?" Daphne looked confused as she glanced at Draco's back. The bell rang and the class started. The teacher hadn't arrived yet, so all of them were chattering with their friends, or they all thought so. But the cat on top of the desk didn't fool Draco at all. "We should all be self-studying before the teacher arrives instead of being a chatterbox," Hermione said, looking around. "Oh. Who told you the teacher hasn't arrived yet?" Draco said, looking at Hermione. "What do you mean?" asked Hermione with a confused look. Draco didn't say anything and faced forward, looking at the cat. Hermione looked shocked. "Do you mean?" Just as she spoke, our savior and his lanky, tall, red-headed friend finally arrived. "We made it," Ron said. "Can you imagine the look on McGonagall's face if we were late?" As soon he said that, the cat in front of them suddenly transfigured into Professor McGonagall as she appeared in front of Ron's face. Everyone looked amazed except Draco. "That was bloody brilliant," said Ron with his face wide open. "Oh. Thank you for the assessment, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps it will be more useful if I transfigure you and Mr. Potter into a pocket watch," Professor McGonagall said sarcastically. "That way maybe one of you will be in time." "We got lost," said Harry. "Perhaps a map. I trust you don't need one to find your seats," McGonagall said as she walked towards Draco. "Mr. Malfoy, you were the only one who found that I was an animagus," McGonagall said, shocking some people. "Can you tell me how?" "Well, I watched the movies, you know. There are only 7 known registered animagi in the world, and I knew you were one of them," Draco replied casually. "Very well," replied McGonagall, not as impressed. Draco shrugged his shoulders. He was here to learn and not to impress her, and even if he did want to, he couldn't come up with an excuse other than that for knowing that she is an animagus. Soon she walked up in front of the class. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," she said. "Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." Then she changed her desk into a pig and back again. They were all very impressed and couldn't wait to get started. Even Draco was impressed by her. After taking a lot of complicated notes, they were each given a match and started trying to turn it into a needle. Draco sighed and waved his wand around and started pouring dense mana into it. The match slowly turned into a golden needle with some designs on it, like his wand. Professor McGonagall, who was walking around looking at her students' work, was surprised. "Marvelous, Mr. Malfoy," she commented, looking at the needle. "This is one of the finest work I have seen a first-year do," she said, showing the class the needle. 5 points to Slytherin. Hermione looked at Draco's needle in frustration. Need some help? Draco said. Hermione just glared at him for a while and continued working on her match. Sigh. When you put magic into the match, can you feel it? Draco said, the magic transferring from your hand to your wand. Hermione looked at him and nodded. Good, now is the easier part. Since you are from a Muggle school, your imagination and information on science are quite high, I assume, so put that into use. Hermione nodded and started doing her own work. Draco only gave her a hint, as judging from her character, she wouldn't appreciate if he taught her everything. Draco could only be considered fairly decent at transfiguration since he still couldn't transform things into living animals yet. Every time he tries to do it he just falls into an existential crisis about how a non-living thing could be transformed into a living breathing animal. Magic, you might say, but that still doesn't help since you need to understand the core of transfiguration to perform the magic itself. So every time Draco tries to perform a transfiguration spell he always somehow ends up questioning, what is life? By the end of the lesson, only Hermione and Theodore had made any difference to their match, to which the professor complimented them. The next class was Defense Against the Dark. Quirrell's lessons turned out to be a joke. His classroom smelled strongly of garlic, which everyone said was to ward off a vampire he'd met in Romania and was afraid would be coming back to get him one of these days. His turban, he told them, had been given to him by an African prince as a thank you for getting rid of a troublesome zombie, but they weren't sure they believed this story. For one thing, when Seamus Finnegan asked eagerly to hear how Quirrell had fought off the zombie, Quirrell went pink and started talking about the weather. For another, they had noticed that a funny smell hung around the turban. Draco was trying to hold his laughter back the whole time. Voldemort must be really desperate to get the stone. He was wondering how he was doing inside the turban with this idiot running around, blabbing nonsense all day. Chapter 11. Today was Friday, and they had potions with Gryffindors. Draco, Theodore, Pansy, and Daphne were having their breakfast when hundreds of owls flew into the great hall. Owlbert dropped a package on Draco's lap and landed near the table. Draco didn't need to worry about Owlbert a lot since he was a great trained hunter even before Lucius bought him and didn't need to be fed by him all the time. Since Draco had let him out on the first day, he has been traveling back and forth from Hogwarts to his home. Draco petted Owlbert first, then opened up his package. The package was filled with his favorite sweets and a letter from his mother telling him to eat properly and not worry about home. She even talked about Crabbe and Goyle. It seems their parents were very angry and next year they would return back home. Narcissa was hopeful that with Lucius' influence both of them could go to Durmstrang. No wonder, they always look lost, Draco thought. Even though he had not seen them too often, Draco could tell something was wrong with them. Draco wanted to go and console them, but he knew he wasn't in a position to do so, as it was most likely his fault. As he was reading the letter, Theodore put his hands inside the package and picked out a few candies and pocketed them. Draco glared at Theodore, who was eating his breakfast as if nothing had happened. Draco rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. Draco, will you sit next to me in the potion class? Daphne said suddenly. Theodore's expression didn't change, but Pansy was glaring daggers at her. Oh. May I ask why? Draco asked in a teasing tone. I am not really good at potions and I don't want to mess it up. Daphne said innocently. Draco, you know I am not good at potions either. Pansy said, giving Draco puppy eyes. Yeah. But last night you said that Draco taught you potion for a month, didn't you? Daphne said, looking at Pansy, and I heard Theodore is also very talented in potions as well, so you can partner up with him. Pansy was gritting her teeth looking at Daphne like a wildcat. Oh. You still haven't paid the debt, and you want me to teach you? Draco said with a smirk. Out of nowhere, Daphne, who was beside Draco, reached over and kissed his cheeks. Will you sit next to me in potion class now? Daphne asked with a red face. Draco, who was stunned, just nodded subconsciously. Daphne smiled as she covered her face and ran away. Suddenly there was a slam on the desk. Pansy picked up her book and started walking away. Didn't expect that she had it in her, did you? Theodore asked, and Draco nodded. She is more shrewd and clever than you think. And now you made Pansy mad. Theodore said, laughing, your charm still isn't enough to row two boats at the same time. Thankfully your bossy Muggleborn girlfriend isn't here. Draco just sighed and didn't say anything. Draco didn't know why Pansy was so angry. It was just a kiss in cheek, but he was a little concerned about her since he really considered her a friend and he had never seen her angry with him before. Theodore stood up and walked away. Don't worry, I will talk to her. Draco nodded. He wasn't really experienced in this kind of situation, so someone mediating the situation was useful. Draco sat there eating his meal alone when suddenly a loud thud came in front of him. Draco was a bit startled. He looked at Hermione who was in front of him. She casually sat on the chair, like it was normal. Draco could feel the stares of some of the Slytherin students, so he awkwardly chuckled. "You really aren't afraid, are you?" "Why would I be?" she replied. "Can't you see the snakes are glaring at you?" Draco said. "Oh, aren't you a snake, yourself?" Hermione snickered, "And besides, I came to show you this." Hermione took out a half-golden and wooden needle. "Oh, impressive," Draco said, looking at the needle. "That's a lot of improvement." "Well, I studied all day after school in the library and soon I finally got some understanding of the words you said," Hermione said, "so I wanted to thank you." "Oh. But I don't need a thank you," Draco said, thinking for a while. "How about a favor?" "What do you want?" Hermione narrowed her eyes. "I want you to give me your history and astronomy notes for the whole year," Draco said, smiling. "What?" Hermione said. "No, I am not giving you my homework." But that's all I need," Draco said. "No. You should do your work yourself." Hermione then proceeded to give Draco a long lecture. "If you want, then we can study together and I will help you out, but that's all." Draco's eyes lit up as he smiled. "Sure, then we can meet up in the library after school." Hermione thought for a while and nodded. "Also, I can give you my potion and herbology's note, since I am not as selfish as you." "I don't need it," she said, standing up and walking away. Draco sighed. He then turned his eyes to the front. "Oh. Looks like he got hooked with the robbery at Gringotts." Draco smiled, looking at Harry, who was reading a newspaper in his hand with a complicated expression. His plan was finally set into motion. After that, Draco also walked away from the hall. Draco met Pansy outside the potion class and it looked like she wasn't mad at him anymore, since she talked to him normally. Draco was glad, as Pansy and Theodore were the first people who Draco really considered friends after he arrived in this world, so he didn't want to lose them. Potions lessons took place down in one of the dungeons. It was colder here than up in the main castle and is quite creepy with the pickled animals floating in glass jars all around the walls. Draco wasn't the one to complain since his lab was very similar. Draco, as discussed earlier, sat next to Daphne, who was still blushing about the kiss. Seeing her face, Draco couldn't help but tease her. Snape, like Flitwick, started the class by taking the roll call, and like Flitwick, he paused at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco looked at Harry as Pansy and Theodore chuckled at the back. Snape finished calling the names and looked up at the class. Snape's cold and empty eyes stared down at the students. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. Like Professor McGonagall, Snape had the gift of keeping a class silent without effort. "As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. If you read this without Alan Rickman's voice in your head, then something is really wrong with you." More silence followed this little speech. Hermione was on the edge of her seat and looked desperate to start proving that she wasn't a dunderhead. "She is really too cute," thought Draco, glancing at her. This didn't escape Daphne as she started muttering things underneath her breath. "Potter," said Snape suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry glanced at Ron, who looked as stumped as he was. Hermione's hand had shot into the air. "I don't know, sir," said Harry. Snape's lips curled into a sneer. "Tut, tut, fame clearly isn't everything." He ignored Hermione's hand. "Ah. Poor Hermione," Draco thought, feeling bad for her. Looking at the girl who wants to prove herself so bad, Draco can't help but fall in love. "Let's try again. Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Hermione stretched her hand as high into the air as it would go without her leaving her seat, but Harry didn't have the faintest idea what a bezoar was. "I don't know, sir." "Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, Potter." Draco could see Harry forced himself to keep looking straight into those cold eyes. He had looked through his books at the Dursleys, but did Snape expect him to remember everything in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi? Snape was still ignoring Hermione's quivering hand. "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" At this, Hermione stood up, her hand stretching toward the dungeon ceiling. "I don't know," said Harry quietly. "I think Hermione does, though. Why don't you try her?" A few people laughed. Snape, however, was not pleased. "Sit down," he snapped at Hermione. "Mr. Malfoy, can you tell Mr. Potter here the answer?" "Why me? You are making me look like the bad guy, you know." Draco reluctantly stood up as he answered, "Asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and it will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite." Draco answered all the question with additional information. Most people weren't surprised since Draco was a well-known genius in the potion. "Excellent, Mr. Malfoy," Snape said, showing an ugly smile. 10 points to Slytherin. He then turned to look at everyone back with his grim face. "Well, why aren't you all copying that down?" There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Snape said, "And a point will be taken from Gryffindor House for your cheek, Potter." Things didn't improve for the Gryffindors as the potions lesson continued. Snape put them all into pairs and set them to mixing up a simple potion to cure boils. Looking at Gryffindor's face, even Draco felt bad, but he still felt a bit nice being favored. Theodore and Pansy were very satisfied too, as they always felt that Harry was favored by other professors a lot. As planned, Draco and Daphne paired up together. Creating the potion wasn't hard as Draco was very familiar with it. Daphne just sat there and watched as Draco was explaining things to her while making the potion himself. Soon the potion was finished. Draco had used some catalyst that he had researched himself, which made the process faster. The process of making the potion was very easy. 1. Add crushed snake fangs to your cauldron and stir. 2. Slice your pungus onions finely and place in a cauldron, then heat the mixture. 3. Add dried nettles. 4. Add a dash of flobberworm mucus and stir vigorously. 5. Add a sprinkle of powdered ginger root and stir vigorously again. 6. Add pickled shrike spines. 7. Stir gently, so as not to overexcite the shrike spines. 8. Add a glug of stewed horned slugs. 9. Add porcupine quills. 10. Finally, wave your wand over the cauldron to finish the potion. Snape swept around in his long black cloak, as he came near Draco. Snape picked up the blue-colored potion Draco had made with a smile. "Very good, Mr. Malfoy," he said. 10 points to Slytherin. Daphne looked very happy at the finished potion as she kept complimenting Draco. Draco smiled awkwardly since he could feel Gryffindor's hateful gaze. As they were chatting, clouds of acid green smoke and a loud hissing suddenly filled the dungeon. Neville had somehow managed to melt Seamus's cauldron into a twisted blob, and their potion was seeping across the stone floor, burning holes in people's shoes. Within seconds, the whole class was standing on their stools while Neville, who had been drenched in the potion when the cauldron collapsed, moaned in pain as angry red boils sprang up all over his arms and legs. "How could you fuck up a potion, with the damn instruction right in front of you?" Draco was now 100% sure that Neville had an IQ of a monkey. No, a monkey might be more intelligent. This made Draco dislike Neville more. Neville, whose parents were tortured by Death Eaters to the point where they don't even remember their own son, was a complete waste to his parents' sacrifice. Most people would want revenge or want to find a way to cure them, but no, he was too busy being dumb. No wonder his grandmother keeps getting angry at him. "Idiot boy," snarled Snape, clearing the spilled potion away with one wave of his wand. "I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire?" Neville whimpered as boils started to pop up all over his nose. "Take him up to the hospital wing," Snape spat at Seamus. Then he rounded on Harry and Ron, who had been working next to Neville. "You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? That's another point you've lost for Gryffindor." Draco sighed, not even pitying Harry this time, because Neville reminded him of Harry, even with the whole Order of Phoenix guiding him throughout life, literally paving a path for him to be a hero. Harry was still the same, even after finding out about his parents' murder and the killer was out there looking to kill him. Harry, other than getting curious and nosy time and time again, did nothing much to improve. Instead, he hid all his insecurities and put all his trust to best friend Ron and ran around being idiots. Chapter 12. The class was cut short and everyone went to their common room. Theodore and Daphne were out looking for books in the library for the Transfiguration homework. So Draco and Pansy were alone in the common room. "What happened, Draco?" Pansy asked with a bit of concern in her voice. "Sigh. Nothing, Just the whole idiotic things I have seen today made me kinda annoyed. Draco said. Oh. The Savior and Toad Boy? Yeah. Them. Why are you ruining your mood for them? Pansy said, sitting next to Draco, caressing his hair. Sigh. I don't know, I just can't seem to understand them, I guess. Are they different from me because their life was hard and they just want to find happiness in whatever they can, so they don't want to fight back, or are they just plain idiots? Draco said, looking at Pansy, who was caressing his hair. Pansy, what are you doing? Aunt Narcissa always did it to you, to calm you down. Pansy said while blushing, and before we came here, she told me to do it to you, whenever you get irritated since she wouldn't be around. Draco nearly choked on what she said. What in Merlin's name is Mother thinking? Hey, are you still mad about this morning? Draco asked. No, not really. Pansy said with a bit hesitant voice. You know, it was just a kiss in cheek. Draco himself didn't understand why he said that, but now he had already opened his mouth. I know, but I still want to be your first in everything. Pansy said with determination. Oh. In everything? Draco asked in amusement. Yes, everything. Pansy said, but as soon as she said that she turned red, realizing what she had just said. You know, Daphne isn't the first to kiss my cheeks. Who is the first one? She asked, getting a bit angry. Looking at her, you can guess she would probably cast a curse on the person who had his first kiss. My mother. Draco said innocently. Hey, that doesn't count. Pansy said, getting annoyed at his teasing. Draco looked at the time and stood up. It was already the time to meet up with Hermione in the library, guessing there is some sort of clock there since classes are scheduled at certain times. Where are you going? She asked. I have a study date with Hermione. Draco said. Pansy looked very angry this time as she was gritting her teeth. How dare that mudblood, she thought. Draco looked at her and he figured what she might be thinking, so he went near her and kissed her cheeks suddenly. Pansy, who was fuming up, getting angry, suddenly looked like a deflated ball as Draco kissed her. Draco looked at her with a gentle smile. You are my first kiss, on the cheeks, so calm down, okay? Pansy, like Draco in the morning, subconsciously nodded. Draco's face turned serious as he looked deeply into her eyes. Pansy, you know what I hate and like, don't you? Pansy, seeing the serious Draco, nodded. Except for Theodore, you are my only friend that I have trusted with some of my secrets, talking about the suitcase and some of the potion formulas, so I hope you won't do something that will make me hate you, okay? Pansy narrowed her eyes a little as she looked into Draco's. I won't. She said resolutely. Thank you. Draco said, walking away, giving a gentle smile. Sigh. Trying to change a person who has been taught to hate since birth is really hard. Draco thought to himself. Draco struggled a bit to get to the library, but going around here and there, and asking people for directions, he finally reached there. Sigh. I really need a map. As soon as Draco walked into the library, the librarian Madame Irma Pants glared at him viciously. Draco was slightly scared by her gaze, so he tried his best to avoid it. He looked around and finally found Hermione. Draco went over and sat next to Hermione. Why are you late? Hermione asked. I thought you weren't going to come. Oh. How could I not come, when Ms. Granger is the one who called me? Draco said, smiling. So what are you reading? Potions, Hermione said, closing her book. And I didn't call you, you came to me for help. Also, how did you finish your potions so quick in the class? It's a secret. Draco said, gaining a glare from Hermione. I added a catalyst to the mixture, so I could make the heating process quicker. What's the catalyst? You know what, don't tell me. Hey, I was only joking, you know, and it's just a stupid potion. The catalyst is moon. Stop. Hermione said. I don't need it, you will probably ask me for another favor if you tell me the catalyst, so I am fine without knowing about it. Draco sheepishly smiled. Oh. You know me so well, Ms. Granger. Quit your flirting, you two. Theodore and Daphne came out of nowhere. Draco turned around. Did you find what you were looking for? Yeah. He said, waving a book around in his hand. Daphne looked at both of them with complex emotion. What are you doing here, Draco? She asked, ignoring Hermione. You know I am bad at astronomy and history, right? Draco said, Ms. Granger here is doing me a favor, by helping me with it. Daphne glanced at Hermione as she clenched her fist. She wanted to say, that she will teach those things to him, but she knew that she wasn't very good at it herself, so she just kept quiet. Theodore sighed, you are really good at it. No, I am not. Draco replied innocently, you know, how much I hate remembering the name of stars and dates. Sigh. That's not what I am talking about. Theodore said, sitting opposite to Draco. Oh, by the way, do you know why the librarian here seems to hate me? Draco asked. I don't think she hates you. Hermione replied, she is like that to everyone. Maybe, he's an exception, Theodore said. What do you mean? Well, with his reputation of being a genius young wizard, who has a short temper, who nearly burned the sorting hat on his first day and tried to attack Ms. Norris a couple times within a week. Theodore said, smirking, why do you think Madame Pants here, who is very overprotective of the books in the library, would be wary of you? Che, I don't have a short temper. I just hate annoying things, that's all. Draco said, pouting, and besides I am not that stupid, that I would destroy the books in the library for no reason at all. Are you sure? Theodore said, causing everyone to laugh out. Even Hermione chuckled a little. Theodore stood up from his seat, okay, I won't disturb you two now. Daphne looked at Draco, then at Hermione, I will see you in the common room, Draco. After both of them were gone, Draco and Hermione started studying seriously. Hermione was surprised by Draco's different way of thinking. Even though he fooled around a lot when he was seriously studying, he had a different air around him. With his quick understanding, teaching him wasn't as difficult as Hermione thought it would be. Hey, you are clearly good at studying, you can probably do very well just depending on the classes, can't you? Hermione said, walking out of the library. I never said I was bad at it. Draco said, and you are really a good teacher too. I would rather study with you than that ghost we call the professor. I want to fall into an eternal slumber just hearing his voice. Hermione nodded, since you don't need much help, I will only teach you every Friday after classes. Sure. Draco said, and both of them parted ways. Today was flying lessons, also known as broom flight class. The approach of this class was heavily anticipated by all students, who often told exaggerated tales of past flying achievements. Of course, you could tell that they were mostly bluffing. Draco had tried riding a broom in the past since his father wanted him to join Quidditch. Draco was excited at first, but after looking at the broomstick, he was severely discouraged. Sitting on that stick for hours would be a real pain in the ass, he thought. But to his amazement, the brooms were enhanced with cushioning charms, which made the whole experience different than he thought it would be. So with comfortable riding, he went out for a ride on his broom, but the higher he went the more afraid he got. Even though the seat was comfortable and the broom didn't shake much when flying, the fact that there was no protection was still a problem for Draco. He couldn't believe how people could play a dangerous game called Quidditch on the broom, with little to no protection at all. Just a moment of carelessness and you would be falling towards the ground from your broom to your doom. Draco would sometimes play games with Theodore when he had time. The game was similar to the Muggle version of catch, but it was played on the broom with a magically enhanced ball instead. Draco was not the best at flying, but he could do it nonetheless. Among all the bragging first years, you could clearly see the nervous Harry, Neville, and Hermione. Harry, being Harry, was uncomfortable and overthinking things, like he always did. It was as if he was begging to be made fun of. No wonder the original Malfoy always did. The relation between Draco and Harry wasn't good as the first day they met. In fact, they didn't even have a simple conversation ever since they got off the train. Draco didn't really care much about it since things would be better this way. Draco didn't want to get in the way of Dumbledore's plan, and with his identity as Lucius's son, being friends with Harry would be very suspicious as well. On the Slytherin's table no one was nervous at all. Instead, they were sharing stories of their first flight. Daphne and Pansy were chatting about their own flying experience and Theodore was sitting there reading his book. At 3:30 that afternoon, Draco, Theodore, Pansy, Daphne, and the other Slytherins hurried down the front steps onto the grounds for their first flying lesson. The Slytherins were the first to arrive. There were 20 old broomsticks lying in neat lines on the ground. The Gryffindors came soon after. Draco waved at Hermione, who waved back. Their teacher, Madame Hooch, arrived. She had short, gray hair, and yellow eyes like a hawk. Draco, looking at her eyes, wondered if she was really a human or maybe a hybrid. Well, what are you all waiting for? She barked. Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up. Draco looked at the brooms and sighed, I really need to talk to Father about this. Dumbledore was basically spending the school funds elsewhere while fooling the school governors that the school was in top condition. He didn't want to sound like the real Malfoy, but looking at the brooms, the money is clearly being wasted somewhere else. Even though Voldemort is both their mutual enemy, Draco would never consider Dumbledore as an ally. Dumbledore has and always will be a potential enemy in Draco's mind, so funding the enemy with your own money and making the enemy stronger is the stupidest thing Draco could think of. Stick out your right hand over your broom, called Madam Hooch at the front, and say, up. Up, everyone shouted. From the Slytherin side, Draco's and Pansy's broom jumped into their hands at once. Theodore could do it on the second try and Daphne was still trying her hardest. On Gryffindor's side, other than Harry whose broom jumped to his hand on the first try, the remaining were struggling to get the broom to come up in their hand. Chapter 13. After everyone got their broom. Madam Hooch then showed them how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end, and walked up and down the rows correcting their grips. Madam Hooch corrected Draco's posture since it was a little off. Draco didn't know why Ron and Harry were snickering at it, but he just kept quiet and didn't say anything. Madam Hooch surprisingly complimented Pansy, since her form was perfect. Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard, said Madam Hooch. Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2. But Neville, nervous and jumpy and frightened of being left on the ground, pushed off hard before the whistle had touched Madam Hooch's lips. Come back, boy, she shouted, but Neville was rising straight up like a cork shot out of a bottle, 12 feet, 20 feet. Draco saw his scared white face look down at the ground falling away. Theodore and Pansy looked at Draco, who to their surprise was there just humming a tune. Aren't you going to save him? Theodore whispered. Draco just looked at him for a second and went back to humming. Theodore didn't say anything after that. Then everyone saw Neville gasp, slip sideways off the broom and, wham, a thud and a nasty crack and Neville laid face down on the grass in a heap. His broomstick was still rising higher and started to drift lazily toward the forbidden forest and out of sight. Madam Hooch was bending over Neville, her face as white as his. Broken wrist, Draco heard her mutter. Come on, boy, it's all right, up you get. She turned to the rest of the class. None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say, Quidditch. Come on, dear. Neville, his face tear-streaked, clutching his wrist, hobbled off with Madam Hooch, who had her arm around him. So why didn't you save him, Mr. Kind Guy? Said Theodore. Pansy was also looking at Draco wanting to know why. Well, the teacher too could have saved him, but she just stood there, so why should I? Draco shrugged his shoulders, besides he needed to learn a lesson, to not be an airhead all the time. And I also wanted some revenge for my shoes, since his potion burned it. Theodore snickered, it was just for the shoes, wasn't it? Well, it was the first gift Pansy gave me, but he ruined it. Draco said with a stoic face. Pansy blushed hearing that and she started fidgeting. Theodore laughed hearing that reason. Some Slytherin students looking at that joined in, thinking they were actually making fun of Neville. Suddenly Millicent Bulstrode, a girl who Draco remembered to be Pansy's other roommate, said, Did you see his face, the great lump? The other Slytherin started to laugh harder. Why does this situation seem bad? Draco was confused. Shut up, Millicent, snapped Parvati Patil. Boo, sticking up for Longbottom, said Daphne. Never thought you'd like fat little crybabies, Parvati. Theodore quickly went to pull Daphne back, as he too felt that they were getting into some misunderstanding. But it was already too late, the Slytherins were already laughing their ass off and the Gryffindors' faces were ugly. Give that back, Parkinson. Suddenly Ron's voice came. Draco looked at Pansy who was picking Neville's remembrall. The whole ground was quiet as Draco went over. I was just picking it up. Pansy explained to Draco, she didn't want him to misunderstand. Draco didn't say anything but just smiled, signaling her that he understands. Lies. Ron raised his voice, Don't think, I don't know about you Slytherins, you probably want to steal it. All the Slytherins were irritated as they glared at Ron like hungry wolves. Pansy was getting angry as well, but to her surprise, Hermione came in front of them. Ron, I think she just wanted to give the remembrall back to Neville, don't make it a big deal. Pansy looked at Hermione and didn't say anything. Why are you supporting them? We are all Gryffindors, remember. Ron, whose face looked ugly now, glared at Hermione. Oh. I forgot you are also a supporter of the so-called genius. Ron has been frustrated with Draco and his friends for days now. They do everything without any consequences and they still keep getting praised for it. Ron was insecure about other Slytherin students making fun of him and his new friend Harry. And he blamed it all on Draco. Draco, yes, he was the center of all of it. Even though he only hung out with 3 of his friends, He knew how every Slytherin students respected him deep inside. The Slytherins were proud that Draco was in their house like how Gryffindors were with Harry. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students were fine with Draco and they all wanted to be friends with him. Because of him, Harry was getting pressured by other students. Even though no one said anything, they could feel it. They could hear people talking how the great Harry Potter wasn't anything, he was just a stupid boy with a weird scar. Harry wasn't affected by this rumors, instead he was glad that people's expectations of him were getting low, but Ron was different. He blamed Draco for affecting his friend's influence. The last potion class multiplied all the complaints he was carrying about Draco. Snape, their professor, hated Gryffindor, especially Harry, but favored Draco in every way, and what more, the professor didn't need to cross a line. Draco was perfect himself, so Snape only had to throw bad comments at Gryffindor and keep praising Draco. The other person he was pissed at was Hermione, even though he didn't like her very much due to her bossy tone, but seeing her act friendly with a Slytherin student made him dislike her even more. To add to the complaint, Hermione's bossy tone seems to be gone in front of Draco as she spoke normally with him. This made Ron feel that Hermione was looking down on him and Harry for not being as talented as her and Draco. And today he saw one of Draco's lackey trying to steal Neville's Remembrall, but even though he caught her red-handed, Hermione still seems to believe in Slytherin's lies that a fellow Gryffindor. Hermione wanted to say something, but under the glare of other Gryffindors, she couldn't. Draco, seeing this, was extremely annoyed. Enough. Weasley, he said with a powerful tone. Do you think if you keep barking in front of me, I would just stand still and listen to whatever insults you throw at me and my friends? This is the last warning I will give you, Weasley, because next time I will throw you straight into the lake. The Slytherin students, impressed by Draco, stood behind him in support, glaring at Weasley with a nasty smirk. Ron, seeing their faces, couldn't help but step back a little. Draco didn't want to waste his time on them, so he started walking away. But he stopped, hearing Harry's voice. Then give it back. Draco gave a glare at Harry with his cold blue eyes. Oh. Mr. Savior, please don't bother with us. As you probably listened to what my friends just said, we will give it back to Mr. Longbottom when he comes out of the hospital. Draco then started walking away with the Slytherin students smirking. Draco didn't want to bother with him, he simply could have given the Remembrall back, but this was about Pansy and his pride. I said give it back, Malfoy. Harry said under the support of other Gryffindors. Harry couldn't just sit there while his friend was insulted. Hermione just stood there, neither supporting any sides. Draco smirked, he now wanted to just destroy the Remembrall to show Mr. Savior here that he wasn't someone he could boss around. But then he suddenly remembered Quidditch. In the books, Harry got to be in the Gryffindor Quidditch team, because of the whole Remembrall situation. Maybe I should steal the only things he likes in school, Quidditch, as a punishment. But again, I am just delaying it, since after the first year, students can participate in Quidditch themselves, and with Harry's talent he was sure to be selected. But then again, if I interfere with this it may disturb my plans, since he wouldn't get suspicious of Snape. Draco thought things through, and he turned his back to face Harry. Draco looked at Pansy and said, give me the Remembrall, will you? Pansy nodded and passed the ball to him. She and Theodore were sure that Draco will likely destroy the ball. Then Mr. Potter, how about we have a challenge? Draco said, smiling. What challenge? Harry asked, getting cautious. Theodore and Pansy were surprised as well, wondering what was going through the head of his. Draco casually threw the ball in the air and caught it, with one of his hands holding the broom. A simple challenge. I will throw the ball high up in the air, and as it begins to fall we will both compete to catch it on our brooms, and whoever does catch it is the winner. How about it? Harry nodded. Pansy came forward and said, let me do it since the problem occurred because of me. Silly girl. Draco said, flicking her head with his fingers, but he nodded nonetheless. She was doing this to keep her pride and Draco wasn't going to stop her either. So how about it, Mr. Boy Who Lived, you versus Pansy? I want to fight against you. Harry said. Oh. Afraid of a girl are you, Mr. Savior? Pansy said, don't worry, I will be kind enough to not leave a scar. When it comes to comebacks, Pansy was way better than Draco. The result could be seen in Harry's face. Fine. Harry said, gritting his teeth. Draco smirked. The Slytherin students and Gryffindor backed off a little, surrounding them in a circle. Draco in the center and Harry and Pansy in each corner on their broom. Hermione suddenly came in front of him. No. Draco. Hermione came in front of Draco. Madam Hooch told us not to move, you'll get us all into trouble. Draco looked at Hermione and smiled. Hermione, there is one thing you should understand, pride is and always will be greater than rules. saying that he floated up and stopped in midair. Harry and Pansy got ready on their broom to fly up any second. Draco was smirking while holding the ball as he was secretly pouring a large quantity of mana into it. He threw the ball in his hand high in the air, then he spun in nearly 90-degree angle, hitting the falling ball with the tail of his broom, shooting it high up in the air. "Go!" he shouted, and both Pansy and Harry shot up in the air. Draco landed on the ground with some shocked faces looking at him. Daphne came up to him and said, "Wow. Draco, I didn't think you would be great at flying as well." Draco didn't say anything and just smiled. He looked at Hermione, who was glaring at him, but as soon as he looked towards her she turned her head up to look at the match between Harry and Pansy. Theodore came over and looked at Draco. "This is really different from you." Draco was looking up, so he didn't bother looking at Theodore's face. "Oh. How so? Normally you would have thrown the ball far away or just destroyed it," when Harry kept nagging. "Since you are short-tempered and childish," Theodore said, "but you came up with this competition instead. I don't know if you have matured or you just got more annoying." "Maybe both," Draco replied with a slight smile. As soon as Draco said, "Go," both Harry and Pansy shot up towards the sky with great speed. Draco was surprised seeing Pansy's talent in flying, as she was going head-to-head with Mr. Savior, who had a plot armor consisting of flying jeans. I was always confused about Harry's talent in flying, as he was able to defeat Malfoy by catching the Remembrall with a smooth drive. Harry comes out of nowhere with no information about brooms other than things what the teacher told the class a minute ago. I can see magical talent being passed from his father or mother, but seeing flying talent supposedly being passed is what I consider a plot armor, just to move the story forward. Even if you have natural talent, without any information about flying properly, Neville crashed before the teacher could teach anything about flying. It seems impossible to me in any situation where he could pull that off. Sorry, just a rant, I needed to get that off of my chest. Pansy was reaching her hand towards the ball when suddenly, Harry got ahead of her slowly. Pansy gritted her teeth as she tried her hardest to reach the Remembrall. Harry, who was in front, got hold of the Remembrall, but it quickly slipped from his hand. Pansy took the advantage and tried to catch the falling ball, but seeing Harry was going to beat her to it, she kicked the ball with the tail of her broom, shooting it up and forward. Both Pansy and Harry chased after the ball, which was shooting up towards a tower. Seeing the ball about to crash into the wall, Harry quickly went in front, doing a quick turn, kicking the ball away from the wall so it won't crash and break. Pansy took the chance to catch the ball. But as soon as she did, Harry came flying forward straight for her, trying to dodge. Pansy went sideways, but her hand was hit by Harry's knee, causing the ball to fall down. Both Pansy and Harry, seeing that, did a quick dive trying to catch the ball. Chapter 14. Both Harry and Pansy leaned forward and pointed their broom handle down. Next second they were gathering speed in a steep dive, racing the ball, mingled with the screams of people watching. Harry stretched out his hand, a foot from the ground he caught it, just in time to pull his broom straight, and he toppled gently onto the grass with the Remembrall clutched safely in his fist. Pansy did a wonderful landing as well, but due to Harry being a split second faster, he won. "I win, Draco," Harry said. Draco shrugged his shoulders and went towards Pansy. The Gryffindor students except for Hermione rushed towards Harry and began cheering loudly. Ron even tried to carry Harry and was shouting the loudest. Similarly, the Slytherin students went towards Pansy. Pansy looked at Draco and said, "I am sorry, I lost." She wanted to take on Harry since the whole situation happened due to her picking up the Remembrall, but she didn't think that she would lose to someone who has never even seen a broom in his life. "If Draco was in my place, he definitely would have won," she thought. "Are you an idiot?" Draco said. Pansy looked sad, ready to get some scolding, but it never came. Draco slowly caressed Pansy's hair. "You did your best, and I never knew you were so great at flying. I couldn't have done better myself." "Yeah. That was awesome," Daphne and Millicent said, holding Pansy's hand. "Okay. I admit that it was slightly wicked," Theodore said, smiling a little. "You guys." Pansy wanted to cry, but more cheers from the Slytherin students came. "Yeah, it was really amazing the way you did that nosedive. I think you will be a really awesome chaser," a boy said. "No, I think she can be a great seeker. Yeah, you should join the Quidditch team." Draco smiled, looking at Pansy, who was blushing slightly due to all the compliments. "This is why I love Slytherin, we never accept defeat even when we lose." Hermione also went over towards Pansy and both of them smiled at each other in understanding. Harry Potter. Pansy Parkinson. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall came rushing toward them. Harry's leg was trembling to see McGonagall, and Pansy was a bit afraid as well. Draco held her hand and gave it a little squeeze. Pansy looked up at Draco's face, who was giving her a reassuring smile. Pansy felt calm seeing his smile and nodded at him. Never, in all my time at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall was almost speechless with shock, and her glasses flashed furiously. How dare you both, you could have broken your neck. It wasn't his fault, Professor. Be quiet, Miss Patil. It was Malfoy's plan to play the game. Suddenly Ron shouted and McGonagall glared at Draco, who was standing there looking innocent. You are too clever, Mr. Weasley, Theodore said with a surprised expression. How could you blame others so easily? When you were the one who started the game, you challenged us, and we only accepted it because you kept insisting that Gryffindor were better than Slytherin. You even called us thieves. Yeah. We are not afraid to admit our mistakes, Mr. Weasley. Daphne added, looking righteous as well, but we are not kind enough to take the blame for other people. You were the one who started it, but now you blame Draco, such shamelessness. Yeah. Yeah. It was him who started it. All the Slytherin students started putting the blame on Ron. No, I wasn't the one, Ron shouted back. All the Gryffindor students were surprised by the Slytherin's shamelessness. Enough. Professor McGonagall said, Potter, you and Mr. Weasley come with me, and Ms. Parkinson and Mr. Malfoy please wait here a while. I will come here with your house head, Professor Snape. He will decide both of your punishment. This whole time Draco stayed silent and looked calm. Follow me. Professor McGonagall said coldly. Harry glared at Malfoy, then threw the Remembrall towards Ron. Can you hold it for me? Ron nodded, but as soon as he caught the Remembrall, it cracked and shattered into pieces. Professor McGonagall turned around to look at the shattered glass in Ron's hand. Be careful, Mr. Weasley, she said, turning back again. Everyone was surprised as to why the Remembrall broke, and they all looked at Draco. Draco's innocent smile was slowly turning into a slightly evil grin. Oh. How could you break the Remembrall that belonged to Mr. Longbottom? Mr. Weasley, I figured you were jealous of him having it, but I didn't think you would break it. The Slytherin, understanding that it might be Draco's doing, grinned from ear to ear. I am surprised. With your sly behavior, you could have been a good Slytherin. Theodore commented. You, Ron was clenching his fist in anger. Harry also looked angry, but he couldn't do anything right now, since McGonagall turned her back again with an angry expression, so both of them followed her, giving an angry glare to Draco. After they were gone, Hermione came in front. Why did you break it? I didn't. Draco said, tilting his head. Hermione narrowed her eyes. Then why did you say that to him? I was just pouring some salt in his wounds. Draco said. Besides, the ball probably broke after all that fight. Yeah. Hermione. Pansy surprisingly spoke with Hermione without a sarcastic tone. I could feel the ball was already cracking a little when I hold it, and after Potter kicked the ball from my hand, it may have cracked even more. Maybe all it needed was a little push, which was provided when Potter threw it towards Weasley. Listening to Pansy's explanation, Hermione nodded slightly, believing what Draco said. Theodore was the only one skeptical about it. He knew the ball wouldn't break so easily, but he didn't say anything. Daphne was on the sideline looking at Pansy, who was talking to Hermione with a surprised expression. The thing about his mana control was a secret which he wasn't ready to tell anyone. Even if he wanted to do it, he wouldn't be able to, as he himself didn't know much about it. Sigh. Too much has happened. Within these 11 days since the school started, I need to manage my time properly. Draco thought. Poor Neville. Hermione said. He broke his wrist, and now his Remembrall, which he got just today, broke as well. Well, the broken wrist can be fixed with a potion, so not a big deal, but the Remembrall was kinda my fault, I guess. Draco scratched his head. Even though he broke that Remembrall to satisfy his vanity against Potter, he still went a bit overboard. Since Neville wasn't at fault, I will find a way to make it up for him. You better. Hermione said. Well, the Remembralls aren't that expensive, so I will buy him one. Draco said. Hermione glared at Draco with a really expression, and maybe I will give him a nice gift on Christmas as an apology. Hermione finally nodded, satisfied. All that's fine, but I didn't think you guys were so shameless though. Theodore laughed. Are you talking about me? It was Weasley's fault. We played a game under the consent of both parties, but he was the one to spill the beans, and put the blame on Draco. Really, that red-headed Weasley has no sense of sportsmanship. Humph. His rat is probably more intelligent than him. Daphne snickered. Oh. How right you are, Daphne. Draco thought to himself. Draco smiled and he looked at Hermione. By the way, do you not have any friend in Gryffindor? No, I have some friends. Hermione said, looking awkward. As Weasley said, you are a Gryffindor. Remember, you have to stay in the same room as them for 7 years, so getting on their bad side isn't really a good thing. Like today, no one from Gryffindor supported you, and since you sided with us today, there might be some people in Gryffindor who might not like you. Draco said with a bit of concern. He didn't want Hermione to get bullied by other Gryffindor students. Humph. You don't have to worry about me. She said, snorting a little, trying to hide her red ears. You should worry about yourself, you might get expelled. Yeah. Draco. What do we do? Pansy asked. She was blaming herself for the whole mess. Don't worry, even though we did break some rules, we didn't cross the line too much as well. Draco said, stretching his arms, and besides, Professor Snape won't give us any harsh punishment either. As Draco said that, Filch came with an ugly smile on his face. You both come with me, Professor Snape is calling for you. Draco waved others goodbye and walked behind Filch with Pansy. Why are you so confident that they won't expel us? Pansy asked. Do you really think Dumbledore will expel our dear little Mr. Savior? Draco said. You mean? Yup, since we got in trouble along with Potter, we are less likely to be expelled. Draco said, maybe that's one benefit of being the friend of Mr. Savior, you might get punished but you won't be expelled. Sigh. Thank Merlin. Pansy said, I didn't know how I will face Aunt Narcissa in the future if you got expelled because of me. Don't worry about me, and it wasn't your fault either. Draco rubbed her hair a little and said, so have you thought about joining Quidditch? Quidditch? Pansy thought for a while. I don't know, I knew I was good at flying but I never thought I was this good myself, so I might join in the future. Besides, I can only join Quidditch after our first year, so there is still a year remaining for me to decide. Draco looked at her. Just so you know, I will support you if you ever join the team. Pansy nodded. Che, quit your whispering, you too. Said Filch, so finally getting punished, huh? I knew this day would come sooner or later, you nasty little troublemaker. Pansy glared at Filch angrily, but Draco, on the other hand, was calm. He knew that Filch hated him. Filch probably hated everyone in the school except for his cat. And due to there being repeated rumors about how Draco tried to murder his cat, Filch hated him more than any other students. Soon they arrived at Snape's office. Filch knocked on the door. Professor Snape, I have brought them, troublemakers here. Get in. Snape's voice came in from inside. Filch opened the door and walked in with Draco and Pansy. Snape glared at them for a second before turning to look at Filch again. I will have a talk with them now. Snape said to Filch. Filch nodded and walked outside, not forgetting to give Draco a nasty stare before leaving. Snape's office was a gloomy and dimly lit room inside the school dungeons. The shadowy walls were lined with shelves of large glass jars filled with slimy, revolting things, such as bits of animals and plants, floating in potions of varying colors. Snape looked at Draco. Care to explain? Potter wanted to show his flying talent in front of everyone, Draco said, shrugging his shoulders. Listening to what Draco said, Snape's face turned sour. Humph. Just like his idiotic father. He thought. I won't give you any punishment for now, so leave, Snape said. Pansy sighed in relief and started walking towards the door, but seeing Draco not following her, she turned back. I have something to talk with, Professor Snape. Draco said, wait for me in the common room. Pansy nodded and went outside, closing the door. What is it? Snape said, if you want to talk about potions, then we will have a conversation some other time. It's not that, Godfather. Draco said. Since no one was around, he preferred to call Snape that. He has been calling him Godfather since he was young. It's about Potter. Snape stared at Draco. Continue. Potter, similar to us, didn't get any punishment but was instead rewarded, Draco said. Snape glared at him, signaling him to go on. Potter was selected to be the next seeker of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Snape's face got a bit ugly. It's impossible, he is a first-year student. Yes, he is, but he is also our dear Mr. Savior. I wouldn't be surprised if Dumbledore favored him more than other students. Snape considered Draco's word and asked, how do you know about this? Peeves. Draco said, supposedly, Professor McGonagall took Harry to a seniors class to meet someone named Oliver Wood. Hearing the name, Snape's eyes flinched a little. He knew that Wood was the captain of the Gryffindor's Quidditch team. Draco continued, and she took them to a class to discuss Potter's talent in becoming the next seeker of the Gryffindor's team. Peeves told you that? Snape said with a little doubt. No, he was singing it. Draco replied. All the things he said were the events that took place in the book. Things might have gone a little bit differently, but Draco was sure that Harry was going to become a seeker nonetheless. Snape's mood was hard to describe. He had a mixture of emotions on his face. After a moment of silence, he turned to Draco once again. So what do you have in mind? I want fairness. Draco said, since Potter could get rewarded for causing trouble, then why can't we? Chapter 15. Oh. Do you want to play? Snape asked, looking at Draco. No, not me, but Pansy. Draco said, she is way better than me and I believe she will be a great seeker. Snape narrowed his eyes. Believe me, Godfather, Harry's skill in being a seeker is very high. Today's whole fiasco proved it. His manipulation of the broom was nearly perfect, and considering today was the first time he got on the broom, his skill will only get sharper with good practice. Draco said, but today Pansy went head to head with him. I can guarantee you that she will be much more fierce at being a seeker after some practice. Snape looked as if he was considering Draco's word, so Draco quickly struck when the iron was hot. If Pansy joins the Quidditch team, I will donate all the members in the Slytherin team, Nimbus 2000. Snape stood up. Fine, if what you said is true, then I will talk to Dumbledore about it and I am sure he will understand. If not, I will not let Potter be in the team either. Thank you, Godfather. No need to thank me, but make sure that your friend is as good as you say she is. She will not let you down. Draco and Snape got out of the office and went their separate ways. Draco went back to his room to write a letter, and after writing it, he sent Owlbird out. Draco went back to the common room to find the first-year students grouping up and chatting about today's incident. Glad to see you not punished. Theodore said. Everyone looked at Draco and opened a seat for him. So what are you guys chatting about? Draco said, sitting at the center of the group. You won't believe this, Draco. Daphne said, Potter got to become the youngest seeker in the history. He got accepted into the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Humph. Hypocrites. Tracy Davis, another roommate of Pansy, spoke. Yeah. I always knew Dumbledore was a bad influence like Mother said, but I didn't believe it till now. Blaise Zabini said, I think due to Dumbledore being a former Gryffindor, he favors them more than other houses. Due to there always being a rivalry between our houses, Dumbledore probably hates us. Draco turned towards Blaise Zabini. Even though he didn't know much about him, his mother was someone he knew. She was the real-life Black Widow. She was famously beautiful and married 7 different wizards who each died under mysterious circumstances, leaving her with a large amount of gold from each husband. Draco wanted to meet her as she seemed like a very interesting person. Can someone explain to me what is going on? Draco said, in the books, Potter becoming the youngest seeker wasn't known to everyone. And it wasn't a big deal even after everyone found out. That red-headed friend of his is promoting his friend's success. Telling everyone about it, and soon the news blew up. I heard the Gryffindors are celebrating, Potter being the next seeker in the Great Hall. Daphne explained to Draco. Oh. So it was that freckled creep. Draco thought to himself. Since in the original only Harry was with McGonagall, he managed to keep it a secret for a while, but today Weasley was with him. He probably wanted to show it off and told everyone about it, causing the news to blow up as it did. Can we do something about it? Millicent said. Yeah, Draco, we must do something. Blaise added, today Pansy was great too, maybe we can get her to be in the Slytherin team as well. Pansy felt happy that all of them were supporting her. Draco looked at her and asked, Pansy, if you get a chance to be the next seeker, would you do it? Theodore suddenly smiled hearing that. Oh. Looks like our genius already has a plan. Everyone turned to look at Draco's face, who was smiling slyly. At the same time, captain of the Slytherin team Marcus Flint walked in. Which one of you is Pansy Parkinson? He asked. I am. Pansy stood up. Follow me, Professor Snape wants to talk to you. He said. Pansy looked at Draco, who just smiled and nodded, signaling her to go with him. Pansy, still looking doubtful, went outside. Draco smiled knowing that his plan succeeded. Hey. What did you do? Daphne asked. Everyone was interested in what was going on. Few of you may have guessed it already. Draco stood up. Let's go to the Great Hall. Some of them smiled, guessing something. So with Draco in the front, all the first-year Slytherin students followed him. On their way, they heard ghosts talking about Harry being the youngest seeker in a century. The moment they walked in, they could hear Ron's annoying voice, Harry became the youngest seeker in the century, so we should all do a toast. Everyone was clear that he was intentionally doing that to show off to Slytherins. Harry wasn't saying anything, but seeing his face you could tell that he was happy. The other houses except Slytherin students gave a toast to Harry. On the Slytherin table, most people's faces were ugly. Draco and the others coolly walked in and sat down on the bench. Draco could see that Ron was smirking at him. He didn't need to say anything since his face clearly read, "We won." Soon from the Great Hall Marcus Flint and Pansy walked in. Pansy's face was red, brimming with excitement. Marcus sat next to other Slytherin players and began whispering things. Pansy was walking towards them smiling widely. But before she could speak, a lot of owls came into the hall carrying 4 huge boxes. The cheering stopped and everyone was looking at what was going on. Draco looked at Pansy and stood up. Each boxes were placed neatly on the different houses' tables and the owls left. The boxes opened itself, inside it were huge cakes. The cake was the expensive brand named multi-flavored cake. The reason it was named so, was because the cake was said to change flavors according to the person's taste. So if a person liked chocolate cakes, then the cake would taste like chocolates. Due to it having all the flavors, it was a very expensive cake. I made it up. The people who came from the wizarding community quickly recognized it and everyone was wondering what was going on. Draco pulled Pansy and walked in front of everyone. "Everyone, I have some news to share with you," Draco said loudly, making sure everyone was listening to him. Ron was glaring at Draco wondering what was going on. "My dearest friend, Pansy Parkinson today became the youngest female seeker in more than a century for the Slytherin's team." Listening to that, everyone was shocked, especially Ron. "How could she become a seeker?" "The same way Harry did," replied Hermione, not even looking at him. It was hard to tell what Harry was thinking since he was quietly sitting there, looking at Draco in front of him. Draco continued, "So to celebrate that, I bought everyone multi-flavored cake, so please enjoy it." All the tables cheered for Pansy except most Gryffindors. "Two young seekers, this year's students are crazy. Who cares, eat the cake and pray that they are not as good as our team." Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students started to whisper among themselves. Everyone then started eating the cake with a happy face since, with the multi-flavored cake, you could never go wrong. "Thank you, Draco," said Pansy looking at Draco lovingly. She was proud finally finding something she was good at. Her two friends Theodore and Draco had things they were good at from the beginning. Theodore was talented in studying and potions and Draco was good at almost everything. She always felt a bit bad and left out because of it. Now she finally found something that she was good at, and she felt that she could finally walk toe-to-toe with her friends without being left behind. "No need to thank me," Draco said, "besides I still have another surprise." Under the cheering of the Slytherin students, they sat back on the table. Draco again stood up, "I have another gift for the Slytherin's Quidditch team." This time the announcement was only for the Slytherin's table, but that didn't stop other houses to listen to what he had to say. "To congratulate my friend on her achievement, the Malfoy family is providing every one of the Slytherin Quidditch team with a Nimbus 2000. Everyone was shocked again. Nimbus 2000 was a very expensive broom, and to give it to all the people on the team, it was simply outrageous. Students of other houses got nervous and envious since with better brooms there will be a better chance to win as well. Everyone on the Slytherin Quidditch team was extremely happy. Some people who weren't very happy with Pansy being the seeker now forgot all about it and happily welcomed her, and they began explaining her some responsibility that comes with it. Draco was confused when they started talking about responsibility. The Slytherin Quidditch team was the worst when it comes to rules, as they had no qualms with cheating and unsportsmanlike conduct. All the other team members looked like brutes, but being a seeker was a job for the light-weighted, so Pansy fit in perfectly. "Spending so extravagantly, huh?" Theodore said, shoving a piece of cake in his mouth. "Let me pay for half of the brooms." "Do you have enough money?" Draco said, looking at him. "I am also a decent potion master, you know." Theodore said, getting annoyed, "My potions sell at a high price, so money isn't a problem for me." "Your wish," Draco said. On the Gryffindor table, No was eating the cake, since some of them felt it was an insult and due to them the atmosphere was kinda heavy. But the Weasley twins came in joking about Draco being stupid enough to buy them a cake too and started eating it. With them eating, a few other people who wanted to eat the cake joined in as well, and the gloomy atmosphere was gone. Oliver Wood started talking about training harder since their brooms weren't up to standard. Draco invited Hermione over to their side to celebrate with them. Some Slytherin students weren't happy about it, but since Draco was the one who invited her, no one said anything. All of them had a lot of fun cheering for Pansy. And the Gryffindors were doing the same with Harry as well. If one were to say, there wasn't much jealousy between the group now. Some students felt that Draco wasn't being rude, sharing the cake with them. They all felt that he was genuinely happy about his friend and wanted to share the joy with everyone. Harry, who was mad about Neville's removal, also didn't feel that Draco was being malicious at all and was eating the cake with the other member of the Quidditch team discussing some strategy. There was only one gloomy person in the huge great hall today, and that person was none other than Ron. Chapter 16. Everyone had a good time tonight, all the students were in a great mood. After saying goodbye to everyone, Draco, Theodore and Pansy started walking outside the great hall. "Thank you, Draco," Pansy said again. "I said it already. Don't say thank you." Pansy grinned. "I know, but I still want to say it. Today's the best day of my life." "Having fun, are you?" Suddenly a voice came behind them. They turned back to look at Harry and Ron, who was behind them. "Weasley, don't cross the line," Pansy said, gnashing her teeth. She already had enough of this red-headed prick. Harry was pulling Ron, trying to stop him, but the other party wasn't listening at all. "I don't know what games you played to get her in the team," Ron said with an ugly face. "Oh. Wait, you are a Malfoy, you probably paid your way through, you can't even stay out of the spotlight for 1 second, can you? Today was a special day for Harry, but you had to ruin it." "Ron. Stop this," Harry said. "I don't have any problems, really. Don't stop me, Harry. You know how people talk about you, it's all Malfoy's fault." Ron said. "What the hell is he talking about?" Draco whispered in Theodore's ear. "I don't know." Theodore whispered back. "Malfoy, I challenge you to a wizard's duel. Wands only, no contact. How about it?" Ron said. Draco tilted his head, wondering what was he talking about. "What happened? Afraid, are you?" Ron said. Draco, Theodore, and Pansy looked at each other and started laughing. "Did you hear what he just said?" Draco said, wiping his tears. I think he said that he wants to, challenge you to a duel." Theodore said, holding his stomach. This day keeps getting better and better," Pansy said. Ron, on the other hand, was trembling with anger. "See, Harry, they look down us. Will you be my second?" Harry, seeing them, felt humiliated too. "Okay," he said without thinking. "Don't act tough, Malfoy," Ron said. "Don't think that I don't know what you are. You act tough and strong all the time, but when the time comes, you will come running back like your father." "Enough," said Draco, taking out his wand and rushing towards him, as he choked Ron against the wall and his wand pushed against his neck. "I can tolerate you insulting me, but not my family." Draco's wand started turning bright. Theodore was the first one to notice that, so he quickly went and pulled Draco back, causing the wand to return back to normal. "Let me go, Theodore, I will kill him today," Draco said, trying to loosen himself from Theodore's grip. "Calm down, do you want to end up in Azkaban? This isn't going to help you," Theodore said, pulling him back. "Yeah. Draco, stop it." Pansy came in between, trying to stop Draco as well. Draco was still gritting his teeth in anger, but he had calmed down significantly. Harry was shocked by the sudden development of things and he didn't know how to react, but seeing Draco being pulled away, Harry quickly went over to Ron to help him. Ron was coughing hard. He didn't expect Draco to really attack him. Harry and Ron were trying to figure what was going on, so they didn't listen to their grumbling. Ron stood up with the support of Harry and took out his wand. In the fit of anger, he didn't think about anything, he only wanted to beat Draco right now. Draco grinned. "So you want a duel, huh? Weasley, fine, I accept your challenge. Who is there?" Suddenly Filch's voice came. All of them stopped whatever they were doing. Ron turned to Draco. "Harry is my second, who is yours?" "Are you blind, Weasley?" Theodore said. "Che, midnight, all right. We'll meet you in the trophy room, that's always unlocked," Ron said, quickly running away with Harry. "Fine," Draco said. Then the three of them quickly went back to the Slytherin's common room. Sigh. "Did you go crazy, Draco?" Theodore said. "I don't know what spell were you using, but it looked powerful." "Yeah, I know you have a short temper, Draco, but you need to learn to calm down. If Theodore wasn't there, you really might have killed that red-headed Weasley." Pansy said, hugging Draco. "I hate that side of you. Promise me, Draco, promise me that you will try to keep your anger in check." It was a surprise to Theodore and Pansy seeing the calm Draco lashing out so suddenly, but the most surprised of them was Draco himself. He didn't know what was going on. Yes, he was angry that Ron insulted his father, but he didn't want to kill him for that. Draco glared at his wand. "What spell? I wasn't even chanting one. The wand suddenly started absorbing my mana itself and it made me angrier. I only wanted to threaten him, but there was a voice in my head, begging me to blow Weasley's head off and kill him on the spot. Thankfully I had Theodore and Pansy with me, or else I may have really done it. Sigh. I am sorry. Draco said, hugging Pansy back. Today was your special day, but I ruined it. Pansy shook her head. No, it wasn't your fault. Draco smiled. I promise that I will try my hardest to not go out of control like today. Pansy smiled and nodded. And if I really want to kill that Weasley, I will do it in secret. Well said. Draco and Theodore fist bumped each other, grinning. You guys, Pansy was speechless seeing the look on both of their faces. Sigh. So you really plan to go tonight? Yeah. I and Draco have already accepted the duel. Theodore said, sitting on the sofa. But don't you think that it could be a trap? I don't think Weasley's that smart. If he was, he wouldn't have challenged Draco in the first place, Theodore said. Yeah. And as Theodore said, we have already accepted it. If we do not show up there, it will harm our reputation and pride. Draco said, you don't want to hear people say that we ran away from Potter and Weasley, do you? Sigh. Fine, but I am coming with you. Pansy said. But. No buts, I said I am coming. Fine, meet us here in the common room, 15 minutes before midnight, Draco said, turning back. Where are you going? Theodore asked. I have work to do. Suitcase. Yeah. Draco nodded in return. Inside the suitcase, Draco was trying to figure the wand out. This silver wand consists of more than 2 cores. But what does that even mean? It can have 4, 5, even 100 cores, how can I figure it out? And the voices I heard today in my head, there wasn't any problem like this before. Could this be a Horcrux of some sort? But then again, I don't feel any mana other than mine in this wand. Sigh. What really are you? He said to himself, raising the wand up. The inscriptions, the Gryffinder's sword, everything is connected to this wand. I don't know why, but I can't help but have a bad feeling about this. Draco went to an empty room and started using some spells. The spell's power hasn't changed, nor has the mana consumption. There isn't the voice inside my head too. Draco tried a couple of more spells, but nothing happened. Draco was getting frustrated with the wand, then suddenly he heard knocking noises. Draco went outside his suitcase. Duel time. Theodore said, yawning, I am gonna kill that Weasley if he doesn't show up today. Like who in their right mind fixes their duel at midnight? Draco didn't say anything much but stretched a little. You look tired, Theodore said, are you okay? I am fine, I was learning a new spell. To defeat Weasley. Draco looked at him with an annoyed expression. Okay, but will you be fine? I could have a sword impaled in my ass and a dagger shoved in my throat, and I will still win against Weasley any given day. Too much detail. Theodore said, walking out. Let's go, we don't want to keep Pansy waiting, do we? Draco nodded and started walking out. Since both Draco and Theodore stayed in the same room, unlike other students, they could easily come and go without disturbing anyone. Draco and Theodore walked out to find Daphne and Pansy waiting for them. You thought you could go without me? Daphne said, looking pissed. Handle her. Theodore said, walking out. Pansy glanced at Daphne first and she too walked out. With the current advances with Draco, Pansy wasn't insecure about her relation with Draco like before. Draco scratched his head. Sorry, you weren't there when Weasley challenged me, so. Draco, are we friends? Daphne asked seriously. Draco nodded. Yes, we are. But you keep ignoring me, why? She asked sadly. Is it because I don't talk to that Muggleborn nicely, that you stopped talking with me like before? Draco looked at her and sighed. He went towards her and held her hands. I am sorry if I made you feel that way. Daphne stared into Draco's eyes directly. Draco also didn't back away and stared back into hers. Daphne, you have to understand that there are some things I like and some things I don't. Draco said, squeezing her hands a little. I get really annoyed at the littlest things, and even though I don't say anything, if you keep doing things I don't like, I will get farther and farther away from you. The same is for Theodore and Pansy. I have always been this way. I know about the whole pure blood stuff is something that has been taught to you, me, and all the other from pure blood families, but I don't like that stuff. I can see you getting annoyed whenever Hermione shows up. You yourself distance yourself from us. Daphne held Draco's hand tightly, as she couldn't stare into his eyes anymore, and looked away. Daphne, I won't ask you to be friends with her, but at least respect her as another human being. That's all I ask of you. Draco let go of her hands and turned back. And if you can't, then we will still be friends, but not as close. Draco walked outside where Pansy and Theodore were waiting for him. She's not coming? Pansy asked. Draco shrugged his shoulders and started walking. Pansy and Theodore looked at each other and followed Draco silently. Chapter 17. Harry and Ron were trying to sneak out of the Gryffindor's common room when suddenly Hermione called out from behind. "Where are you two going?" Hermione asked, making Harry and Ron jump. Ron looked at her annoyed. "Why do you care?" Harry shushed Ron. "Maybe we shouldn't go." "No, Harry, not showing yourself at a duel is insulting to us. If we don't show up, all the Slytherins will gloat at us, calling us cowards." "Duel?" Hermione asked. "What duel are you two talking about?" "I said go back." Ron said, glaring at Hermione. "If you won't tell me, then I will complain it to your brother, Percy. He's a prefect, he'd put a stop to this." Ron stiffened at Percy's name. "Why do you care so much?" asked Harry, getting annoyed as well. "I don't care about you two," Hermione said, snorting. "I don't want you to lose us more house points. Today you were lucky, but your luck isn't going to always be with you. Slytherins is already ahead of us, and with your nagging, this evening, didn't you want to compete against Slytherin? In the end, you don't care about Gryffindor, you only care about yourselves. I don't want Slytherin to win the House Cup, and you'll lose all the points I got from Professor McGonagall for knowing about switching spells. And from Professor Binns, since Draco isn't good at history." Hearing Draco's name, both of them had a weird face. "Aren't you a friend of Draco? Why do you want him to lose?" Harry asked. "We are friends, but the fact that we are from a different house doesn't change. He and I both know this, and since he isn't petty like someone else, he doesn't mind." Hermione said the last words, looking at Ron. Harry looked as if he was considering things, but Ron nagged again. "Harry, let's go." Seeing them, Hermione guessed something. "Are you going to duel against Draco?" Harry and Ron turned stiff once again and looked back at Hermione. "Ha! I guessed correctly, didn't I? Are you too stupid? Have you ever read the newspaper? Draco's other strength and potions is his spells. It was said in the Prophet Daily that he could defeat peers his age easily when it comes to spells, and dueling is one of his specialty. 1 year ago, in the All-England Wizarding Dueling Competition, the winner, Mary Kate, who was 14 at the time, won in the age 10 to 15 group, but it was said that she had a secret duel against Draco and both of them ended up in a tie. The competition does exist, but there isn't any information about it other than someone winning an award in the year 1430, so I made everything up under the name of the competition." Hearing that, both of them went silent. "The newspaper doesn't really always tell the truth," Ron said, getting a bit nervous. "He said all those things to Draco in a fit of anger and jealousy, but in reality, he didn't know many spells at all." "Yeah. But are you willing to risk it?" Hermione added. Harry didn't know much about dueling, but here he managed to end up in a tie with a 14-year-old when he was 10 was already an amazing thing for Harry, who was new to the wizarding world. Ron, on the other hand, knew the significance of the award and was regretting it all now. Ron took a long breath. "We still have to go, Harry. Losing is much better than not showing up at all." Hermione was amazed that Ron was still talking about it. "Are you sure you don't have a couple of screws loose? I will talk to Draco, I am sure he will understand." Harry nodded to Ron as well. "I hate to say this, but I think she is right, Ron. We will only be making a fool of ourselves going there. Heck! I didn't even know what dueling was an hour ago." Ron shook his head. "No, Harry, you don't understand the wizarding world. I initiated the challenge, and if I don't show up, it's considered as a mark of cowardice. We will be a laughing stock if the words get out." Harry looked at Ron and sighed. Ron was his first friend, so he couldn't let him down. "Fine. Let's go. We can give up before things get serious." Hermione was looking at them, considering if they were really stupid like Pansy always said, but she didn't say anything more to them. If you are wondering why this chapter is more focused on Harry and Ron, here is the reason. 1. I ended up making Ron a villain too quickly. Even though he has a jealous nature, he has a good side too. Also, don't forget that he is only 11 right now. So I wanted to show that he isn't always a piece of crap who keeps talking shit all the time and is always jealous. I don't want my characters to be too one-dimensional, so I will show all of their perspective on things like this from time to time. 2. Similar to Ron, Harry is also the same. In fact, he is still a good guy, in a way. And I wanted to show his vulnerable side, which is him being unsure of what he wants to do. 3. I wanted to show how Hermione views Draco. 4. I wanted to add the concept of dueling in the picture. If you are thinking why I am writing this long-ass explanation, I don't want people to whine about me not making Draco the focus of every chapter, and I want people to know that I will write chapters like this in the future where Draco won't always be the focal point, to give other characters more personality. Victory Hand. Draco, Pansy, and Theodore reached the trophy room, hiding and looking out for Filch. Ron and Harry hadn't arrived yet, so they were looking at the trophies. Draco was looking around when he found an award dedicated to James Potter for being the best seeker. Draco knew that Harry's father was a dick. He took Lily away from Snape, bullied him and still acted self-righteous about it until the end. He hated James the most when he read the book since it reminded him of a person from his previous world. Our MC was on Snape's side in his world. Then something popped up in Draco's head. Am I being the same as James? Draco considered, I am the leader of my group, I go around acting tough and arrogant. But there is still a fact that I am not stealing someone else's loved one. Technically, since Hermione and Ron aren't even friends and I liked her first in this world. But am I really a bad guy? Pansy looked at Draco, who was in deep thought. Draco, are you alright? Draco snapped back hearing Pansy's voice, I am okay. What are you thinking about? Draco thought for a while and said, I am thinking if I am a bad guy. Ha ha ha, Theodore laughed, I don't know, but looking at yourself in the mirror with your face would make me consider if I am a bad guy or not too. Draco gave an annoyed glance at Theodore, I am serious. What made you think that? Theodore asked, coughing. What Weasley said. He said that he and Harry were being bullied in a way, by other Slytherin students. Draco said, most of the first year in our class look up to me, and if I tell them to stop I am sure they will, but I am not doing anything, so does that make me a bad guy? I don't think so. Pansy replied, I have known you for 2 months now and even if you are short-tempered and you say mean things sometimes, I know you aren't a bad guy. In fact, you are one of the nicest guys I have met till now, you don't hide who you are and aren't afraid to show it to other people either, and that's what I believe is the most important. It's the same as she said. Theodore said, we've been friends for more than 5 years now and even if we didn't like each other at first we still managed to stick through, didn't we? I am a strange person myself. After my MO, after what happened in the past, I always stay to myself and once you get in that state, you start understanding people more. People, they are selfish, unkind, fake and completely opposite to what they pretend to be. The more I saw it the more I wanted to call it quits with socializing, but you were different, you were completely open. I could read what kind of person you were on the outside and you were the same in the inside too. You weren't hiding anything. You were childish, arrogant and a kid spoiled rotten by his parents. Hey. No need to mention bad things. Draco said. But those bad things makes you, you. Without it you wouldn't be Draco, I know. And talking about other first-year students, you can't control everyone. Everyone has their own view on things and you can't blame yourself for their action. They respect you out of their own will, you didn't force them to, so you have no responsibility to take care of them. Today they will bully Weasley and Potter and if you stop them, they might stop but tomorrow they will bully other people. The cycle will keep going on and on. So if you ask me if you are a bad guy, you aren't. Draco smiled gently looking at Theodore, well, at least if we don't consider your face. Draco's smile turned to a frown quickly, you know for the first time, I really was feeling that there was some good friendship being developed between us but after the last sentence, it turned back towards the border of, you are my friend, and, I hate you. Draco then pulled Pansy and Theodore into a group hug, thank you. He said with all his heart. Pansy smiled happily and Theodore was doing the same. Don't cry on my shoulder though, the robe is pretty expensive. Draco laughed hearing that. After 5 minutes, Ron, Harry, Neville, and Hermione came in. Draco looked at Hermione, wondering what she was doing here, understanding his gaze she said, sigh. I was trying to stop these two but they wouldn't listen and Neville got out of the hospital right now but the door was locked so he and I couldn't get back in. So we followed them here so that Filch wouldn't catch us. Do you want to participate in the duel? Draco asked jokingly, but all he got was an annoyed glare from Hermione. He then turned to Ron, you do know the rules, right? Ron nodded, this is something he at least knew about, coming from the wizarding family everyone at least knew how to properly duel. Draco then turned to Harry. Harry shook his head in response. Sigh. Then I will explain it to you, so clear up. Pansy pulled Hermione and Neville to the side and Theodore and Harry were behind Draco and Ron respectively being their seconds. So Potter listen up, in a formal duel, one wizard or witch challenges another. If the other person accepts, they then arrange a meeting time and place for the duel. Opponents then bow to one another before beginning to fight, but duelists who do not respect their opponents do not usually bow correctly, you get me don't you? Your job as a second is to come in after the challenger is killed, but since this isn't a real duel you can jump in after Weasley gives up. Harry nodded. Hermione was also listening to it keenly since she didn't know much about dueling since it was never in the exams. So let's start, shall we? Draco turned to Ron, who nodded in response. The rules are simple, no physical contact and no lethal spells, which I doubt you know any. Draco said, making Ron frown a little. They went towards each other, lifted their wands up and swung it back down and did a little but proper bow. Then they went back to their position and both of them stood in a dueling stance. Let me teach you something, Weasley, Draco said. Ron started chanting a spell, but before he could finish, Draco had already swung his wand, Expelliarmus. As soon as Draco read the spell out loud, the wand was knocked away from Ron's hand by a force. First thing to consider when dueling is your wand. If you don't have one, then you are useless. Ron hurriedly went back to pick his wand, but Draco didn't let him. Accio! Ron's wand flew towards Draco's and he caught it before he could even pick it up. Ron looked more nervous now. Second thing to consider is to never underestimate your opponent, which you have been doing since day one. Locomotor mortis. As soon as Draco read the spell, Ron's legs stuck together, making him fall. Theodore yawned, not even looking at the match. Hermione and Neville were very surprised since Ron couldn't even put up a fight. Draco went towards Ron and pointed his wand towards his neck. Chapter 18. He lost, so stop it already, Harry said, taking out his wand. Theodore prepared his wand too, but Draco stopped him. No, no, Mr. Potter, Draco said, he hasn't admitted defeat yet, has he? Ron wanted to give up, but he felt there was something in his throat that stopped him from speaking. He looked at Draco, who was smiling coldly. Mr. Weasley, you have crossed the line too many times now. First, you insulted me, then you insulted my friends. After that I even warned you, not to make the same mistakes again, but then you went ahead and insulted my father. Draco said coldly, I don't like people insulting my family. I hope you understand, Mr. Weasley. Draco was pouring mana into his wand to stop Weasley from speaking and moving his body other than his head. He could torture and even kill him right now, but there was no urge like the previous time. Sigh. There is no voice again, Draco thought to himself. Ron nodded, sweating. Good, since you know that, I will forget about what happened in the past, but make sure you keep your dirty mouth shut, okay? Ron nodded. Now apologize to me and we can all end this, Draco said, standing up, removing his wand from his neck and undoing the curse. Ron stood up, he looked at Draco and whispered, I am sorry. Right now he didn't care about winning, nor did he felt ashamed apologizing. All he wanted to do now was, get out of here. Sorry, I can't hear you, and it's not me you should be apologizing to, Draco said, waving Ron's wand. Ron clenched his fist and said, I am sorry, I insulted your father and your friends. Now we are all good. Draco smiled and patted Ron's shoulders. I will be honest with you, I don't like you and neither I am planning to be friends with you. He went closer to Ron's ear and whispered, next time, I will make sure that there will be no next time, you understand me, right? Ron felt chills hearing Draco's voice. Draco smiled and gave Ron his wand back. Hermione was amazed by the one-sided duel. Looks like the rumors aren't false, after all. Then when the battle ended and Draco was forcing Ron to apologize to him, she wanted to go and stop them, but Pansy stopped her. Don't do it, Pansy said. The Weasley went too far this time when he insulted his family. Draco at least deserves an apology. Hermione thought about the things Ron had said in the train and sighed, not doing anything. Other than Ron's heavy breathing, the room was completely silent. Then a noise in the next room made then everyone jump. Sniff around, my sweet, they might be lurking in a corner. It was Filch speaking to Mrs. Norris. Draco clicked his tongue in annoyance. I will surely kill that cat someday. Everyone was terrified, not knowing what to do. Draco signaled everyone to follow him as quickly as possible. They scurried silently toward the door, away from Filch's voice. Neville's robes had barely whipped around the corner when they heard Filch enter the trophy room. They're in here somewhere, they heard him mutter, probably hiding. This way, Draco whispered to the others and, petrified, they began to creep down a long gallery full of suits of armor. They could hear Filch getting nearer. Neville suddenly let out a frightened squeak and broke into a run. He tripped, grabbed Ron around the waist, and the pair of them toppled right into a suit of armor. The clanging and crashing were enough to wake the whole castle. Idiots, run! Draco yelled, pulling Hermione in one hand and Pansy on the other. The seven of them sprinted down the gallery, not looking back to see whether Filch was following. They swung around the doorpost and galloped down one corridor then another, with Draco in the lead. Do you have any idea where we are going? Theodore asked, running beside him. Nope. Draco sheepishly smiled. Are you serious? Hermione said, looking tired. Yeah. But no worries, we only need to hide, till Filch goes away, then we can find our way back to the dormitory. Draco said. They ripped through a tapestry and found themselves in a hidden passageway, hurtled along it and came out near their charms classroom, which they knew was miles from the trophy room. I think we've lost him, Harry panted, leaning against the cold wall and wiping his forehead. Neville was bent double, wheezing and spluttering. Theodore and Pansy were catching their breath as well. Draco was the only who wasn't tired from the group since he was used to exercising. I told you, Hermione gasped, clutching at the stitch in her chest. I told you. She said, looking at Harry and Ron. We've got to get back to Gryffindor Tower, said Ron, quickly as possible. What do we do now? Hermione said, looking at Draco. Filch probably found out due to all the noises we made in the trophy room. Draco looked at her and nodded. Let's go, separate ways. Theodore said, we both have different destinations, and with we going separate ways, the chances of him finding us are low. Good idea. It wasn't going to be that simple. They hadn't gone more than a dozen paces when a doorknob rattled and something came shooting out of a classroom in front of them. It was Peeves. He caught sight of them and gave a squeal of delight. Shut up, Peeves, please, you'll get us thrown out. Peeves cackled. Wandering around at midnight, ickle first eyes. Tut, tut, tut. Naughty, naughty, you'll get caughty. Not if you don't give us away, Peeves, please. Harry begged. Should tell Filch, I should, said Peeves in a saintly voice, but his eyes glittered wickedly. It's for your own good, you know. Peeves, we came because the bloody Baron asked us to. Draco said, you don't want him to find out, do you? Peeves looked afraid for a second, then went back to normal. Then you Slytherins can go, but. Get out of the way, snapped Ron suddenly, taking a swipe at Peeves, which was a big mistake. Students out of bed. Peeves bellowed, students out of bed down the charms corridor. Ducking under Peeves, they ran. Pansy and Hermione were very tired, so Draco had to drag them. Suddenly out of nowhere Daphne came and pulled Draco into a room. Since everyone was following him, they went into the room and closed the door. You came. Draco said, looking at Daphne, who just nodded. I thought some things through. Daphne said. Draco turned towards Ron. He was pissed since he ruined his good plan to settle Peeves down, just because he was afraid that Peeves wasn't going to leave him. But before Draco could say anything, they started hearing Peeves and Filch talking. Which way did they go, Peeves? Filch was saying. Quick, tell me. Say, please. Don't mess with me, Peeves. Now where did they go? Shan't say nothing if you don't say please, said Peeves in his annoying sing-song voice. All right, please. Nothing. Hi-ha. Told you I wouldn't say anything if you didn't say please. Ha ha. Hiya. And they heard the sound of Peeves whooshing away and Filch cursing in rage. Let's go. Draco said, take care, Hermione, see you tomorrow. Then Harry, Neville, Ron, and Hermione went their own way, and Theodore, Draco, Pansy, and Daphne went theirs. After running for 5 minutes they reached the Slytherin common room. They crashed into the sofa breathing heavily. Draco turned towards Daphne. Hey. How did you know where we were? Pansy told me that you will be at the trophy room. Daphne said, I was heading there but I took a wrong stair and it thankfully led me to where you guys were. I heard your voices and pulled you over. Good job. Daphne. Theodore commented, trying to catch his breath. So who won? Daphne asked. Draco, obviously. Pansy said, you should have seen Weasley's face. I was sure he peed his pants a little. Dang it. Daphne sighed. I missed it. Don't worry, just look at Theodore. Draco said, his face is the same as Weasley, right now. Theodore, annoyed, rolled his eyes. I hate you. Why does everything I do with you end up with me getting a headache? And you are the only one not affected by it. I have asked you to exercise with me previously but you denied it. I will rather die than exercise. Words of God. Theodore said, wheezing, maybe we should create a potion that makes people strong, good-looking, full of energy. Immortal, making him God. Draco added to the list sarcastically. Hey. I am serious, you know. Theodore said. There is already a potion that makes you beautiful, you know. You mean that cursed, beautification potion? Theodore asked, clearly not impressed. What are you guys talking about? Daphne and Pansy came over. When it comes to being beautiful, the girls immediately perked their ears up and couldn't help but get excited. We are talking about the potion called, Beautification Potion. You mean the one sold at, Madame Pimpernel's Beautifying Potions? Pansy asked. No, that place doesn't really sell these potions, they sell the simpler version of it, making things like warts or moles go away. Theodore explained. So what does the beautification potion really do? The girls wanted to know about the potion bad since Theodore said that the one they sell at the shop is the lesser version of it. Draco sighed seeing their enthusiasm and began to explain, the beautification potion enhances the attractiveness of the drinker's physical appearance. The potion removes all physical imperfections, i.e. warts, moles, scars, blemish, freckles, unwanted hair, etc. The drinker's teeth whiten and become perfect, muscle mass is enhanced and perfected, their voice becomes more alluring, melodic and seductive, and their bodily scent becomes extremely pleasant and compelling. The potion grants the drinker a perfect body, with smooth, flawless skin, silky hair, golden proportioned figure, and, well, endowments, varies depending upon sex. The drinker ends up possessing a level of grace, sense of style, and social poise above that commonly found. This is the level of beauty of a storybook princess, or handsomeness of fairy tale Prince Charming. The drinker radiates an aura of attractiveness, naturally inducing pleasure and desire in others while subtly lifting inhibitions. Others feel a pull towards the drinker, even if they can't justify it, and feel immediately bonded. The affected targets remain fully themselves, but they long for the user's favor and affection, and can't bring themselves to cause them harm except as a last resort. Like an irreplaceable treasure too precious to be lost, the drinker also ends up with unnaturally high charisma, or charm, enabling them to gain the trust and loyalty of others and win them over, making it no longer a matter of popularity or skill, but a blessing. Draco explained everything to them, but the girl looked more excited. Hey! Draco, do you know how to make that potion? Pansy asked with excitement clearly written on her face. I think I can make it. Draco said, causing the girls' face to light up, but his next words made them frown, but I am not going to do it. Why? Daphne asked. The potion's more troublesome than you think. Theodore said. What's wrong with being beautiful and making someone gets attracted to you? Pansy said the last words looking at Draco. Everything. Theodore said, it's the same as love potion that makes the other person fall in love with someone against their will. But Draco said, the other person remains themselves, unlike the love potions which make the other person crazy. Daphne commented. Here's the thing, girls, imagine you get the potion and you drink it, becoming very beautiful and attractive. You even get the person you like to love you as well. Theodore said. But that's a good thing, isn't it? Pansy asked. No, not really. Theodore added, that was only the benefit of the potion, but there is more to it. The potions makes people fall in love with you, so even other guys, other than your loved one, will fall crazily in love with you. Some might kidnap you, some might lock you away so no one can take you away from them. And if you fall into the hand of someone crazy, they might do something extreme. Imagine a bunch of Yandras falling in love with you. The girls' faces were grim now. You stay beautiful, but only till the effect of the potion remains, since it's not permanent. After that you will turn to your old self. Do you think the person you've been cheating on with the help of potion will appreciate that? No, he won't. He will probably leave you as soon as he finds out at best, but if worst comes he might even murder you. It's similar to the love potion, but it doesn't affect the other person much, but it affects the person drinking the potion himself or herself in your situation. It's fun for a while, but you will soon lose yourself after, when you realize no one cares about you deeply and truly, they only care about your looks. Draco said, and besides, imagine spending your life attracting hordes of pouring admirers who want to keep you all to themselves as a trophy and might even go nuts over it. Pansy and Daphne gulped and nervously laughed. Girls, I think you are beautiful the way you are right now. Draco said, smiling, look at Theodore, if he doesn't want to use a potion that makes him look good, then you know the potion's harmful. Daphne and Pansy smiled and nodded. Hey, what did? Draco interrupted Theodore as he stretched and said, let's go to sleep, it's already too late. Chapter 19. Next morning, during breakfast, Hermione came over to the Slytherin table and started telling them a crazy story about the room in the restricted section of the 3rd floor. So after we separated from you guys, we started walking back to the Gryffindor's common room, but as we're walking we heard Filch's voice again, so we quickly went to a nearby room. The room was locked, so I used a spell to open it and we all went inside. Filch came in and looked at the door. Thinking the door was locked, he went back grumbling. We all sighed in relief when suddenly we heard a small growl from behind. We turned back to see what it was, and to our surprise, there was a huge 3-headed dog. seeing that we all got scared and quickly ran out. Thankfully, no one got hurt. So you are telling us that there is a three-headed dog on the third floor? Theodore asked. Yeah. We saw it with our own eyes. Hermione said, recalling the incident. It was huge and it looked like it was guarding something. What was it protecting? Pansy asked. Don't know. Hermione replied, it was standing on top of a trapdoor. Interesting. Daphne said, so what do you think is in there, Draco? Probably an artifact of some sort, must be something expensive though. Draco said. Death Note, Kira theme. Finally. They found it. I had to go through all that trouble of running here and there, remembering the paths, so when they returned they would have to go through the third floor. I even had to trouble myself with hinting Filch about us being in the trophy room and the third floor area. I was skeptical about my plan, since I made the whole plan, just so they could reach the third floor and get curious about what was inside it. I wasn't really sure that they would end up in that room, but looks like they did. Draco smiled, knowing that his plan succeeded. Why are you smiling like that? Theodore said, it's creepy. It looks like you are planning something bad. You are the creepy one here. Draco retorted, so Pansy, when is your Quidditch practice? Tomorrow evening. Oh. Then it's fine. As soon as Draco said that, dozens of owls flew in carrying long parcels. Most of them landed on the Slytherin's table and the other one landed on Gryffindor's. The parcels landed next to each Slytherin team players. They opened the parcel to see a brand new Nimbus 2000. Pansy, seeing that, quickly opened the parcel that landed in front of her as well. She squeaked excitedly, thank you, Draco. Draco didn't say anything and just smiled. The other Slytherin members came and thanked Draco as well, to which he just responded with a smile and a nod. Hey, you need to thank me as well. Theodore said, I bought half of these brooms, you know. Thank you. Pansy said, not even looking at him. Theodore sighed in annoyance, by the way, Draco, did you buy Potter one as well? Everyone looked towards the Gryffindor's table and saw Harry had a new Nimbus 2000 as well. Nope. I didn't buy it. Draco said, why would you even think I will buy him one? Well, ever since we came to Hogwarts, I don't really understand you. Theodore said, maybe you felt generous and wanted to give things for free. Draco rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. By the way, Draco. Did you really tie against the last year winner of All England Wizarding Dueling Competition? I think her name was Mary Kate. Hermione asked. Draco and Theodore coughed at the same time hearing that name. What? Draco, that's awesome. I didn't know about it. Daphne commented, you should participate in that competition next year, I am sure you will win. I read in the newspaper as well, but I kinda forgot about it. Pansy said, hey. Tell us about how you defeated her. Theodore and Draco stared at each other and stayed silent. What happened? Don't tell me it was a lie. Hermione asked in doubt. Yeah. And why do you look so worried? Both of you. Sorry. It's not really a good memory to recall. Draco said, we did tie in the duel but barely. Looking at Draco, who looked like he wasn't going to say anything else than that, the girls left it alone. That witch. Draco and Theodore said underneath their breath. Days passed smoothly in Hogwarts without too much hassle. Draco and Theodore started to continue their experiments on the antidote of Veritaserum. Their progress was good and Draco was sure with a little bit more time, they will succeed in it. Pansy joined the Slytherin's team's practice formally. Draco along with other Slytherin students will go over to the stadium to cheer up her sometime. Draco seeing Pansy happily flying with crazy skills made him very happy. Draco and Hermione still met up every Friday, in the library where Hermione would teach him history and astronomy. Draco was getting good at both the subjects but not too much. Draco didn't care much about exams anyway, he was an heir to a rich family, even if he wasn't, he could still do a lot of things that will make him rich later on. Draco had talked to Snape about the permission slips for the library, which he got without much hassle. With the permission slip in hand, Draco could visit the restriction all he wants. So Draco started spending his remaining free time in the library, researching not only about spells but about other historical events as well. Even though Draco was knowledgeable about all the major incidents that took place in the history, he was still unaware of many events, and the restricted section contained a lot of information on things and people that couldn't be found outside. In the remaining time when experimenting with Theodore, Draco created a new potion inspired by the multi-flavored cake, which he named Noitop, which was potion spelled backward. The potion was more like a muggle perfume, the only difference was the smell of the perfume changed regularly according to a person's emotion. For example, if a person was in love, he would smell roses, or if he was just happy the person would smell fresh autumn. And the most useful part is that the perfume helped counter certain bad emotions, like if a person was sad the person would smell lemongrass. The light, earthy scent helped relieve some stress from people. The perfume smelled different for each people, so even if someone was in love and was smelling roses, the other person who smelled him would smell the emotion she was feeling and not roses. So just like the cake, you could never go wrong with this perfume. Was seriously struggling to describe the potion. I read an article before that explained how certain smells can trigger different emotions and memories, so I used that concept. If you are confused, search smells and emotions and you are sure to get results. Draco contacted his father about the new potion and sent him a bunch of samples. His father, after checking it with other potion master and determining whether the potion had side effects or not, he sent Draco a reply. Dear Draco, I tested the potions you sent with the help of other potion masters, and concluded that the potion was harmless and the results were the same as you said they were. I discussed with some of my peers who really loved the smell of it and suggested me that I sell the potion formula to them. After discussing with your mother, I have decided to sell the potion under our own brand instead of selling others the formula. I opened a new company under your name. I named the company Noitop Perfumes, after the name of your potion. Which I hope you don't mind since I took the liberty in doing so. Send me the potion formula next time so I can formally start the production of the perfumes. The company belongs to you, but I will take care of it for you until you finish school. If you have any suggestions for the company, feel free to leave so. Also, when you come home for Christmas, there is a surprise waiting for you. Your father, Lucius Malfoy. Draco was kind of dumbfounded when he heard about his potion being sold as a brand of its own. Draco had forgotten that this was possible as well since he spent most of his time researching and studying. He didn't really care about what happened to the potions he discovered. Thankfully Lucius managed where most of his potions went, like if it was worthy enough to share in the newspaper or the potion wasn't much. Draco thought that his father made a really nice manager. He was shrewd and opportunist and had an excellent sight for good business. Most potioneer wouldn't share their recipes with the outside world. Some passed it as a family secret and some collected their research and published a book about it. Maybe I should publish a book, myself, Draco thought. But right now he hadn't developed many potions that he could share with the world, so he put that idea in the back of his mind. After satisfied with his father's idea, he quickly wrote a letter with the potion formula and sent the letter back home. He didn't bother much with the name since he wasn't good at naming things. If Draco was in his father's place he would have done the same as well. Draco wondered what kind of surprise was waiting for him at home. Draco really missed being in his own house. Fortunately, he always spent a lot of time in his suitcase and the suitcase itself could be carried around, so he didn't feel much sad about it. Draco right now was reading about a spell or formation to be exact, which could help him build a house. Even though Draco had a lot of different rooms in his suitcase, he always wanted to build a house inside of it, so he could feel homely wherever he went. The drawing of the formation wasn't hard since all it needed was good mapping and drawing skills. The ingredients for the formation varied according to houses. Draco, being the extravagant person he is, chose the biggest and sturdiest house. No mansion would be the right word for it. Made of a fire/weather repellent stone named dark stone, it was the sturdiest material to build a house. The ingredients used to draw the formation was also very expensive. That included phoenix ashes, elderwood ashes, whomping willow's ashes, redwood ashes and dragon's crushed egg shells, powder of crushed dragon eggs. Money wasn't a problem, but the problem was the ingredients. Some of the ingredients like the phoenix ashes, redwood ashes, and elderwood ashes were very rare. Hell, even the dark stone was very rare and expensive and he needed it in large quantities. The quantity of the phoenix ashes and dragon's shell were needed the lowest, but other than these two, he needed a lot of the other ingredients. Draco sighed as he wrote another letter to his father asking him to help him find the materials for his house. Since Owlbert hadn't come back, he used a school owl, the one used by students who didn't have owls, to send the letter home. The other annoying fact about the formation was, it needed 5 adult wizards to pour mana into it and chant the spell. Draco didn't worry much about this since it was written that other magical creatures could use their mana into building it as well. Draco planned to use the house elf to do so. If you haven't realized it, the whole formation is made up. There is no formation in Harry Potter. Chapter 20. October 30th, 1991. The day before Halloween, everyone was excited for tomorrow. With everyone busy with what they were doing, Draco spent his time mostly organizing his things inside his suitcase. He tore down his warehouse and shifted it elsewhere so the opening would be a lot bigger. Then with the help of a formation, he created with ingredients that he had stockpiled, created a stair that could be turned into a slide or be removed whenever he wanted it to. Since there was no one to help him, he had to do everything on his own. Sigh. Next time I will bring some house elf with me. Draco thought to himself. After a painful day of cleaning and creating the stairs, Draco went back to his bed and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Draco opened his eyes and he was in another place, right now. Is this lucid, dreaming? Draco looked around the place and it seemed that he was in the middle of a forest he had never seen before. Draco looked down at his own clothes and he was in the robes that he fell asleep in. I can't help but have a feeling of déjà vu. While Draco was thinking what was going on, he suddenly heard a growl. Draco looked back to see a huge animal behind him. It was an animal resembling a mundane mountain lion or cougar in size and appearance. But it had 3 pairs of legs instead of 2 and its yellow eye seemed mesmerizing. Holy shit! Isn't that a wampus cat? Draco was surprised. He had seen pictures of wampus cats before but had never seen one in flesh. It's beautiful, muttered Draco looking at it, but soon the cat growled again, but this time it was louder and it looked fierce. Draco started to back out a little. What the hell? Gore, the wampus cat did a small jump trying to frighten Draco. Draco jumped back and started running. Shit, isn't this a dream? Why does it feel so real? Draco could feel his heartbeat rising up. Draco stopped because the wampus cat was already in front of him. Shit. I forgot that the wampus cat is fast, strong, and almost impossible to kill, and its yellow eyes have the power of hypnosis and it has a power of legilimency. Meaning it can read my mind and guess what my next move is going to be. Draco casually lowered his eyes to not meet the wampus because of its power of hypnosis. Draco started to run in random directions to confuse the wampus, but it kept chasing him regardless. Outrunning it is impossible, even if I try to run, and my power in occlumency isn't that well developed either. Draco glared at the wampus who was having fun chasing him. Wait. Maybe it just wants to play. But as soon as Draco thought that, the wampus cat jumped towards him. Draco tried to dodge, but its claws managed to scratch him. Draco felt intense pain in his left arm, where the scratch was, and it was bleeding. Fuck. Why does it hurt so much? Draco gritted his teeth as he felt his robe, to take out his wand. But to his surprise, the wand wasn't there. Draco didn't know what to do now, so he started walking backward slowly. The cat again jumped towards him, but this time he barely managed to dodge. What the fuck is wrong with you? He yelled. Is this cat seriously trying to play me to death? Draco was now in deep trouble since he didn't have anything to shield himself with, and he was in unknown territory. Maybe if I die, I might wake up. Draco thought, no, I can't take that risk. Since the pain in my arm felt very real and I might die a painful death. The wampus now looked bored as it glared at him fiercely. It looked at him like one would look at its prey. Shit. Draco thought. The wampus cat jumped towards him, opening its mouth fully ready to bite into him. Draco closed his eyes in fear, but the cat never came. He opened his eye to look at the cat, which was in front of him. The cat was stabbed in its chest by none other than the Gryffindor's sword, which had magically appeared in his hand. Draco stood up, pushing the cat sideways. It was an instant kill. Draco looked around and seeing no one was there, he pulled out the Gryffindor's sword from its chest. Draco looked at it and sighed. I finally understand, it's the same like last time, isn't it? Draco for the first time saw the sword as something useful. He turned towards the wampus whose whiskers were slightly moving. Draco felt immense rage build up within him. He took the sword and stabbed the cat again and again. Stupid, stab. Piece of shit. Stab. You wanted to play with me. Stab. You wanted to torture me to death. Stab. Fucking bitch. Stab. Stab, 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 stab. Ha. Draco was breathing heavily, finally calming down. He never felt so angry at anyone before. This time there wasn't any voice in his head, he just wanted to kill the cat himself. He was fine if the cat attacked him, but it tried to play him to death, to maybe give him some hope of living before killing him. Seeing someone control the life that easily made him very annoyed. Are you okay? Stranger. A sweet female voice sounded out. Draco turned to look back at the source of the voice and he was stunned. The owner of the voice was a beautiful woman with fiery red hair. She was dressed in armor with a sword hanging on her waist. She came closer to him. Are you okay? Can you not speak? She asked again. Draco snapped back and said, how can you, I am fine. Draco wanted to ask how can this woman see him, but swallowed his word back since it would be a weird thing to say. The woman looked at him for a while and took out a small bag. From there she pulled out a potion like liquid from a flask. She raised her hand in front of him as if she was asking for something. Draco tilted his head confused, wondering what she was asking for. Sigh. Hands, she said, sighing. Draco subconsciously gave his hands to the lady, who pulled it fiercely as she poured the liquid inside the flask onto his wounds. His wounds burned for a while but were healing at a visible rate. Draco was surprised seeing that there are spells which can close a wound but healing it quickly was impossible. But this potion was making his wound heal and making the pain go as well. Soon his arms turned back to normal, not even a scar remained. It's done. The woman said. Thanks. Draco said, still looking at his hand in amazement. The woman curiously looked at Draco. The healing potion is expensive but you don't have to pay for it, take it as a commission for killing the Wampus. What? Draco asked, confused. Oh. Are you new here? The lady asked, to which Draco nodded in response. The Wampus here has been terrorizing the nearby villages, killing people. Don't know how, but it got a taste for human flesh so it kept killing and killing. The woman said, I was sent here by the royal guards to kill it but you did it for me, so I will give you the healing potion as a commission. Draco was processing all the information. Don't tell me it's not enough. She said, looking a bit angry. Sorry. Draco quickly said, I didn't need a commission but thanks anyway, I only killed it because it tried to kill me. She nodded, looking satisfied. Even though you don't look that much, you are still strong. Draco choked on what she just said. Normally you will need to set up a lot of trap carefully since the Wampus are very hard to kill due to its innate ability. The woman continued. Nice, sword. Draco looked at his sword and picked it up. Yeah. It's something. The woman looked at him for a while then nodded again. Since the job is done sooner than expected I will leave now. Draco nodded. Can you show me the way to the nearest village? She pointed at the opposite direction. There is a small village down there. Thanks. Draco said again. The girl nodded and picked up the Wampus corpse and put it inside a small pouch. Oh. An enchanted pouch. Draco became sure that magic existed in the place. We will meet again if it's destined to be. The woman said and started walking away opposite to the direction she pointed at. Draco sighed, what the hell is my life? I am suddenly sent to the Harry Potter world, and when I am in Harry Potter world, I am sent to this weird place. Well, at least this place is familiar. Draco said he was sure with the Wampus cat and magic that he was still in the Harry Potter world, but it seems to be back in time. With the woman stating out royal guards, Draco knew he was in a kingdom, and with villages, he was sure he was in the past. Shit. I didn't even ask that beautiful woman's name. Draco dusted off his clothes and placed the sword inside his robe and started walking in the direction the lady pointed at. Draco was trying to figure what was going on but there was no explanation to anything. Draco had already walked for more than 2 hours but he wasn't reaching anywhere. Am I lost? He thought. Suddenly he felt a bit of pain in his chest. Draco looked down to see an arrow stabbed in his chest. Before he could react, another arrow came flying and stabbed him again in his stomach. Draco yelled in pain. We got him, boss. A voice said behind the bushes. Ha ha ha, let's go. Another voice said. Soon around 10 people came out of the bushes. Draco looked at them in anger. Who are you? Who are we? A big man who was walking in the center of the other men said, we are your doom, who will kill you. So bandits, huh? Draco grunted. The pain from the arrow was excruciating. Ha ha ha, correct. You look like a rich noble. What are you doing here alone? He asked. None of your fucking business, Draco replied. Ha ha ha, heard him, boys. The man said, and the other people behind him started laughing. The people surrounded him and took out their swords. If I am going to die, I will at least take you with me. Draco said. What did you say, boy? I said go to hell. Draco stood up with his remaining strength as he took out his sword and stabbed the man in front of him. As soon as he felt his sword go through the man's body, the other remaining bandit stabbed him. And soon it was darkness. Ah! Draco screamed, opening his eyes. He looked around and he was back in his bed. Sigh. Before he could sigh in relief, a pillow came flying to his face. Shut up. Theodore said, sleeping back again. I have a feeling of déjà vu again. Draco thought. Draco looked at his arms and body. There was no pain whatsoever, as if all the thing that happened was just a regular dream. Draco looked at the Gryffindor sword in his hand, since it had again magically appeared out of nowhere in his bed, and even inside his dreams the sword was still shiny and didn't have a single drop of blood on it. Draco went back to his suitcase and put the sword back inside its room again. These dreams are related to the wand. Draco thought to himself, since there isn't anything other than this mysterious wand that could cause these dreams. Talking about the wand, Draco quickly checked his robes and sighed in relief. The wand was still there. Draco then proceeded to meditate to calm his mind. He had been nearly killed by a wampus cat in his dream, and then a group of bandits killed him again. Maybe since his brain processed the whole killing the cat and that bandit as a dream, Draco didn't feel anything about it. In fact, he wasn't even taking it seriously. If Draco were to look back at the things he did again, the experience was as if he was watching a movie, but he was the one controlling the actor in the movie. Draco took out a note and started writing down things that happened in the previous dream and today's dream to see if things were connected. Draco, writing down the dream, finally realized something. The woman. The woman he saw in his dreams today was one of the women in the portrait the man was crying about. So these dreams are really connected. Chapter 21. Halloween morning, they woke to the smell of baking pumpkin wafting through the corridors. Professor Flitwick announced in charms that he thought they were ready to start making objects fly, something they had all been dying to try since they'd seen him make Neville's toad zoom around the classroom. Draco rolled his eyes seeing people get excited over such easy things. Seriously, some of you came from wizarding family, and you are still getting excited about a simple levitation charm. Professor Flitwick put the class into pairs to practice. Draco's partner was Theodore, Pansy's partner was Daphne, Harry's partner was Seamus Finnegan, Ron's partner was Hermione. Draco glanced at them. It was hard to tell whether Ron or Hermione was angrier about this. She hadn't spoken to either Harry or Ron since the day of the duel. Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing, squeaked Professor Flitwick, perched on top of his pile of books as usual. Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And saying the magic words properly is very important, too. Never forget Wizard Baruffio, who said S instead of F and found himself on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. Draco sighed and casually flicked his wand, Wingardium Leviosa. The feathers started floating up in the air. Oh look, Mr. Malfoy has done it, squeaked Professor Flitwick. Theodore could lift the feather up but not too high. Just concentrate, it's simple, Draco said. Hey, not everyone is a genius like you, Theodore growled. I need to teach them basic science, Draco thought. Since most wizards are homeschooled, they don't learn a lot of things like science. Draco never realized Theodore's basic spells were that bad, considering he was quite good at transfiguration and other spells. Well, everyone has a weakness, I guess. It was very difficult for many other students too. Harry and Seamus swished and flicked, but the feather they were supposed to be sending skyward just lay on the desktop. Seamus got so impatient that he prodded it with his wand and set fire to it. Harry had to put it out with his hat. Ron, at the next table, wasn't having much more luck. Wingardium Leviosa, he shouted, waving his long arms like a windmill. You're saying it wrong, Draco heard Hermione snap. It's Wingardium Leviosa, make the gar nice and long. You do it, then, if you're so clever, Ron snarled. Hermione rolled up the sleeves of her gown, flicked her wand, and said, Wingardium Leviosa. Their feather rose off the desk and hovered about 4 feet above their heads. Oh, well done, cried Professor Flitwick, clapping. Everyone see here, Miss Granger's has done it too. Draco smiled, looking at Hermione, who seemed very happy, cute and intelligent. Theodore glanced at Draco, who was making a weird face, and whispered. Don't stare at her too much, you look creepy. Draco snapped back and coughed, trying to hide his face. After potions class, Draco went to the herbology class with other Slytherin students. Today they had herbology with Gryffindors. Draco was happy that he could sit with Hermione in that class. Since Slytherins didn't have many classes with Gryffindor, and even if they did, in classes like potions and charms they couldn't sit together since they had to usually pair up with another student from their own house. Draco went to the class and looked around, but Hermione wasn't in there. He sat in an empty seat and the class started. Draco waited for 15 minutes, but she still didn't show up. Suddenly something hit Draco. Troll attack, shit. How could I be so careless? Today, due to that weird dream, I forgot about the whole incident. Draco glared at Ron. This fucker must have said something to her. Ron felt a sudden chill in his spine. Hey, what happened? Harry asked Ron. I don't know, suddenly I feel something bad is going to happen. Ron said. Draco calmed down, getting angry now wasn't going to get things done. He would first have to get Hermione out of the girls' bathroom, then he didn't care whatever the troll did, the teacher would likely stop it. So his only main concern now was Hermione. As soon as the class was over, Draco left Theodore's and the others and quickly rushed to the girls' bathroom. But after he reached outside he didn't know what to do. Should I just go in? Draco thought, no, breaking into a girl's bathroom is weird as hell. What do I do? Draco said out loud. Excuse me, can I help you? A voice came. Draco turned his head to find Parvati Patil, the Gryffindor girl who tried to stop the Slytherins from making fun of Neville, staring at him. Nothing. Draco said and started walking away. Wait. I can use her. Hey. There is something, can you help me with it? What is it? She asked. She didn't have much impression on Draco, she liked him first, like many other girls in her dorm, but after a while with the Remembrall incidents her liking of him went down a notch. Professor Snape is calling Hermione to talk about her notes, but she is in the bathroom. Can you inform her about it, please? She thought for a while and nodded, sure. She went in and Draco waited in the corner waiting. After a while Parvati came out of the bathroom and walked away. Nearly 10 minutes later, Hermione came out. Her face was wet as if she had just washed it and her eyes were slightly red and puffy. She was walking towards Snape's office when Draco pulled her. What are you doing, Draco? She asked, why did Professor Snape call me? What Professor Snape? But Parvati said that you. It was a lie, Draco said looking at her. What? Hermione was surprised, let me go. I thought it was weird when I heard it. Weird, how? Professor Snape would never call me to talk about my homework, he would just say something mean in the class when handing me the note over if there were any mistakes. Ha ha ha, life of a Gryffindor in the potion class is really interesting. Draco said imagining what would happen if he had ended up in Gryffindor, chasing Hermione would be fun, but I don't know about the others. You haven't said why you brought me here. Hermione asked looking at Draco who was busy imagining things. I can't leave you sulking in the girls' bathroom, can I? Draco said, even if you want to cry, do it in your room, why the bathroom? It's just weird. Hermione was feeling a bit happy when she heard the first sentence but hearing the latter part, her face turned quickly into a frown as she stepped on Draco's leg with force. Ow! What was that for? Humph, was all he got in return while the other party kept stepping on his shoes. Okay. Okay. I am sorry. Draco said, let's go, I want to show you something interesting. I am not going to the hall, Hermione said. Who said, we were going to the hall? Draco dragged her towards the Slytherin common room. Wow! Hermione looked around the Slytherin's common room. Compared to the Gryffindor common room which was on a tower, Slytherin's has more of a cozy vibe to it. The main color theme of the whole room was green. Hermione looked around the beautiful carvings on the furniture, the window which was tainted green due to the lake, suddenly from the window, a fish-like a creature swam by. It's cool, isn't it? Hermione nodded, it's completely opposite of the Gryffindor's common room. I guess so since you are up in the tower and we are in the dungeons. Draco said. Hey, you have to promise me to not show other Gryffindor the way to the Slytherin's room, okay? Hermione looked confused, why? Did you know the way to the Slytherin common room before? No, Hermione shook her head. Was there a way, you could have guessed it? No. So you realize it, don't you? It's similar to an open secret. People know about it but don't know where it is. Most people that is. Will you not get in trouble for bringing me here then? Hermione asked. She didn't want Draco to get in trouble because of her. Don't worry. Draco said giving a reassuring smile, the seniors have their classes and the first years won't say anything if I tell them not to. Why did you bring me here then? She asked. Well, instead of going to the bathroom, I think this will be a nice place to sit and chat with me. Draco said, we are friends, aren't we? So why not come to me when a problem appears, I will always be here for you. Hermione didn't say anything and looked down, she didn't want Draco to see her blushing face. Draco looking at her thought she was still upset, so he quickly went to his room and bought out a gift for her. Here, take this. Draco gave a small box which completely wrapped in ribbon. Hermione, who didn't even notice that Draco had gone away for a while, looked up to see a box which was wrapped in ribbon all over. What is this? Hermione asked. A gift. Draco replied, casually handing her the box. I just found out that your birthday was last month, so I got you a gift. How did you find out? Hermione knew she hadn't told anyone about her birthday till now. It's a secret. Draco said, winking. How about you open your gift first? Hermione looked at the gift, which was wrapped all over with a ribbon. She didn't know how to open the present. So she just pulled on the string that was hanging out. As soon as she pulled the string, the ribbon unfolded itself and started floating up, bending and tearing itself. Hermione looked at the ribbon and was surprised. The ribbon, after a moment of tearing and attaching, spelled, Happy Birthday, Hermione, and went out in flames. Cool, right? I experimented with some charms and formations and came up with this. Hermione nodded. It was very beautiful to look at, but the sad part was that it went out in flames, so she couldn't keep it. She looked at the beautiful crystal box in her hand, which had a lid on top of it. There was an engraving on the crystal that clearly spelled out, Noitop Perfumes, by Draco Malfoy. Hermione looked at Draco, who was grinning at her. I recently came up with a potion, which could be used as perfumes. Draco explained her all the uses of perfumes and she was very impressed by it. This is the preview version, since they will only start selling the perfume after a month. Draco said, so you are the first person to ever receive this person. First person? Hermione asked, furrowing her eyebrows. With Pansy and Daphne around, she didn't believe that she was the first person to receive the perfume. Yup, you are the first. Father sent me this just yesterday to look at the design of the perfume bottle. Draco said, and since it was your birthday gift, I wanted it to be special in a way. I will believe you, for now then. Hermione said, fidgeting. Why don't you try it then? She nodded and put some perfume in her hand, and smelled it. The perfume smelled like roses, which meant she was having feeling towards someone and her heart was fluttering because of it. Hermione blushed. Hey, what's the smell? Draco asked again. Can't you smell it? She asked in a small voice, but Draco heard her. I can smell what I am thinking, so for me, it smells like lavender since I am calm and happy right now. Hermione finally understood the perfume smelled different to each people depending on their mood. So she sighed in relief. Mine smells the same too, she said. Draco bent towards her, getting closer to her face. Are you sure it doesn't smell like roses? Hermione blushed seeing Draco getting closer, so she stepped back. I told you, it smells like lavender. Fine. So what do you think? Do you think the perfume will sell well? Draco asked. Yes, all people like different smells at different times, and this clearly does the same, and it smells in a comforting way, so no one will have a problem with the smell if you ever wear it. It's like that cake we had, you can never go wrong with it. Hermione said. I thought the same too. Draco said, smiling. I took the inspiration from that cake. I wish I could use that slogan too. But the witches in that bakery shop are too scary and they won't let us use their family slogan. Ha ha ha, Hermione started laughing hearing that. Hey Draco, why did you name the potion Noitop? Isn't that just the opposite of potion? I don't have a good naming sense. Draco snorted. Ha ha ha, Hermione after a while finally stopped laughing. The idea of your perfume is very good. I think you should add a catalog of some sort, consisting of what smell does each mood give, so people can know about it. That's a great idea. Draco nodded. People have the right to know what smell they are getting, so putting it along with the perfume is great. Also, thanks for the gift. Hermione said, when is your birthday? I will send you a gift then. Mine's on June 5th. Draco said, so are you feeling good now? Yeah. Thank you. Hermione said. It was that Weasley, wasn't it? Draco said, I want to punch him in the face, right now. Don't worry about it, it's not his fault. Hermione said. I always have a bossy tone in my voice, I expect everyone to do as good as me. I am surprised you didn't run away after we met. I think it's cute though. Draco said. What is? Your bossy tone. Draco said, smiling, a girl trying to prove that she is good so badly that she doesn't even know that she is trying too hard. It's really cute. Hermione hit Draco with her leg, idiot. No, I am serious. Draco said, teasing her, okay, since you don't want to go to the hall, then we can eat here. Chapter 22. Both of them after eating some tea and snacks went outside. It was already late, so Draco was walking Hermione back towards her common room. I am sorry for making you miss out on the Halloween feast, Hermione said. She felt bad that Draco had missed the feast because of her. Don't worry about it. Draco said, in fact, I hate Halloween. Why? It's the smell of pumpkins, I am sure the whole hall is filled with it. Draco said. He didn't like the smell of pumpkins, in fact, he hated the taste too. Draco wasn't much picky about his food, but the pumpkin was the one thing he hated the most. Ha ha ha, you are like a kid. Hermione started laughing. As they were walking by, they suddenly heard a loud-pitched scream. What was that? Hermione looks towards the source of the voice. Probably a troll, but why the hell is it here? Shit. Since no one was inside the bathroom, the troll might have started walking to other places in search for food and came here. Draco thought to himself. There was another scream. Draco was sure that it was a girl. Hey, let's go check. Hermione said. Looks like someone is in trouble. Bam. They heard a loud crashing noise. No, let's not do that. Draco didn't want to put Hermione in danger. I am sure whatever it is the teacher would handle it. Hermione wanted to go help, but soon they heard a growl that didn't sound human, and from the corner, two people came running. One was Theodore and the other was a girl he had not seen before. Draco. Theodore screamed as he saw him and came running towards him. Troll incoming. Shit. Hermione, you go back. Draco said, looking at her, taking out his wand. Can we outrun it? No, I just used a slippery jinx. It will catch up pretty soon. Theodore reached Draco breathing heavily. He looked towards the girl and said, Cho, you go with Hermione, we will take care of it. No, I am not going, leaving you guys here. Hermione said, looking at the girl, you should leave, maybe call the teacher. No. The girl said, shaking, but she looked ready to fight. Girls, it's not the time to argue, you know. Draco said, go back, I am a genius and the other, well, he is still above average, so we can take care of it. I hate you, Theodore said, sweating, but he is right, at least back off so you can try some spells. Theodore knew that stubborn girls like Hermione would not leave in a situation like these, so the best he could do was get them to back off a little. The girl looked at each other and nodded. Both of them went a bit far away. They knew if they stay here they would just be a bother, but maybe they could help from the back. Thump thump, the walking noise of the troll came closer and closer. So Cho, huh? Draco looked at Theodore. It's not like that. Theodore said, I wasn't the one to spend a whole evening with the lady, alone. Che, how did you get yourself in trouble? I don't know. Theodore said, but I can assure you, even if we survive this, Pansy and Daphne will likely kill you. The troll came out of the corner, breaking the corner of the wall with its huge bat. A troll is a magical creature of prodigious strength and immense stupidity. In fact, they are so stupid that they actually had a wizarding exam failing grade named after them. Trolls possess rudimentary magic. Even though they are said to be extremely stupid, they still have basic intelligence of a caveman. They eat humans, so that was something to watch out for. So what do we know about trolls? Theodore asked. Well, it's an XXXX level beast, so it's fucking dangerous, Draco said, looking at Troll in front of them. And it will probably eat us after it kills us. Draco for the first time wished that the great Harry Potter was here. He made things seem so easy in the movies and books, but it really isn't. A XXXX level beast is very dangerous, especially a troll which is 12 feet in height, and is carrying an extremely big spiky bat. Normally a troll weighs a ton, so you know it's powerful. And to top it all off, it can repel some magic as well. The troll roared and started rushing towards them. You go left, I go right. Draco said, and both of them headed towards the troll. Defindo. Draco sent a slash towards the troll, but it only scratched its skin a little bit. Thick son of a bitch. Theodore, ice, Draco yelled. Theodore nodded and waved his wand. Aguamenti. His wand shot water from its tip, drenching the troll in water. Glacius. Draco shot a spell making the water freeze at the same time as Theodore's spell. The water froze, making the troll's movement stop for a while. Draco knew the things weren't over yet. He was trying to figure out a plan to harm the troll. Theodore didn't know many spells and Draco wasn't much better either. And again they were against a troll which body repelled some of the binding skills they knew. Will stupefy work? Theodore asked. Draco shook his head. Do you know impedimenta? Yeah. But do you think I can bind him for long? I am not that good with it. Theodore said. A little would do. The ice shattered and broke. Ah. The troll roared. It was really angry and it came rushing towards them quickly. Impedimenta. Theodore said, binding the troll, but the troll broke free in a split second and threw the bat towards them. Arresto momentum. Draco shouted, making the bat slow in speed, but they still had to dodge. The bat landed near the foot of girls, making them shriek. Draco knew if he had just dodged the bat without using the spell, the bat would likely hit them and kill them. Draco was really pissed right now. The voice inside his head started acting up again. It was telling Draco to rip the troll apart from head to toe. But luckily Draco snapped out of it pretty quickly. Even though the rage was still there, he was in control of it. The troll was coming towards them when suddenly someone came out from behind. "Hey! Stupid troll!" It was Harry's voice. He threw a rock at the troll's face. "I hate this," Ron said, throwing a stone at the troll's face. Having a chance, Draco hurriedly stood up and chanted, "De Primo." The floor beneath the troll cracked. "Shit!" Draco cursed. But thankfully, due to the troll's weight, the floor collapsed, making the troll fall down, but it only got stuck halfway due to its fat belly. The troll was grumbling, trying to break free. "That was close," Theodore said. "Where are the teachers when you need them?" Theodore thought Draco would laugh, but he was staring at the troll with anger. Theodore looked back at the troll, seeing it trying to get up. He frowned. "Incendio trio," Draco chanted, making the troll clothes catch on fire. The troll screamed, but there wasn't much damage to it. In fact, he was struggling more to get out. Think, idiot. Maybe if you hadn't interfered, then those two losers could have saved her, but no, you had to interfere, and like they say, destiny will bite your ass when you try to change it. Hermione was meant to meet the troll, so she did. In the book it was, shit the book. Draco turned back towards the girls and waved his wand, locomotor. The huge bat of the troll lifted up in the air. Everyone was looking at what Draco was doing. Due to the heavy bat size, Draco was using a lot of mana. He lifted up the bat at least 5 feet in the air. He swung his wands towards the troll, aiming at its head. As soon as he did that, the bat went flying towards the troll with a lot of speed. Since the troll was struggling to get out, blinded by the fire, it couldn't see what was coming. Suddenly the bat came towards its neck and everyone heard a loud crack. The bat fell on the ground and the troll stopped struggling. Everyone was wondering whether the troll had fainted or was dead. The smoke from the fire cleared up and it was finally revealed. The troll was dead. Its neck was completely broken, but due to its thick hide the neck was still in place. Just the bone was poking out and the head was hanging on the other side. Draco sat down, barely able to hold himself together. Hermione and Cho came running in. Cho went to check on Theodore and Hermione came towards Draco. "Are you okay?" "Yes, just a little tired," Draco said. "I am sorry, I was useless," Hermione said with a sad tone. "If I had learned some offensive spell, I could have helped." "Don't worry. That's what I am here for," Draco said, smiling. Hermione didn't say anything and looked towards the troll. "Don't look at it, it's dead," Draco said. He didn't want to scar Hermione at a young age. "I have already seen it," Hermione said. "Don't worry, I am fine." Draco nodded and stood up with the help of Hermione slowly. Harry and Ron were staring at the troll's corpse. Theodore came over and helped Draco. "Well, it was a good idea." "Yeah. But I am dead tired." "Me too. I think I should really consider exercising." They went over and looked at the troll. "Thank you," Cho said, looking at Draco. "It's okay," Draco replied, nodding. He wasn't in a mood to flirt with anyone right now. After nearly a minute, a sudden slamming and loud footsteps made the 5 of them look up. Draco was still crouching down, not looking at them. Professor McGonagall had come bursting into the place, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat down on the floor, clutching his heart. "Mr. Malfoy, what are you doing?" Professor McGonagall said angrily. "The only useful thing the troll has is its whisker. I am taking them out for potions," Draco casually replied. He was still in the heat of the moment and the anger hadn't subsided completely. Snape coughed. "Draco, enough. Just the last one," Draco said, plucking the last whisker of the troll and standing up. Snape looked at the troll closely. "Dead," he said. Professor McGonagall was looking at them with an angry look, especially Draco. Draco had never seen her look so angry. Her lips were white. "What on earth were you thinking of?" said Professor McGonagall, with cold fury in her voice. Harry looked at Ron, who was still standing still, looking down. "You're lucky, you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Snape gave Harry a swift, piercing look. Harry looked at the floor. Then he glared at Draco. Then a small voice came out. "Please, Professor McGonagall." It was Hermione trying to take the blame, but Draco came in front of her. "It was me. I wanted some troll whiskers for my potion and wanted to practice my spells. I wanted some troll whiskers too, and I learned this binding spell that I wanted to try," Theodore said, standing beside Draco. Draco looked at Theodore and the other side did the same too. Theodore looked back at Professor McGonagall and continued. "I don't know about the others, but Miss Chong and Miss Granger were coming out of the bathroom when the troll came rushing in, so they had no choice but to stay here." Professor McGonagall glared at them and then at Harry and Ron, wanting to hear what excuse they had. Harry was stuttering about what to say when Hermione came from behind Draco and said. "They were probably looking to warn me since I was in the bathroom for a long time. Right, Harry?" Harry and Ron nodded, since it was really the truth. Draco glared at Hermione, who looked back at him. Draco couldn't understand why she would help these two, especially Ron, who made her cry, but then he remembered, she is one of the good ones. So he just rolled his eyes and looked back at Snape, in hope that he will help him get out of this mess. "Draco, Theodore, follow me," Snape said. "Professor McGonagall, I will take them back and punish them." "Sure, they are children of your house, Professor Snape, but I will have to report to the headmaster about this reckless behavior." Snape gave a stiff smile and nodded a little. He turned back, flipping his cape back and walking away. Draco gave one last look at Hermione and winked at her, before leaving with Snape and Theodore. Hermione wanted to punch him since he would never get serious in any situation. Draco also glanced at Quirrell, who was acting weak. "I will kill you with my own hands," Draco swore to himself. Chapter 23. "Are you okay?" Snape asked coldly. "I am fine," Draco said. "I just used too much magic. I still have to punish you for your recklessness, so I will deduct 10 points from you each," Snape said, not even turning back. "But you still managed to defeat a full-grown troll alone, so 15 points will be awarded to each of you." Theodore and Draco smirked. "What were you really doing there?" Snape asked. "I dropped pumpkin juice on Granger and Chong, so we went to the bathroom to assist them," Theodore replied. "And after we saw the troll, we wanted to fight it." Theodore knew how others would react when they hear that Draco was fighting it, partly for a muggle-born wizard, so he had to save his ass, but he didn't forget to give Draco a "you owe me" look. "Why would you want to fight it?" Snape snorted. "Don't tell me you really want its whiskers." "I wanted to test my strength, of the expectations Father holds for me," Draco said. "I wanted to check whether I can live up to it or not." "You sure did live," Snape said sarcastically. "You can go now, but I can't handle Dumbledore. You would have to come up with a better excuse than, 'I wanted to fight it.'" After that, Draco and Theodore went back to their room and fell asleep quickly since they were very tired. Next morning, in the Slytherin common room, Draco was sitting on the sofa getting nagged by two girls from both sides. "Draco, how could you? You could have died," Pansy said with a worried and angry voice. "Draco, did your brains got knocked out by your wand or did you fall off a broom?" Daphne said angrily as well. "Do you think fighting a troll is a sensible thing to do?" "I said I am sorry, didn't I? Gosh. What do you girls want from me?" Draco was getting slightly irritated due to all the nagging he has been hearing since the morning. "Draco, keep talking and I will send a letter to Aunt Narcissa. She will take care of your antics," Pansy threatened Draco, making him shut up at once. "Hey, Pansy, no need to involve Mother in this, okay?" Draco said, looking at Pansy with a pitiful gaze. "I told you, I only fought the troll because Theodore was being chased by it, and since it wasn't possible to outrun a troll, we had no choice but to fight." "Yeah. Let him go, girls," Theodore said, relaxing on the sofa. "We had no choice." "You could have kept running after you attacked it," Daphne said. "Yeah, but Potter and the other arrived as well, so if we were to leave, the troll would most likely kill them," Theodore said. "Since when did you start caring about Potter?" Pansy snorted. "Ever since he was a Horcrux," Draco thought in his mind. Even though what Theodore said made sense, but in reality, he wasn't trying to save Potter and Weasley. Instead, he just wanted to kill or in the very least harm the troll. The voice in his head had started acting up again, but since Draco was wary of it, after what had happened with Weasley, he managed to snap back and control his rage. It still made him act different, but at least he wasn't being mindlessly controlled by his emotion. Daphne and Pansy, seeing the silent Draco, didn't continue to argue and went over towards him. Both of them sat on each side. "Draco, I know you must be annoyed by our nagging," Pansy said, but you know we are only doing it because we were worried for you. Yeah. Yesterday after class you just disappeared and later on, we found that you were fighting the troll. Daphne said, we were worried. Draco looked at both of them, sigh. I am sorry. I didn't think how you guys might feel, but you have to understand that I wouldn't fight a troll, just because I wanted to show off. Pansy and Daphne nodded. Okay, since your little drama is now over. Theodore said, how did you know that we fought the troll? Oh. Everyone knows about it. Daphne said, yesterday when we were leaving the hall after Professor Quirrell came yelling in about the troll. We had just gotten outside the hall when suddenly the troll fell in through the ceiling. Yeah. It was very scary, we all felt that the troll was going to fall onto us. Pansy said, but Professor Flitwick used a spell making the troll stuck on the ceiling and we heard your voices. So everyone knew after hearing my voice? Theodore asked. Not you, you idiot. Pansy said, Draco. After hearing Draco's voice and seeing the troll struggle, the other Slytherin students started cheering for Draco, and since you were missing from the hall they assumed that you were with him too. Theodore's face started darkening, but Draco wasn't laughing at him. What's wrong, Draco? Daphne asked. Nothing, I just realized that I was careless. I didn't care about my surrounding much when I fought. If Professor Flitwick wasn't there, I could have put all of you in danger as well. Draco said, sighing. It's fine, Draco. Pansy said, trying to cheer Draco up, we are safe, aren't we? Yeah. And we got to see you defeat that troll as it stopped struggling. Daphne said, it was awesome. Everyone was complimenting you. Yeah. Even Dumbledore did. Daphne said. Dumbledore? Draco asked. Yes, he said that you were clever. Daphne said. Draco didn't believe that Dumbledore would compliment him, so he looked at Pansy to confirm. Well, it wasn't necessarily a compliment when the ceiling broke through and we heard your voice. Dumbledore mumbled, clever. He said it silently, but the ones who were near him heard it. Draco nodded, that he could believe. He looked at Daphne, who was sitting beside him. Daphne was like a crazy fangirl most of the time, since she would exaggerate every compliment about him and would attack anyone that says something bad. It wasn't a bad trait, but it could get weird sometimes. Stuff like this always creates a wall between friendship, but Draco didn't say anything to her. This was something she needs to get over with, herself. Draco believed that with friendship along the way she would remove the wall herself after they get closer with each other. So how did you end up with Chang? Draco asked, looking at Theodore. The girls were surprised. Chang, who? Cho Chang, the second year from Ravenclaw. Draco replied. How could Theodore end up with that pretty girl? Daphne said, not believing Draco, I heard she rejected many guys this year, even good-looking ones. I am sure she wouldn't be willing to date him. Yeah. How could Rabbit Face end up with her? Pansy said. Che, I have never said, I am dating her. Theodore said, getting annoyed. Draco was asking, how did I end up meeting with Chang yesterday? She was with you? Pansy asked, to which Draco responded with a nod. Humph. And the thing I said yesterday to Professor Snape was true. I spilled some pumpkin juice on her, so I assisted her to the bathroom, but as soon as she entered she came running back with the troll chasing her. Theodore said, after that, we ran, but the troll caught up to us fast, so I used a jinx to make it slip on the floor and we turned corners to meet you guys. Draco nodded, his guess was pretty similar. But the most important question is. Theodore smiled slyly, what were you doing with Ms. Granger, all alone? Daphne and Pansy turned back to their interrogating mode again and looked at Draco, who was starting to sweat a little. Draco, care to explain? Pansy said. Draco was running his brain quickly to think of an excuse. After nearly an hour of explaining that he was just giving her a birthday gift. Both the girls finally let him go. Sigh. This is really a pain in the ass. Draco sighed, walking out the hall towards the library. Today was Friday, so Hermione and Draco had their little studying session there. Oh. Are you having a problem, Mr. Malfoy? Draco turned to look back at the owner of the voice, and it was none other than Dumbledore. Ah. It's good to be young. He said, making a reminiscing face. Good afternoon, Headmaster. Draco awkwardly said. No need to get nervous, Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore said, I won't harm you. Draco calmed his nerves down. So are you here to talk about yesterday, Headmaster? You look like you were expecting it. Dumbledore said, looking in front, walking peacefully. Draco had calmed down completely by now and had returned to his calm self. Well, I was expecting you to call me in your office but I didn't think you would confront me here. So, let's get straight to point, shall we? Dumbledore said, how about you tell me what happened yesterday? Nothing much to be exact. I was walking my friend back to her dorm when my other friend came running in with a troll behind his back, so we had no choice but to attack. Draco said casually, even though, I didn't expect it to die so easily. Dumbledore took a glance at Draco. Life is a very fragile thing, Mr. Malfoy. I know. So are you okay? I heard you were weak yesterday after the situation. I used too much magic, that's all. Draco said, so am I getting punished? All you did was fight to protect yourself and your friends, so I cannot punish you. Dumbledore said, sounding wise, and it wasn't your fault that the troll came out of nowhere either, so we can't blame you for it. So does that mean, I am not getting punished? Yes, Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore said. But next time, I hope you don't act recklessly. We'll try, Draco said. Headmaster, can I ask you for a favor? Oh. It will depend on your request, Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore looked at Draco wondering what he was going to ask of him. The troll's bat, Draco said, can I have it? Why would you need that, Mr. Malfoy? I wanted to keep it as a souvenir for the first XXXX level beast I defeated, Draco replied. Yesterday after the fight, Draco had realized that the bat was made from redwood, which he needed right now. Sure, I will have it sent to you, Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore didn't ask anything else. That's it for today, Mr. Malfoy, I will no longer continue to disturb you. He said, turning around the corner and disappearing. Draco sighed seeing Dumbledore gone. He was surprised that he didn't raise a question about the Gryffindor sword. Maybe he doesn't know that it has disappeared or he knows something but didn't say it. Either way, this old man is too troublesome to deal with. Draco walked into the library to see Hermione, Harry, and Ron doing their homework. Oh. Looks like destiny brought them together, one way or the other. Draco lazily sat opposite of Hermione and yawned. Harry and Ron looked at Draco and started packing up their bag. See you later, Hermione. They said and walked away glaring at Draco. Yesterday, Theodore didn't try to save them and indirectly pointed fingers at them, so these two might be mad at him. Oh. Looks like someone's got new friends. Draco said making a pouting face. Oh. I can't help but get jealous. Shut up. Hermione glanced at Draco. Are you okay? Why wouldn't I be? You looked kinda weird after you killed that troll. She said, I thought you were sad because of it. Sad because I killed a troll who was trying to kill us. Draco said, I am not that kind, besides even though it felt weird after I did it, I knew it wasn't guilt or sadness. It was like a feeling of incompleteness. Hermione looked at Draco trying to understand him. Yesterday after seeing the troll dead, she felt weird too and was wondering what Draco might be feeling since he was the one who did it, but looking at him he seems to be struggling a little with it too. Anyway, talking about trolls, how did you become buddies with Potter and Weasley? Draco asked, changing the topic. They apologized to me later on and well, since they came to warn me about the troll, I forgave them. Seeing Draco roll his eyes, she asked, what would you have done? I would have forgiven them as well, but that's it, I wouldn't be friends with them, Draco said. Being friends with people who have been mean to you sounds stupid to me, but hey, my thinking is different than most people my age and I am happy that you finally have friends in Gryffindor. That was Draco's true feeling, even though he didn't like Harry and Ron, with them there at least people can't bully Hermione much. Hermione had a mixture of emotion listening to Draco, but after hearing his last words she didn't say anything, but she felt warm inside. Also, next time Weasley says something mean to you, I will throw him in front of the train. Draco said, smiling cheekily. Okay, he is my friend now, so forget about the past, okay? Hermione said, smiling a little. Fine, if you say so. Draco waved his hands around lazily, but you have to promise me that our studying session won't be disturbed by them. Draco felt envy in his heart a little, but it wasn't a normal one either. It was similar to the voices in his head, but this time it was trying to drown him in jealousy. Draco knew something was wrong, so like before he tried to control it. I promise. Hermione nodded. Hearing her, Draco felt calm and that weird feeling was gone. Chapter 24. As they entered November, the weather turned very cold. The mountains around the school became icy gray and the lake like chilled steel. Every morning the ground was covered in frost. The gatekeeper, Hagrid, could be seen from the upstairs windows defrosting broomsticks on the Quidditch field, bundled up in a long moleskin overcoat, rabbit fur gloves, and enormous beaver skin boots. The Quidditch season had begun. On Saturday, Pansy would be playing in her first match after weeks of training, Gryffindor vs Slytherin. If Gryffindor won, they would move up into second place in the House Championship, and even if they lose it won't affect Slytherin in any way since Slytherin is in the top of the House Championship. Everyone was sure unless something unexpected happens, Slytherin would win the House Cup. Pansy had been working extremely hard since she didn't want to let Draco and Snape down. They had provided her with an opportunity and a lot of support. So she has been practicing day and night in the cold weather. Pansy's competitor Harry was working hard as well, and now due to the support of Hermione, he could finish his homework on time and focus more on training. Quidditch was really the most annoying thing in the world. There are 700 ways of committing a Quidditch foul, and all of them had happened during a World Cup match in 1473. Seekers were usually the smallest and fastest players, and that most serious Quidditch accident seemed to happen to them, and although people rarely died playing Quidditch, referees had been known to vanish and turn up months later in the Sahara Desert. Draco had to applaud to the people who even after knowing these things still participate in this stupid game. It's finally done. Theodore and Draco stretched their backs. Today, they had managed to finally complete the antidote. After months of extensive research, the potion was finally complete. The ingredients were changed to cheaper ones and the effect changed a lot, making the effect of the potion last for nearly a whole day, and since the whole compound was changed, the new potion couldn't be detected by the Ministry of Magic. Draco was secretly experimenting on the potion himself with his blood, and he finally got the result he wanted. The potion was now turned into the permanent version. Originally Draco had completed the potion 2 days ago, but due to him having to test secretly he delayed the completion of the potion. After drinking the potion, Draco now had complete control of it. So in the future, even if someone forces him to drink Veritaserum, the effect would not last even a second. To celebrate the completion of the potion, they ordered a lot of food with owls. Since the potion was a secret, only the two of them celebrated and ate till they never wanted to see food again in their life. After their small celebration, Draco left the common room towards Snape's office. Snape had called him to be an assistant to work on a new potion he was making. The potion was supposed to be an antidote to venom of most kinds. Draco knocked on the door and the gloomy sound came from within, "Come in." Draco went inside to see that Snape was not working on the potion but was on his chair. Draco went over to sit on the nearby chair. He glanced at Snape's tore pants and bleeding leg. "What happened, Godfather?" Draco asked, even though he guessed it. "It's a small wound." He replied, "Since you have already seen it, we will work on the potion some other time." "Sure, but the cut looks deep." "Do you want a healing potion?" Draco asked. "You have one." Draco nodded and took out a potion from his pouch. His pouch was also an enchanted pouch which could carry a lot of items, and Draco being a potioneer he collected 2 different things, potions, and ingredients. So to do so he always carried a lot of potions and ingredients with him. Healing potion was a rare and expensive potion since most people don't get serious injuries often, and even if they did they could heal it using magic unless it is affected by some kind of poison. Draco handed him the potion. Snape took the potion from Draco's hand and drank half of the potion and poured the other half on the wound. The potion usually closed the wound and numbed it, but the effect wasn't the same as the one that red-haired lady used on him in his dream. "The wound's bigger than I expected. What creature were you fighting?" Draco joked, but all he got was a gloomy, cold look in return. "Cough, I will leave now," Draco said, standing up. "Good choice, next time I will send you an owl when I am in need of your assistance," Snape said. Morning of the match, both the Gryffindors and Slytherins were excited. Pansy wasn't eating much due to nervousness. "Pansy, you gotta eat," said an overweight guy who was the batter of the team. "How can you have the energy to knock people off when you won't eat?" "Huh, leave him alone, Rick," Marcus Flint said. "She must be nervous since it's her first match." Daphne and the other girls were supporting and cheering her up, to ease her nervousness. Draco and Theodore weren't around for breakfast since yesterday's meal had started working its magic of its own. By 11 o'clock the whole school seemed to be out in the stands around the Quidditch pitch. Many students had binoculars. The seats might be raised high in the air, but it was still difficult to see what was going on sometimes. Draco went to the locker room to talk to Pansy since he had missed her at breakfast. "Hey, Pansy," he called out to Pansy, who looked lost. Pansy looked at Draco and lazily came over. "You finally came, huh? I am sorry I am late." Draco looked at Pansy, who didn't look much motivated at all. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I am nervous. I don't know if we are going to win or not," Pansy said, looking at Draco. "I don't want to lose, Draco, I am afraid." "Sigh. Silly. he said and hugged her tightly. Pansy broke from her nervousness and started to get shy. She wanted to push Draco off but he was hugging her too tightly. Idiot. Being nervous means you care, and that's what matters the most, and whether you win or lose, I and the others won't care, what we care about is you putting your best into it. Pansy stayed silent first then hugged Draco back slowly. I will try my best. Draco released her from the hug but was still holding her. Go get him, my tiger, or should I say snake. Ha ha ha, I will win for you. Pansy said with determination. Whistles came from within the locker room. Draco and Pansy immediately separated, seeing the other members from the Slytherin team glaring at them with teasing looks. Good luck. I will watch you from the stadium. Draco said, running back, leaving the embarrassed Pansy alone. Draco went up and joined the Daphne and Theodore. Since today was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, Hermione was standing on the Gryffinder's side, but she had came to wish Pansy good luck this morning. Being friends with someone with the rival house is very difficult, but since nothing major has happened they have managed to keep their friendship in check. On the Gryffindor side, they had painted a large banner on a sheet. It said Potter for President, and there was a large Gryffindor lion underneath and the paint flashed different colors. Slytherins, on the other hand, were very extreme. Daphne and the other girls had professional helpers design a beautiful banner on which Go Pansy was written in huge letters, and beneath it had a moving picture of a snake attacking a lion and slowly choking it to death. After seeing the flashy banner the Gryffindor's side went silent for a while but soon continued cheering after the players entered the stadium. Madame Hooch was refereeing. She stood in the middle of the field waiting for the two teams, her broom in her hand. Now, I want a nice fair game, all of you, she said, once they were all gathered around her. Mount your brooms, please. She said. The Slytherins clambered onto their Nimbus 2000. Madame Hooch gave a loud blast on her silver whistle. 15 brooms rose up, high into the air. They were off. And the quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. The Weasley twins' friend, Lee Jordan, was doing the commentary for the match, closely watched by Professor McGonagall. Draco didn't have much interest in general, so he was just watching Pansy fly around trying to look for the snitch. Due to there being too many flying brooms and balls, focusing on a single person was much easier. The Gryffindors started scoring first, but soon the Slytherin played their game. With a little bit of foul and a good broom they managed to tie up to Gryffindor in no time and started beating them soon enough. Pansy had done a couple of loop-the-loops to let off her feelings and started searching for the snitch. Draco out of the corner of his eyes noticed Harry struggling in his broom, so it started Draco looked at Quirrell, who was chanting the jinx, and at Snape, who was using an anti-jinx to keep Potter on the broom. At the same time, Pansy caught the sight of the snitch and went chasing after it. The snitch was moving in random pattern, making it harder for her to catch it. At that moment, Potter was falling off the broom and was barely managing to hang on to it. Draco found something weird. The snitch was moving around Potter as if it wants him to catch it, not Pansy. Draco focused on the snitch, trying to read the mana around it, and his guess was correct. The snitch was being manipulated by someone, and was trying to change its course. Draco realized something. In the book Harry caught the snitch in his mouth when he fell off the broom, but that's impossible considering the nature of the snitch to not move around in a single place and wait to be swallowed. Draco looked around but he didn't see anyone who could possibly be doing it. Then a thought popped into his head, Dumbledore. Draco figured Dumbledore wanted to boost Potter's confidence by making him win, so he chose to manipulate the snitch. Yes, there is no coincidence in this world. Draco thought. Dumbledore might want to support Potter by helping him cheat, but Draco wouldn't let him. He started chanting his own spell to manipulate the snitch, even though it was very difficult to take complete control of the snitch, but he could still push the snitch here and there. On the Gryffindor's side, people were pointing up at Harry all over the stands. His broom had started to roll over and over, with him only just managing to hold on. Then the whole crowd gasped. Harry's broom had given a wild jerk and Harry swung off it. He was now dangling from it, holding on with only one hand. Did something happen to it when Flint blocked him? Seamus whispered. Can't have, Hagrid said, his voice shaking. Can't nothing interfere with a broomstick except powerful dark magic. No kid could do that to a Nimbus 2000. At these words, Hermione seized Hagrid's binoculars, but instead of looking up at Harry, she started looking frantically at the crowd. What are you doing? Moaned Ron, grey-faced. I knew it, Hermione gasped. Snape, look. Ron grabbed the binoculars. Snape was in the middle of the stands opposite them. He had his eyes fixed on Harry and was muttering non-stop under his breath. But then he lowered his binoculars down a little and saw Draco was doing the same. He was muttering something similar to Snape with his eye fixed around Harry. "He's doing something, jinxing the broom," said Hermione. "I think it's Draco." Ron said. "What do you mean?" "Look," he passed over the binoculars. She looked over and saw that Draco was chanting something similar, but his eyes weren't exactly on Harry but around him. "No, it's Snape. You need eye contact and Draco isn't looking at him," Hermione said, defending Draco. Ron looked at Hermione and didn't continue to convince her since she is more likely to believe in Draco than him. "So what do we do?" "Leave it to me," she said. Before Ron could say another word, Hermione had disappeared. Ron turned the binoculars back on Harry. His broom was vibrating so hard, it was almost impossible for him to hang on much longer. The whole crowd was on its feet, watching, terrified, as the Weasleys flew up to try and pull Harry safely onto one of their brooms, but it was no good. Every time they got near him, the broom would jump higher still. They dropped lower and circled beneath him, obviously hoping to catch him if he fell. Marcus Flint seized the quaffle and scored 5 times without anyone noticing. "Come on, Hermione," Ron muttered desperately. Chapter 25. Hermione had fought her way across to the stand where Snape stood and was now racing along the row behind him. She didn't even stop to say sorry as she knocked Professor Quirrell headfirst into the row in front. Hermione looked towards Draco first, then quickly rushed towards Snape. She believed that Draco wouldn't do something like this even if he hated Harry, and according to what Hagrid said, this was very dark magic since most ordinary magic won't be able to affect the Nimbus 2000. While this was happening, Draco was in a fight of his own. The snitch was getting harder to influence by the second. Draco's jinx seemed pitiful against the jinx placed on it since he could barely push it around. Theodore and Daphne were so into watching the match that they didn't even notice Draco's chanting. Hermione finally reached Snape. She crouched down, pulled out her wand, and whispered a few, well-chosen words. Bright blue flames shot from her wand onto the hem of Snape's robes. It took perhaps 30 seconds for Snape to realize that he was on fire. A sudden yelp told her she had done her job, scooping the fire off him into a little jar in her pocket. She scrambled back along the row. Snape would never know what had happened. Draco, who was concentrated, heard the yelp but didn't turn back. He knew it must have been Hermione who set fire on Snape's rope, causing the crowd to yell. But the distraction was enough. Up in the air, Harry was suddenly able to clamber back onto his broom. Harry was speeding toward the ground. Pansy finally saw the snitch and went towards it as well. Pansy was so concentrated on catching the snitch that she didn't even notice Harry falling towards her. Crash! Both of them crashed and fell to the ground. Luckily they were near the ground, so no major harm was done. Everyone was looking at them nervously when suddenly Pansy stood up. "I caught the snitch," Pansy said, holding the snitch in her hand. Everyone from the Slytherin side started cheering, but Harry stood up holding his lips, which had a cut in it. "No, I touched it first," he said. The cheering died down and everyone was confused as to what was going on, but Draco on the other hand knew. Madame Hooch walked towards them and the other players from both sides landed as well. Pansy was glaring at Harry. She knew that she caught the snitch first, so how can Harry be the first person to touch it? Luckily for these kinds of situation, the snitch was enchanted with flash memory and it remembers the touch of the first person who handled them, in case of a disputed capture. Madame Hooch looked at the snitch and after confirming with magic she found the real winner. "The person who caught the snitch first is Harry Potter," she announced. The Slytherin's face turned dark and the Gryffindors started cheering loudly. "He didn't catch it, he just touched it with his lips." Flint was still howling 20 minutes later, but it made no difference. Harry hadn't broken any rules and Lee Jordan was still happily shouting the results. Gryffindor had won by 170 points to 80, Snitch are worth 150 points. Draco, Theodore, and Daphne went over to the locker room to cheer Pansy up. "Hey Pansy, it's okay," Draco said, "you played very well and Potter only won due to a mere coincidence." Draco was angry at his own weakness. He couldn't get the snitch to be in his control like the other party did. Draco was sure that this other person was none other than Dumbledore. In Hogwarts he is the only powerful wizard who can have such control over the snitch without even being present, and the only one sly enough to do so, and Voldemort, the other powerful wizard present there, was too busy trying to kill Harry than making him a winner, so it was without a doubt the work of Dumbledore. "Yeah. Pansy, cheer up," Daphne said. "We all know that you caught the snitch first, but that Potter managed to accidentally touch the snitch with his lips. Pugface, if we are considering skills then you are a lot better than Potter." Even Theodore chimed in, but sometimes stuff happens like Potter's broom suddenly went out of control causing him to fall. I am sure that luck will not be with him all the time. Pansy looked up at her friends who were trying to cheer her up. I am fine guys, I just feel a little upset that's all, and as Draco told me before the game, I put my all into it, but still ended up losing due to an accident, so I can't help but feel a little sad. I am sure you will win next time, Draco said. Yes, coincidence doesn't repeat every year, Theodore said. Pansy cheered up a lot by now, but Draco was still feeling a bit sour. The taste of losing wasn't a good one. Draco didn't know why, but his pride hurt a lot. Most people would be okay with losing against Dumbledore since everyone literally calls him the greatest white wizard of their time, so losing against him is not a shameful thing, but Draco felt different. He had the urge to go to Dumbledore's office and question him about why he did what he did. It was just a game, but why did he have to be involved in this, just to make Harry win? Why are things always about Harry? Since you want to play with fire, you have to know that you could get burned. Dumbledore, since you want to control everything, I would make you lose the very thing you desire. Draco had enough of the manipulation and control. Meanwhile, in Hagrid's hut, Harry was being made a cup of strong tea back in Hagrid's hut, with Ron and Hermione. It was Draco, Ron was explaining, Hermione and I saw him. He was cursing your broomstick, muttering, he wouldn't take his eyes off you. No, Ron, I told you he wasn't doing anything. Hermione said, it was Snape. Rubbish, said Hagrid, who hadn't heard a word of what had gone on next to him in the stands. Why would Snape do something like that? Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at one another, wondering what to tell him. Harry decided on the truth. I found out something about him, he told Hagrid. He tried to get past that three-headed dog on Halloween. It bit him. We think he was trying to steal whatever it's guarding. Hagrid dropped the teapot. How do you know about Fluffy, he said. Fluffy? Yeah, he's mine, bought him off a Greek chappie I met in the pub last year, I lent him to Dumbledore to guard the... Yes, said Harry eagerly. Now, don't ask me any more, said Hagrid gruffly. That's top secret, that is. But Snape's trying to steal it. Rubbish, said Hagrid again. Snape's a Hogwarts teacher, he'd do nothing of the sort. It's either Draco or Snape. Ron said again, I can tell you that for sure. Why would Draco do something like that? Hagrid asked again, yeah no, even if he's one of the Malfoys, he's a kind boy, he invented and modified potions that could help people and even magical creatures, he shared those potion recipes for free without any profit too. Yeah no, he could have made a fortune out of it, but he gave it all away. Well, it all might be a lie, a false pretense, Hagrid. Ron said, I suspect that he is as kind as he pretends to be. Ron, I have already told you several times before, Draco wasn't doing anything. Hermione started getting angry with Ron, ever since school started you were the one who keeps making trouble, you insulted him and his parents in the train after he left, then you accused his friend of stealing and then you went ahead and insulted his father in front of his face. If I were to choose who is a bad guy between you and him, it would be you. Ron wanted to say something back but couldn't, she was right ever since he saw Draco that day on the train, he's the one that's been acting like a bad guy, not Draco. Okay, stop it guys. Harry said, seeing both of them breaking into a fight again after finally becoming friends. Ron, Hermione is right, we can't keep blaming Draco because of his parents since he hasn't done anything to us. And Hermione, I believe Ron wasn't trying to blame Draco either, but he saw him jinxing something, didn't he? So we can't ignore that fact either, and Snape is still our main suspect. I am telling you kids, it's impossible, Professor Snape wouldn't do something like that. So why did he just try and kill Harry, cried Hermione. The afternoon's events certainly seemed to have changed her mind about Snape. I know a jinx when I see one, Hagrid, I've read all about them. You've got to keep eye contact, and Snape wasn't blinking at all, I saw him. That's what Draco was doing too. Mumbled Ron, earning a glare from Hermione. The broom jinx is a very powerful dark magic, Ron, do you really think Draco can do it even if he wanted to? Hermione tried to calmly explain Ron again. But he is a genius, isn't he? Ron said. Harry pushed him a little, and looking at Hermione's face he quickly added, and I also believe that Snape did it, I am just taking Draco into consideration. I'm tellin', yeah, you're wrong, said Hagrid hotly. I don't know why Harry's broom acted like that, but Snape wouldn't try and kill a student. Neither would Draco, in front of all the professors there. Now, listen to me, all three of ya, you're meddlin' in things that don't concern ya. It's dangerous. You forget that dog, and you forget what it's guardin', that's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Aha, said Harry, so there's someone called Nicholas Flamel involved, is there? Hagrid looked furious with himself. Draco was in his suitcase taking care of his plants. The magical plants were very weird from normal plants since some of them had sentience, some fought back and some just destroyed. Today Draco was cleaning up bouncing bulbs. Bouncing bulbs were magical plants that jumped around if it is not restrained. Bouncing bulb's main stem is a disproportionate purple bulb, with a bunch of leaves growing on the top. Young bouncing bulbs are small enough to handle, but mature ones can reach the size of doorways. Bouncing bulbs can be aggressive when they feel threatened, they jump towards the possible attacker and try to hit it. Draco had grown them to experiment on it, but these plants turned out to be pretty much useless. Bouncing bulbs are a necessary ingredient in a Pompian potion, a potion which encases the drinker's head in a pumpkin, but other than that it had no uses. Draco, being the person who hates pumpkin, wasn't really pleased by the only use it had, and it was a troublesome ingredient since it smelled a little like pumpkins as well. Draco had only grown a couple of them for an experiment, but somehow it managed to release its seeds in secret hidden places, causing a lot of them to grow up. Draco hadn't noticed them at first, but after they started causing destructions to his other plants, he began noticing them after a few investigations. The bouncing bulbs were very troublesome to take care of, especially when there are a lot of them. The small ones could be stopped by using a knockback jinx, but the bigger ones needed to be burnt down. Since Draco was still in his garden, he couldn't recklessly use fire spells or any other spells carelessly, as it might destroy his garden. So, Draco was dealing with them one by one, with a new spell he learned that made things wither. It wasn't a very powerful spell but was enough for a magical plant. So, Draco spent the rest of his evening taking his anger out on these plants, which surprisingly managed to multiply to a number of 70. After killing them, the next part was to clean their rotting bodies from the garden and remove the smell. Draco found a new property of bouncing bulbs: they smelled exactly like baked pumpkins after they rot, which might be not a bad smell to some, but Draco hated the plant even more now. After cleaning up, he left the suitcase and walked towards the common room. All of the Slytherin students were celebrating, to cheer Pansy up. All the Slytherins believed that Pansy was the real winner and Potter only won due to a coincidence and the favor of other professors, especially Dumbledore. Even some Ravenclaw students believed that. Ravenclaw and Slytherin have always been close, and similarly, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor have been friendly with each other. Ravenclaw is all about intelligence, and they would rather do things that benefit them rather than harm them, which coincides with Slytherin's beliefs, and since there are a lot of purebloods and half-bloods in Ravenclaw, being friends with them is natural and harmless. Similarly, Hufflepuff is about hard work, which coincides with Gryffindor's beliefs, and since both of their houses have the most Muggle-borns in them, they have no problems with each other. Everyone at the party was cheering for Pansy, complimenting her about how great she played and how she will definitely win the game next year. Draco went over and joined them in their celebration. After a while, the party ended and everyone went back to their dorm. Only Pansy and Draco were left in the common room. "Draco, do you think I will win next time?" Pansy asked, looking at the fireplace. "I don't think so, I believe so." Draco said, "Don't get caught up on what everyone says. Expectations are a heavy burden that people put onto you and not even realize it. So don't try to live up to their expectations, do what you want to do." "Easy for you to say," Pansy said, smiling. "Hey. I have and will always have your back." Draco said, "Even if next year you decide to stop playing Quidditch, I will still support you in that decision." "Why are you so kind to me?" Pansy asked. "Sometimes, I feel that you are the only one that puts effort into our friendship. I feel useless since I haven't even done a tenth of what you have done for me." Draco reached out and caressed her hair. "Then why don't you take it as a debt?" "Debt? Yeah. Just pay me back when I need you to." Draco said, "Like maybe taking a curse for me or something along that line." "You want me to take a curse for you?" Pansy said, making an annoyed expression, and punched Draco's arm. "Why not? Why does the knight always has to take a sword for the princess? Why can't the princess do so for the knight?" "Humph. You consider yourself a knight?" Pansy snorted, "But since you called me a princess, I will consider taking a curse for you when the time comes." "When did I?" Draco wanted to ask, when did he call her a princess, but looking at her happy face he closed his mouth. Chapter 26. Today, surprisingly, everyone was gathered in the library. Draco, Theodore, Pansy, Daphne, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and even Cho was there. The atmosphere between them was awkward since it hadn't even been a week since the last Quidditch match. Draco and Theodore were going to the library to search for some transfiguration book on Animagus. Animagus was their new research topic, they wanted to research on it right away after they saw Professor McGonagall's transfiguration from a cat to a normal human, but due to the ongoing experiment on the antidote of Veritaserum, they delayed it till now. Animagus was a very interesting topic for Draco and he wanted to learn about it right after he was transmigrated here, but unfortunately, there were no books on Animagus back at Malfoy Manor, since none of his ancestors was an Animagus. From what Draco knew, from his past life until now, an Animagus, also known as Animagi, is a witch or wizard who can morph him or herself into an animal at will. Animagus is taught to students only during their third year in Hogwarts. It is a learned skill, unlike the hereditary skill of a Metamorphmagus. Metamorphmagus was also a very rare skill, but it was an innate ability and couldn't be learned like spells or potion. Metamorphmagus allowed the witch or wizard to change their physical appearance at will without the use for stuff like Polyjuice potion. Draco knew only one Metamorphmagus himself, but he had also heard that his cousin Nymphadora Tonks was one of them. Talking about Tonks, Draco wanted to reconnect with his family members that have broken ties with them over the years, so he could use their help in time of need. To do so he planned to send Christmas gifts to everyone this year, to extend an olive branch towards them. Excited to research on the topic of Animagus, Draco and Theodore rushed over to the library. On the way, someone called out to them. "Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Knott." A pretty voice called out. Draco and Theodore stopped and looked back. The person who called out to them was none other than Cho Chang. Cho came over to them. "I am sorry, I couldn't meet you guys before." "It's okay, also please call me Draco and this one Theodore." "No need to be so formal." Draco said smiling, "Do you need something from us?" "Please call me Cho as well." She said, showing a beautiful smile, "I wanted to thank you, for saving me that night. I wanted to come say thank you earlier but I was weirded and freaked out after what happened so I couldn't do it. So I apologize for that." "It's not a problem." Theodore replied, "Besides you've already thanked us for that night and are you okay? That incident might have been hard on you." "I am fine, thank you." She said politely, "I especially caused you a lot of trouble since it was my fault crashing into you." "No worries." Theodore said, "Fighting a troll is pretty much what we do every day." "Every day?" Both Cho and Draco asked at the same time. "Yeah, even though a troll was a first but we had fought a Murtlap before, they can get very dangerous as well." Theodore's voice was getting smaller and smaller and by the end, it was just a whisper. Draco looked at Theodore whose ears were red and was talking weirdly. Even though Chang was pretty she wasn't his type and he wouldn't fight his friend to flirt with a girl, but seeing his expression Draco wanted to tease him a little. "So Cho, where are you going right now?" "I am heading towards the library." Cho said, "How about you guys?" "What a coincidence." Theodore said, "We were going there too." "Ha ha ha." Draco started chuckling, "If you don't mind, we can go there together." "Sure." Cho replied. She didn't know why Draco was chuckling but Theodore's face had completely turned red. Draco walked in front leaving some space for Cho and Theodore. Draco felt awkward being the third wheel, since it was his very first time being one. He wondered if this is how Theodore felt every day when he flirted with Pansy, Daphne, and Hermione. Draco listened to their conversation silently and was surprised that Theodore was using his pickup lines on Cho, but unlike Draco who acted shamelessly, he was blushing quite a lot when he said those cheesy things, but it seemed to be working since the other party had a slightly red ear and was nervously playing with her fingers. They reached the library when two distinct voices called out, "Draco." It was Pansy and Daphne. "What are you girls doing here?" Draco asked. "We wanted some help with our studies so we were looking for you, then Blaze told us that you were heading towards the library." Pansy said. "And here we are." Daphne said turning towards Cho, "And she is?" "Oh. She is Cho Chang, the girl I told you about." Both Pansy and Daphne froze hearing that. They looked at Theodore who was blushing and wasn't his usual self and then turned towards each other grinning. "Nice to meet you." Pansy said, "My name is Pansy Parkinson. Since you're Draco's and Theodore's friend you can call me Pansy." "I am Daphne Greengrass, you can call me Daphne as well." "Hello. I am Cho Chang, you can call me Cho too." Cho said, shaking hands with them. The girls then partied up leaving Draco and Theodore alone. They looked at each other and sighed. "Let's go in." All five of them walked inside the library and searched for the books they wanted to study. Then all five of them sat down at the table in the corner. Surprisingly, Theodore picked out an advanced level potion book to get close with Cho who was studying potions as well, and with Pansy and Daphne studying botany. Draco was left alone hanging with an advanced transfiguration book. He sighed looking at Theodore, who looked as if he had lost all purpose in his life and now his only dream was to chase after Cho. On the other side, Pansy and Daphne were giggling, teasing Theodore, losing their interest in studying. Just as he sighed, there was a loud thud on the table next to them. All of them looked over to see who it was, and to their surprise, they were none other than Harry, Hermione, and Ron. All of them stared at each other for a while. Draco coughed, feeling the tense atmosphere. "Cough, hey. Hermione." Draco said, smiling, "What are you here for?" "Oh. We were just searching for a book," interrupted Ron. Hermione glared at Ron for a while and he awkwardly whispered towards Harry and Hermione, "He is still a suspect, isn't he?" "But this topic is about Snape." Hermione whispered back. "Maybe Draco can help us." "Yeah. But he is also from Slytherin and from what I have heard, he has a very good relationship with Snape." Ron argued back. "And if we look hard enough, I am sure we can find who Nicholas Flamel is ourselves." "Humph. Don't you know it's rude to talk behind others' back?" Daphne snapped, typical Gryffindor. "Don't be rude, Daphne." Pansy said, "Potter probably still has a concussion from the fall, and Weasley, well, he is a Weasley, so why are we even trying to teach manners to them?" "Can't argue with that." Theodore smirked, "You know, as they say, the fire's lit, but the cauldron's empty." Ron gritted his teeth. "Okay, let's not start a fight," Draco said, looking at Hermione, who avoided his gaze. Ron mumbled something and sat down. Since the other tables were already taken, they couldn't leave and had to stay at the table beside them. After some glaring, everyone started focused on their studies, so they didn't bother each other anymore. Draco quickly helped Pansy and Daphne with their homework and started researching things on his own, since Theodore was too busy showing Cho how good he was at potions. As Draco imagined, it takes a lot of skill, practice, and patience for wizards and witches to become animagi. The process of becoming an animagus is long and arduous and has the potential to backfire and cause the transformation to go horribly wrong. Many witches and wizards simply feel that their time might better be employed in other ways, as the skill is of limited practical use unless one has a great need of disguise or concealment. Animagi can only take on the form of one specific animal. This animal form is not chosen by the wizard but determined by their personality and inner traits. It may also be that the full-bodied Patronus may reveal what a witch or wizard would turn into if they were an animagus. Draco knew that people like Minerva McGonagall, a known cat animagus, also had the Patronus of a cat. Since the form the Patronus takes may be determined by the same inner traits as the animagus form. An animagus in animal form is also not restrained by the lifespan limit of the creature that they otherwise transform into. Each animagus bears an identifying mark on their animal form that is caused by something on their human body. This may be a physical trait like dental structure, or an acquired trait such as glasses. Like Minerva McGonagall, who had markings on her animagus form caused by her spectacles. If an animagus undergoes a major physical change, such as the loss of a limb, their animal form will also reflect that. An animagus could consciously choose if they also wanted to transfigure their jewelry and clothing with them or not. After nearly 2 hours, everyone stretched from their seat. It was time for their evening classes, so they had to leave today. Draco and the other had history with the Gryffindors, so all of them were ready to leave. "It's getting late. We need to hurry up," Hermione said. "I think I know of a passage that can lead you guys to the history class faster," Cho said, making everyone look at her. "That's awesome. Can you show us the way?" Daphne said. "I am not really sure about the path since I haven't used it in a long time, but I can walk you there, if you want," Cho replied. "Wouldn't you be late for your class?" Theodore asked. "No, not really. I still have an hour before the next class starts," Cho said, smiling. "Let's go." Draco looked at Hermione and said, "Are you coming?" "Yes," she said, dragging Ron and Harry. Ron decided that he would rather take the long route and be late for the class than follow them, so he looked at Harry, "So both of them can leave," but to his surprise, Harry was fine going with them. He didn't even hesitate as he did. So Ron reluctantly followed them too. They walked from one passage to another, and it looked like they were getting nowhere. "I knew we shouldn't have followed them," mumbled Ron. "It's okay, Ron, everyone makes mistake." To his surprise, Harry wasn't angry. Instead, he looked calm and was following them, without any complaint. "I think we took a wrong turn, guys," Cho said, making a sad expression. "I am sorry. I haven't used this passage in a long time, so I messed it up." "It's okay," replied Theodore, making Daphne and Pansy giggle. Hermione was looking around, getting anxious about the class. Draco went over to her and whispered, "It's okay, we can skip the classes sometimes, you know. You don't understand, if all of us don't show up to the class we might get into trouble." Hermione said, getting more anxious. "Isn't that more fun?" said Draco. Hermione got angry hearing Draco and was about to scold him, but Draco wasn't looking at her anymore. Instead he was looking at an old door, in front of them. Draco started walking over to the door. Everyone was wondering where he was going, but they still followed him out of habit. "I know where we are," Draco said. "Where?" Hermione asked. "The 7th floor," replied Draco, heading towards the door. "How do you even know that?" Theodore said. "We have never been there before. Because this is the room of requirement." Draco shouted in his mind but didn't say it out loud. He slowly opened the door, to reveal a room that looked like an empty old and used classroom. "I have never been here before," Cho said, walking inside with the others. The dark shapes of desks and chairs were piled against the walls, and there was an upturned wastepaper basket, but propped against the wall facing them was something that didn't look as if it belonged there, something that looked as if someone had just put it there to keep it out of the way. It was a magnificent mirror, as high as the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame, standing on 2 clawed feet. There was an inscription carved around the top, "Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi." "The mirror of Erist," whispered Draco, but in that empty classroom, everyone heard it clearly. "What is that?" asked Hermione, interested in the beautiful mirror in front of them. In fact, everyone was interested in it. "The mirror of Erist is a mirror, which shows the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts." The name Erist is desire, spelled backward as if reflected in a mirror. Draco replied, surprising every one of them. "So what if a person doesn't desire anything?" Pansy asked. "It is said that the happiest person in the world would look in the mirror and see a reflection of them, exactly as they were." Draco replied, walking towards the mirror. Theodore was trying to understand what was written on top of the mirror. "Hey genius, do you know what those words mean?" "I think it's some sort of dead or a very old language, maybe," Cho said, looking confused. Hermione was also glaring at it, trying to understand. "It's a mirror, you idiot," so read it in the opposite way. "Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi," on the mirror reversed is "Isho no tayo erfak abu tayo heart's desire," which with proper spacing becomes "I show not your face but your heart's desire." Hermione said, completing Draco's sentence. "Correct," Draco said, standing in front of the mirror. "What do you see, Draco?" Pansy asked. "I see every one of my friends and families, smiling happily beside me." Draco said what he saw. He didn't tell the whole truth since some of the girls were in their wedding dress married to him, which would be inappropriate to say. "Why can't we see it then?" Daphne asked, wanting to see what Draco desired the most in his life. "It's my desire, so only I can see it," Draco replied. "My turn then," Theodore said, pushing Draco away. "I see." Theodore stopped and didn't say anything. His eyes got slightly red. "Are you okay, Theodore?" Pansy asked carefully. She had never seen the annoying Theodore like this. Draco went over and pulled Theodore. "It's not real, so don't lose yourself in it." "I know, but it's really tempting," Theodore said. Draco knew, Theodore probably saw his mother. When Draco first met him, Theodore had just lost his mother, so he knew what he really felt about things. It took a lot of time to break Theodore out of his shell, so Draco didn't want him to go back to how he was again. Men have wasted away before it, not knowing if what they have seen is real, or even possible. Draco said, "The advice to hold on to your dreams is all well and good, but there comes a point when holding on to your dreams becomes unhelpful and even unhealthy. To sit gazing on a vision of what you can never have, will only damage a man. The mirror is bewitching and tantalizing, but it does not necessarily bring happiness. So don't lose yourself in it." Theodore wiped his tears and nodded, listening to what Draco said. Most of them were now afraid of looking in the mirror. Sometimes not knowing things is much better than knowing about it. While all of them were considering whether to look in the mirror or not, Ron went over and looked at it. "What do you see, Ron?" Harry asked nervously. "I'm alone, but I'm different. I look older, and I'm the head boy." "What?" I'm wearing the badge like Bill used to, and I'm holding the house cup and the Quidditch cup. I'm Quidditch captain, too." Ron tore his eyes away from this splendid sight to look excitedly at Harry. "Ha ha ha." Pansy and Daphne couldn't hold back anymore and started laughing. It really shows a person's desire, but it surprisingly even shows things that can never be achieved." Ron's face turned red, and with his red hair, he looked like a tomato. I am next. Pansy said, walking in front of the mirror, but after a quick glance, she quickly walked away with a red face. What happened, Pansy? Daphne asked, but she didn't say anything. Daphne weirdly looked at Pansy and walked in front of the mirror herself. She too, like Pansy, walked away blushing immediately. What did you girls really see? Theodore asked, getting back to his old self. None of your business. Both of them said at the same time. They looked at each other and stayed silent. My turn, Hermione said, walking in front of the mirror. Chapter 27. My turn. Hermione said, walking in front of the mirror. Since it's Hermione, her desires are probably a lot of books. Draco said, looking at Hermione, who was staring at the mirror for quite some time. What? Yes, replied Hermione awkwardly, it's just a pile of books. Are you sure? Asked Draco teasingly, but he didn't get any reply. Hermione, like Daphne and Pansy, became silent with her head down. Cho, aren't you going to try it? Theodore asked. No, I am afraid to look. She said, after hearing what Draco said, I don't want to get lost in my desires, it's scary. No one tried to convince her, since it was her choice whether to look at it or not, and they weren't close enough for them to persuade her into it. The only remaining person was Harry. He slowly walked over and his eyes opened wide in surprise. What do you see, Harry? Ron asked. Me winning the Quidditch Cup this year. Harry said with an awkward expression. Draco looked at Harry and didn't say anything to him. If you want to lie and lose yourself in it, you're welcome to do so, thought Draco. Hey! Guys, we are already 20 minutes late for the class. Professor Binns is going to kill us. Hermione said, suddenly remembering the class again. He is a ghost, so I am sure he can't even touch us. Draco said jokingly, but no one was laughing. Everyone quickly got out of the room and rushed towards their respective classes, everyone except Harry. Christmas was coming. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts woke to find itself covered in several feet of snow. The lake was frozen solid. The few owls that managed to battle their way through the stormy sky to deliver mail had to be nursed back to health by Hagrid before they could fly off again. No one could wait for the holidays to start. While the Slytherin common room and the Great Hall had roaring fires, the drafty corridors had become icy and a bitter wind rattled the windows in the classrooms. Worst of all were Snape's classes down in the dungeons, where their breath rose in a mist before them. Luckily Draco had managed to learn spells that would heat you and your clothes up, so he and the Slytherin students including Hermione were fine even in this cold weather. Draco pitied the others, seeing them stand close to the burning cauldrons for a little bit of heat. So Draco gave some Ravenclaw students the name of the spell and the spell book, so they can stay warm. Draco was walking outside towards another classroom when he saw the Weasley twins bewitching some snowballs to follow Quirrell, which all targeted at the back of his turban. Draco, seeing the situation, joined in the fun. He took out his wand, bewitching huge amounts of snow on the ground, turning them into balls, and threw them all towards Quirrell. Draco then quickly hid behind a nearby tree to watch the show. Quirrell tried to fight back but couldn't even move after his wand was knocked out by a snowball, and soon he was buried underneath the pile of snow. Draco was sure that Voldemort received a number of hits even though Quirrell was trying his hardest to protect him. The Weasley twins were shocked, wondering how all this happened, so they quickly ran away to not get in trouble. Draco did the same and quickly went towards his classroom, laughing his ass off. Professor McGonagall had come around the week before, making a list of students who would be staying for the holidays. Draco had been considering staying in Hogwarts for Christmas since he could explore it more openly with no one around, but later dismissed that idea, imagining his mother's angry face. He remembered that his father had told him that they had a surprise for him at home, so he couldn't wait to go back home. Hermione spent most of her time in the library with Harry and Ron, searching for Nicholas Flamel, so Draco and she hadn't met very often. Draco one day went over to her when she was alone and asked, "Hey, Hermione, I see you in the library a lot. Are you looking for something?" "Me? No, I was just studying for exams," she said nervously, closing the book in her hand. "You know, you are very bad at lying," Draco said, causing Hermione to freeze up, "but since you don't want to tell me, I won't ask you again, but remember what I told you back in the Slytherin's common room. You can always come to me when a problem appears and I will always be there for you." "I still stand by what I said," Draco, saying that, walked out of the library, leaving the dazed Hermione alone. "Wait." Draco turned to look back at Hermione, who was chasing after him. "I am sorry," she said. "I don't even know why I was trying to hide things from you. Since I always believed that you weren't the one in wrong." Draco tilted his head in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Draco, in the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, what were you murmuring when Harry was falling off his broom? She asked. Draco finally realized what was going on. Do you think that I jinxed Potter? No, Ron thinks so. Hermione said, but I always believed in you, so I need to know what were you doing there. I was looking out for Pansy and I wasn't jinxing anyone. I was reading this good luck charm that I found which supposedly gives people good luck. Draco lied. I am sorry Hermione, but the truth is harder to believe than the lie. Hermione stared at Draco's eyes and asked, are you really not lying to me? Why would I? Draco said, not backing off from her gaze. Sigh. I knew it. Hermione sighed in relief. I was telling them it wasn't you but no one believed me. Hey. Potter and Weasley have been trying to frame as a bad guy since day one, so I don't really care. Draco said, but what hurts me is that you were believing them. I wasn't. Hermione said. Then why didn't you ask me about it, early on? Draco said, you were doubting me, weren't you? Hermione wanted to refute but couldn't. With Ron and Harry making Draco a suspect, she was starting to consider Draco one too. It's not that she didn't believe in Draco, but a seed of doubt was already growing in her heart. The question, what if, kept ringing in her head. I have no excuse Draco, I am sorry. Hermione guiltily said, deep inside I knew you wouldn't do something like this, but with, sigh. Anyway, I apologize for being a bad friend. Che, I will forgive you this once. Draco said, next time if you ever have a doubt on me, come ask me right away. Hermione nodded, I will. So, who are your other suspects? Draco asked, even though he knew the other suspect is most likely Snape. He wanted to be sure of it. That's, Hermione was considering whether she should tell him or not. Draco, what is your relation with Professor Snape? So it's still Snape. Draco thought to himself. He is my godfather. Draco said, shocking Hermione, it's not really a secret. My father and Professor Snape were friends back in their days at Hogwarts. Oh. I see, Hermione said, sigh. Even if I tell him the other suspect is Snape, he will likely not believe me. Do you know who Nicholas Flamel is? Hermione asked, trying to change the subject, but the only word that came to her mouth was Nicholas Flamel. Well, they will find about it out sooner or later, so I don't think it's going to be a problem. Nicholas Flamel is a French wizard, well-known alchemist and only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary substance with incredible powers. I heard he stays in Paris and sometimes goes to the nearby Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Draco casually said, why do you need to know about that 600-year-old ghost? Hermione was trying to digest all the information. 600 years old. Yeah. The Philosopher's Stone he created has a magical property and is the main ingredient in making elixir of life. You know how Professor Snape told us that potion can help put a stopper to death? As far as I know, elixir of life is the only potion able to do so. Does it make someone immortal? Hermione asked. Nope. You have to keep drinking it day after day. You forget to drink it one day and boom, you're dead the next second, and besides, after some time, your body will start to grow old without fail, so even if you live a 500-year-old long life, you will probably grow terribly weak. Draco said. Hermione's eye lit up. Sorry Draco, I need to go, I will talk with you some other time. Draco watched Hermione as she hurriedly entered back in the library. Draco sighed and walked back into the Slytherin common room. Today, since most Slytherins had classes, the common room was empty. Draco walked in and sat by the fire when he suddenly heard someone whimpering. Draco looked over and saw Daphne running outside with tears in her eyes. Draco quickly chased after her, wondering what was going on. After running for a while, Draco saw Daphne sitting underneath a tree crying. Hey! What happened? Draco softly said, reaching out for Daphne. Daphne looked at Draco and jumped into his arms weeping. Draco was shocked, he had never seen Daphne cry before. It's okay, don't cry. He gently caressed her back. Tell me what happened. My sister, she barely said with her sobbing. Draco remembered about Daphne's sister. From what he knew, Daphne's sister was Draco's wife in the original. He married her and had a son named Scorpius Malfoy, but later she died due to her family's blood curse. What happened to your sister? Draco gently said, hugging her. I just found that my sister has our family's blood malediction. Daphne said with tears flowing out of her eyes. A blood malediction was a curse that could resurface in a victim's descendants, causing debilitation. The curse was much evil than it sounds, as it eats a person from inside out, making them weak and fragile. People with this curse don't manage to live up to old age. Draco was getting worried about Daphne. Daphne, do you also have the curse? No, she replied, causing Draco to sigh in relief. Hey, you believe in me, don't you? Daphne looked up at Draco and nodded. I do. Then you know I am a genius in potion. Draco said, caressing her hair. I promise you that I will put my all into finding a cure for your family's curse. Daphne's eyes widened in surprise. Is it possible? I don't know, since there has never been that sort of potion. Draco said, but I assure you that I will make one, so your sister can live happily. Daphne stared deeply at Draco. Promise? She asked. I promise. Draco replied. Daphne went back into Draco's arms. She wouldn't believe if other people said that to her, but after she saw that image in the mirror, she knew she could believe in Draco. Both of them stayed like that for a long time. Are you okay? Draco asked, caressing her hair. Yes, thank you. Daphne said, blushing. Don't worry too much about your sister. Draco said, she is still young now, so the curse wouldn't affect her till she grows old. I know. Daphne said, but I wish it could have been me. Don't say such things. Draco said, I would be very sad if something were to happen to you. She nodded, blushing. Draco, do you want to know what I saw in that mirror? Yes. I saw my family in you. Her face was getting redder by the second. Me? Draco asked, interested in what she had to say. Yeah. Daphne said, standing up and running away. Chapter 28. Sigh. I have never read so many books in my life. Ron said, closing the book in his hand. Yeah. And the worst part is that we still can't find who Nicholas Flamel is. Harry said, laying back on the chair. Harry, Ron, I have found who Nicholas Flamel is. Hermione came in with a huge book in her hand. What? Really? Both Harry and Ron said at the same time. Yes, look. She said, showing them the book in front. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The what? Said Harry and Ron. She pushed the book toward them, and Harry and Ron read. The ancient study of alchemy is concerned with making the Sorcerer's Stone, a legendary substance with astonishing powers. The stone will transform any metal into pure gold. It also produces the elixir of life, which will make the drinker immortal. There have been many reports of the Sorcerer's Stone over the centuries, but the only stone currently in existence belongs to Mr. Nicholas Flamel, the noted alchemist and opera lover. Mr. Flamel, who celebrated his 665th birthday last year, enjoys a quiet life in Devon with his wife, Perenelle, 658. I knew it, Harry said, rushing back into his room and coming out with a wizard card. I told you I'd read the name somewhere before. I read it on the train coming here. Listen to this. Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. The dog must be guarding Flamel's Sorcerer's Stone. I bet he asked Dumbledore to keep it safe for him, because they're friends and he knew someone was after it. That's why he wanted the stone moved out of Gringotts. Hermione said. A stone that makes gold and stops you from ever dying, said Harry. No wonder Snape's after it. Anyone would want it. And no wonder we couldn't find Flamel in that study of recent developments in wizardry, said Ron. He's not exactly recent if he's 665, is he? You really are a genius, Hermione. Harry complimented. Yeah. See, I told you, we don't need Malfoy's help. Ron said, proudly giving Hermione a thumbs up. Hermione coughed and didn't say anything. She wondered what their reaction would be after they find that Draco was the one who gave her the information. Draco and Theodore were in the hall doing their homework. Sigh. Who gives this much homework to a first-year student? Theodore complained, that bloody ghost, I will get him one day. That day all of them were punished by Professor Binns, who gave them tons of homework as punishment for being late. I wonder if there is a spell to exorcise ghost, Draco said. He too was irritated by this homework. They had to remember all the events of wizarding revolutions. The events weren't even accurate since the dates differ from book to book. As they were complaining and doing their homework, they heard some quarreling outside the door. Normally Draco wouldn't care much, but he heard Crabbe's voice. Let's go, he said to Theodore. Outside some older Hufflepuff students were making fun of Crabbe and Goyle, cornering them. Hey! Aren't you a pureblood? Why don't you show me your magical powers then? An older boy said. Yeah. You just call me a mudblood, didn't you? Another senior said, let's see what makes you so special. he said, taking out his wand. Let's not go too far, guys. A handsome boy said. What are you talking about, Cedric? You heard this kid, he insulted me, the senior replied, ready to hit both of them with a spell. Expelliarmus. A light came knocking the boy's wand. All of them turned their heads towards the voice. Hey! Let's not go too far, shall we? Draco repeated what Cedric said, walking between them with a smirk. Theodore lazily followed, but he had his wand ready in his hand. The Hufflepuff student recognized who the other person was, and the boy named Cedric came forward. We don't want any trouble, but your friend is the one who insulted us first, he said in a calm voice. Draco nodded. I heard it, he said, looking at Crabbe and Goyle, who had lost a lot of weight in this couple of months. Both of them looked nervously towards Draco. Draco, we didn't. Is there a reason? Draco asked, making the duo confused. Sigh. Is there a reason you called that guy a mudblood? He's been making fun of us ever since we joined Hufflepuff, Crabbe said, looking down. He kept pushing us again and again. Goyle added. We didn't say anything at first, thinking he would stop, but he didn't, and today, I accidentally used that word when he tripped me. Goyle said, getting afraid. He knew Draco didn't like that word very much. Draco nodded and looked at Cedric. Cedric, can I call you that? Cedric nodded. As you just heard, your friend is the one in fault here. Even though I hate the word mudblood, I don't like people bullying my friends either. He said with a cold voice, staring into Cedric's eyes. So today, since both parties are at fault, I shall leave it alone, but in the future control your friends. Cedric sighed and looked at his friend. The boy looked down and didn't say anything. I have warned them before, and I will make sure there isn't a problem in the future, he said. Draco nodded and looked at Crabbe and Goyle. If they cause you any problem in the future, come to me and control your lips. Crabbe and Goyle nodded obediently. Thank you. Draco turned to look at the boy. You asked what makes a pureblood special, didn't you? The boy looked at him and didn't say anything. He knew the other party was a genius, and he wasn't sure he could defeat him. You see, we purebloods are the center of the wizarding community, from the ministry to other higher-level jobs. We purebloods are involved in everything related to magic. So I will suggest you to not keep getting ahead of yourself, since your future might be in the dark. Are you threatening us? The other boy asked with an angry expression. Another Muggleborn, I assume. Draco said, turning towards Cedric. You are a pureblood, aren't you? So explain to them what I was trying to convey. Cedric didn't say anything and stared at Draco. Just so you know, this isn't a threat, it's a kind suggestion. Draco said, walking away. Take it or leave it. Theodore stared at Cedric for a while and walked away along with Draco. Crabbe and Goyle looked thankfully at Draco and walked inside the hall, leaving Cedric and his gang alone. Watching out for your competitor? Draco asked, teasing Theodore. Humph. Do you think he can defeat me? Theodore said. Theodore had been hanging out with Cho for some time now, and he knew a boy named Cedric from Hufflepuff liked her as well. He had been wanting to meet the other party for a while now, but seeing Cedric face to face made him nervous. Ha ha ha, it's not about strength or your fighting capability, Theodore. Draco laughed. You know, no matter how brave a knight is, a princess will always marry the prince unless... Unless what? Unless you attack her heart before the prince can use his charms, Draco smirked. If nothing works, you can kidnap the princess away. Do you think we live in a medieval era? Theodore said, getting annoyed. Well, I was talking about the medieval era. Draco grinned. Or do you really consider yourself a knight? Che, I need some help, he said, surprising Draco. What? I think I heard you incorrectly. Draco said, looking back at Theodore. I said, I need, you know what, forget it. Okay. No need to act so shy. Draco said, I don't have much experience in this area either. You don't have experience? Theodore laughed. You have a girl hanging around you every time, and you are telling me that you don't have any experience. Don't make me laugh. I really don't. I just act like I have some experience. Draco said with a serious face. Are you serious? Theodore stopped laughing and looked at Draco. Yeah. Draco said with a grim face. So all this time you were just acting like a lady killer? Yup. So how bad are you at this? Theodore asked. Are you bad at this than me? Worse than you. Draco replied with a straight face. How do you do it, man? Theodore was seeing Draco in a new light. I just do whatever I think a girl thinks it's funny or good. Draco said. Teach me. Theodore said, I am sure if you can do it then so can I. Are you sure it takes a lot of courage and training to do so? Draco asked. Yes. Theodore nodded. Inside Draco's briefcase both, Theodore and Draco were studying the art of getting girls. So the first thing we need to realize is that we are ugly. Draco said seriously. We are what? Theodore asked confused. Draco went over and slapped Theodore, do you think you are handsome? Go look at yourself in the mirror. Theodore was scared of this Draco, and hurriedly stood up walking towards the mirror. Draco walked behind him, look in the mirror. Look at your ugly rabbit face. Look at your tall lanky body. You look like a skeleton covered with a layer of skin. Theodore wanted to cry, I am at least average. Another slap came flying towards him, average is still ugly. Theodore held his cheeks in pain wanting to escape but he knew he couldn't. The whole space inside the suitcase was controlled by Draco. I am ugly, say it. I am UG. Put some energy into it and say it. I am ugly. Theodore yelled. Good, since now we have realized how we look on the outside. We need to look in the inside. Slap, don't interrupt me. Draco said, no one cares about what you are like in the inside unless you are marrying that person. Theodore nodded hurriedly, afraid another slap would come flying his way. So we need to decide what we want to pretend as ourselves. Draco said sitting back down, we are Slytherin and with our ugly faces a bad boy character suits us the best. But I think I read in a magazine that girls like kind. Seeing Draco raise his hand he closed his mouth. You need to be good looking to act kind, otherwise you will just get friend zoned. What's a friend zone? The friend zone is an unholy situation in which one member of a friendship wishes to enter into a romantic relationship but gets rejected, with words like let's just be friends. Draco explained, do you want Cho to say those words to you when the time comes? Theodore imagined Cho rejecting him when he confesses his love to her. Theodore hurriedly shook his head, he didn't want that. Good. So don't be too kind to her. Draco said, girls like freedom, so learn to be a little open, you don't see me chasing Pansy, Daphne, or Hermione everywhere do you? Theodore nodded noting down the points. The next step is easy and you have already succeeded in it. Draco said, you saved her when she was in trouble so you have already left a mark in her heart. I can say for sure that right now, she values you more than Cedric. She does? Theodore asked getting happy. Slap, don't get too happy, you fool. Draco said, a girl's heart changes faster than a chameleon changes its color. If Cedric plays his card right with his pretty face you wouldn't be able to take her back. So what do you want me to do? Right, now the iron is hot, but don't rush in either. Draco said, play it cool, say a lot of cheesy things, buy her gifts, no it's still too early for buying gifts, buy her beautiful presents on her birthday and Christmas so it doesn't look like you are a desperate creep. The other important part is don't get too shy. She is the one that should be blushing, not you. So I should act cool even when my ears and cheeks are getting red as you do. Slap, hey. What was that for? Theodore slapped back. Cough sorry. I got a little too into this. I am new at this, just like you but hey at least, I am trying. Draco said holding his cheeks. So what do I do next? I don't know, I have never reached so far before. Draco said, but luckily for me, things are playing out well. That's true. Theodore nodded, so we can conclude that after we reach that stage we need to let things play on its own. Yeah. You can say that. Draco nodded, hey, aren't Cho's parents Asians? Yeah. Why? Make sure to send them gifts as well. Draco said, from what I have heard, for Asian people, the first thing you've got to do is get in the parents' good side. If you succeed, Cedric can't even get close to her. Really? I think so. Draco said. Theodore nodded, hey. I have known you since we were little, when did you manage to collect so much information? Cough it's a talent. Draco replied. In reality, all this information was collected in his previous life from the power of observance. Having no friends throughout school you get better at this skill more than you think. So after observing his classmates dating and breaking up, he managed to collect data on dating but unfortunately, he never got to try it till now. After a while, both of them came out the suitcase with a red face. Why are both of your cheeks so red? Pansy asked. Don't ask. Both Draco and Theodore said at the same time. Chapter 29. It was finally the holidays. Everyone packed up some necessary items and left for the train. All of Draco's friend was going home, so all of them stayed in the same compartment chatting. After hours of sitting on the train, they finally reached the station. Everyone had their families come pick them up, so Draco was the only left waiting for his father to come. Did he forget about me? Draco thought, looking around the station. Then he saw Lucius coming out from the corner looking for him. Draco stood up and went up to him. "Why are you late?" Draco said. "That's not a nice thing to say to your father after not meeting for months." Lucius said, smiling. "Wait, smiling?" Draco looked at his father's face and he was really smiling happily. Did something good happen, or is he just glad to see me after a while? "What's wrong?" Lucius asked, looking at the dazed Draco. "What?" "No, nothing," Draco snapped back. "I was wondering about the surprise you told me about." "Yes, surprise." Lucius smiled even more brightly. "We need to get home first, for you to find out what it is." Draco nodded, sighing. "Did he hit his head or something?" "I heard you were quite busy in school this first semester." Lucius' smile changed back to the original grim one. "What are you talking about?" Draco asked innocently. "Don't give me your puppy eyes, I am not your mother." Lucius said, "I am talking about you fighting a troll in Hogwarts." "Cough, how did you know about this?" Draco asked. "Severus sent me a letter of your heroic deed." Lucius sarcastically said, "And you told them that you fought troll for its whisker." "Hey." It sounded like a good excuse at that time. Draco said, "Does mother know about this?" "You are lucky, I haven't let her found out about it." Lucius said, "This is not the right time for your mother to get stressed out about you." "Why?" Draco asked, getting slightly worried. "You will find out when we get home. Let's go, your mother is waiting for you." Lucius said, pulling Draco into the corner and apparat from there. Draco didn't like the feeling of apparating, since it actually feels like you're being forced through a very tight rubber tube. Apparition is wizarding transportation. It is basically the magical action of traveling by having the user focus on the desired location in their mind. After the user is properly focused, they then disappear from the current location and instantly reappear at the desired location. In short, an apparition is a form of teleportation. It is by far the fastest way to get to the desired destination, but is tricky to pull off correctly and disastrous if botched. Draco even puked the first time. Apparition is a popular method of travel in the wizarding world, though it is stated that plenty of adult witches and wizards do not bother with it. These witches and wizards prefer brooms, float powder, or port keys. Draco wanted to learn apparition, but due to it being more complex than normal magic and having risks of splinching, he didn't want to try it early on, without having sufficient mana and understanding of it. Splinching can occur when one has insufficient determination to reach one's goal, causing certain body parts to fail to arrive at the destination with the wizard. Even though the limbs could be attached back, Draco didn't want to go through that experience, since it could be very traumatizing. Draco and Lucius arrived outside the mansion. Their house was enchanted with anti-disapparition jinx, making it impossible for people to apparate inside their house. The only people who this jinx won't work against are the elves. Hateful creatures if you think about it. They can come and go out of any place they want without anyone interfering. They have powerful magic in them and can use wandless and chantless magic as well. Draco pitied the house elves when he first arrived here, but later on found that chaining them up is necessary. The servile attitude they carry is the only way to keep them in check, or else if they gain a test for freedom then they can wreak havoc. Luckily they liked getting enslaved for some reason. Draco didn't know if that was the result of years of enslavement or if it was their natural instinct, but luckily it was there. House elves are intensely loyal to their owner whether they like them or not, but there are some exceptions. For example, if a house elf is smart enough and she doesn't truly respect his master or mistress, then he can disobey them by finding loopholes in their command. House elves' magic are very complex as well. From apparitions being a natural talent, they could use charms like levitation charm or even disarming charm, and they could use powerful dark magic as well. Draco has been preparing a plan for the house elves to help him, and he is now ready to put his plan to use. Draco and Lucius walked inside the manor. Draco looked around for his mother, but there weren't any signs of her. "Mother!" he called out. "I am here, Draco." Narcissa's voice came from within the living room. Draco dropped his suitcase and ran over to the living room. Lucius rolled his eyes and walked behind him. "Mother?" Draco walked inside the living room, and to his surprise, his mother was sitting on the couch with a big belly. "Come here, Draco," she said, reaching out her hand. Draco slowly walked over and caught his mother's hand with his eyes still wide open. How do you like your surprise? Lucius, who had just arrived in the living room, asked, smirking. Mother? What is this? Draco asked, looking at her big belly. You are having siblings, now. She said, caressing his hair. Siblings? Draco asked. It's twins. Lucius answered, you are going to have 2 siblings from now on. Wait. Wait. Were you pregnant before I left? Draco asked unsurely. It hadn't even been 4 months since he went to Hogwarts. Yes, I started having signs early on, but I wasn't sure. Narcissa explained. So how long has it been? 6.5 months, Lucius said, sitting beside them, holding Narcissa's hands. Aren't you happy, Draco? Narcissa asked, seeing Draco staying silent. Huh? Yes, of course, I am happy. Draco said, smiling. I always wanted a sister, but now I am getting 2. It could be a brother too, you know, Narcissa said. No, it has to be a daughter. Both Lucius and Draco said at the same time. Both of them looked at each other and nodded. It seems both of them agree on something. Sigh. Not you too. Narcissa sighed. What will both of you do if you have a son and a brother? There are 2, aren't they? Draco said. Then there are still some chances of there being at least 1 girl. Yes, Draco is right. Lucius said, I have been telling you this for a couple of days now. Okay, you 2 don't count your owls before they are delivered, and Draco, go take a bath. I will prepare dinner for you. Narcissa said, do they not serve good food in Hogwarts anymore? My baby boy looks so thin. Really? I think I look good. Draco said, standing up, I will go take a bath then. The house elf quickly prepared a bath for him and Draco got inside, relaxing. Sigh. I am happy to have siblings, but I don't know if it's the right time. Voldemort resurrection is important. Without it, he can't be killed. But resurrecting Voldemort with my baby siblings around doesn't seem like a good idea. Either. What do I do? Draco was worried about his family more than ever now. After a long bath, he came downstairs and sat at the dining table. So Draco, how is school going? Narcissa asked. It's going pretty well than I thought it would. Draco replied, with Pansy and Theodore, it's not that boring. I heard you made friends with the girl from Greengrass family. Lucius asked. Yeah. But how do you know everything? Draco said, are you spying on me? I am friends with her mother, you know. Narcissa said, she has been sending me letters thanking me for having you take care of her. Oh. So how come I have never met them before? Draco asked. They live quite far away. Lucius replied, besides we have only met each other on formal occasions every now and then. Draco nodded. Being acquaintances with other wizarding families wasn't that big of a deal, since he himself knew quite a few. So who do you like more? Suddenly Narcissa asked, making Draco choke on his food. Cough, what are you talking about? I am talking about who you like more, Pansy or the girl from Greengrass family. I think her name was Daphne, right? Narcissa said in a teasing voice. I don't like anyone, Draco said, shoving food in his mouth. Narcissa giggled, seeing her son's behavior. It's good if you decide earlier. Lucius said in a grim voice, if you like one of them, then I can help you by setting good relation between our families. Both Parkinson and Greengrass families are good allies to have. Draco looked at his father, who looked serious, and said, even if I like someone, I am not going to be involved in a political marriage. Just so it can benefit our family. You are still naive, Draco. Lucius said, allying with other families will help strengthen us. Especially in controlling the wizarding world in the future. I can do well myself, father. Draco said, I don't need to, nor do I want to use the people that I like just so I can benefit from them. Draco, you have to understand, setting good relation from early on will strengthen the bond between our families. Lucius said, I am leaning more towards the Greengrass family. They are the oldest pureblood family and have a great relationship with other pureblood families as well. So I hope you can focus more on the Greengrass girl. Lucius, stop it. Narcissa said, our son has finally come home after a long time and you have started talking politics already. He's too young for that. He has to learn someday, Narcissa, Lucius said. If he plans to finish what has been started, then he has to learn sooner or later. Besides, I am not telling him to lie to that girl. If he becomes close friends with her, then they will eventually fall for each other, as we did. Draco stood up from his chair. Father, I know of your ambitions, but I have my own as well, and it's much greater and superior to yours. As for who I marry in the future, it's my life to decide, I might even marry a muggle if I want to and you will have no say in it. Draco. Lucius stood up as well. I am done. Draco said, walking towards his room. Lucius, I know you have been having a lot of stress lately due to the ministry seizing some of our businesses, but you can't take it out on Draco. Narcissa said, I know my son more than you, the more you force him to do something the more likely he wouldn't do it. Sigh. I am sorry. Lucius said, sitting back down, rubbing his forehead, with the Dark Lord gone some people have been acting out now and again, and now with our baby on the way I am more afraid for our family's protection. It's okay, Lucius. Narcissa said, Draco has always been a little hot-headed and besides he is just 11 so we don't need to rush into things like marriage. Also with Draco's personality, I am sure that even if he grows old, he wouldn't be willing to participate in a political marriage. I am afraid that if you really keep pushing him, one day he might even come home with a muggle wife. I will have a talk with him later. Lucius said, sighing. Draco reached his room and closed it. He has been stressing about Voldemort and the future, but now his father wants to use him as a political tool to gain more power as well. Draco laid down on his bed. This wasn't the first argument he had with Lucius, but he didn't expect it to be right after he comes home from school. Especially on the topic of marriage, he is too young for it, and even though having allies is a good thing, he won't marry someone just so he could get another family's alliance. Chapter 30. Draco woke up in the morning still annoyed by yesterday's whole argument. He lazily went down the stairs when he heard his father call his name, Draco. He turned around to see his father looking at him from the living room. We need to have a talk. Lucius said. Draco rolled his eyes and followed him inside. Narcissa was already in there. Draco sighed and sat in the seat opposite to them. Draco, I apologize for my behavior yesterday, Lucius said, making Draco flinch. Am I still dreaming? He thought, if Lucius were to hear his thoughts right now, he would probably lock him in the dungeon. Yesterday, things got unnecessarily heated between us. Lucius said with a sincere voice, I know you are too young for us to be talking about your marriage, but running away from the political situation isn't useful either. One way or the other you are going to have to face them, so being naive in this area isn't going to help any of us. I am not naive, father. Draco said, I just won't do things that will harm people that are close to me, and nothing is going to change my mind against that. We don't mean that either. Narcissa said, but there are a lot of different kinds of people in this world, Draco, and they might want to harm you. I know what you are trying to say, but I am not a kid anymore. Draco said, I know who to trust and who not to trust, and for those people who mean me harm, I won't show any mercy to them either. It's good that you know. Lucius said, then that makes things a lot easier. If you have been reading the newspaper lately, then you might know the ministry has recently raided a couple of warehouses for dark objects, which has hampered our businesses greatly. I know, and honestly I think it's a good thing that it's gone. Draco said, making Lucius glare at him, Father, the times are changing and it's time we change too. Dark objects are powerful and sell well in the black market, but is it really worth it? Explain. Lucius said. Father, all this time I have been giving away my potion recipes and my research paper for free to get the public to change their mind about our family, and especially to make them support me when the time comes. Draco said, making Narcissa and Lucius shocked. All this time they had been thinking that the reason he asked them to put up his research on the newspaper was because he was too kind, and Lucius, taking this chance to brag about his son, accepted this request without any hesitation as well, but to think their son had some other reasons for it left them flabbergasted. Draco stood up and walked to the nearby window. So father, tell me, if one of the warehouses they raid gets tracked down to us, what will happen? Lucius stayed silent. He knew what could happen if it was tracked down to them. Right now, other than the people in the inside, have been thinking that we are changing, especially due to me. Draco said, so if you even get suspected for selling dark objects, then all of my hard work will wash down the drain. Of course, you can bribe them, but how long do you think it will work? Just a rumor is enough to ruin my reputation in the wizarding community. Sigh. So now what? Lucius asked. Today he was seeing his son in a different light. He was seeing him more as a colleague than his son. Destroy or sell away all the remaining dark items that we sell, and stop manufacturing new ones. Draco said, we can make money in a not-so-shady way, like my perfume. By the way, how is it going? We have already manufactured the current batch and all of them were shipped 2 days ago to different shops all over the UK. Here, Lucius said, passing him the newspaper. On the very first page of the newspaper was the huge advertisement for the perfume, talking about its uses and suggesting them to buy it as a Christmas gift for their loved ones. This was Draco's idea, which he later got from Hermione, who was giving him advice on how to sell his perfume better. I am sure it will be successful. Narcissa said. I hope so. Draco replied, see father, we can do business in the open by selling stuff people can use than selling shady things hiding from other people's eyes. Lucius nodded, but things aren't so easy, and besides we can't run away from dark magic. Who's running from it? Draco said, father, you have to understand that I am different from Voldemort, I won't lose myself like him in dark arts. Narcissa and Lucius looked a bit shaken up when they heard Voldemort's name. See, you still shake in fear just by his name, but do you even have a shred of respect for him? Draco asked. Lucius sighed, no, I don't. It was only fear. At first, when I started following him, I thought he was doing it for the sake of us purebloods, but soon things got out of control, he was killing people left and right. He didn't care if they were purebloods or not. He only wanted power and rule above all of us. Exactly father, don't you get it? He has no sense of morality, nor does he have a clear goal in mind. He was afraid that someone will take his powers away. If he was so powerful as he claimed to be, then why didn't he go fight Dumbledore? The reason is he was afraid of death. Narcissa completed his sentence. Lucius and Draco looked at Narcissa, you get the intelligence from me, you know. Lucius frowned and Draco smiled, I don't want to fight anyone in the open, instead I want all of them to support me. I know there will be some people opposing me no matter what I do, but I still want the majority to support me. I don't want to finish what Voldemort started, instead I want to create my own legacy. Lucius looked at his son, so how long have you been brewing this plan of yours? A lot longer than you can imagine, and I haven't even started yet. Draco said, at first, I wanted to wait longer till I could figure all the things out, but now due to all the unexpected changes I have to make my plan start ahead of time. So what do you suggest we do? Lucius asked. Expand our business and stay away from the black market. That's the first step anyway. Draco said, sitting back on the chair, and I want you to disinherit me from the Malfoy family. What? Both Narcissa and Lucius said at the same time. Listen to me first. Draco said, sighing, I want you to disinherit me from the Malfoy family, then make one of my new siblings the inheritor. What if both the twins are girls? Lucius asked, and why are you making this decision? Mother, as far as I know, there is no one to inherit the black family, is there? Draco said. Narcissa's eyes lit up, you mean, you want to inherit the black family? Draco nodded, Lucius frowned and asked, you haven't answered my first question yet. Father, if this is just a question about inheritance, then if both my siblings are girls, then I will control the Malfoy family myself, and in the future, I will have one of my sons take over the surname Malfoy and have him inherit it, making the Malfoy family's legacy go on. Lucius kept quiet and didn't say anything. So, Mother, what do we know about the black family's current situation? Draco asked. After my aunt, Walburga Black, passed away, the 12, Grimmauld Place along with all the black family's wealth was inherited by my cousin Sirius Black, who is rotting in Azkaban. As for other people, my sister Bellatrix could have inherited the place after Sirius, but she is in Azkaban as well. Narcissa explained. Wasn't Sirius disowned from the black family? Lucius asked. He was, but after my aunt's death, whether the other party liked it or not, Sirius inherited the black family's wealth. Narcissa said with a snorting. This part is kinda confusing since it doesn't say whether Sirius inherited the black family property or not, but we are going to go with he did. So we need to convince Sirius? Draco asked, as far as he believed convincing Sirius would prove to be quite difficult. No, there isn't a will directly written to him, so if we can convince Aunt Walburga and with the help of the Ministry of Magic, we can have you inherit the black family, but you have to change your name from Malfoy to Black. Narcissa said. Aunt Walburga? But isn't she like dead? Draco asked. The portrait is still there. Narcissa said, but have you thought things thoroughly? Yes. Draco nodded. I have still not agreed to you changing your surname and disinheriting you. Lucius said with a grim face. Father, you yourself told me last night about having other wizarding families support me, didn't you? And besides, with black family's wealth, I can live freely without someone trying to control me. Draco said sarcastically. You are still mad about yesterday? Lucius said, frowning, even when I apologized to you? It's not about apologies, Father. Draco said, it's about time we realize that you and me are different people, we have different views and ideas on things, so I am thinking this is for the best. If I have a brother in the future, you can mold him into you. Similar personalities and similar lifestyle, making him just like you. So me getting disinherited is the best part, isn't it? With it, we won't have to argue with each other every now and then, since it will have nothing to do with me and I can live my life without you trying to force your ideas onto me. Draco. Narcissa said, it's not polite to talk to your father like that. Apologize to him. Oh. I don't mean to offend you, father, so my apologies. Draco said, but I still stand by what I said. Every time we argue, it has something to do with you trying to force your ideas on me. I don't want to break into a huge fight with you, which I believe is bound to happen sooner or later, so I'd rather move out and not be in your control. Fine, do what you want. Lucius said, getting up. Sigh. What do I do with you both? Narcissa said. Draco walked over and held Narcissa's hand. Mother, you believe me, don't you? I do. Narcissa said, you are my son, even if the world doesn't believe in you, I always will. I know it sounds stupid with me saying all these things out of the blue, but I think it's necessary. Draco said, I and father aren't the same person. Ever since I was young he has been trying to mold me into being a next Dark Lord, but I don't want to be that, I want to be something beyond that. I know. Narcissa said, caressing his hair. Besides, with no one to inherit the Black family, it's good that I step up, Draco said. I think so too. Narcissa said, I wanted you to inherit the Black family before, but Lucius was against it, and thinking about it, it wasn't possible to do so either, but now with your siblings on the way, I can convince your father about it. I hope you can. Draco said, lying back, I came back home for Christmas and the first 2 days of my holidays are spent with me arguing with father. You know he can be stubborn sometimes, but he wants the best for our family, that's all, Narcissa said. I know, but it's irritating if you think about it. Draco said, with Voldemort now gone for a while, father's still in a state of paranoia. Protecting one's family is a good thing, but if you start to get overprotective and controlling then it gets really annoying. Okay. Don't talk bad about your father now. Narcissa said, pushing his head a little. I will take you to the Black family house after you finish your first year. Draco nodded. Chapter 31. Today was Christmas, so Draco woke up early. He went out of his bed and wished his father and mother a Merry Christmas. His father, still upset about the disinheriting thing, stiffly nodded. Draco shrugged his shoulders and went towards the living room where all his presents were collected. This year Draco had a lot more presents than usual, since almost all his new friends and a Slytherin first-year student had sent him a present. He quickly went over and started unwrapping them one by one. Theodore had sent him a book about potions from his family's collection which he had never read before, and Draco did the same as well. Pansy sent him a beautifully designed bracelet, which was made from platinum and gold. Draco looked at the bracelet for a while and wore it. The bracelet was bigger than his wrist, but once he put it on, the bracelet shrunk itself to a perfect fit. There was a letter that came with the bracelet which read, Dear Draco, I heard about Aunt Narcissa being pregnant, so I wanted to congratulate her. Make sure to do it on my behalf since I can't be there at the moment. Also, how did you like my gift? I had it custom made a month ago and I had put a lot of effort into making the design, so you better like it. Also, if I don't like the gift you send me, you are buying me another one. I nearly forgot. Merry Christmas to you, Draco. Your LO dearest friend. Pansy Parkinson. At Parkinson family's house, Pansy was opening Draco's gift as well. As soon as she tore open the gift wrap, she was surprised. It was a golden snitch, the newest on the market. This brand of snitch couldn't be played in a match since its sole purpose was to follow around the person who touched it first. Pansy excitedly opened the package and held the snitch in her hands. The snitch slowly opened its wings and flew around her. Unlike the real snitch, this one was easy to catch and release back again. Pansy caught the snitch back in her hand and to her surprise, the snitch opened up and a note dropped from within. Pansy released the snitch again and read the note. I can't always be around you, so I will give you this snitch as a gift. With it around, you can always be sure that I am looking out for you, no matter where I am. Also, I wish you a Merry Christmas. Draco Malfoy. Pansy held the small note in her hand, blushing deeply. Draco opened another package which was surprisingly from Harry. Draco opened the gift and it was a set of the robe. Inside it there was a note that read, This is payback for the time you bought me my school robe. Now we don't owe each other anything. Harry Potter. Draco laughed reading the letter. I didn't expect Potter had it in him to do so. Draco put down the robe on the side and opened a new present from Daphne. Daphne had sent him a book about learning how to fight with swords. Draco had previously mentioned his friends about wanting to learn how to fight with a sword as a joke, but now it looked like Daphne took it seriously. Draco looked at the very old book in his hand. Draco opened the first page of the book and it read, Gladio, Greengrass Family. From what Draco knew Gladio meant sword, and from the title, it seems like Daphne gifted him an old family book. The second page of the book was a blank page, but Daphne had left him a little note there. Dear Draco, I tried to find a present for you, but I couldn't really think of anything decent. I remembered you talking about wanting to learn how to fight with swords one time, so I decided to gift you this old family book we had in our library. I don't really know much about swords, but I hope it can help you in some way. Merry Christmas. Daphne Greengrass. Draco sighed. Well, if I really go back to the dream world again, learning swords might actually be useful, he said, putting the book aside. At Greengrass family house, Daphne and her sister, Astoria, were opening gifts as well. Hey, Daphne, who is Draco? Astoria asked, looking at a gift in her hands. None of your business, Daphne said, pulling the gift from her hand. Astoria snorted and started opening her own gifts, ignoring her. Daphne slowly and carefully opened her gift, and inside it was a beautiful necklace, with a black and green emerald stone. While Daphne was dazed looking at the necklace in front of her, Astoria suddenly said, Who is this Draco Malfoy? Astoria's voice woke Daphne from her stupor as she turned to look at another present in Astoria's hand labeled Draco. That's mine, Daphne said, trying to pull the gift from her hand again, but this time Astoria was quick enough so she managed to dodge her. This one has my name written on it, Astoria said, so it's mine. How could it be? Daphne said, not believing Astoria, you have never even met him before. Look, she said, showing off the name tag on top of the present, which clearly read, from Draco Malfoy to Astoria Greengrass. Daphne froze reading the tag. Astoria took the chance and quickly escaped to her bedroom with the gift in her hand. Locking the door, she sat on her bed as she tore open her gift. The gift was a perfume bottle which was crystal blue in color. Astoria, seeing the perfume, jumped up and ran outside, coming back with a newspaper in her hand. It's really the Noitop perfume. From what I have heard, the perfume is really expensive and it's almost sold out in all stores, so how can, she said, looking at the perfume in her hand, wait. Draco Malfoy, isn't he the famous genius in potions and the one who created this perfume? She read the label in the perfume and confirmed her guess. Why would he send me a gift? She thought for a while. She looked back at the gift wrapping she tore and found there was a note beneath it. It read, Dear Astoria Greengrass, my name is Draco Malfoy and I am in the same class and house as your sister Daphne. I have heard about you from your sister and I heard you were recently sick. Even if we don't know each other, please accept this gift as a get well soon gift and a Christmas gift. I hope you take plenty of rest and get better. Merry Christmas. Your well-wisher, Draco Malfoy. Astoria kept the letter beneath her bed and held the perfume in her hands. She didn't know why, but she felt very happy. Draco was opening one package after another in his home. Most of the Slytherin students had sent him chocolates. Candies and chocolates were always the safe route to go when you are not close with each other, but still, want to send each other gifts. Draco himself had sent a lot of other people chocolates as gifts. Crabbe and Goyle had sent him bags of chocolates as well. Cho Chang had sent him a broom cleaning kit and Draco had sent her a bag of chocolates. From what Draco knew, Theodore was going to send her a Nimbus 2000 as a gift since she is the seeker of the Ravenclaw team and didn't have a nice broom to ride on. Draco didn't really like Cho a lot considering her difference from other girls. Girls like Pansy, Daphne and Hermione were different than her. When these girls became friends with him, they became friends with each other as well, not making the conversation between them weird, whereas Cho would rather not talk much when they were together as a group and make things quite difficult and awkward. When everyone is trying or doing something as a group, she would always be the one to say no, which made bonding with her quite hard. Theodore had told him that she talked a lot when they were together and she was just the silent type, but the lack of her socializing skills made Draco dislike her a little. Draco was sure he wouldn't be friends with Cho in a normal world, but since Theodore liked her, Draco had to swallow his complaints and still try to make things work out. Draco opened another gift and it was from Hermione. Hermione had sent him a handsome-looking eagle feather quill. Draco was expecting Hermione to send him something study-related, and here we are. Draco, considering her personality, had sent her something similar as well. In the Granger's house, Hermione had just woken up to the sound of someone knocking in her windows. Hermione rubbed her eyes, went over and opened the window. As soon as she did, a big owl came flying inside and landed on a nearby table. The owl had came with a package in its legs. Albert, is that you? Hermione said, petting the owl. You must be hungry, wait a minute. Hermione went over and came back with some owl treats. Since most owls come from the long distance and they don't get to eat very often, Hermione had bought some treats just in case. One of her friends sent her an owl. Owlbert started digging in the snacks, ignoring Hermione, which made her laugh. She slowly opened the present. Draco had sent her a spellbook full of protection spells and some healing spells as well. The book wasn't something that could be found on the store since Draco had handwritten all the spells down himself. He had written about some spells and potions mainly focusing on protection and healing. Hermione page by page slowly read the book. She was surprised how the spells and potions were described and detailed more clearly than the book, making it easier to remember and learn. Hermione knew that writing this entire book must have taken a lot of time and she was very touched by it. At the last page of the book was a letter written to her. Dear Hermione, I know how you have been trying to learn more offensive spells ever since our brawl with the troll. Learning is okay, but you have to learn to take some rest as well. Learning offensive magic is much harder than it sounds, since attacks that really deal damage will fall into the dark arts. While I know you can control yourself, dark arts is like a drug, making you fall deeper and deeper into it. So I hope when you learn dark arts, you learn it with a professional mind rather than being emotionally passionate about it. Learning things, especially dark arts, step by step is very necessary to get your body used to dark magic. Also, I want you to learn these spells that I have written down for you. The spells are mostly protection spells and healing spells. These spells are easier to learn than the spells you are trying to learn. Hey! If you want to fight, then you must first know how to protect yourself first, so I hope these spells will help you with that. Some of the potions that I have written down are the ones that I have researched myself, making their ingredients cheaper and the potions more effective. Also, I suggest you to not try those potions on muggles, since a wizard's body is different from a muggle in some way. It might make things worse than it already is. I have also sent you 2 bottles of my perfume, for your parents. Don't worry. I have experimented with it and it affects the muggles in a similar way as it does to us. And I wish you a Merry Christmas. Draco Malfoy. Hermione closed the book and looked at the bottles on the table she had failed to notice earlier due to being distracted by the book. Hermione took the bottles and went outside to her parents with a smile on her face. Draco had already opened all the gifts. He lazily stood up and carried all the present to his room. Suddenly several owls flew into his room carrying huge packages. Draco looked at all the package in surprise, wondering what it was. As Draco was looking over, he found a note that read, "This is all the ingredients you asked me to collect. Since they were very rare and expensive, consider it a Christmas gift. Lucius Malfoy." Draco sighed, finally getting his ingredients, and it seemed like his father wasn't that mad at him as well. Draco picked up all the ingredients with his wand and sent them towards his suitcase. Unknown to Narcissa and Lucius, Draco had sent some of the family members that they had lost touch with some gifts in hope that they could rekindle their relationship or at least forgive them. Chapter 32. Somewhere in a hidden place. Go take a rest, an old man said with a growling voice. His face looked as if it was roughly carved from wood. His face was covered in scars and a chunk of his nose was missing. He had dark gray, grizzled hair. He also had a wooden leg. His eyes, however, were the most shocking part of his face. One was small and dark while the other was a vivid, electric blue magical eye that moved around independently from his normal eye. Mad Eye, it's Christmas, I want to go home. A girl with bubblegum pink hair said lazily. You will go home after you finish your basic training. Moody said, limping. She mumbled something underneath her breath when suddenly an owl came flying by. Didn't you open your gifts this morning? Moody asked. I thought I did. She said, taking the present the owl had bought her. She quickly opened the present to find a new Nimbus 2000. Her eye lit up as she picked up the broom and started playing around with it. Moody came over and said, who can send you such an expensive gift? Mad Eye, there you go, being suspicious about everything again. She said, it must have been one of my lovers back in Hogwarts. Tonks, do you really think an old lover would send you the most expensive broom around? Mad Eye said, besides, the broom could have been hexed or worse, cursed. As an Auror, you should be more aware of these situations. Auror in training. And what's that in your hand? Tonks asked, looking at Moody, who was holding a letter in his hand. It came with your broom, be more observant, Moody said grumpily and passed her the letter, for her to read it. Dear Nymphadora Tonks. You are probably wondering who I am and why I sent you a Christmas gift. Well, let's start with who I am first. My name is Draco Malfoy. You may or may not have heard of me, but all in all, I am your cousin. I know how our family relations has been since, my aunt, your mother married a muggle, but unlike my parents, I don't believe in this pure-blood crap at all. So I am sending this Christmas gift as a way to reconcile our relations. I may not be able to convince my parents to think like me, but I still believe that we are family, and besides we are the younger generation who will have to live to see the future. So even if my parents don't agree, I still want to make peace between our family, or at least between you and me. I found that you graduated just the year before I joined, which is kinda sad considering the fact that I could have this conversation with you face to face rather than with a letter. I heard that you are training to be an Auror, so I wish you luck. Even though I think Aurors are weird and creepy, but hey, it's still something, isn't it? I heard that there are some people in the department like someone called Mad Eye Moody. Never met him before, but everyone says he's a little creepy, so watch out for him. If you agree with my views, then you can reach out to me through letters, whenever you have time. I basically stay in Hogwarts, so that's the safest place where you can send me a letter. Also, if you don't want to, then just forget about this letter and you can still keep the broom, it's yours. Merry Christmas. Your cousin, Draco Malfoy. Haha, Tonks was already rolling on the ground halfway through the warning towards Moody. Moody's grumpy face was grumpier. Humph. So what are you going to do? He asked. I am going to do what? Tonks asked, but after gaining a glare from Moody she said, I don't know, he seems like a fun kid. He's weird, I guess. The first part of the later made him seem like a boring person, but the latter made him interesting and he seems sincere, so I guess there's nothing wrong with having a conversation. Besides, I got this really cool broom. The Malfoys are more clever than you think. Moody snorted, considering how they managed to wiggle out their way after he disappeared. But isn't he still young? From reading the content of the letter you can tell that he is the first year in Hogwarts, so how bad can he be? I am more suspicious of that little devil. Mad Eye said, from all the news I have heard of him, he's, even more, cleverer than his father, and with his intelligence, I wouldn't be surprised if he turned out to be the next Dark Lord. Okay, Mad Eye, let's not go too far in the future. Tonks said, and he doesn't seem to have the pure-blood prejudice all of these dark wizards have. You should also know that Voldemort isn't the only Dark Lord. Moody said, every people have different ambitions. Okay. Tonks said, rolling her eyes, I am going to send a letter to Mother. Similar to many other families, the Tonks family were celebrating Christmas. Andromeda Tonks, like her daughter, received a letter from Draco talking about reconciling, where he explained to them about his beliefs and thinking. Andromeda was happy that there was another family member who isn't completely void of love and isn't mindlessly a pure-blood supremacist, so she happily wrote a letter back to him, agreeing with his thoughts. Christmas passed and there were a few days left before the school starts again. After his father agreed, the process was much smoother and faster than Draco imagined it to be. After a quick talk with the current Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, it was discovered that the Black family inheritance was passed on to Sirius Black, despite being in Azkaban. Since there were no other direct descendants other than him, Sirius was the rightful owner of the Black family and it couldn't be changed unless he agreed to it. The right could only be legally transferred to Draco after Sirius's death and if he's already officially changed to a Black from Malfoy. Originally the process would be more complicated since after Sirius' death the property would transfer to Bellatrix and after Bellatrix's death, the right would transfer to Narcissa. But with a little bit of bribing and family connections, the matter was resolved to remove Bellatrix from the family inheritance line and with Narcissa giving her inheritance right to Draco. With Bellatrix confessing all her crimes openly at the council, no one believed that she will ever be released from Azkaban, so removing her from getting the inheritance wasn't too difficult. The whole unexpected news caused a pause to his inheritance plan of the Black family. Even though Sirius was in Azkaban, no one knows when he will die. So after trying everything they could, they decided to officially change his surname to Black first, since anything they do will require him to be a Black first. Nearly forgot to write The official changing of his family name wasn't a difficult process, with Narcissa originally being a Black and the only heir who isn't in Azkaban. Taking on the name wasn't difficult, but Narcissa kept insisting on taking the permission of her aunt first before doing so. Draco agreed with her since Draco planned to move out to 12, Grimmauld Place. Taking her permission was a priority. 12, Grimmauld Place was the ancestral home of the Black family, located in the borough of Islington, London, in a Muggle neighborhood. The location was protected by a Fidelius charm making the house invisible to the neighborhood residents. The local Muggles have long since accepted the mistake in numbering, which landed number 13 next to number 11. The Malfoy family drove to the neighborhood in a car. Since Narcissa was pregnant, apparition wasn't a correct choice as it may harm the baby. A car was one of the weird hobbies that wizards had. It was said that many wizards and witches envied Muggle cars, so they started buying it for their own use. Even wizards with prejudice against Muggles owned cars. Especially the rich wizarding family-owned cars like Rolls-Royce. Lucius had bought 3 different Rolls-Royce from a wizard car seller that sold enchanted cars after buying it from muggles. The cars were obviously different from a normal wizarding car with enhancements such as extension charm causing the car to have a huge space within the car. Draco suggested his father about some extension he could add to his car which resulted in Lucius personally enchanting it with a flying charm, an invisible charm, and a self-driving charm. Lucius was very proud of his work and talked about it every chance he could get. Although a car is defined as a muggle artifact and is therefore illegal to enchant under British wizarding law, nevertheless there are a few enchanted cars in Britain, with the Malfoy's family legally owning 3 of them. Of course, the council wasn't made aware of the other enhancement than the extension charm. After driving for nearly an hour they finally reached the place. "It's really far away, from our house," Draco said looking around the place. "Even though my car isn't as fast as the night bus it's still faster than a lot of other cars and besides if it was night time we could fly here more quickly." Lucius said, "But operating here would still be much faster." Draco rolled his eyes seeing Lucius brag about his car to them. Lucius was the type that liked to brag a lot but since he couldn't talk about the enhancement to his friends due to it being a secret, he would keep bragging it to Draco and Narcissa, whenever he had the chance. "So where is it?" Draco asked. "The place is hidden and from what I remember the place was under Fidelius' charm, but after my aunt's death the place is known to all the people who previously knew about it," Narcissa explained. "But wouldn't that be disadvantageous?" Draco asked. He knew that later when Order of the Phoenix moved in here, Dumbledore enchanted the place with Fidelius' charm with him being a secret keeper but it still doesn't explain how the other people like his mother or Bellatrix forgot about the place even before the charm was placed considering they had been here before. "The charm is inactive right now," Narcissa said. "Before dying, my uncle put every security measure known to wizard kind on this place when he lived here, so even right now only a few people know about this place. This is why getting Aunt Walburga permission is necessary since after she accepts you, you can be the next secret keeper of the 12, Grimmauld Place after Sirius, making the place completely hidden again." "Wait. So Sirius can still know about this place even after I become the secret keeper?" Draco asked confused. "Yes, since Sirius is the current owner of this place it also makes him a secret keeper so unless we can get him to give you the right to the property, he will keep being a secret keeper, no matter what happens." Narcissa said, "I know it's confusing due to all the charms and enhancement did to this place but you can be sure that this place is very safe. You both go in there and have a chat, I'll stay here," Lucius said. Narcissa took Draco's hand and walked between the 2 houses. Suddenly, the neighboring houses, number 11 and number 13, were shoved out of the way as a worn set of front steps appeared between them. Draco and Narcissa climbed up the stairs which lead to a battered front door. On the door was a silver knocker in the shape of a twisted serpent, with no keyholes, handles, or anything else that would indicate it to be a door. Narcissa took out her wand and waved it around causing the door to fling open. As soon as the door opened a loud, clanging bell rang through the house. The front door opened to a long hallway, lit with gas lamps and a large overhead chandelier. The place at one time might have been a grand entryway, complete with ornate portraits on the walls, but right now it was gloomy and cobwebby, with the wallpaper peeling off and the carpet is worn thin. Among the midst of painting was a life-size painting of an old woman in a black cap. "Who is it?" the portrait screamed. Chapter 33. "Who is it?" the portrait screamed. "It's me Narcissa, Aunt Walburga," Narcissa said walking in along with Draco. Seeing her the portrait calmed down, and the furious expression changed into a mild one. "Why are you here, Narcissa?" the portrait asked looking at Draco, "and who is this?" "This is my son, Draco," Narcissa answered. Draco felt a bit awkward but still did a noble greeting. "That's good. You married a Malfoy, didn't you?" Walburga asked. "Yes, Aunt Walburga," Narcissa replied. "Yes, blood purity must be maintained." Walburga said, "Seems like you are having new children as well." "Yes, Aunt Walburga," Narcissa replied, "and this is one of the reasons why I came here today." "What do you want?" she asked raising her eyebrows. "I want Draco to inherit the Black family," Narcissa said. As soon as she said that Walburga clenched her fist and wrinkled her eyebrows in anger. "Please listen to me first, Aunt Walburga," Narcissa said trying to calm her down. Walburga didn't say anything but nodded her head a little, signaling Narcissa to continue. "After your death, the Black family house has been empty for almost 6 years now, with no one left to inherit it. Narcissa said, due to this, the house and the other black family property were naturally inherited by Sirius. Don't mention that blood traitor's name. Walburga screamed angrily. It's necessary. Narcissa replied, Sirius is rotting in Azkaban and Bellatrix is the same. Unless the Dark Lord returns they are going to be stuck there forever, no matter what. So you are saying? Since no one capable is in the line of inheritance, I want Draco to inherit it and continue the black family line. Narcissa said, with me, he still has the black family's blood running in his vein. Why should I agree to it? If you don't then the black family line will end after Sirius's death in Azkaban. Narcissa replied. As a member of the black family myself, I don't want it to happen. Humph. Since the legacy has been passed to that blood traitor's hand, what are you going to do about it? Walburga asked, seemingly understanding of the situation after what Narcissa told her. With the Minister for Magic being on our side, the problem will be solved in no time, but it will require him to be a black first, Narcissa reassured her. Walburga turned towards Draco. Do you want to inherit the black family's legacy? She asked. Yes, Grand Aunt. Draco replied respectfully, with my siblings on the way, I can claim the black family's name without any burden. So are you willing to become a black completely and revoke all ties with the Malfoy family? She asked again. Draco became confused, is revoking all ties really necessary? He thought. She means, that you will have nothing to do with Malfoy family anymore and you will have to put black family first before everything. Narcissa explained. I am willing. Draco said. Draco had the same plans to begin with, even though he won't completely let go of the Malfoy family but he will always put his new family first. Good. Then from now on, your name shall be Draco Black, not Malfoy. You will carry on the bloodline legacy of the black family from now on and be sure to never stain its name. Walburga said looking at Draco. Stain. You are literally Voldemort's puppets. No matter what I do, the name won't be stained any further. Draco thought with his mouth slightly twitching but since he was bowing to her, Walburga couldn't see it. Creature. Walburga screamed again and from inside a room, an old elf came running. Yes, mistress. The elf said as he looked at Narcissa and Draco. Miss Sicky, it's a pleasure to see you again. Creature said with slight emotion in his eyes. Creature like all house elves was considerably smaller than a human. He had a bulbous, snout-like nose, bloodshot eyes, many folds of skin, and had white hair growing out of his bat-like ears. How are you, Creature? Narcissa said gently. Creature is good. He said bowing towards her. Creature, from today onward. He will be your new master and the new heir and head of the black family. She said pointing at Draco from the painting. Creature looked at Draco with his eyes opened wide. From today onward your loyalty will shift to Draco, as he will continue the line of the black family. Walburga said in a strict tone. Creature looked at her and nodded. Hello. Creature, my name is Draco, please treat me well. Draco said giving Creature a gentle smile. It's nice to meet you, Master Draco, said Creature, sinking so low that his lips almost touched his gnarled toes. Creature will do whatever Master wants. Draco was kinda scared of this deranged elf, who he was sure was a bit cuckoo in the head. He knew of the elf's past and due to it being alone with this deranged painting for 6 years must have made it even more insane. Draco like with Dobby and the other house elves planned to treat it with enough kindness, so it won't betray him on the time of need. Creature, go fetch the keys. The painting said. The elf nodded and quickly ran back and came with a golden key in his hand and handed it to Draco. From now on the vault belongs to you, Walburga said looking at Draco. Draco getting hold of the key nodded. Creature. I will be gone now, so make sure to treat him with great loyalty. Walburga said to Creature. For someone who spent the last of her days grieving her husband and son's death, she had become very close to the elf. Creature like her was very attached to Walburga and started sobbing when he heard her. Come here. The portrait said to Draco. Draco turned his head towards Walburga and walked towards her. Suddenly a light started glowing from the portrait showering Draco in it as well. Keep the black family legacy alive. Draco heard her voice, the light slowly faded away and it was completely gone. Draco looked back at the portrait, which still looked realistic but it didn't have any life in it like before. Mistress. Creature walked forward and started crying and wailing seeing the lifeless portrait. While all this was happening Draco was trying to figure out, what just happened. She transferred the right to you. Narcissa said, now you are the true owner of the Black family and the secret keeper of it. After I go out from here, no one except you and Sirius will remember this place. Draco nodded in understanding, so great aunt. She is gone now. Narcissa said sighing, gone forever. I didn't want a weird talking portrait to be connected with Draco, who keeps yelling every chance she gets, so with this, I thought of killing two birds with one stone, by giving the right to Draco and having the portrait gone. With Creature sobbing crazily, Draco looked around the house. A lot of cleaning up is required, huh? Draco said. Yes, you will have to come back here with a couple of house elves to clean the place up. Narcissa said, looking at the place, I am sure it has become a nest for spider and pixies. Draco nodded, agreeing with her. He wanted to look around, but seeing the dirty place, he didn't do it since he still had to go to the ministry after this. Draco knew a Horcrux was in here, somewhere, but he couldn't do anything about it for now. Draco turned to look at Creature, who was still crying. Creature. He called out. Creature turned his head to look at Draco, while still sobbing. I will come here with a couple of house elves to clean the house tomorrow. Until then, clean whatever you can. Draco said. Creature nodded and went back to crying. Draco looked at Narcissa and motioned her to leave. Both of them got out of the house, and as soon they did, the house disappeared between the neighboring houses. What are you thinking, Draco? Narcissa asked. I am thinking about the house. Draco said, since he was now the owner of the house, he wanted to change it enough so it could fit his own taste better. He wanted to clean up all the gloomy things that were in the house, and since the house itself was rotting away, changes were necessary. House, yes, but what? Narcissa asked, getting confused. Draco looked at his mother and figured the Fidelius charm was already working. Draco took out a paper and wrote the address of the house with his wand and gave it to Narcissa. Narcissa, reading the paper, finally remembered 12, Grimmauld Place. The Fidelius charms is a very effective charm. Other than the secret keeper himself, no one can remember the place unless the secret keeper tells the other person the information, making him, her, a secondary keeper. The secondary keepers can't divulge the information to the other people even if they want to. No dark magic or curse can make them spill the information unless the secret keeper himself is tortured enough to reveal the information. The secondary keeper themselves forget the information unless they want to remember it specifically, and even then the secret will be revealed to them alone. After the death of the secret keeper, all the secondary keepers will become the new secret keeper, so a secret keeper must be strong enough to protect themselves. Any living creatures could be turned into a secret keeper, but people usually didn't choose creatures that couldn't speak human language, since a secret keeper needed to be the one to describe other people the secret unless one doesn't want anyone to find about it, not even themselves. The Fidelius charm is an immensely complex spell involving the magical concealment of a secret inside a single, living soul. So not even Voldemort or Dumbledore can reveal the information. Dumbledore and Voldemort can walk around the entire area searching for this place, but will never find it even if they have their nose pressed right against the window of the living room. The Fidelius charm also makes the place soundproof, making it impossible for people outside to hear what's going on inside the house. The other advantage he knew of the place is that it was unplottable, meaning muggles would never find the place even if they are walking past by them, making it impossible to locate it or map it. The property was similar to the Leaky Cauldron. Narcissa, finally remembering the place, nodded and suggested him some places where he could buy the cleaning items similar to Narcissa. Lucius didn't have a clue about the house at all, so Draco passed him a parchment as well, making him finally remember the place. The next place they had to go to was the Ministry of Magic, for formally changing him to a Black from a Malfoy. With the help of the Minister for Magic, the process was done within no time. After giving a couple of signatures and a drop of blood, he was now no longer a Malfoy but a Black. Now, even though Sirius legally owned the Black family property and its legacy, Draco could use all the property however he wanted, except for selling it. Lucius held a small party inviting all the rich wizarding family to celebrate Draco finally becoming a Black. Daphne and Pansy couldn't come to the party since they were quite busy with things of their own, but still sent him a letter congratulating him. So you are a Black, now, huh? Theodore, who was at the party, said. Well, I guess so. Draco shrugged. All the Slytherin first-year students had come to celebrate the occasion with him. So what about Sirius? Blaise asked. Everyone was curious about Sirius since his deeds of exposing the Potters and killing 12 muggles was well known throughout the wizarding community. What about him? Draco said, pouring himself some butterbeer. He is still in Azkaban and I am sure he isn't coming out anytime soon. It's surprising that you are related to him. Millicent said. Is it really? Theodore replied, I am sure, we are all related to each other one way or the other. Yeah. I am sure that I am even related to the Weasleys in some way. Draco said. Really? Yeah. Since our wizarding community is so small, especially us who take the pureblood stuff way too seriously than we should. Being related to each other is very common, especially among us Sacred 28. Draco explained. So did you inherit all the Black family property? Theodore asked. Since the Black family is known to be one of the oldest and the richest families, everyone was interested in this topic as well. I did. Draco said, waving the Gringotts key around in his hand. I don't know how much do I have in the vault now, but I am sure it's still going to be a lot. Well, I don't really care about the money, but you will need to share some books with me. I am sure the Black family has a lot of unique books, Theodore said greedily. Draco didn't reply and just drank his butterbeer, rolling his eyes. Unknown to them, someone was secretly listening to their conversation. Chapter 34. The next day, Draco went back to the place with a couple of elves including Dobby and left them there in the care of Creature, who had finally stopped crying. The cleaning up would require quite a lot of time considering the area and having to clean up the nest of different creatures living there. Other than the antiques, Draco planned to change all the furniture, as some had dead Puffskein and May other creatures' corpse lying around. The layout of the house was pretty simple. The front door opened up to a hallway, then on one side of the hallway was the dining room, which featured a dresser holding the Black family crest and china. The dining room also contained a long wooden table with chairs and hanging light fixtures. At some point, while the house was abandoned, a family of spiders the size of saucers moved into this dresser. The spiders were nonetheless very creepy, causing Draco to jump every time they came crawling out and kill them. At the end of the hallway were the stairs that led to the upper floors, decorated with a row of shrunken house elf heads, mounted on the wall on plaques. Dobby, seeing them, was kinda scared, specifically when Creature showed his mother's head among the plaque, telling Draco that his dream was to have his head up there along with other elves. The other elves were slightly scared of Creature. Earning Creature's loyalty wasn't that easy, since he was just following his orders without any diligence, as if he was being forced to do so. Due to Walburga herself naming Draco the new head, Creature was respectful of him but wasn't truly loyal. There was a door at the far end of the entry hall. A set of narrow stone stairs leads to the basement and the house's kitchen. Though less ornate than the floors above, the kitchen was still a large, cavernous room with a large fireplace at the far end. Iron pots and pans hung from the ceiling above, and a long wooden table sits in the center of the room, large enough to fit a couple dozen people around it for a meal. Also in the basement, just off the kitchen, was a dark pantry, large enough for 2 people to stand in comfortably, and another cupboard off the kitchen houses the boiler for the house, as well as Creature's den, filled with rags, smelly blankets, and photographs of the Black family. Other than these 2 small rooms, however, the kitchen seems to fill the entire basement, making it quite a large room indeed. The first floor had 3 rooms, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a drawing room. Out of them, the drawing room held the most significance. Draco knew that this place held the Slytherin's locket, which was one of Voldemort Horcrux. Draco wasn't confident enough to face a Horcrux right now, as Horcrux had their own defense set up against anyone who tried to destroy it, and besides he didn't even have a tool to destroy the Horcrux. The drawing room was at one time exquisite, with large windows overlooking the street in front of the house, a large fireplace flanked by 2 ornate glass-fronted cabinets, and an entire wall covered with a tapestry of the Black family tree. Draco was sure the room mostly just needed a good cleaning and it could return to its former self. Draco, along with the help of elves, cleaned up the curtain, which held a lot of doxies in them. Like in the Malfoy Manor, the place held a lot of dark items in the cabinets, from snakeskins to bottles of blood to boxes of wardcap powder, which were ready to put up a fight against anyone trying to clean them up. Draco didn't have any problems with dark items, so other than dusting them up, removing it wasn't required. The other important thing this place held was a Black family tapestry. The tapestry looked immensely old, it was faded and looked as though doxies had knotted in places. Nevertheless, the golden thread with which it was embroidered still glinted brightly enough to show a sprawling family tree dating back to the Middle Ages. Large words at the very top of the tapestry read, "The noble and most ancient house of Black, toujours per." The tapestry was in the Black family for 7 centuries, being passed down to descendants through the ages, finding its way into their homes, and by most members of the family, it was treated as an object of reverence, representing their pure-blood heritage, which the House of Black held in great esteem. Despite this general respect of the object, some Blacks, the earliest known being Eduardus Lamet, and the most recent being Sirius Black III, was disowned for various reasons, supporting Muggle rights, being squibs, fraternizing with other disowned people, etc., and treated the item with resentment and disrespect. The disowned members of the family had their images in the tapestry burned off by a spell, and their descendants' names were not even included on the tree. Disowned members' birth/death dates were also never recorded on the tree. The tree contained the names and respective birth dates of the family members inside small pieces of parchment, as well as small images of the Blacks by birth. There were names including his mother, even his name was in there along with his picture. The tapestry updated itself after new members were born in the family, and similarly the tapestry had changed his name from Malfoy to Black. The second floor held a couple of bedrooms. One bedroom in specific held 2 twin beds and a wardrobe, and like the rest of the house it was gloomy, had lofty ceilings, and had a doorknob in the shape of a serpent. On the wall was a portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black. From what Draco remembered, Phineas was one of the headmaster of Hogwarts and one of the least popular ones as well. Draco didn't know what Phineas did to deserve that title, but he was sure it was something related to him being a pure-blood fanatic. The third floor had 2 rooms in it. One led to the Black family library, which contained tons of books, mostly related to dark arts. Draco read through the names of the book and was delighted to find rare and old books which weren't even published anymore, and the other room led to broom storage, which contained a lot of old brooms which weren't manufactured anymore. The fourth floor held Sirius and Regulus's bedroom, which Draco wasn't interested in. Draco didn't plan to touch Regulus and Sirius' room, other than cleaning it. Draco knew of the importance Creature held towards Regulus, and besides there were plenty of other bedrooms in the house where he could sleep comfortably, since he would be mostly staying in the Malfoy Manor, and even if he stayed here, he would mostly be alone. This caused Creature to be very thankful of Draco, who bowed to him, thanking him again and again. On Regulus' room, there was a sign on the door, marked, "Do not enter without the express permission of Regulus Arcturus Black." Draco could tell that both rooms had once been beautiful, with carved wooden headboards on the beds, velvet curtains, and fine wall hangings and furniture. However, the decor in the 2 rooms, of course, could not have been more different. Sirius decked his room out in Gryffindor colors and banners, and posters of Muggle biker girls, and in Regulus's room, slightly smaller, the decor, of course, highlighted his Slytherin, pure-blood heritage, with a Black family crest painted over the bed and newspaper clippings about Voldemort donning the walls. After looking around the entire house, Draco found a couple of items that really interested him. He found an ornate crystal bottle with a large opal set into the stopper, full of dragon blood, and not just even a normal dragon blood but one of the extinct dragons which no longer exists. He also found a music box that played a faintly sinister, tinkling tune that when wound nearly knocked everyone out. An ancient set of purple robes that tries to strangle a person when one tries to remove it from their wardrobe. A spidery instrument, rather like a many-legged pair of tweezers, which scurried away and tried to puncture Draco's skin, and a grandfather clock that shot heavy bolts at whoever passed by. Other than the enchanted items, there were quite a few items he didn't understand, like the boxes, made of tarnished silver and inscribed with some sort of ancient language. There were several ancient seals, and rusted daggers as well. Surprisingly, there were a few Muggle items in the house, such as a piano, which was enchanted to play music any time someone poured mana into it. Creature handed Draco a box, which contained a large, golden ring bearing the Black family crest. After checking it for hexes and curses, Draco determined the ring was safe to wear and put it on. The ring signified him being the next head of the Black family. Next day, huge news broke out through the wizarding community in England. The Daily Prophet released a piece of news shocking a lot of people. The front page of the news had a very domineering title. House of Black revives, the news read. The noble and most ancient House of Black is one of the largest, oldest, and wealthiest pure-blooded wizarding families in Britain, and one of the Sacred 28. The House of Black is synonymous with elevated status and wealth, and is considered to be akin to the royalty in the British wizarding community. The pure-blood family has always placed and followed its pure-blood heritage with great pride, with its motto, toujours pur, which means, always pure, in French. The Black family, which was on the verge of destruction after all the members of its family died after following you-know-who, with its last successor Sirius Black being in Azkaban for killing Muggles and being under the service of the you-know-who. The family which end seemed near has its fate changed. Draco Malfoy, the genius prodigy in potions and spells, who has amassed fame over the years for his charity and intelligence, has stood up to inherit the position to be the next Black. Draco Black, formerly Malfoy, has now inherited the position of the next head of the Black family. With Narcissa Malfoy, mother of Draco Black, who is now pregnant with his new siblings, Draco Black took the chance to inherit the Black family, leaving the Malfoy family. With Draco Black's intelligence, many wizards have predicted in the past that he might become the next Dark Lord, and now with him joining the pure-blood supremacist Black family, many professionals have suggested that it might really be the case. From being related to the murder Sirius Black and other dark wizards, the suggestion may not be very far from the truth. Slowly gaining power from his charisma and intelligence, Draco Black has succeeded in things that some wizards may not even succeed in their lifetime. Being born with a silver spoon in his mouth in the Malfoy family and now inheriting the rich Black family, Draco Black is surely one of the wealthiest young wizards around. But it is still questionable what he decides to do with all this power. With the current generation having young talented wizards like Draco Black and the Harry Potter, who is also suspected to be the next Dark Lord, our future may not be as peaceful as we imagined it to be. Let's just hope that our prediction may not be true. If it is, we are going to be in a lot more trouble than before. Chapter 35. The news article was printed out with a picture of Draco, Lucius, and Fudge standing together chatting outside the ministry. If a person looks close enough, they can quickly figure out that the picture was taken secretly, but the wizards and witches didn't care about that at all. The news spread like wildfire and everyone was concerned about Draco being the next Dark Lord. Some Muggle-born wizards, who still feared Voldemort, even went as far to send letters to Dumbledore and other professors requesting them to keep an eye on Draco Black and Harry Potter and to hand them over to authorities if any suspicious activity was found. The Dark Wizards, however, were the complete opposite. Instead of being scared, they were ready to come out from their hiding and support Draco if he really wants to finish what has been started. The news caused quite a ruckus and the Christmas spirit they had was all gone. Harry was also somehow caught in a misfire and was brooding over it. Lucius threw the newspaper angrily. How can they say such things? People are paranoid, especially wizards and witches who take things like this way too seriously than they should. Draco said calmly, sitting on the sofa, I knew we shouldn't have held the party at the party house, we should have just done it in our home. Yeah. But the preparation would take too much time, and with you going back to Hogwarts tomorrow, there wouldn't be any time to celebrate it. Lucius said. Well, I don't really care. Draco said, I knew some wizards and witches had already painted me as this next uprising Dark Lord in their mind. Besides, they even put Potter in the mix. He was literally the person connected to Voldemort's disappearances, but they still suspect him to be the next Dark Lord. Humph. I wonder how those people got wind of it. Narcissa said, and such close information, did someone leak the news outside? It's impossible. Lucius answered, I am sure that no one will be willing to betray us, especially after we gained more power. Now with Draco being a black, our family is stronger than it has ever been. You are forgetting something, Mother. Draco said, the news doesn't have all the information, like Sirius still owning all the property legally. It just says that I am the new head of the Black family, meaning the person who leaked it only knew things we announced in the party. You mean there was a spy? Narcissa asked, realizing things. Yes, I am sure there was one at the party. Draco replied, Father, can you tell me the name of the person who wrote the article? It's Rita Skeeter, Lucius replied. That woman always manages to get secret information without anyone noticing. Hearing that name, Draco's eyes lit up. Rita Skeeter, he knew. Rita Skeeter, a journalist at Daily Prophet who desired to be an author. Rita's news are very popular, and it could even be called enchantingly nasty. Enchanting, because of her writing skills, where she wrote things making an article very fun and interesting to read, and nasty because more than half of the article would be filled with lies. People who she wrote an article on knew how disgusting and fake she could be, but other people blindly believed her, or at least kept her articles in mind. Rita had previously sent a letter to Draco asking him for an interview, which he just ignored considering her habit, but now it looks like she took the matter into her own hands. With Rita being a secret animagus and a beetle at that, made her spying very easy. Even though she couldn't get into restricted space like here in the Malfoy Manor without being noticed, she could pretty much spy on people anytime she wanted, and this time she probably did the same as well. I am going to get her. Narcissa said. She had heard about the deeds of Rita but didn't expect that witch to go against her son. Calm down, Mother, getting angry isn't necessary. Draco said, I am sure Rita has thousands of complaints against her, but no one will do anything against her because the Prophet is protecting her and would not fire her considering her fame among readers. Besides, with our connection with the Prophet, Rita didn't completely bash me either, as she could have said things that were a lot worse. Worse? Narcissa snorted, what is worse than calling you the next Dark Lord? Rita's news is more like a fictional story than a real one. If she wanted, she could have painted me as the Dark Lord already than a potential one, and besides, she pointed fingers at Potter as well, making the attention shift a little from me, and since Potter's fame is much bigger than mine and with him related to Voldemort, I am sure he is getting the worse out of it. In fact, even I am surprised at the fact that she didn't make up some fictional story against me. Draco thought. Harry was already a primary suspect for the role of the next Dark Lord, due to some rumors that surfaced around after the question how he defeated Voldemort arose in people's mind, and due to the newspaper mentioning Draco with the potential of being the next Dark Lord, old rumors related to Potter rose up as well. Draco is right. Lucius said, calming down, I know the editors and the owner of the Daily Prophet, and besides, they didn't directly attack us either, and as Draco mentioned, there are a lot of complaints against Rita Skeeter, but none of them have been taken seriously considering the lack of evidence against her. So you are telling me that we need to let her go because of not having any evidence? Narcissa said, snorting. No, but we will attack when the chance is right. Draco said, if we attack her now, without any proof, people will surely believe that I am a dark wizard trying to hide my secrets, and besides I wanted to announce the news of me inheriting the Black family sooner or later, so people won't keep confusing me with a Malfoy, and with this the news is surely spread all over the wizarding community within Europe. Sigh. Next time we need to increase our security. Narcissa said. But I am not leaving her for this. Yeah. This is indeed a valuable lesson. Draco nodded, and it's going to be very interesting. Draco thought to smirk. Tomorrow he was going back to Hogwarts, so he slept early to get a good rest. Draco opened his eyes slowly, to find himself staring at the dimly lit, unfamiliar ceiling. He slowly stood up and looked around. Right now it looked like he was inside a cave of some sort. So it happened again. Draco thought. He was much calmer than before as he was already getting used to the whole dream thing. Draco looked at his clothes, which were the same as the clothes he had slept in, and the only difference was that he was holding the Gryffindor sword from the very beginning this time. Draco gripped the sword tightly and looked around to see if there were any creatures that could attack him this time, but after a while, he finally calmed down, finding nothing of that sort. He looked around to find an exit, but there wasn't any. The place was barely lit with the light coming out from the holes in the ceiling. Draco thought for a while and decided to walk down a random path. Draco wasn't much afraid of what was going to happen since he believed that he was going to wake up in his room even if he died, so he wanted to explore this weird dream more than just stand there. The path he chose looked never-ending as it kept going on, and its size kept changing as well. Sometimes the path was wide enough to walk freely, and sometimes it was so narrow that he had to squeeze his way through. As Draco kept walking deeper and deeper into the cave, he started hearing strange noises, and as he kept walking towards it, the noises changed into voices, and it seemed like there were a couple of people in there. Who goes there? A voice called out. Draco kept walking towards the voice until he reached the source of the voice. I am just lost, Draco replied, looking at the group of 5 people in front of him. There were 3 women and 2 men, and among them was a very beautiful woman in particular that Draco noticed. Another woman from the painting. Draco thought, looking at the beautiful girl in front of him. The girl wasn't too tall, neither too short, and had beautiful brown curly hair with glistening brown eyes. Lost? One of the men in the group sneered. I just woke up in this place. Draco said, shrugging his shoulders while his eyes never left the girl. What are you staring at? The next man, who was taller than the other one, said, haven't you got any manners? Draco looked at the tall sturdy man, with silver armor and a sword on his waist. The man's face was scarred enough to make him look like a mob boss you would have to fight in an RPG game, making him look extremely ugly. I have been walking in this weird cave for 2 hours now, so I would rather look at that beautiful lady over there than an ugly-looking weird dude. Draco said, turning back to face the girl again. Dude? One of the girls in the group asked. Oh. I forgot the dream takes place in the past, Draco thought, remembering the concept of the dream. Wait, if that's really the case, then why can they understand me, or rather why can I understand them? She asked you a question. The tall man spoke again, not minding being called ugly. Oh. A dude means a man, Draco said, snapping out of his stupor. Dude means man. Are you not from around here? The girl with brown hair asked with a bossy tone. Draco's mouth twitched as he felt a weird sense of déjà vu again. Mistress asked you a question. The short one said harshly, you insult my friend and you disrespect my mistress, you sure are begging for death. Mistress? Draco asked, tilting his head innocently, are you a slave? How dare you? The man said, taking out his sword. Stop, Abaddon. The brown-haired girl said, stepping forward, he is just a young boy, and judging from his clothes he seems to be from a noble family. Don't go around picking unnecessary troubles. Young boy. Oh, wait. Draco in all his excitement forgot that he was still an 11-year-old kid. The man grumbled and slowly put his sword back. So young boy, what is your name? The girl asked. My name is Abilene Middow. My name is Draco Black. Draco said, doing a noble salute out of habit. A surname, so you really are noble. The girl said, bowing in greeting too. But I haven't heard of the Black family before. Oh, I come from a place very far away, Draco said, scratching his head. I wonder about that, so tell me, why are you here? Abilene asked. I really don't know. Draco said, I just woke up and I was inside this weird cave. Humph. Do you really think someone would come to the abyssal cave, by mistake? The short man named Abaddon snorted. Abyssal cave? Draco tried to remember if there was a place like this back in his world, but nothing came to his mind. Forget it. Abilene sighed, turning back. Take care of him. With pleasure. The tall man took out his sword while Abaddon grinned, looking at Draco as if his fate was already sealed. Chapter 36. Draco became nervous. He gripped his sword tightly. He tried to remember what he could from the book he read, as he readied his stance. The man grinned and started rushing towards him. He took a huge leap and swung his swords at him. Mistress, is this really necessary? One of the girls asked. He seems to be from a foreign country, and right now we are in the midst of war, so we can't foolishly trust anyone. Abilene said. But he is just a little boy. The other girl said, looking back. Do you really believe a normal young boy with a sword can enter into the abyssal without even a single scratch on him? Abilene said. Both of the girls became silent. They themselves knew how horrific getting through the first part of the abyssal can be, so they didn't say anything further and just turned their heads to look back at what was happening. The man grinned and started rushing towards him. He took a huge leap and swung his swords at Draco. Draco hurriedly tried to block the attack with his sword, but he was sent flying back, crashing on the wall of the cave. Draco, trying to bear the pain, coughed some blood. You talk big, but you really got nothing, kid. The man said, slowly walking towards Draco. Even if it was luck, I do commend you on the fact that you were able to block my strike. You piece of shit. A voice sounded out, but it wasn't Draco's. The man stopped in his track, feeling the cold, chilly air around him. Abilene turned back, feeling a cold chill on her spine. Draco's hair was changing as it kept growing longer till it stopped after reaching more than shoulder length. The sword in his hand started getting larger as well and was shining differently. The man sensed danger as he stepped back a little. Draco slowly stood up. The whole air around him was completely different, as if he was a completely different person. He looked at the man with anger-filled eyes as if he was going to tear him apart from any second, and pointed his sword at him. You filthy mongrel. How dare you touch me? Draco said with a voice filled with arrogance and rage. The man tried to calm down as he readied himself for a fight. Draco unexpectedly quickly dashed over and swung his swords at him. The man barely managed to block the attack with his sword, but he was slightly pushed away by the force. Before he could even counterattack, Draco was already throwing a barrage of attacks at him. Even though Draco's attack was more random and unskilled, the man was still having a hard time blocking his attack. Within a blink of an eye, the man had several cuts in his body, with his armor seriously dented in some place. Draco, who still looked like a wild animal, wasn't stopping his attack. Suddenly Draco felt a bit of pain in his back. He looked back to see Abaddon with his sword stabbing him in his back, grinning at him. Abaddon was first surprised to see Draco going crazy, but after calming down he cleverly went behind him and stabbed him, in hopes that this crazy kid would stop. Seeing Draco finally stopping, he grinned. No matter how crazy you act, you are still a kid. Abaddon said. Draco stood still for some time as he turned his head back to Abaddon and said, You piece of shit. Do you think I will let you kill me every fucking time? Draco stabbed the man in front of him with his sword right through his brains as he ran forward, making the sword slip out from his back. He turned around to look at Abaddon and jumped at him. Abaddon, unlike the previous guy, was more ready to face Draco, who kept attacking without caring for any wounds in his body. Abaddon felt scared. For the first time in his life he felt scared of a kid. Abilene, seeing the situation, quickly took out staff and started chanting some sort of mantra, and shot a couple of fireballs at Draco, but to her surprise, Draco kicked Abaddon in his face as he turned back and absorbed all the attacks in his sword. You bitch, do you think you can kill me? Draco roared, throwing the attacks back her from the sword. Impossible, Abilene muttered. An enchanted sword that could absorb and throw attacks were extremely rare. As far as she knew, only 8 treasures similar to that existed. Abilene tried to cast a shield spell, but the speed of attack was too fast. The 2 girls at her side quickly went over and took the shot for their mistress. The fireball attack was very powerful as it managed to blast off all their inner organs out. Abilene, in shock, quickly went over to her maids as she tried to heal them with magic. On the other side, Draco, who launched the attack, didn't even bother to look back and kept fighting Abaddon. Abaddon, who was trying hardest to counterattack, was shocked by the noise of the explosion to find his companions now dead, but before he could say anything the whole world seemed upside down. Abaddon got confused as he tried to look back, only to see his headless body slouching on the ground. Soon his vision started to turn blurry and it was nothing but darkness now. Draco turned over and walked slowly, dragging one of his foot towards the Abilene. The whole adrenaline rush was ending and the pain was starting to take over. Abilene looked at Draco with anger clearly written on her face. Draco Black, I will remember that name. She said quickly, taking out a red parchment and poof. She was gone. Draco sighed in relief as he started to gain control of his body back, and slowly everything turned blurry and it was dark again. Draco woke up back in his bed, sweating and breathing heavily. He looked at the Gryffindor's sword in his hand, which had returned to normal again. Draco calmed down after drinking some water and went inside his suitcase. What the hell was that? Draco said to himself, I wasn't myself anymore. Like the previous dream, everything felt like a movie to Draco, but this time it was completely different. Previously he had control of his own body until towards the end when the bandit stabbed him, but this time it happened early on. Draco felt as if someone had taken control of his body and was controlling him, without him noticing. Draco felt power for the first time in his life, the power which coursed through his veins, giving him unlimited strength. It felt amazing. At the same time he felt scared that he wasn't himself anymore as he kept losing his emotions. Draco went over and threw the sword back in the room and walked out. Today he will return back to Hogwarts, so he needed to get ready. What happened, Draco? Narcissa asked, looking at Draco strangely. What is it? Draco asked, did I get a pimple on my face or something? No, it's your hair. Narcissa said, walking over, it's way too long than yesterday. Draco, finally realizing, looked at himself in the mirror with shock. His hair was longer than before and similar to the one he had in his dream. Maybe my magic went out of control. Draco said, I had a nightmare today, which could be the cause. Are you okay? Narcissa asked. I am fine. Draco replied, reassuring her with a smile. Narcissa nodded and didn't ask any questions, since growing hair and other stuff happening out of control wasn't a new topic in the wizarding community, especially to young wizards. Do you want to cut it? Narcissa asked. Draco thought for a second and nodded. Let's go to Diagon Alley then. After a couple of hours of preparation, Draco was ready to board the train back to Hogwarts. Like before, Draco and his friends sat on the same compartment back to Hogwarts. This time Hermione, Cho, and a few Slytherin students weren't around to be seen, so Draco concluded that they took yesterday's train. After hours of riding they finally came back to Hogwarts. Since Draco wasn't feeling too well, he went straight to the bed without attending dinner. Next morning Draco woke up lazily. He looked around to find Theodore wasn't in his bed. Draco went over and quickly took a shower and went outside. The common room was filled with the first-year students discussing some things. Draco walked over towards his friends and sat on the couch. What's going on? He asked. Oh. Draco, you are finally awake. Millicent said. We were all discussing today's newspaper. Things are getting weirder and weirder. Daphne said, snorting. First they call you a Dark Lord and now they are doing the same to Potter as well. Oh. What happened? Draco asked curiously. Look. Pansy said, passing the newspaper to Draco. Draco quickly read over the article. The article focused on speculating how Harry survived the night of the attack, claiming only powerful dark wizards can survive the killing curse, and Harry being a powerful one at that. It was similar to Draco's yesterday's news, but it was more fictional this time, and again the writer was none other than Rita Skeeter. I am surprised people actually believe her. Draco said, putting the newspaper on the table. Yeah. Yesterday on the dinner table everyone was kind of keeping a distance from Potter. Pansy said, and everyone was whispering weird rumors about you as well, especially those filthy mudbloods who were claiming that you threatened them before. Draco went over and started caressing Pansy's hair. It's only weird rumors, no need to get so angry. But those blood traders and mudblood were joining their hands, throwing insults at you. Daphne said, pouting. Draco sighed and reached over Daphne with another hand and started caressing her hair too. Everyone was looking at them weirdly. Theodore rolled his eyes. It was none other than those Hufflepuff guys. I see. Draco said, snorting. People really try to kick you when you are down. What are we going to do about it? Pansy asked, smirking. Yesterday if it wasn't for Theodore she would have really punched those guys. We will see. Draco said, right now, I am in a delicate place. One wrong move and I will fall deeper into the suspicion of being the next Dark Lord. Exactly. Theodore said, and the more suspicion against you means more eyes on you as well, which will be kind of a bother. Draco nodded. So do we just let them go? Blaise asked. No. We can get them anytime we want, but it should be in a place where no one else sees us. Draco said. How about that place, with the mirror? Daphne suggested. Draco shook his head. I tried to go to that room again but couldn't find it. Draco said, honestly, since Draco was interested in the room of requirement he tried to search for it again but couldn't have the room come out. What do you mean? Theodore asked. The room just disappeared. I think so. Draco said, remember Cho told us that she had never been in this room before. Everyone nodded. I think the room appears and disappears on its own and that day someone had opened it for us. Someone? Who? Pansy asked. Draco shrugged his shoulders, maybe I am reading too much into it, but it was opened there by someone. Maybe they had something to do with the mirror or they wanted us to go in there. Draco knew the room of requirement showed up whenever someone wanted something, but that day they were just strolling around. Draco was sure that no one was looking for a place to hide. What are you talking about? Blaze and Millicent asked. Oh, you guys weren't there, right? Daphne asked and started explaining the situation to them. Chapter 37. Draco followed by his friends walked towards the Great Hall. Everyone they walked past by glared at Draco weirdly. The moment they entered, the hall quietened and everyone in the hall looked towards Draco. Draco ignored them all as he was carrying a stack of books. He slowly walked towards the Gryffindor table. The Gryffindor students were watching him with vigilance as if he was their enemy. Draco stood next to Neville and dropped the stack of books in front of him, making him jump. What? Neville stuttered looking at Draco. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked over to see what was going on. Catch! Draco said, throwing something towards Neville. Neville in panic was barely able to catch it. He sighed as he opened his hands to look at what it was and was surprised. It was a remembrall. Che, I wanted to give it to you on Christmas but I couldn't finish the work on time. Draco said, and this is an apology gift. Draco said, patting the stack of book. Neville's eyes were still wide open. What is it? He asked. It's all the potion homework you will receive before your OWLs. If you manage to read all this you will pass your OWLs without any trouble. Draco said, at least on the theoretical part. As for your practicals, you have to deal it by yourself. Why? Neville asked, getting confused as to why he was receiving gifts from Draco. Humph. Can't you see Draco is being kind? Pansy snorted, unlike someone who only knows how to blame others, Draco felt responsible for breaking your gift so he bought you a new one. From now on you forget what happened, right? Daphne asked, snorting as well. Yes. Neville replied quickly under the pressure of Daphne and Pansy. Draco rolled his eyes and glanced at Hermione walking back to the Slytherin's table. Hermione excused herself from the Gryffindor's table and followed Draco back to the Slytherin's table. Harry looked at Neville's who was studying the books in front of him and sighed. Hypocrite. Ron mumbled underneath his breath. He was the one who broke it, so why is he acting like a savior now? We don't know that, Ron. Harry said, we can only speculate that the ball broke because of him, maybe the ball really break because of the fight, as Hermione said. Don't mention her, even after we became friends, she always supports Draco. Ron said. Okay. Don't talk bad about her. Harry said, right now I only have 2 friends including you and Hermione, and I believe with all those rumors spreading around I'm going to have a hard time making new ones. Ron nodded and stayed quiet. Ever since Harry saw the erased mirror that day, he kept going back to it every night, especially after he received the invisibility cloak, until one day, Dumbledore came over and explained it to him, that it was a wrong idea to carry just like Draco said, but he kept wanting to see them over and over again no matter what. After Dumbledore told him that he was going to move away from the mirror, he stopped going there. He was trying to move on from that when the news about Draco came out, and for some reasons, he was dragged into the situation as well, and today there was a separate article focused just on him being a potential Dark Lord. Harry felt sick at the thought of how people would compare him to someone who murdered his parents. Even his own friend Ron couldn't understand him in this situation, so he kept feeling down. Today before coming to the hall he met Dumbledore again, who had a little chat with him. He explained how the news writer Rita Skeeter was, as she had written articles about Dumbledore himself being a dark wizard. Harry felt calm knowing he wasn't the only person, but now he became curious about Draco. One thing Dumbledore said to him kept ringing in his head. One shouldn't be punished for others' deed. Harry kept repeating these words in his head again and again. Even though Dumbledore didn't specify Draco in general, Harry felt he was talking about Draco. From what he knew about Draco, he was arrogant, rude and very strong. Harry had people like Dudley in his life, so compared to him, Draco was a saint. He started thinking about what went wrong and realized he was the one at fault. From the beginning, Draco extended a helping hand towards him, but later on the train after he found about his parents, he distanced himself from Draco, painting him as the bad guy again and again. But as Hermione said back then, was he really a bad guy? Or were they the ones that were bad? As a fellow person who was suspected to be a Dark Lord, Harry felt more relatable to Draco than Ron. Even though he was receiving backlash for being suspected to become a Dark Lord, Draco was at the worst end of the story as he was more so in power than himself. Even in today's article, the story painted Draco as being already capable of being a Dark Lord and not just a suspect. It said everything would depend on his choices. Even though Harry now knew how fake the story was since it was written about himself, he couldn't help but recall the troll incident. Harry was confused whether Draco was a bad guy or not. From his background to inheriting the dark black family, pointed him to be a bad guy, but his behavior sometimes said otherwise. Harry sighed and started focusing on his breakfast. Hermione went over to the Slytherin's table and sat down. "Oh. I thought you wouldn't talk to me." Draco teased, looking at Hermione. "Humph. Good morning would be nicer." Hermione snorted. "You know, we could have gone together on the train, but you didn't even send an owl." Draco said. "I don't own one, and besides it's really not that necessary since I would rather be in school, one day beforehand." Hermione said, "So are you okay?" "Why is everyone asking me that?" Draco said, rolling his eyes. "Well, you changed from Malfoy to Black, which is causing a lot of controversies." Hermione said, "By the way, why did you do it?" "Because I am a pureblood and I hate Muggle-born wizards, so I wanted to destroy them by becoming the next Dark Lord," Draco said with a straight face, gaining him 3 kicks underneath the table from Pansy, Daphne, and Hermione. "It's already bad. Stop joking about this stuff," Daphne said. Draco rubbed his leg. "I don't care, besides we are at the Slytherin's table. Even if I wanted to become a Dark Lord, I don't think they will have any problem with it." "Stop joking all the time," Hermione said, "be serious." Sigh. "Well, my mother is from the Black family, and due to the last successor of the Black family being in Azkaban, I took on the role to continue the Black family. I can't bear to see a noble family end like that, especially when I have the chance." Draco said, "And besides, if I let it go, that's like losing a lot of money." Draco's last sentence caused all of them to roll their eyes. "I heard you were having new siblings," Hermione asked. "Yeah. I forgot to ask you about that," Daphne added. "Yes, it's twins," Draco said, smiling. "Twins?" Daphne asked, looking excited. "I wonder how Draco's smaller siblings would be like. I hope at least not arrogant as him," Theodore added. "If it's a boy, then I am sure my father is going to turn him into someone more annoying than me," Draco said, sighing. To gain power, Draco had already sacrificed his future siblings' future. "More annoying than you?" Theodore said, weirdly imagining someone more stuck up and arrogant than Draco. "By the way, do you not really care about all those rumors?" Hermione asked. "Harry is having a hard time dealing with it." "Humph. Do you consider me as weak as Potter?" Draco snorted. "The rumors only openly circulated now, but I have been hearing those rumors soon after I started gaining my fame. Besides, Potter's situation isn't worse than mine either. He just has to deal with emotional stuff, but I have to tread carefully every time. This time I inherited a family which had strong beliefs in dark magic and blood purity. As far as I know, some people would try to monitor everything I do," Draco said, taking out a couple of letters from his robe. "What is this?" Theodore asked, opening one of the letters. "Death threats, I received today," Draco said, making everyone shocked. They quickly took the remaining letter and started reading it, getting horrified by the content of the letter. "Well, there are some who want to join me in my quest to kill all the mudbloods," Draco said, waving a letter in his hand. Hermione, who wanted to help Harry by getting advices from Draco, was shocked to see his situation was worse than Harry's. "How dare they?" Pansy angrily said. "You don't seem worried about it," Hermione said. Draco shrugged his shoulders. "Most of these death threats are from Muggle-born wizards who are afraid of me turning into a Dark Lord, so they want to scare me away from the dark path, and I am sure some of them are serious. There are many people with a lot of hatred against Dark Lords or just Dark Wizard in general that they will be willing to do crazy stuff to stop another one from rising." "How can they do that? You haven't even done anything bad, instead you have always helped all of them," Daphne said in disbelief. "Well, wizards are like that, superstitious fools. One day they respect you, but the very next day, if some unexpected rumors about you spread, they will start to hate you," Theodore said, sighing. "Superstitious?" Hermione asked. "Here's the thing, in the Muggle world people believe in different stuff which isn't true, don't they? Like ghosts and stuff," Draco said, to which Hermione nodded in response. but in the wizarding world ghosts exist openly. The superstition of Muggle world is a normal everyday in the life of wizards, so this causes a weird change of reaction. Superstition of wizarding world is like a taboo because we all know nothing happens due to coincidence. Hermione nodded, trying to understand Draco. What he means is, even small rumors are enough to cause a huge change in the wizarding world, Theodore explained. So are you going to be okay? Pansy asked with a worried voice. Well, I am in Hogwarts, so no one can touch me here, and outside I am protected by the Malfoy family. Draco said, besides these people aren't dark wizards, they wouldn't be daring enough to kill me outside. Everyone nodded and the atmosphere got kinda heavy. Sigh. Let's talk about something else. Draco said, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Oh yeah. I heard Professor Snape is refereeing in the Hufflepuff vs Gryffindor match. Blaise said. Yeah, Flint was talking about it. Pansy added. Well, it doesn't matter to us, who wins or loses. Theodore said, yawning. Everyone was agreeing with him, while on the other side Hermione was now completely worried. Chapter 38. Wizards who cannot apparate or whose destination has no fireplace, rendering flow powder useless, and who wish to travel by daylight, meaning that broomsticks, thestrals, flying cars, and dragons are inappropriate, will have to resort to the use of a portkey. Almost any inanimate objects can be turned into a portkey. Once bewitched, the object will transport anyone who grasps it to a prearranged destination. A portkey may also be enchanted to transport the grasper, or graspers, only at a given time. In this way, the arrivals and departures of great numbers of witches and wizards can be noted, enabling such events such as the Quidditch World Cup to take place with few security breaches. When secrecy is paramount, and mass movement is planned, the chosen portkey will be a nondescript object secreted in an out-of-the-way place, so that it will be taken for a piece of unimportant debris by Muggle passers-by. Accidents have occurred, however. Once two Muggle dogwalkers have found themselves accidentally transported to a Celestina Warbeck concert in 1990, because their dogs had run off with an old trainer on Clapham Common, leaving an anguished crowd of witches and wizards to look frantically for their portkey on a stretch of empty grass, hopefully seizing old crisp packets and cigarette ends. One of the Muggle dogwalkers was even invited on stage by Celestina to perform a duet of A Cauldron Full of Hot, Strong Love. While the memory charm placed upon him by a harried ministry official seemed to take at the time, he has since written a popular Muggle song that bears an uncanny resemblance to Celestina's worldwide hit. Celestina Warbeck is a witch singer/celebrity, who sings on the radio. The song, if you want to listen to it, youtube.com/watch. V=IU5I8X0RT8. The sensation of traveling by portkey is universally agreed to be uncomfortable, if not downright unpleasant, and can lead to nausea, giddiness, and worse. Healers recommend that the elderly, pregnant, and infirm avoid using portkeys. The suggestion of arranging portkeys for the transportation of annoying relatives has saved many a wizarding family Christmas. The setting of making a portkey was all to do with spells, but the process Draco was reading involved formations. The book he was reading was a rare black family book, which taught people how to make portkeys from formation rather than spells. The making of portkeys was done by the spell portus, but the method Draco was reading didn't require one to cast that particular spell, as it completely depended upon the formation. Generally, creating a portkey without permission is illegal and could even have someone face prison time for it, but luckily the wizards didn't have any method to track someone who used the formation, as they don't even have to use the spells. Portkeys rules are very strict. If a person wants to make a portkey connecting two different countries, he will need to have the permission of both the nations. Chapter 39. Chapter 40. Draco stretched, putting the book back inside his suitcase. The formation portkey was much more efficient than the spell one, since it didn't teleport him to another place, instead bring the place to him. The idea of the formation was simple. First of all, get a door, then enchant it with the formation and do the same at the destination as well. The two doors will then connect to each other through space and make it possible for a person to move from one place to another without suffering from the side effects of the portkeys, similar to Doraemon's door, but it only connects to a single place. Draco realized that the whole formation was similar to creating a vanishing cabinet that joined two places like the one in Hogwarts. Draco was now certain that the vanishing cabinet in Hogwarts was enchanted with a similar formation, since vanishing cabinets doesn't transfer people from one point to another, instead it just makes them disappear into a space not connected to the outside, but the one in Hogwarts was connected with the other vanishing cabinet in Borgin and Berks. Fortunately, most of the ingredients needed for the formation was same as the one needed for the mansion, but he still needed new materials like Ashwinder egg and horned serpent's horn dust, the horn turned into powder. Other than the horned serpent's horn dust, the other material were easier to find. It turns out making a formation portkey costs more than making a luxurious mansion, but since the portkey allowed him to get in and out of Hogwarts without anyone noticing, he was willing to bear the expense. This time he didn't send his father a letter, instead he sent a letter to the shop owner who sold him his ingredients directly, since he would rather pay the cost himself than bother his father, and besides with his new wealth paying it wasn't that expensive. Other than the Black family wealth itself, Draco had his own personal money he made by selling potions, which he always carried with him, in case of emergencies. Even though it wasn't much, but it was still more than enough for a normal person to live by for at least 5 to 7 years normally. Draco was sure his wealth would have been much more if he didn't spend money buying things randomly, just because it looked interesting. Draco stretched and went outside his room to find the common room empty. He was wondering what was going on when he suddenly remembered that today was the Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff match. Draco was certain that Gryffindor was going to win the match, but he still went out to see it, since he was bored. As he walking towards the stadium, he saw people coming back from there, and from what it looked like, the match was already over, and seeing the faces of the Gryffindor student and them cheering, Draco could clearly tell that they won. Draco sighed, as he waited for Pansy, Theodore or Daphne to come by, but they never came. Draco was planning to return to the hall since it was already evening, as he saw a hooded figure came swiftly down the front steps of the castle. Clearly not wanting to be seen, it walked as fast as possible toward the Forbidden Forest. Draco recognized that it was Snape, so he ignored it, but then he saw Harry slowly gliding over his broom towards the forest following Snape. Draco, who was bored, was interested in what was going on, so he slowly followed them as well. Draco finally found Snape, but he wasn't alone. Quirrell was there, too. Draco strained to catch what they were saying. "Don't know why you wanted TT to meet here of all places, Severus," Quirrell said. "Oh, I thought we'd keep this private," said Snape, his voice icy. "Students aren't supposed to know about the Philosopher's Stone, after all. Have you found out how to get past that beast of Hagrid's yet?" But Severus," Quirrell stuttered worse than ever, as if he was really afraid of Snape. "You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell," said Snape, taking a step toward him. I don't know what you dash. You know perfectly well what I mean." Snape said, "Your little bit of hocus pocus. I'm waiting." But I don't." "Very well," Snape cut in. "We'll have another little chat soon when you've had time to think things over and decided where your loyalties lie." Draco quickly hid behind the tree as he saw Snape ending the conversation. Snape walked out of the place followed by Quirrell, who looked pissed and was muttering something. Draco sighed. Why is Snape still loyal to Dumbledore when he didn't even fulfill his end of the bargain? Self-punishment maybe. Well, at least the Philosopher's Stone is still there, and looking at their conversation, looks like Quirrell finally found a way to get over that weird dog. Draco was lost in his own thoughts when suddenly a small piece of a branch fell over from the tree on his head. Draco looked up, but he couldn't find anything when suddenly a wind blew over in the direction back to Hogwarts, shaking the branches along the way. "Potter." Draco murmured, looking at the direction he went by. "Looks like he got his invisibility cloak." Invisibility cloak is a magical garment which renders whomever or whatever it covers unseeable. These are common items that are mass-produced in the wizarding world, and unlike the other Deathly Hallows, a lot of people own them, but the only thing that made this one unique was its longevity and durability. The invisibility cloak can be considered the weakest out of the Deathly Hallows, or maybe even the strongest depending upon the situation and its use. Draco had even bought an invisibility cloak made out of demiguy's hair with a lot of money before, but the cloak started turning opaque within a year. The original invisibility cloak was also said to have a charm in it that prevents one from summoning them, but that is not proven yet. Draco was interested in the Deathly Hallows, but he wasn't overly fascinated by it. He knew the Elder Wand was powerful, but he didn't know to what extent. Resurrection Stone was good at looking at dead people, but other than that, he couldn't find any uses, and last but not least, the invisibility cloak could be pretty useful, but it wasn't rare. The only part he was interested in about was the title, Master of Death. Even though Draco was certain that it didn't mean anything special since wizards used overly exaggerated titles all the time, but he still had some doubts about whether he could gain some external powers from it or not. Since it was already getting late, Draco went back to his dorm. "Where have you been?" Theodore asked. "Out there looking for you guys, but you were nowhere to be seen," Draco said, sitting on the sofa. "Where were you guys?" "I was out in the library with Cho," Theodore replied. "I and Daphne were in the hall completing our assignment," Pansy said. "I heard Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup." "Yeah. But it isn't going to affect us anyway," Draco said, chilling back. "Even if they win, they are still far off from winning the House Cup this year." Sigh. "Next year, I am surely going to win," Pansy said with determination. Stop talking about Quidditch all the time, it's annoying, said Daphne, rolling her eyes. By the way, have you thought of a way to teach those Hufflepuffs some lesson? Soon. Draco said he wasn't in a hurry to teach them a lesson. How long are we going to wait? Millicent asked, gritting her teeth. I heard them spreading weird rumors about us in the hall yesterday. Oh, what kind of rumor? Theodore asked interestedly. That Draco is the next Dark Lord and we are his Death Eaters, Blaise replied. Humph. They keep running their mouth just because we don't say anything. Pansy snorted. Well, teaching them a lesson would come later on, but we can't keep letting rumors affect our mindset. Draco said. Yeah. Besides, do you really think the Hufflepuff students are the only are talking bad about us? Theodore said, those Hufflepuff students have something against us, so that's why they are openly spreading rumors, but a lot of other people think the same way as them, they just don't speak it out loud like others. Everyone was silent listening to Theodore because they knew he was speaking the truth. Sigh. It doesn't matter. Draco said, lazily waving his hands. But if I really wanted to be a Dark Lord, would you guys still follow me? All of them looked shocked when they heard that even Theodore was looking at him weirdly. Forget what I said. Draco said, standing up and walking back to his room. Chapter 41. Sigh. Draco sighed heavily, going back to his room. He didn't know what got into him, that made him ask that question. Are you okay? Theodore's voice came from behind. Draco looked back to find Theodore and Pansy behind him. I am fine. Draco replied. If you want to get something off your chest, Pansy said, walking forward, you can always tell me, you know. It's nothing. Draco said, shaking his head, I am just stressed with all the things that have been going on. You are not the only one. Theodore said, sighing as well. Draco raised his eyebrows, looking at Theodore curiously. It's Cho. Theodore said, with all the current rumors going around, she started distancing herself from me, I mean us. Humph. I expected nothing less from her. Pansy said, she seemed to be the type who would always follow the crowd and can't stand up for herself from the start. So I am not even surprised. Pansy. Draco said with a bit of strict voice, he didn't want both of them to fight over this kind of topic. It's okay. Theodore said, sighing, I don't really care that much. I felt bad for a minute when I found that she was ignoring me, but I understand that we are different people, so I can't expect her to be like me or agree with me on things blindly, considering that we haven't even known each other for more than just a couple of months. Especially with this kind of topic, but she started talking to me normally later on anyway, so it's really not that big of a deal. Chill, you're 11. Draco said, rolling his eyes, my father would really love to have you as his son. Why? What happened? Theodore asked. Over the vacation, my father wanted to fix marriage for me. Draco said lazily. What? Pansy and Theodore said at the same time, so did you? Pansy asked with a small voice. Of course, I didn't agree with it. Draco said, why did you think I rushed to become a black so quickly? You did it all to escape from marriage? Theodore asked, looking confused. The whole thing had brought so many troubles, and to hear that the reason behind all this was just Draco wanting to escape from marrying seems doubtful. Well, I planned to inherit the Black family around next year, but due to my father acting like an idiot, I had to do it early on, Draco said. Who did your father wanted you to marry? Pansy asked in her normal voice. Draco looked at her for a while and turned his gaze away and said. Anyway, I am sorry for asking that weird question earlier. Pansy pouted, not getting the answer, but didn't say anything. She felt that she was better off not knowing the answer because she was scared that it was some other girl she didn't know about. Looking at the weird atmosphere, Theodore sighed and said, you know, even if you were a Dark Lord, I will still follow you as long as you don't do anything annoying. Draco looked at Theodore in surprise. I will too. Pansy said, even if you were to do something bad, I'll still follow you. Draco turned towards Pansy, who didn't back away from his gaze. Do you think I'll turn into a Dark Lord? Draco asked. Maybe. Theodore answered, smirking, but with your love for Muggleborns, I am not really sure about that. Draco coughed awkwardly, understanding the meaning in his words. Even though I might not hate Muggleborn, there is still something I want to do. What is it? Pansy asked. Control the wizarding world, or at least the one in Europe, completely. Draco said, looking out the window, no matter what it takes. Why? Pansy asked. If it's just controlling the UK and Ireland, then you can just be a minister, which seems much easier. The minister isn't fully in control. Theodore said, they are elected by other wizards and can get fired from their position anytime, but still why do you want the controls so bad? The wizarding world is degrading day by day, look at all the stupid people around us. The world has already started to change, but we wizard the more powerful and gifted than muggles are still living like we are in the medieval period. The world is passing by us and we keep sticking to the same concept, hiding and running from fear. Draco said. So you want to try changing it like Grindelwald did? Theodore asked. No, something much more than that. Draco replied, I don't really care about the international statute of secrecy. Besides, living secretly is the key. We survived so long, otherwise I am sure if muggles were to really find out, we will be burned on stakes for sure. What I want is a revolution, and for that, even if have to break the code, I will. Theodore and Pansy stayed silent. I don't want to rule over the muggles, nor do I want to do that with wizards. What I want is the change and for me to have control over it, so there won't be any mishaps in the future. Draco said, you can call me a Dark Lord for that, but what I want is for our wizard community to develop and adapt to situations more quickly than before, because as muggles develop more in the future, the more trouble we are likely to get in. Draco had read the books up to the 7 years ahead in the future, and after that came the Book of the Cursed Child, but as far as Draco knew, the Cursed Child was way too confusing and full of plot holes, not transforming in with the modern age but still sticking to same Hogwarts we love and care. This world wasn't much different from his previous world, and as the technology keeps on developing, the wizards have to keep on compromising. Draco had to spend his life here even after Voldemort is dead, so he doesn't want to leave any regrets for the future, where he and the wizards in the future would have to struggle. As the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. He doesn't want to leave liability in the future by just depending upon his knowledge in this world. Fine, I am with you, but you have to at least keep it interesting. Theodore said. Theodore knew of the dangers that Draco was talking about. He had realized over time that with the Muggle weapons, defeating the wizards wasn't a big of a deal anymore. Besides, even in the past where the Muggle didn't have any dangerous weapons, they had still managed to capture and kill a lot of wizards. I have already said it, but I am going to say it again, I am with you even if you want to be a Dark Lord. Pansy said. Draco smiled, you will soon understand as well, Pansy. But right now it's not the time to act yet. When will it be then? Theodore asked. Patience. Draco said, right now, even if we want to do anything. Do you really think the world will follow along with what an 11-year-old kid says? What about Daphne? Pansy asked. Over the couple of months they have all been close friends, so leaving her out of this conversation seemed weird. As Theodore said, like Cho, Daphne has her own life and I can't ask her to believe in me blindly, Draco said. But I am sure, like you, she would understand when the time comes and follow us. Pansy sighed and nodded. She didn't understand Draco or what he was trying to do, but she didn't ask anything more. Chapter 42. Congratulations on winning against Hufflepuff. Draco said, sitting across Hermione opening his books. Thanks. Hermione replied, taking out a paper from her bag and giving it to Draco. What is it? Draco asked. I drew up a study schedule for you. She said, the exams are only 10 weeks away, so you need to prepare. Draco looked at the schedule and sighed, I can still pass, I guess. Just passing isn't enough. Hermione said, you need to at least get some good grades. Unlike Harry and Ron, you are at least good in a couple of subjects. Che, can you not keep bringing up their name? Draco said, clicking his tongue, it's kinda annoying. Well, I am friends with them, so even if I don't want to, their names will still come up in our conversation. Hermione said, color-coding her notes. Anyway, forget about them. Draco said, resting his arms on the table. Do you want to have a bet with me? What kind of bet? Hermione asked, stopping her work. Let's see, who will get better marks at the exam. Draco replied, smiling, the loser will have to do one thing the winner says. Why would I accept a bet with you? Hermione said, you already have me teaching you everything I know in history and astronomy, and plus you have your own strength with potions, botany, charms, and transfiguration. Hey, come on, we both know that you are decent enough to get good marks on your exam on charms and transfiguration. As for potions and botany, even though I am good at it, they aren't going to give me extra marks for writing something way off, so even in that we can tie. The only place we can challenge each other in history and astronomy. You have been teaching me both these subjects for this whole year now, so you know that I am not very good at it. Draco said, so why are you so afraid of accepting the bet? Hermione thought for a while and asked, so you will do anything I ask for? Yes, but only if you win, otherwise you will have to do one thing I ask of you. Draco said, smirking, are you afraid of losing to someone who you have been teaching? Humph. Who's afraid of losing? Hermione snorted, fine. I will accept your bet but don't regret it later on. I won't. Draco said with confidence. But from now on until the exams, I won't teach you anything, anymore. Hermione said. Draco thought for a while and nodded, fine. Both of them shook their hands on it, when Hermione suddenly said, what is he doing here? Draco turned back to find Hagrid acting sneaky. At the same time, Ron and Harry walked in towards them and they looked at Hagrid weirdly as well. Hagrid, what are you doing here? Hermione asked. Just lookin', he said, in a shifty voice that got their interest at once. And what are you lot up to? He looked suddenly suspicious. You're not still lookin' fair Nicholas Flamel, are ye? Oh, we found out who he is ages ago, said Ron impressively. And we know what that dog's guarding, it's a philosopher St. Hagrid looked around quickly to see if anyone was listening. Don, go shoutin' about it, what's the matter with ye? There are a few things we wanted to ask you, as a matter of fact, said Harry, about what's guarding the stone apart from Fluffy. Said Hagrid again looking towards Draco. Listen, come and see me later, I'm not promisin' I'll tell ye anythin', mind, but Don, go Rabbi Tin, about it in here, students aren't supposed to know. They'll think I've told ye. See you later, then, said Harry understanding as he glared at Draco. Hagrid shuffled off quickly. Hermione sighed, seeing her friend's behavior and looked awkwardly at Draco. So the dog's guarding the Philosopher's Stone on the 3rd floor, huh? Draco said laying back on the chair with his eyebrows raised. Were you eavesdropping on our conversation? Ron said looking at Draco angrily. I have to be an idiot like you to not figure it out, even after hearing you talk so loudly. Draco said, and if you don't want people to overhear you then learn to close your loud mouth. You. Shut up, Ron. Hermione said, you were the one who revealed the whole thing acting smug about finding Nicholas Flamel, even if someone deaf was here, they would have still understood it. Ron didn't say anything and just sat there with his mouth half open. Sigh. Calm down Hermione, Ron didn't mean that. Harry said, we just didn't realize that he was here. Stop mentioning me, as if I am a ghost, Draco said smirking, or are we not using names against another Dark Lord? Harry stiffened up after he heard Draco. The rumors had died down in Hogwarts ever since he had won the match but right now, hearing someone directly call him a Dark Lord, he froze up. Malfoy, shut your mouth. Ron said gnashing his teeth. It's black now, Weasley. Draco said looking at Harry's face but seeing his facial expression not changing he figured that he still didn't know about Sirius. And besides when a Dark Lord is talking with another Dark Lord, a peasant shouldn't speak. Do you think Harry is like you? Ron said. Draco, don't. Hermione said not wanting them to fight, because she knew the result would end up in Ron ending up worse than before, she knew to ask Ron wasn't going to work so she asked Draco to stop instead. Draco rolled his eyes and stood up packing his bag. If your friend Harry was like me then he would have been more useful, he said walking away. Hermione, don't forget our bet. Hermione nodded and sighed in relief. Ron, you should stop provoking Draco. She said, even if you want to do it, at least make sure not to do it with someone who has defeated you in the past. I have learned more spells than before. Ron said awkwardly, besides why do always keep on siding with Math, Black whatever his name is. Ron. Don't stop me, Harry. We are friends, aren't we? But why does she always keep supporting Draco? Ron said. Because I consider him a better friend than you. Hermione said not even flinching, when you were talking behind my back he was still my friend and he still is and besides do you really think that with a couple of spells you learned in the past month, you will be able to defeat him? Ron was silent, he didn't expect Hermione to be so forward. Hermione herself was surprised by her own reaction, maybe he rubbed off on me. She thought. Okay. She is right Ron. Harry said, we were at fault due to not being careful and besides you really need to stop provoking Draco, at least until we can fight him off. Ron didn't expect Harry to side with Hermione as well, sigh. Fine I will try, he said giving up. What was Hagrid hiding behind his back, asked Hermione thoughtfully after Ron had calmed down. Do you think it had anything to do with the stone? Harry suggested. I'm going to see what section he was in, said Ron. He came back a minute later with a pile of books in his arms and slammed them down on the table. Dragons, he whispered. Hagrid was looking up stuff about dragons. Look at these, dragon species of Great Britain and Ireland, from egg to inferno, a dragon keeper's guide. Hagrid's always wanted a dragon, he told me so the first time I ever met him, said Harry. But it's against our laws, said Ron. Dragon breeding was outlawed by the Warlocks Convention of 1709, everyone knows that. It's hard to stop muggles from noticing us if we're keeping dragons in the back garden, anyway, you can't tame dragons, it's dangerous. You should see the burns Charlie's got off wild ones in Romania. But there aren't wild dragons in Britain, said Harry. Of course there are, said Ron. Common Welsh green and Hebridean blacks. The Ministry of Magic has a job hushing them up, I can tell you. Our kind have to keep putting spells on muggles who've spotted them, to make them forget. So what on earth Hagrid up to, said Hermione. When they knocked on the door of the gamekeeper's hut an hour later, they were surprised to see that all the curtains were closed. Hagrid called, "Who is it?" before he let them in, and then shut the door quickly behind them. It was stifling hot inside. Even though it was such a warm day, there was a blazing fire in the grate. Hagrid made them tea and offered them stoat sandwiches, which they refused. So, yeah, wanted to ask me something. Chapter 43. So, yeah, wanted to ask me something. Hagrid asked. Yes, said Harry. There was no point beating around the bush. We were wondering if you could tell us what's guarding the Philosopher's Stone apart from Fluffy. Hagrid frowned at him. 0-foot course I can't, he said. Number 1, I don't know myself. Number 2, ya know too much already, so I wouldn't tell ya if I could. That stone's here for a good reason. It was almost stolen out of Gringotts, I suppose Yevie worked that out and all. Beats me how ya even know Abu Fluffy. Oh, come on, Hagrid, you might not want to tell us, but you do know, you know everything that goes on around here, said Hermione in a warm, flattering voice. Hagrid's beard twitched and they could tell he was smiling. We only wondered who had done the guarding, really. Hermione went on. We wondered who Dumbledore had trusted enough to help him, apart from you. Hagrid's chest swelled at these last words. Harry and Ron beamed at Hermione. Well, I don't suppose it could hurt to tell ya that, let's see, he borrowed Fluffy from me, then the teachers did enchantments, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, he ticked them off on his fingers, Professor Quirrell, and Dumbledore himself did something, oh, course. Hang on, I've forgotten someone. Oh yeah, Professor Snape. Snape? Yeah, you're not still on Abu that, are ya? Look, Snape helped protect the stone, he's not about to steal it. Harry knew Ron and Hermione were thinking the same as he was. If Snape had been in on protecting the stone, it must have been easy to find out how the other teachers had guarded it. He probably knew everything, except, it seemed, Quirrell's spell and how to get past Fluffy. You're the only one who knows how to get past Fluffy. Aren't you, Hagrid, said Harry anxiously. And you wouldn't tell anyone, would you? Not even one of the teachers. Not a soul knows except me and Dumbledore, said Hagrid proudly. Well, that's something, Harry muttered to the others. Hagrid, can we have a window open? I'm boiling. Can't, Harry, sorry, said Hagrid. Harry noticed him glance at the fire. Harry looked at it, too. Hagrid, what's that? But he already knew what it was. In the very heart of the fire, underneath the kettle, was a huge, black egg. Ah, said Hagrid, fiddling nervously with his beard, that's Where did you get it, Hagrid, said Ron, crouching over the fire to get a closer look at the egg. It must have cost you a fortune. Won it, said Hagrid. Last night. I was down in the village having a few drinks and got into a game o' cards with a stranger. Think he was quite glad to get rid of it, to be honest. But what are you going to do with it when it's hatched, said Hermione. Well, I've been doing some reading, said Hagrid, pulling a large book from under his pillow. Got this out of the library, Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit, it's a bit out of date, oh, course, but it's all in here. Keep the egg in the fire, 'cause their mothers breathe on see, and, when it hatches, feed it on a bucket o' brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour. And, see here, how to recognize different eggs, what I got there's a Norwegian Ridgeback. They're rare, them. He looked very pleased with himself, but Hermione didn't. Hagrid, you live in a wooden house, she said. But Hagrid wasn't listening. He was humming merrily as he stoked the fire. You're really an idiot, aren't you? All of them froze up when they heard the voice. Hagrid's face was pale as snow, and everyone was very nervous. Hagrid slowly stood up and opened up the door to find Draco smirking with Theodore behind his back. May we come in? Draco asked. Hagrid was still frozen when he saw Draco, so he couldn't say anything. "What are you doing here?" Harry spoke up, coming towards them. "Oh. Didn't Hagrid say to meet up after some time, so I came along?" Draco said innocently. "Didn't you, Hagrid?" "I. Dragons are really dangerous. I wonder what will happen after Dumbledore or maybe even the Board of Chairmen find out that there is a live dragon egg in Hogwarts." Theodore said, cutting off the nervous Hagrid. "Draco, isn't your father one of the chairmen?" "He certainly is," Draco said, chiming in. "CME in," Hagrid said quickly, listening to their conversation. Draco and Theodore smirked and walked in. "Don't mind us." Hagrid looked around and quickly shut the door. Hagrid's hut only had one room inside, with hams and pheasants hanging from the ceiling. In the corner stands a massive bed with a patchwork quilt over it. Overall, his house was small and slightly dirty. "What are you doing here?" Hermione asked, looking at Draco and Theodore. "Oh. I was interested in the Philosopher's Stone, so I thought I will listen to what you guys had to say," Draco said. "But I didn't expect to hear such interesting words about dragon. And I am just here for fun," Theodore replied, looking around the small hut. Hermione didn't say anything, but Ron's and Harry's expressions were yelling at them to get out. Both of them were worried more than ever. They were sure that Draco would likely tell all the information to Snape, and he will likely steal it sooner now. "So dragon, huh?" Theodore said, looking at the egg in the fireplace. Looking at Hagrid's pale face, Hermione quickly said, "Draco, Theodore, please don't tell about this to anyone." "Sure," Theodore said, not even looking at her. "You do know that it's dangerous, right?" Draco said. "Norbert won't hurt anybody," Hagrid said in a paced tone. "Norbert?" Draco looked at Hagrid. "You already named the dragon? So you must be even planning on keeping it?" Yes, at least until it grow up enough to defend itself. "Are you nuts?" Theodore said. "This dragon, after it hatches, will likely grow into your whole house in just a couple of weeks." Harry, Hermione, and Ron were surprised by what Theodore said. They didn't know much about dragons in the first place, and to hear that it will likely grow into the house, they were more worried for Hagrid, who looked like a stubborn child. "Sigh. How about you give it to me?" Draco said, looking back at Hagrid. "What? No." Ron and Hagrid hurriedly said. Draco's face turned sour, looking at Ron. "Weasley, mind your business. I am talking with the owner, not you. I am not giving him to anyone," Hagrid added, looking at Draco. "Listen here, Hagrid," Draco said. "Either you give me the dragon, and I will help raise your dragon safely and properly, or you can wait here raising it and be sent to Azkaban later on." "Are you threatening us?" Harry asked angrily. "Oh. I am not threatening you, nor am I threatening your friend here," Draco replied with a sly smug on his face. "I am just giving you a suggestion." "Draco," Hermione wanted to convince Draco to stop, but she knew he was right. "Hermione, Draco is right, you know," Theodore said. "Even if we don't report it, the dragon itself will grow big enough to be noticed, and you should know that raising a dragon without permission will lead to at least 5 years in Azkaban, and in case something bad were to happen, then a student might even lose his life, making your huge friend here be sent to Azkaban forever." "Azkaban," Hagrid murmured. He knew how bad Azkaban could be, since he himself has been there, not for long, but it was enough to drive him to the point of insanity. "Azkaban?" Harry asked, looking at Ron. "Azkaban is similar to Muggles' prison, Harry," Hermione replied. "I have read that it is much worse than a normal prison." Harry, hearing that, turned over to Hagrid. "Hagrid, get rid of it, please. I don't want to see you go there." Hagrid was struggling, not knowing what to do. "So Hagrid, can I call you that?" Draco said. "You see, after I got hold of the Black property, I now own a dragon farm in Romania. The farm right now is empty as the ministry auctioned off the dragons, but since I am in control now, I would love to fill that place with dragons, reforming it back to its former glory. I will guarantee you that I will hire people especially to take care of it and make sure that it grows up healthy." "Charlie, Ron," Harry said suddenly, "didn't you say that your brother is studying dragons in Romania? Maybe we can send a dragon there." "Yes, Hagrid. My brother can take care of it," Ron quickly said with a smug face. Hagrid's eyes lit up. He would rather send the dragon to Charlie, whom he knew that with Draco. "Che, you annoying pest," Draco clicked his tongue. "What did you say?" "I said that you are an annoying pest," Draco repeated again. "Hagrid, you can send your dragon to this Charlie fellow, but I will like you to consider it, since the thing about Philosopher's Stone." Draco didn't complete his sentence, but everyone knew that he was blackmailing Hagrid. Chapter 44. How much do you know? Hagrid said, looking at the trio with a bit of disappointment in his face. Well, let's see, there is a dog guarding the Philosopher's Stone on the 3rd floor, which was restricted by Dumbledore, and our savior here seemingly suspects Professor Snape. Draco said, but seriously, who put such a valuable item in a school full of children? The man wanted to steal it from Gringotts. What makes them think that putting it in Hogwarts, a school full of children, is a good idea? Good question. Now it all makes sense, the sudden robbery, and everything. Theodore said, nodding. Maybe it's because of Dumbledore. He is, after all, the strongest wizard in the world, and besides, with Nicholas Flamel being his alchemy partner, he obviously handed it to him for protection. So I am guessing overconfidence. With Dumbledore here, no one can steal the stone, Hagrid said with confidence. And, besides, yeah, kids should stop underestimating Dumbledore. Harry, Hermione, and Ron quietened up. They now finally knew how much of the conversation both of them heard. Wait. How did you know about Gringotts, since we have never mentioned it today? Harry asked, looking suspiciously towards Draco. Shit. Draco thought to himself, he kinda went overboard with the whole blackmailing thing. Well, do you really think this is the only conversation I heard? Draco said, trying to look confident. The walls are very thin around Hogwarts. Harry looked at Draco in anger. Draco sighed in relief. That Potter bought his excuse as he rolled his eyes. So Hagrid, about the deal, as long as you give me the dragon. I will not talk about the Philosopher's Stone again and not leak the news outside. What do you mean? Hagrid asked with a tense voice. It's simple, isn't it? Draco replied, as I said, leaking the news outside will be very easy for me, one letter to the Daily Prophet and boom. The news will be on the front page tomorrow. Draco, Hermione wanted to stop Draco, but he didn't even look back at her. Hermione, I am talking business, so could you please not try to side with the other party too much? Draco said with an annoyed tone, as I was saying, Hagrid, I will not leak the news outside, and plus I will give you the money for the egg, so how about you save yourself some trouble and give it to me? Draco was kinda annoyed by Hermione today, since she had tried to stop him a couple of times already. Hermione didn't say anything and just stayed silent. After that, she knew somewhat of Draco's character, and she knew he hated being controlled the most. She could now only hope that Draco doesn't bully Hagrid too much, since the odds are in his favor. Hagrid was contemplating on what to do when Theodore added, we can make a deal, right Hagrid? You don't want Dumbledore finding out that his trusted groundkeeper was the one who leaked the secrets. You are blaming him for it now? Harry said angrily, you are the one who's threatening Hagrid. Are we really? Theodore said innocently, too bad for you, we just overheard the conversation of the great Harry Potter and his freckled red-headed friend, who were discussing the topic of the Philosopher's Stone and where it is hidden, and you know the best part of it all, one of the men who Dumbledore trusted was the one who leaked the secret. Hagrid's face paled listening to Theodore. He was now really regretting telling Harry about it and was cursing his big mouth. Harry and Ron didn't know how to comfort Hagrid, since it was their fault that Hagrid even told them in the first place. I will give you permission to visit the dragon, time to time as well. Draco added, giving the final offer to Hagrid. This is all I can give you, Hagrid, money for the dragon, permission to visit him, and not leaking the news. How about it? It's either this or you losing both the dragon and Dumbledore's trust. Hagrid, accept it. Hermione said, sigh. It's for the best, and I will personally assure you that Draco will give you the money and make sure he will let you visit the dragon when it grows up. Harry and Ron stayed silent and didn't say anything, since they knew they had no chance of winning this fight. They themselves can't defeat Draco, and Hagrid didn't even have a wand, so fighting wasn't even an option. Draco, how much do dragon eggs cost? Hermione asked. How much did you buy it for? Draco asked, looking at Hagrid. Sigh. I won it in a bet. Hagrid said, giving up. Bet? Theodore and Draco looked at each other in doubt. What's wrong? Hermione asked, is it not normal? Hagrid, what kind of bet was it? It was a game of cards. As you and me, the Authar party was a dragon dealer. Hagrid said. Dragon dealer? Theodore was still doubtful about the situation, but Draco understood it completely. Are you sure? You didn't give him, you know what, how about I give you 20,000 galleons for the dragon? 1 galleon equals $14 US, so I am offering $122,800, which I guess is a fair price for a dragon egg. Hermione and Theodore noticed that Draco wanted to say something but didn't. Both of them didn't say anything but were waiting to get outside to ask Draco what was going on. Harry noticed something too but didn't put much thought to it. 20,000 galleon. Ron repeated, gulping. Harry was also in a bit of a shock as it was more than 1/3 of his wealth that his parents left him. Sounds fair. Theodore said, a dragon egg would usually cost around the same in the black market, which is expensive considering they sell it illegally, but this isn't legal either, so the price is right. Hermione also nodded. She didn't know how much a dragon egg cost, but 20,000 galleons was a lot of money. I don't need the money, Hagrid said, shocking everyone. Hagrid, you should take it. Hermione said, you can build a better house for yourself with that money. Yes, Hagrid. Since we have no other choice, we should at least take full advantage of the situation. Harry added. Hagrid shook his head. I want something else. What do you want? I want, to make me some potions for me creatures. Hagrid said. Creatures? Draco asked, can't you just buy it with the money, yourself? No, I hear that wer gria at potions. Hagrid replied, so I want, to make me a couple. Sure. Draco said, he knew Hagrid loved animals, so his request wasn't that unexpected. What do you want? A couple of healing potions, maybe a bit of potion for Dig Zion and no normal magical creature disease. Hagrid said vaguely. Draco nodded and took out a small pouch. He stuck his hands inside it, making everyone surprised. Enchanted pouch. Hermione said, looking at Draco sticking his whole hand inside the small pouch. Ron, on the other hand, was explaining Harry what it was. Draco pulled out a huge chest halfway through. Little help. He said. Hagrid walked over and helped him pull the remaining chest out. Everyone was looking at it wondering what was inside. While Draco put his hands back in the pouch and pulled out a small key, he went over and unlocked the chest. Everyone was shocked by the content of the box, which was filled with potions. I don't know much about the diseases of magical creatures, but these potions are something that I have experimented over in the past, so it's okay to use it in beasts. Draco said, the red one's for healing external injuries, the blue one is for digestion problems, the dark blue one is for most internal diseases, and the purple one intoxicates them in case they ever need to put out of their misery. Hagrid took a look at them and nodded. This will do. The potion's worth around the same money I offered, so I hope there will not be any further problems, Draco said. Ron and Harry gulped again hearing Draco. Potions are really expensive. They thought. Hagrid sighed and nodded. Draco went over to the big guy and extended his hand. Hagrid, even though I didn't want our first official meeting to be me blackmailing you, but we can put the past behind us and start fresh, can't we? Hagrid looked at him for a second and caught Draco's small hand with his big hand and shook it. As Hermione said, it's probably fair the best, but I hope Yali send to me one small Rex. What is it? I want to see it hatch. Hagrid said. Draco thought for a while and nodded. Sure, let me know when it hatches. I have never seen one hatch before as well. Hagrid smiled once again and said, sure, I'll let you know. Chapter 45. Draco nodded and looked back at Harry and Ron. Even though, I don't care whether you both die or live, but don't focus on something that has nothing to do with you. What do you mean? Harry asked with an annoyed tone. The stone isn't a simple thing for you to be running around investigating it. Draco said, plus, even if the stone gets stolen, it has nothing to do with you. Consider it a warning, I guess. You can do whatever you want to do, but don't go around dragging Hermione into the danger with your stupid antics. Hermione looked at Draco and in a soft voice she said, don't worry, I won't let them go into this any further. Harry and Ron just glared at Draco and didn't say anything. Still arrogant, huh? Theodore smirked looking at them. Do both of you think you can defeat a dark wizard who was able to break into Gringotts and get out so easily? Even Draco wouldn't be able to do it, so do you think you can? Don't make me laugh. Whatever we do is our business, Ron said. You don't have to keep interfering in what we do. Well, dig your own grave then, Theodore said, ignoring them. Draco turned back to look at Hagrid and said, the news about the stone will not be coming out of my mouth. We can even do an unbreakable vow if you want me to. I'll trust you. Hagrid shook his head. You are really similar to him. Him? Draco asked, getting confused, but Draco then remembered. You mean him? He said, looking at Harry. Yes, like him, he was a witty and talented wizard, but also quite an arrogant and mischievous troublemaker. Good with girls and, sigh. I hope you don't go the same path as him. Hagrid said, reminiscing things, looking at Harry sadly. The others were confused as to what they were talking about, especially Harry, since he couldn't figure why both of them looked at him. Draco knew that Hagrid was comparing him with Sirius, maybe in a way both of them similar. Draco didn't put much thought into it before, but looking at it now, his behavior is quite similar, like Sirius, controlled but still similar. I still have his motorcycle, if ya want, ya can have it back. Hagrid said. No need. He gave it to you, right? And that is his property, so I have no right over it. Draco replied, besides, I don't like motorcycles that much, I am more of a car guy. See, we are already different. Hagrid smiled, I'll keep it fair now then, it comes in handy since brooms can't handle me weight. Draco nodded, looking at Hagrid. He was sure that a broom wouldn't even float over the ground if Hagrid was to ride on it. I'll leave now. Draco said, do send a letter when it's about to hatch. I will. Hagrid said, nodding. Draco walked out of the cabin followed by Theodore and surprisingly Hermione. What is it? Draco asked, looking back at her. I am not in a mood for a lecture. Humph. I am not planning to give you one either, but you shouldn't have been that mean to Hagrid, he is really a nice guy. Hermione said. Hermione, here is the thing, you are stubborn, rude and controlling, Draco said, making Hermione fume over. But I accept you the way you are, don't I? Hermione didn't say anything but just snorted. Similarly, you have to accept me the way I am as well. Draco said, walking forward, we have been friends for nearly a year now and you should certainly know some of my traits and personality. If you are rude then I am arrogant. If you are stubborn then I can be very manipulative, and if you are controlling then I am strong enough to not fall under it. If I were, to be honest with you, then we are completely different from each other in every way possible. So, Hermione asked with a weird tone. So? Draco asked, it's nothing, no matter how different we are, I still want to be friends with you, but to do so we have to learn how to compromise. Like today, you can't always keep opposing me without even realizing what I am trying to do. It makes me feel that you doubt me. It was your approach which was wrong. Hermione said, any normal person would start doubting you if you suddenly start blackmailing people out of nowhere. True, it was my fault in that, but you should know that I won't put Hagrid in a bad position just for a dragon egg. Draco said, plus, every time you do so, it makes it seem like you doubt me, lowering my credibility in front of the other person as well. You would really be a bad business partner to work with. I wasn't doubting you, Hermione said, murmuring, it was your fault. Draco rolled his eyes, sigh. Okay, it was my fault this time, but make sure you at least put a bit of trust in me in the future. Since both of your lovers' quarrel is over, I want to ask you about the bet thing. I am sure Hermione is here for that as well. Theodore said. Stop, speaking nonsense. Hermione said, blushing a little, and I would like to know about that as well. You wanted to say something but you suddenly changed the topic. Was the bet not normal? Hermione, you told me that you will stay away from the stone, right? Draco asked. Yes, and I will make sure Harry and Ron are out of trouble as well. Hermione said. I don't care about them, and judging from their personality I highly doubt that you will be able to stop them. Draco said, but since you are planning to keep away from the stone, then what I was trying to say is useless to you. You mean the bet is somehow connected to the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione asked in shock. Draco smiled and said, that's my speculation and that's all you are going to get from me. Hermione snorted and went back to the hut. The bet is seriously suspicious as hell. Who would even bet a live dragon egg in a game of card? Theodore said after Hermione left, the person would either be very stupid or way too drunk, but considering the thing with the Philosopher's Stone, I highly doubt that all of this is so simple. That's what my guess is, Draco said, nodding. He couldn't help but feel impressed at Theodore's deduction capability. He himself knew of the stone and the other things because he had read the book, but Theodore didn't even know about the existence of the Philosopher's Stone in the school before this. The book did you wrong, my friend. Draco thought to himself. So the stone's in the 3rd floor, are we just going to leave it there? Theodore asked. Right now we can't do anything even if we wanted to. Draco said, whether we like it or not, Hagrid is right, Dumbledore will certainly have some resources put over there in the form of security. I don't know about the traps the teacher put in there, but I am sure that Dumbledore himself may have put up a final line of defense in there as well. Draco lied, but it wasn't a complete lie either, since Dumbledore really did put up the final line of defense. Theodore nodded. He reckoned that to be the case as well, since, without protection, Dumbledore would certainly not leave the Philosopher's Stone out in the open. Are we going to talk about this with the others? He asked. What do you think? Draco said, glaring at Theodore. I will take that as a no, then. Theodore said, so dragon, huh? I didn't know that you had a dragon farm in Romania. I don't. Then, all you said there was a lie. Theodore looked at Draco in shock. Half a lie, at least, Draco said. I didn't expect to get news about a dragon egg, so I had to come up with something, but I will buy it soon since having dragons doesn't really sound like a bad idea. You are making it sound like, wait, you are, aren't you? Yeah. Why not? I have seen some wizards commit crimes with the help of magical beasts, so why can't I use them? Draco said. But they are dragons, not a house pet. Theodore said. I know, but what's wrong with trying? Draco said, if it doesn't work then, I will at least have some exotic pets to brag about. Theodore nodded, at least you don't have weird ideas. By the way, who was Hagrid comparing you to? Sirius. Draco said with a straight face. Wait, he was comparing you to a murderer. Theodore said, getting shocked again, and you took it nicely? Things aren't always what they seem like. Draco said in a mysterious tone. Theodore looked at Draco but kept quiet, trying to figure out the meaning behind his words. Chapter 46. Draco, after the fight with Troll, realized how weak he was, and handling things alone would prove to be very difficult. Draco wanted to take this chance to strengthen his group, mainly Theodore, since compared to Pansy or Daphne, he was the strongest ally he had. So after he left the library, he went to find Theodore and told him about some stuff about what Ron said and the Philosopher's Stone, and both of them went to Hagrid's hut, and just as expected, Draco didn't need to say anything since Harry and the group blabbered all the information out. As Draco thought, Theodore was very interested in the stone after learning that it was in Hogwarts. So when the time comes, Draco would have an ally to go along with him. The main problem of taking the Philosopher's Stone was that it was inside the Mirror of Erist. Draco couldn't look for the stone before because he didn't know where it was, to begin with, but right now he was sure that it kept inside the Mirror of Erist already. Originally, Dumbledore had placed an enchantment on the mirror, hiding the stone inside of it, and allowing the mirror to transfer the stone only to one who wanted to find the stone but not to use it. Anybody wishing more than simply to find it would just see themselves making gold or the elixir of life. This is because the greatest desire of anyone wanting to use the stone would not have their greatest desire to be finding it in the first place. Anyone just wanting to find the stone but not use it would thus have their greatest desire to find the stone, thus have their wish granted. Draco was sure that it would be impossible for both him and Theodore to retrieve the stone because they had nothing but the desire to use it. So due to that, Draco had set up his second trap, enticing Harry by leaving some clues. Draco wasn't stupid enough to blurt out things without keeping his mouth shut, so he had to do it in a way that it wouldn't be predictable. With Hermione caught up with what he said, Draco was sure that with Harry's savior character, he would surely go to the third floor to stop anyone from stealing it. Now that he had left enough traps for Harry to fall through, the only remaining part was to wait for Harry to go to the third floor and take out the Philosopher's Stone for him. The other unexpected thing was the dragon. Draco had completely forgotten all about it since the dragon didn't play any particular role in the books, it was just there for the sake of showing Malfoy's bad side and seeing Voldemort living up off unicorn blood. But even though he had to resort to blackmailing, he still got what he wanted. Draco wanted to try and tame the dragon enough to let it do some work for him. Even though a dragon could be defeated by dozens of wizards or a powerful wizard at once, but no one has ever gone wrong with having a few extra cards in hand. Harry and Ron went back to the Gryffindor's common room and were discussing what to do. I am sure, Black will tell this information to Snape, Ron said. We should have checked our surrounding before talking. That's what I am worried about. Harry replied. I heard Percy once say that there is a charm that prevents outsiders from listening, we should learn it. Ron said. We should, but we have already made the mistake now and Black knows everything. Harry said, I wonder how long he has been spying on us. Since he knows all about it, from the very start I guess. Ron said with a frustrated tone, do you think he is also planning to steal it? No. Harry shook his head, he wasn't interested in this before as well, and even this time, he was more interested in getting the dragon from Hagrid. Right, that dragon. Ron said, we can't let him take it. What can we do about it? Harry said, it's not ours, to begin with, and Hagrid already took the payment. It's probably good as well since I don't want Hagrid to go to Azkaban. He did take the payment, but we can make Black lose money, can't we? Ron said, smiling as if he had the greatest plan. If the dragon is gone before he can take it, then neither Hagrid nor us would get in trouble. How can we do that? Harry asked, interested. He wanted some payback for his conversation being eavesdropped upon and making him lose his trust with Hagrid. How about we tell Professor McGonagall? Ron suggested. Wouldn't Draco leak the information out then? Harry said, getting worried. Not if we tell Professor McGonagall, we might get scolded, but as Hagrid said, McGonagall is one of the teachers protecting the Philosopher's Stone and she will certainly stop Draco if she finds out that he knows everything. Ron explained, and that is only if he leaks the news, otherwise we don't even have to go through all that. What do you mean? Listen, on the day Black takes back the dragon after it's hatched, we can inform Professor McGonagall and she will capture Draco red-handed with a dragon in his hand. Ron said, smirking. With this Hagrid would have fulfilled his end of the bargain, and on the other hand, Draco would get caught with a dangerous creature which will probably get him some punishment and maybe even expelled, and if he tells others about the stone we can tell everyone that Draco was the one who did it, and due to him having motive as well, I am sure everyone will believe us. Harry nodded. It's a great plan, but are you sure Hagrid wouldn't get into trouble for it? I am sure, Ron said. What are you talking about? Hermione's voice came in, shocking both of them. No, nothing, Ron said, stuttering. He was sure that Hermione would certainly not let them complete their plan if she knows about it. Hermione looked at Harry and Ron, who were acting suspicious. How come you came out of the hut so quickly? We thought Hagrid was angry with us, so we excused ourselves and came running out, Harry said. He should be. Hermione said, nodding. I came back apologizing as well, you guys should do too. It was Black's fault, to begin with. Ron said in a righteous voice, if he hadn't eavesdropped on us, none of this would have happened. Hermione rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. She already knew no matter what she says, Ron will always blame Draco, so why even try? Aren't you going to defend him? Ron asked suspiciously, or do you finally realize that he is a bad guy? He isn't. Hermione said, sitting on the sofa next to the fireplace. Yeah, he shouldn't have eavesdropped on you, but considering your loud voice, I don't think he even has to try. Hermione, I am with Ron on this. Didn't you see how he and his friend tried to blackmail Hagrid? Harry said, siding with Ron. He did, but he did apologize at the end, didn't he? Hermione said, opening a book, and besides, since Hagrid himself is okay with it, you guys should stop blaming him as well. Oh. And forget about the stone from now on, as Draco said it's very dangerous, and even if Snape did want to steal the Philosopher's Stone we can't do anything about it. Maybe we will tell a professor when we catch him in the act. Harry and Ron looked at each other and turned back to Hermione. But we can't let him steal it, you know how much he hates Harry. What if he comes after him when he gets the stone? Ron said. Hermione closed her book while trying to figure out a way. Well, if he does steal it, we can tell Dumbledore about it. I am sure he will protect Harry. Harry and Ron looked at each other in shock, seeing how fast Hermione changed her mind about things. Chapter 47. I have something interesting to show you. Draco said, dragging Pansy and Daphne. What is it? Daphne asked, where are we going? It's a surprise, Draco said, not looking back at them. Pansy and Daphne looked at Theodore, who was following them with a questioning look. You will know when you get there, Theodore said, shrugging his shoulders. I am sure you will like it. Daphne and Pansy were confused since Draco was acting excited ever since he received a letter this morning, and as soon as the herbology class ended, he started dragging them towards the edge of the forest. Why are we here? Pansy asked, looking at Hagrid's hut. You'll see. Draco said, knocking on the door. Hagrid opened the door looking flushed and excited. I see you brought friends over. Hagrid said, well, come on in, it's nearly out. He ushered them inside. All of them went inside to find Ron, Harry, and Hermione already over there. Why are they here? Daphne said. Pansy was quiet as she signaled Daphne, pointing at the egg on the table. Draco, is that a dragon egg? Pansy asked. And is it about to hatch? Yeah. Draco said excitedly. Hagrid gave all of them chairs to sit on, and all of them started focusing on the egg. The egg was lying on the table. There were deep cracks in it. Something was moving inside, a funny clicking noise was coming from it. They all drew their chairs up to the table and watched with bated breath. All at once there was a scraping noise and the egg split open. The baby dragon flopped onto the table. It wasn't exactly pretty, it looked like a crumpled, black umbrella. Its spiny wings were huge compared to its skinny jet body, it had a long snout with wide nostrils, the stubs of horns and bulging, orange eyes. It sneezed. A couple of sparks flew out of its snout. Isn't he beautiful? Hagrid murmured. He reached out a hand to stroke the dragon's head. It snapped at his fingers, showing pointed fangs. While everyone was excited looking at the dragon, Draco, on the other hand, felt a weird connection between him and the dragon. Draco slowly reached out his hand towards the dragon as it turned back towards him. Be careful. Hagrid said, but Draco wasn't listening to any of it. The dragon curiously looked at his hands, and instead of snapping at his finger, it started stroking it with its head, as it climbed onto his hands. Curious, little fellow, aren't you? Draco said smiling. The dragon looked at him and nodded as if it understood him and started climbing up towards his shoulders. Ha, what are you saying? Theodore started laughing out loud. Pansy and the others looked at Draco funnily too. I just said, if he was curious, what's so funny about that? Draco said, raising his eyebrows annoyed. You just made random noises just now. Hermione said, looking at Draco weirdly. But, Draco looked at the dragon which was halfway towards his arm. He caught it with another hand and brought it close to his face, caressing its scaly back. The dragon made a cute noise in comfort as it sneezed fire out of its mouth in the opposite direction. You're so cute. Draco said, rubbing it more. The dragon started rubbing its head on Draco's hand in bliss. See, there you go, making that noise again. Theodore said, barely holding back his laughter. Draco looked at them weirdly. What kind of noise am I making? I don't know, it's kind of a whisper, really. Pansy said, coming close, looks like it's really attached to you. She stretched out her hand trying to touch it, but the dragon snapped at her hand. Luckily she moved her hand quickly and avoided getting bitten. Don't bite her. Draco said. The dragon looked at him and looked back at Pansy again. Pansy looked at the dragon. It's really scary. Do it slowly, I don't think it will try to bite again. Draco said with a bit of uncertainty. Pansy nodded and slowly reached out her hand, shaking a little bit. She slowly got more and more, closer towards the dragon, and this time it really didn't snap at her, instead allowed her to caress it. It feels weird. Pansy said, smiling. It's really scaly, but it's not that bad either. Let me try. Daphne said, coming towards them. Don't bite the girls. Draco said again, wondering if it will still work. Soon Hermione also came over and took the dragon from his hand. The three girls then started petting the dragon like if it was a puppy, and the dragon really seemed to enjoy it. On the other hand, Hagrid, Ron, Harry, and Theodore were surprised looking at the dragon's behavior, especially Hagrid, since it had tried to bite him before, but now it was like a harmless animal getting petted by the girls. Did you learn to calm dragons down? Theodore asked. It tried to bite Hagrid, but when it came to you, it became calm and docile. Is it the whisper? Draco was still wondering what was going on when he heard Theodore. I guess so. He said in an unsure voice. Maybe it thinks of me as his mother. Maybe. Theodore said, raising his eyebrows. Draco was confused as to why people were hearing whispers when he was talking to the dragon, and in return, it really seemed to understand him as well. Draco was thinking what was going on when a sudden thought struck his head. He looked at Harry, who was busy chatting with Ron. Is it Parseltongue? Draco thought. Parseltongue is the language of serpents and those who can converse with them. An individual who can speak Parseltongue is known as a Parselmouth. It is a very uncommon skill and is known to be an almost exclusively hereditary trait. Not counting Herpo the Foul, who predated him by several centuries, nearly all known Parselmouths are descended from Salazar Slytherin, with Harry and Herpo the Foul being two notable exceptions. Parseltongue is, when spoken, a hissing sound, similar to that of a snake. As such, normal people cannot understand it, which is very similar to his situation right now. Apart from merely communicating with serpentine lifeforms, Parselmouths are also able to influence the will of serpents to a certain extent. Aside from serpent-based creatures, Parselmouths can communicate with each other with the language. While inherited, Parseltongue usually requires the speaker to face a snake-based creature or object shaped like a snake, like a carving. It is also said that the more proficient speakers like the Gaunt family were able to speak it at will and even communicate in it. No, it can't be. Parseltongue can only speak to serpents, but this is a dragon we are talking about. But with all the weird things going on, Draco thought, rubbing the marks on his arms, maybe. Draco went up to the dragon and said, hop on, stretching his hands forward. The Draco looked at him and came stumbling towards his hand. Draco, you have to teach me that. Daphne said excitedly. By the way, is it ours? Ours? Hermione and Pansy both said at the same time with a sour voice. Cough, I meant to ask if Draco owns it or not. Daphne said, blushing as she started rubbing her necklace. Draco looked at her necklace and realized that it was the one he gave her. Glad you liked the present. Draco said. Yeah. It was my first time seeing a dragon hatch. Daphne replied, smiling. It's really awesome. I didn't Draco was about to say something but stopped halfway through. Sigh, yeah, I own it. Really? Pansy asked, getting excited. Where are you going to keep it? As far as I know, it is illegal to own one, without a proper document. Oh wait, are you going to keep it in the suit? No, I am planning to send it to Romania. Draco said, cutting off Pansy. I have sent a letter to father and he has agreed to it. Pansy, understanding that she almost slipped out the secret, stuck her tongue out. Draco had already sent a letter back to his father, lying to him about how he found a dragon egg on the Forbidden Forest and was raising it till it hatched. Lucius quickly tried to manage a dragon farm, but all of them were far expensive than expected, so he booked a private place in a dragon sanctuary, which is cheaper considering the caretakers for the dragons come for free as they keep it there for study purposes. Draco, after thinking for a while, agreed to it, but now thinking about the new changes he might have to change his plans. Chapter 48. Ron and Harry were discussing what to do now in the corner. "What is he saying?" Harry asked. "I don't know." Ron said, shrugging, "I guess he is just playing along, but our main focus is to find out the correct time when Draco will take the dragon away." Harry nodded, thinking that he was just trying to impress the girls, but the whispers seemed familiar to him. He couldn't completely understand it, but it seemed very familiar, even though he couldn't tell what he was saying, but he could at least understand that he was trying to calm the dragon down. On the other hand, Draco was having a conversation with Hagrid. "I'll be taking the dragon tonight," Draco said. "Could you please help me look after it till then? Taking the dragon in broad daylight might prove to be a little difficult." Hagrid nodded. "So thought a name for the dragon?" he asked. "Nope," Draco said, "haven't really got into thinking about it. Do you have a suggestion?" Draco asked, looking at Hagrid's excited face. "I sure do," Hagrid said. "How about Norbert?" Draco smiled and said, "Sure, we can name it that, but it's not a he but a she." "What?" Hagrid said, shocked. "Really?" "Yeah. You can identify it by just looking at it," Draco said. "You can see it for yourself," he said, picking up the dragon from the table. Hagrid looked at it and said, "I didn't think of the possibility that it could be a female." "It's okay," Draco said, "the name is pretty good, maybe we can change it to Norberta." "Yes, it's a good name," Hagrid said, nodding, "but are ya okay with me naming her?" "It's not a problem," Draco said, smiling. With his new plans he couldn't fulfill the promise of letting Hagrid visit the dragon, so he could at least let Hagrid name it. "Your name is Norberta, from now on," Draco said, tickling the dragon. "Do you like it?" The dragon jumped happily as if it really liked the name. "Your whispers really see me to calm it down," Hagrid said. "I wonder which book did ya learn it from?" "Oh. It's an old Malfoy family book," Draco said. Hagrid nodded, understanding that it was a secret since it involved family books. Draco lied, but he had at least studied a lot about the dragons in the past few days, learning many things about them. Dragons are basically giant winged, fire-breathing reptilian creatures. Widely regarded as terrifying yet awe-inspiring, they can be found all over the world and are frequently referred to in Asian and medieval European folklore. Able to fly and breathe fire through their nostrils and mouths, they are one of the most dangerous and hardest to conceal creatures in the wizarding world. The Ministry of Magic classifies them as XXXXX, which is a rank for known wizard killers that are impossible to train or domesticate. Despite how dangerous they are, there are people who are trained to work with them, called dragon keepers, or dragonologists, who basically train them enough to study them, by providing food for them. A wizard who trades and sells dragon eggs, which is an illegal activity, is referred to as a dragon dealer. Dragon dealers are hard to come by since most of their business comes from stealing and fighting with dragons, and the latter half is even more dangerous due to continuous raid from the Ministry of Magic. Hagrid was very worried about the dragon since it required a lot of taking care of during their first few months. In the early stages, dragon mothers breathed fire on their eggs to keep them warm. Due to this, they did not keep their eggs in nests, in fear of burning the place down. The dragon's first fire breaths, usually accompanied by thick grey smoke, appear when the dragon is around 6 months old. However, the ability to fly is normally developed later, at around 12 months, and the dragon will not be fully mature until it is 2 years old and ready to live on its own. The book that Draco read, Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit, states that a person is required to feed a baby dragon a bucket of brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour, which proves that it's a lot hard to take care of since it requires constant care. Not much is known about dragons' social behavior. However, it seems that, at least with the Chinese fireball, females are generally larger and dominant over males. The book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, states that sometimes females oust males from their territories, at least with the Antipodean opali. Due to this, female dragons tend to be more powerful than male ones. Dragons are generally highly aggressive towards anything, even wizards, and will sometimes attack humans without provocation at all. Due to their unhealthy and unpredictable behavior, many incidents have occurred over the years. The dragon breeding was outlawed by the Warlocks Convention of 1709, due to understanding the dangers in the earlier period, as it couldn't be tamed, and even if it were, due to its huge size, it was easily identifiable by Muggles. The historic event, like using the single largest memory charm cast in recent memory, was in 1932, are linked with dragons. The memory charm was used because of a dragon swooping down on a beach filled with Muggle holidaymakers. Draco himself seemed to have a connection with dragons, since his first name comes from the constellation the dragon, Draco, in Latin. Also, the motto of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is Draco Dormiens Numquam Titilandus, which is Latin for never tickle a sleeping dragon. Dragons had a lot of uses other than being big and dangerous. Some tamed dragons were used to guard places, but since dragons cannot be domesticated, despite individuals trying to do so. However, it is possible to condition them via torture to make them somewhat subservient, as Gringotts Wizarding Bank had done to the one guarding the lower vaults, who had been trained to expect pain upon hearing a certain noise. Many useful materials come from dragons, but they are hard to obtain since it takes almost half a dozen wizards just to stun a dragon. The selling of dragon products is closely regulated by the Ministry of Magic, and only dragon species that are overbreeding are killed to make these items. The materials that came for dragons included its blood. The uses of it were hard to find out, but Dumbledore had managed to come up with 12 uses of it, but most of the uses were stupid, like cleaning an oven or being used as a spot remover. Powdered dragon claw is used in potions which boosts your mind for a few hours. Even though no proper experiment has been done on it, it is said that it leaves the user's mental capability worse than before. Dragon dung is sold as a fertilizer and it's very expensive. Draco even owns some for his expensive and hard-to-grow plants and herbs. Dragon eggs are classified as a Class A non-tradable material by the Ministry of Magic. Despite the ban, many dragon eggs can still be found on the black market. Chinese fireball egg shells are highly prized as potion ingredients by Chinese witches and wizards, said to heal a lot of diseases and make the body strong. Dragon heartstrings are used as wand cores, and its horn and liver are used for potions as well. The dragon hides are used to make clothing. Where Muggles would wear leather, wizards wear dragon hide. The skin is very tough, impervious to some spells, and provides the same physical protection as leather, while at the same time having the same texture and appearance as snakeskin. Dragon hide is used to make gloves, boots, jackets, and shields. In high demand at the moment is the skin of the Swedish shortsnout, as it is very durable and cheap. Draco's suitcase was also covered in dragon's hide, but he wasn't sure which species of dragon was it made out of, and last but not least, its meat was considered a delicacy in a lot of countries, but a special method was required to cook them, and only highly trained professionals were able to do so. Muggles believe that dragons are a mere myth, but have been known on occasion to glimpse these beasts. To prevent them from being seen by Muggles, and to protect them from poaching, dragons are kept on dragon reserves around the world, most of which are far from human habitation. The reason dragons are more dangerous is because of its skin, as it repels most spells thrown at them, and the only spells that work are the spells such as the stunning spell. Some spells can affect dragons if aimed at the right spot, or if cast by several people at once, or by a very powerful wizard. The known curses that work were the conjunctivitis curse, which blinds the dragon, but a good aim is necessary. Draconifer's a transfiguration spell which turns statues of dragons into real one, giving dragons a real fight, and the stunning spell which stuns the dragon temporarily. It is said that there are many dark curses which affect the dragons, since they have more harming property than a normal spell. Chapter 49. Is she going to be okay? Hagrid asked. Will they take good care of her? No need to worry, Hagrid. Draco reassured Hagrid. I have had my father arrange the best caretakers for her. Hagrid nodded, sighing. Go along now, the classes will start soon. All of them nodded and headed out of the hut. Harry and Ron went out their own way, and the rest of them went towards the hall for dinner. So how are you going to get out at night? Theodore asked. Do you need me to come along with you? Yeah. That would be great. Draco nodded. Having an extra hand would be very helpful in case of emergencies. I want to come too. Pansy said, and Daphne added, yeah, me too. No, the more people there are, the more the chances of someone finding out. Draco said, sigh, these are the situation where I wish I had kept a pair of an invisibility cloak. Daphne and Pansy pouted, getting rejected. I will visit the place on the vacation, so you can come along if you want. Draco said, but it's far in Romania. Daphne and Pansy looked at each other and nodded excitedly, imagining their vacation out with Draco in Romania. You shouldn't break the rules. Hermione said, what if Filch finds out? Don't worry, even if he does we can knock him out with a spell. Theodore said, grinning, I have been practicing the Confundus charm recently. Confundus? Draco said, it's sure to come in handy. It will. Theodore nodded. You should focus more on handy skills like this than protection and offensive skills. It's not like we are going to fight a troll every day. Wait. Are you too serious? Hermione reprimanded them. Are you seriously talking about knocking out a caretaker and manipulating his memories? Draco and Theodore looked at each other and then back at Hermione. I am sure we said the same thing. You, Hermione said, getting angry over their teasing. Okay, chill. Draco cut off Hermione, trying to avoid an earful of lecture. We are Slytherins, remember, we are meant to be the bad guys. Just because you are meant to be doesn't mean you have to be. Let them be, Hermione, Pansy said. They have no other choice but to do it at night, otherwise they might get into more trouble if others, especially the professors, find out. Yeah. And besides, they can run away from Filch like last time if they want to. Daphne added. I know that, but Hermione thought for a reason to stop them for a while and finally gave up as she sighed. Sigh. Fine, but how are you going to take the dragon out? As far as I know, no one can come and go out of Hogwarts without being noticed. No humans can, but that doesn't mean other creatures can't. Draco said, smirking. You mean, elves? Theodore said, can they apparate here? I am sure they can. Draco said, I have tested this theory over many restricted places and they can do it very easily. Theodore put his hand on his chin and nodded. We wizards really did underestimate those little bastards. Yeah, but I am glad we did. Draco said, imagine setting up all the protection only to get assassinated by a house elf in the middle of the night when you least expected. Theodore shivered at the thought of that and said, we really did make some nice choices, cruel, but it still works. What are you talking about? Asked Hermione. Nothing. Draco shook his head. Anyway, you can rest assured that we will have no troubles getting the dragon out of here. Hermione nodded. I will go back to the common room then, good luck. Later that night, Draco and Theodore sneaked out of the common room slowly and carefully. Walking around the dungeon in the dark, they slowly got out of the castle and came running towards the hut. They looked around and knocked on Hagrid's door. Hagrid also carefully opened the door and said, come in quick, your elves here. Draco and Theodore nodded and came gushing in. Inside, Dobby was standing at the corner politely. It's nice to see you so soon, Master Draco. Dobby said, coming towards them. It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Knott. Ever since Draco got hold of the Black property, Dobby's been living there, even though with the grumpy and crazy attitude of creature, living there was hard, but it was still better than in the Malfoy manor with all the grumpy old elves there, trying to force him to submit to the master of the house like a slave. How's the house, Dobby? Draco asked. It's neat and tidy, Master Draco. Dobby said, creature wouldn't let us clean some places, but other than that, most of the house is cleaned. Good. Draco nodded, satisfied. Was it too much trouble? There were some dark magic items here and there, but other than the ones you removed, there weren't that many, Dobby said. And the restricted places are just as it is. Draco nodded. He had specifically ordered the house elves not to touch some of the rooms, especially the one with the Horcrux in it. What about creature? Draco asked, is he well? Yes, he is still the same, but he doesn't boss around us too much like before. Dobby said. Who is creature? Theodore asked. And what house are you talking about? The house elf of the Black family, Draco said, but he didn't answer the second question since it didn't matter whether he told Theodore or not. Better get going, Hagrid said, taking out a large crate with Norberta inside it. She's got lots o' rats and some brandy for the journey, said Hagrid in a muffled voice. And I've packed her teddy bear in case she gets lonely. Draco could hear ripping noise coming from inside the crate. He was sure that the teddy was having his head ripped off. Bye-bye, Norberta. Hagrid sobbed. Draco couldn't help but feel amazed by Hagrid's enthusiasm with magical animals. Take this. Draco said, giving a letter to Dobby. Give this to Father and go back home. I'll be home after school ends. Yes, Master Draco. Dobby said and disapparated with the dragon, and now it was gone. Elves sure are handy. Theodore said, pretty useful, but it still increases my distaste for them more. I know, what are you talking about? Draco said, Hagrid, thank you for taking care of her, we shall take our leave now. Sure. Hagrid said, nodding. He seemed to be in a bad mood, so both of them didn't say anything else and went out. Both Theodore and Draco sneaked out the place like before, but as they stepped into the corridor, Filch's face loomed suddenly out of the darkness. Well, he whispered, we are in trouble. Theodore slowly took out his wand, and before he could cast a spell they heard him say. Professor McGonagall was right. Filch said, showing an ugly smile, "Follow me, I have a huge present for you." Theodore and Draco looked at each other. Right now they couldn't do anything to him since it involved a professor. If it was just Filch, then both of them could just knock him out and walk inside like nothing ever happened, but now they could do nothing but follow him. How did he know? No, the real question is, how did McGonagall know? Theodore said underneath his breath, following Filch. Draco was thinking the same thing as he shrugged his shoulders in confusion. Filch took them down to Professor McGonagall's study on the first floor, where they sat and waited without saying a word to each other, wondering what was going on, and soon Professor McGonagall showed up leading Harry and Ron, who had a victorious smile on their faces, but soon their excitement turned into disappointment as they couldn't find the dragon anywhere nearby. Theodore and Draco looked at each other, finally understanding what was going on. "Hey! Do you mind if I beat them up to a pulp?" Theodore whispered. "Which one are you taking?" "I am taking the red one," Draco said. Today he was pissed nonetheless. Professor McGonagall came over towards them. She looked more likely to breathe fire than Norberta as she towered over the two of them. "I would never have believed it of any of you. Mr. Weasley and Potter said you were outside the castle. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Explain yourselves." Draco finally understood Ron's and Harry's plan. Both of them planned to catch them outside the castle from the start, and looking at their faces, Draco was sure that they were probably expecting him to have the dragon in his hand. "We were out looking for my wand," Theodore said, showing his wand to Professor McGonagall. "Early on, Mr. Potter and Weasley took my wand and hid it somewhere, and just before tonight's dinner they informed me about the whereabouts of my wand. Since I was afraid to go alone outside, I dragged Draco with me." Theodore lied with a straight face, not even flinching a little bit. Draco couldn't help but admire Theodore's ability to bullshit his way out of everything. "Yes, Professor," Draco chimed in, looking at Harry and Ron. "I was thinking why they were playing this prank on us, but now we know." Harry and Ron were both stupefied how quickly they turned the tables towards them. Chapter 50. Harry and Ron had both of their mouths wide open. "We didn't," Ron said. "They went out for the DRA." "Shut up, Mr. Weasley, I think I've got a good idea of what's been going on," said Professor McGonagall. "It doesn't take a genius to work it out. You hid his wand to get them out of the bed and into trouble. I also caught Longbottom, who was caught in your trick." "Neville?" Harry asked, confused. "I suppose you think it's funny that Longbottom was also caught in your plan, don't you?" said Professor McGonagall. "He was out of his bed trying to warn Mr. Black over here about your schemes." Harry and Ron had pale faces, while on the other hand, Draco's and Theodore's mentality towards Neville was changing. They looked at each other and nodded in understanding. "Professor, that's not it," Harry said, trying to defend himself and Ron. "He was the one who—" "Mr. Potter, do care to explain how you knew about them going out then?" Professor McGonagall said. "I am very disappointed in you too." Harry wanted to say something in his defense, but Ron pulled his hand, signaling him to stop. He knew if he went on further about this, Hagrid could get into trouble. "I'm disgusted," said Professor McGonagall. 5 students out of bed in one night. I've never heard of such a thing before. All 5 of you will receive detentions. Yes, both of you too, Mr. Knott and Mr. Black. Nothing gives you the right to walk around school at night, especially these days. It's very dangerous, and 50 points will be taken from both Gryffindor and Slytherin." "But Neville," Draco tried to protect him, but looking at McGonagall's face he stopped. Theodore was shocked by their punishment, specifically considering his victim card didn't work. Draco wasn't that surprised, considering McGonagall's behavior of being fair to all people. 50. Harry gasped. They would lose the lead he'd won in the last Quidditch match. He and Ron were really regretting coming here to trap Draco. 50 points each, said Professor McGonagall, breathing heavily through her long, pointed nose. "Professor, please. You can't." Harry and Ron pleaded, but nothing worked. On the other hand, Draco and Theodore were calm since they were still on the lead, against other houses since both of them had managed to pile up a lot of house points. Harry and Ron felt guilty considering what would happen when others find out about it tomorrow morning, especially Ron since he hadn't even contributed a single point. Just thinking about Percy's angry face made him scared. "Don't tell me what I can and can't do, Potter. Now get back to bed, all of you. I've never been more ashamed of Gryffindor students. 150 points were lost that put Gryffindor in the last place. In one night, they'd ruined any chance Gryffindor had had for the House Cup." Harry felt as though the bottom had dropped out of his stomach. How could they ever make up for this? Gryffindors and Slytherins, passing the giant hourglasses that recorded the house points the next day, thought there'd been a mistake. How could they suddenly have 150 points fewer and the Slytherins had 100 points less than yesterday? And then the story started to spread. Harry Potter, the famous Harry Potter, their hero of 2 Quidditch matches, had lost them all those points, by trying to mess with Black and not of the Slytherin house. From being one of the most popular and admired people at the school, Harry was suddenly the most hated. Even Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs turned on him because everyone had been longing to see Slytherin lose the House Cup since they had been consecutively winning for 6 years now. Everywhere Harry went, people pointed and didn't trouble to lower their voices as they insulted him. Slytherins, on the other hand, clapped as he walked past them, whistling and cheering, "Thanks Potter, we owe you one." No one had any problem with Draco and Theodore since they were on the lead mostly because of them. Considering they were still on the lead, no one wanted to pick troubles with them. Both of them managed to repress the information on Neville, but he still looked down knowing he was the cause of one of those mishaps. Harry, on the other hand, was suffering. Harry swore to himself not to meddle in things that weren't his business from now on. He'd had it with sneaking around and spying, trying to make people fall in trouble. He felt so ashamed of himself as he had stooped to the same level as Dudley. What happened? Hermione, Pansy and Daphne came to the table and said, "Tell me. Why don't you ask Potter and Weasley?" Theodore snorted. Even though no one was blaming them, he was still pissed about the incident. Sigh. Don't take it out on Hermione. Draco said, "It's not her fault." "Che, I still have to take my revenge or I am never going to be satisfied," said Theodore. "What is going on?" Pansy said, "Tell us about it, at least." "Potter and Weasley told Professor McGonagall about us going out in the night." Draco said, "Probably to try getting us in trouble." "What?" Hermione was shocked listening to that information since Ron and Harry wouldn't budge about it. "Humph. You heard him." Theodore said, "Next time I beat them up, don't come trying to defend them." The girls looked over at Harry and Ron over the next table who were sitting on the Gryffindor table alone with their heads down. "I am sorry." Hermione said in a soft voice, "I told them that you were going out in the night but I didn't expect them to do such a thing." Draco looked at Hermione who looked as if she was going to cry any moment now. He wanted to say something but before he could Daphne and Pansy jumped over. "It's not your fault." Pansy said, "Both of them betrayed your trust." "Yeah. They are the one at fault, not you." Daphne said, "So you don't have to apologize." Hermione looked over at them and looked at Draco. "I don't blame you." Draco said, still surprised, thinking when did all of the girls become friends, and Theodore snorted saying, "Just don't come defending them when I try having a talk with them." "Thanks." Hermione said, still sad. Sigh. "Don't worry about them." Pansy said, "I heard all of you got detention." "Yeah. It's a drag. By the way, what happened to Norberta?" Daphne asked in a worried tone. The three girls looked at Draco and Theodore with a questioning look, getting worried for Norberta. "She is fine." Draco said, "Luckily we sent her back outside the castle, otherwise things could have been much worse." Everyone sighed in relief knowing Norberta was fine, so she should be in Romania by now, shouldn't she? "I think she will be there today, I just don't know when." Draco said. What were those two idiots thinking? Hermione started getting angry after knowing Norberta was fine. Really, such idiots. With 150 points gone, they lost over all the points I have collected over a couple of months. "Don't know," Draco said. "I just wish that at least within the next year, both of them get enough brains in them to know the consequences of doing certain things." The exams weren't far away and all the studying the students had to do keep their mind off the whole drama that occurred. Ron and Harry had to study extra hard since Hermione stopped talking to them after knowing what happened. Draco had heard that both of them tried to apologize to her but failed, due to Hermione not even giving them a chance to speak. On the other hand, Hermione started helping Neville instead after knowing he tried to warn them. All the students were working late into the night, trying to remember the ingredients in complicated potions, learn charms and spells by heart, memorize the dates of magical discoveries and goblin rebellions. Chapter 51. A week before the exams were due to start, Draco was walking back from the library on his own one afternoon. He heard somebody whimpering from a classroom up ahead. As he drew closer, he heard Quirrell's voice. "No, no, not again, please." It sounded as though someone was threatening him. Draco moved closer. All right, he heard Quirrell sob. Next second, Quirrell came hurrying out of the classroom straightening his turban. He was pale and looked as though he was about to cry. He strode towards Draco's direction. Draco quickly acted as if he was just walking by, but he could still feel Quirrell's gaze on him. Soon the footsteps were gone. "Talking to Vold, I assume," Draco thought. As he was walking by, Harry came out of the classroom Quirrell was in. Draco looked at him suspiciously and the other party was doing the same. Draco didn't want to waste time with him, so he strode off when he suddenly heard Harry call out to him, "Draco." Draco turned back to look at him. I am sorry," Harry said awkwardly. "I wasn't thinking straight since I was angry about you eavesdropping on us, and Ron was the same too. We should have known better." "So?" Draco asked in an uninterested voice. "That's it," Harry said. "I apologized since the whole stupid thing could have harmed Hagrid as well, and due to us not thinking things through. Other than that, I am really not sorry. Since with this, we are finally equal." Draco rolled his eyes and started walking off again. "I am not the one you should apologize to, Potter." Harry stared at Draco's back and sighed. He knew that Draco was right. He still needed to apologize to Hermione, Hagrid, and maybe even Neville. Harry went back to the common room, where Ron was working on his astronomy. Harry told him what he'd heard. "Snape's done it, then," said Ron. "If Quirrell's told him how to break his anti-dark force spell." "There's still Fluffy, though," said Harry, unsure. "Maybe Snape's found out how to get past him without asking Hagrid," said Ron. "I bet there's a book somewhere in the library telling you how to get past a giant three-headed dog." "So what do we do, Harry?" The light of adventure was kindling again in Ron's eyes. Harry's vow of ignoring things were wavering. Just then Hermione walked in. "Can you two not stay out of trouble even for a week?" she said with an annoyed tone. "Isn't losing 150 points enough?" This was the first time in a week that Hermione had spoken to them. "It's not that, Hermione," Harry said quickly, afraid of getting ignored again. "Also, we are really sorry for breaking your trust." Harry pushed Ron a little and he too stood up from his seat. "Yes, Hermione, I am really sorry. I shouldn't have thought too much about this stupid plan. I am not the one you should be apologizing to," Hermione said angrily. "Because of you guys Draco and Theodore got into trouble, and the whole cause of it was me. Thank God that Draco and Theodore didn't have Norberta with them, otherwise he would have really been expelled." "Did you really wanted me to be the reason behind my friend's expulsion?" Ron couldn't say anything. "I apologized to Draco today," Harry quickly said, "so, please forgive us." Hermione looked at them. "I can't forgive you right away since you guys broke my trust that we had built over the past months, and you Ron, you should go apologize to Draco and Theodore as well. Otherwise, don't blame me if something bad happens to you." "Something bad? I don't know about Draco, but Theodore will surely get you," Hermione warned them. "I don't know much about his character, but I have heard that he is worse than Draco in certain things, so if I were you, I'd go and apologize quickly." Harry and Ron looked at each other in confusion but decided on apologizing sooner would be better, not because they were afraid but they didn't want Hermione to keep being upset with them. "We will." Hermione nodded and started walking away. "Also, don't focus on the stone too much, go to Dumbledore. That's what you guys should have done ages ago. If you try anything else, you'll be thrown out for sure." "But we've got no proof," said Harry. "Quirrell's too scared to back us up. Snape's only got to say he doesn't know how the troll got in at Halloween and that he was nowhere near the third floor. Who do you think they'll believe, him or us? It's not exactly a secret we hate him. Dumbledore'll think we made it up to get him sacked. Filch wouldn't help us if his life depended on it. He's too friendly with Snape, and the more students get thrown out, the better, he'll think. And don't forget, we're not supposed to know about the stone or Fluffy. That'll take a lot of explaining." Harry quickly explained before Hermione could walk away. He really needed some advice from her, since talking with Ron always seemed to lead to trouble. "Then don't do anything," Hermione harshly said. "The stone's not your property, is it?" and walked away. Next morning, Draco, Theodore, Ron, Harry, and Neville got the same letter, which read, "Your detention will take place at 11 o'clock tonight. Meet Mr. Filch in the entrance hall." Sigh. "I kinda forgot about it," Theodore said lazily, "but this might be a good time to take revenge." "You are really stuck on that, aren't you?" Draco said, smiling slyly. "What do you plan to do?" "Haven't really thought too much about it," Theodore said, "but we can adapt to the situation, can't we?" Touché. Draco was looking forward to tonight since meeting Voldemort seemed really interesting. At 11 o'clock that night, they said goodbye to Daphne and Pansy in the common room and went down to the entrance hall. Filch was already there, and so were Neville, Ron, and Harry. "Follow me," said Filch, lighting a lamp and leading them outside. "I bet you'll think twice about breaking a school rule again, won't you, he said, leering at them. "Oh yes, hard work and pain are the best teachers if you ask me. It's just a pity they let the old punishments die out, hang you by your wrists from the ceiling for a few days. I've got the chains still in my office, keep them well oiled in case they're ever needed. Right, off we go, and don't think of running off, now, it'll be worse for you if you do. Draco and Theodore rolled their eyes wishing Filch would shut up. They marched off across the dark grounds. Neville kept sniffing, so Theodore went over and patted his shoulders trying to calm him down. Unlike before, Theodore had kinda developed pity over Longbottom, who was always clumsy and scared. "Don't worry, buddy," Theodore said, "relax, they aren't going to give us some traditional punishment, it's just going to be a walk in the woods or something." Draco really wanted to ask if Theodore was a transmigrator like him too, but didn't say anything in the end. Harry and Ron were walking together wondering what their punishment was going to be. It must be something really horrible, or Filch wouldn't be sounding so delighted, they thought. The moon was bright, but clouds scudding across it kept throwing them into darkness. Ahead, they could see the lighted windows of Hagrid's hut. Then they heard a distant shout. "Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, I want to get started." Harry's heart rose. If they were going to be working with Hagrid, it wouldn't be so bad. His relief showed on his face. Seeing it, Filch snorted as he said, "I suppose you think you'll be enjoying yourself with that oaf. Well, think again, boy, it's into the forest you're going, and I'm much mistaken if you'll all come out in one piece." Neville let out a moan in fear. Sigh. "Me and my big mouth." Theodore facepalmed, "I must have jinxed it." Ron stopped on his track. "The forest?" Ron said, "We can't go in there at night, there are all sorts of things in there, werewolves, I heard." "Not so cocky now, are we?" Theodore said in a mocking tone, but hearing about werewolves made Neville more afraid as he clutched the sleeve of Theodore's robe and made a choking noise. "That's your problem, isn't it?" said Filch, his voice cracking with glee. "Should have thought of them werewolves before you got in trouble, shouldn't you?" Chapter 52. Hagrid came striding toward them out of the dark, Fong at his heel. He was carrying his large crossbow, and a quiver of arrows hung over his shoulder. "Abu, time," he said. "I been waitin' fair half an hour already." "All right, you guys. You shouldn't be too friendly to them, Hagrid," said Filch coldly, "they're here to be punished, after all." "That's why you're late, is it?" said Hagrid, frowning at Filch. "Been lecturing them, eh? 'S not your place to do that. You've done your bit, I'll take over from here." "I'll be back at dawn," said Filch, "for what's left of them," he added nastily, and he turned and started walking back towards the castle, his lamp bobbing away in the darkness. Ron turned towards Hagrid. "Are we really going in that forest?" he said. Theodore was pleased to hear the note of panic in his voice. "Yeah, can't do nothin' about it," said Hagrid. Looking at things, it seemed Ron and Harry apologized to Hagrid, but their relationship seemed to have become more awkward than before. "Is the forest really that dangerous, Hagrid?" Harry asked. Hagrid looked at Harry, then quickly looked away as he said, "It can be." "Right then," said Hagrid, "now, listen carefully, 'cause it's dangerous what we're gonna do tonight, and I don't want no one taking risks. Follow me over here a moment." He led them to the very edge of the forest, holding his lamp up high. He pointed down a narrow, winding earth track that disappeared into the thick black trees. A light breeze lifted their hair as they looked into the forest. "Look there," said Hagrid, "see that stuff shining on the ground? Silvery stuff. That's unicorn blood. There's a unicorn in there, been hurt badly by Summit. This is the second time in a week. I found one dead last Wednesday. We're gonna try and find the poor thing. We might have to put it out of its misery." "And what if whatever hurt the unicorn finds us first?" said Neville, unable to keep the fear out of his voice. "There's nothin' that lives in the forest that'll hurt ya if you're with me or Fong," said Hagrid. "And keep to the path. Right, now we're gonna split into two parties and follow the trail in different directions. There's blood all over the place, it must have been staggering around since last night at least." "So Harry," Hagrid awkwardly said, "sigh, so me, Ron, and Neville go one way and Draco, Theodore, and Harry go the other." "I will go with Neville," Theodore said, sighing. "I don't trust him with some people." Hagrid looked at Draco, but before he could say anything Harry spoke out, "Me, Draco and Fong can take the other way." Hagrid thought for a while and nodded. "Now, if any of us finds the unicorn, we'll send up green sparks, right? Get your wands out and practice now, that's it, and if anyone gets in trouble, send up red sparks, and we'll all come and find ya, so, be careful, let's go." The forest was black and silent. A little way into it they reached a fork in the earth path, and Harry, Draco, and Fong took the left path while Theodore, Neville, Ron, and Hagrid took the right. They walked in silence, their eyes on the ground. Every now and then a ray of moonlight through the branches above lit a spot of silver-blue blood on the fallen leaves. "So you apologized to him, didn't you?" Draco asked. Even though he wanted to go with Harry just for the lucky chance to meet Voldemort, he didn't expect the atmosphere to be so weird. "I did," Harry replied, "but he is still upset about Norberta." "I see," Draco said calmly. "No wonder he sent you with me." "So, do you think a werewolf is killing the unicorns?" Harry asked. "Do you know what werewolves are?" Draco asked instead of answering. "I have read stories," Harry replied, "a man turning into a wolf in the full moon. It's pretty similar to that." Draco said, "But it's more of a disease than a curse since it spreads by blood and saliva. They form a pack and live mostly hidden from people, so do you think Dumbledore or any other headmaster before would keep crazy man-eating animals around in the Forbidden Forest, who can come out anytime and kill students? You know what he might actually—" Harry was about to say something when they suddenly heard a moan. What was that? Just because there aren't any werewolves around doesn't mean that there aren't many other dangerous creatures lurking around. Draco said, not even looking back. "Don't you find it funny, Potter?" "What?" "The fact that they send us out the castle for being out of the castle in the first place," Draco said, "and especially to this godforsaken place where creatures like troll are hanging around everywhere." "There are trolls here?" Harry asked, a bit afraid since the last encounter with a troll wasn't really a good memory to be exact. "Plenty," Draco replied. "If we come across their colony, we better hope this dog can be a distraction," he said sarcastically, looking at Fong, who was cowardly following behind them, and as if it understood his words, Fong begrudgingly walked in front of them. But as soon as they turned a corner, Fong came running back and ran back to where they came from at its fastest speed. "Black, what is that?" Harry said, quivering. Draco looked at Harry's direction to find a cloaked figure reaching towards the unicorn on the ground. It lowered its head over the wound in the animal's side, and began to drink its blood. Draco quickly took out his wand and cast it, Stupefy. The hooded figure raised its head and looked right at them. Unicorn blood was dribbling down its front. It got to its feet and swiftly dodged the attack. "Not so fast," Draco grinned, "Confringo." Boom! A loud explosion occurred at the hooded man's feet, causing the dust around to rise up. "What is that?" Harry asked in a panic as he rubbed his scar in pain, kneeling on the ground. Draco looked at the man on the ground. He knew that it was none other than Voldemort, who was struggling to stand up. Sigh. "I could end this now, but, Stupefy," Draco silently chanted as he knocked Harry out. "Why?" Voldemort asked him with a deep, scary voice. "Dark Lord, I am the son of your humble servant Lucius Malfoy," Draco said, doing a little bow. "I know about you," Voldemort said slowly, standing up. "But that wasn't the answer to my question." "I am honored that the Dark Lord knows my name," Draco said, still bowing. "My father has been searching for you ever since you disappeared, and ever since I found out about the Philosopher's Stone, I expected you to be here." "Lucius?" Voldemort said, snorting. "Out of all my servants, who would have expected that Lucius would be so loyal?" "Dark Lord, do you need my help with anything?" Draco said, "As your loyal servant, I will be willing to do anything." Voldemort looked at him for a while. "Why attack me, if you knew about me?" "To prove myself," Draco said. "I wanted to show you that I am worthy enough to serve you." Voldemort looked at him in doubt. "Fine, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself." "I am thankful," Draco said. "I suggest the Dark Lord, to get out of here, since the gatekeeper and the others are around and hearing the explosion. They might be here any moment." Voldemort nodded. "Wait for my future order." "How will I get in touch with you?" Draco asked in a naive tone. "I have connections inside," Voldemort said in a mysterious tone, and turned back, disappearing into the darkness. "Piece of shit," Draco mumbled, standing straight. He took out his wand and shot both the green and red sparks in the air. Draco looked at the unconscious Harry and left him in a comfortable position, walking towards the unicorn. Even in that state, it was shining beautifully. Its long, slender legs and its mane was spread pearly white on the dark leaves. To his surprise, the unicorn was still alive, but barely. "Are you all right?" A voice came from behind. Draco quickly took out his wand and pointed it towards the person behind him. To his surprise, it wasn't really a person but a centaur. "You are?" "My name is Firenze. You can put your wand down, human. I don't mean you any harm," Firenze said with his calm voice, looking at him with his astonishingly blue eyes, like pale sapphires. "Are you okay?" Draco put his wand back down. I am fine, but my classmate over there is knocked out and this unicorn is bleeding to death. Firenze was about to speak when a sudden voice came in. What happened? It was Hagrid and the others. Chapter 53. What happened? Hagrid and the others came rushing in. We found the attacker. Draco said. Well, he was in his cloak with his hood on. I don't know what happened, but after seeing him, Harry started to hold his scar in pain and passed out. Hagrid and Ron quickly went over towards Harry and shook him a little. Harry, wake up. Harry slowly opened his eyes, confused as to what was going on. Thank Merlin, Yerry fine. Hagrid sighed in relief. Theodore left the shaking Neville and walked towards Draco, who was examining the unicorn. Can it be saved? Theodore asked. No major harm was done, but he has lost a lot of blood. Draco said, patiently trying to look for further injuries. Looks like it was attacked by a dark curse causing such damage, and from the looks of it, it was stunned just in case. Theodore nodded. Will a spell work? No. Draco shook his head as he took out his potion pouch from his cloak. Heal its legs, they seem to be fractured and some bones are cracked here and there. Draco quickly took out a couple of herbs and a mortar grinder and started grinding different herbs into it. While this was going on, 2 other centaurs showed up as well, but seeing everyone quiet and focused on the unicorn, they too quietly went next to Firenze and looked at what was going on. Harry woke up from his stupor and watched Draco, hoping he will be able to save the unicorn. Hagrid, on the other hand, was hoping the same. It's no use. A centaur with an arrogant look spoke out, looking at the sky. Its fate has been sealed, better put it out of its misery instead of wasting time. He's good at potions, Bane, Hagrid said with an annoyed look. Atlius let him try. Even though Hagrid said that he couldn't help but feel nervous, since centaurs are known to be good at deviation. If you want to chant bullshit, then go do it somewhere else. Draco angrily said as he kept grinding the herbs faster. Are you threatening me, human? Bane said angrily. If you don't shut up, I will shove your fate and stars inside your ass. Draco said with an impatient tone. Leave, or else I might really do something that I may regret in the future. Maybe it was his time here in the wizarding world. Draco had become very sensitive to things like cursing and jinxing. Unlike his previous world, words of a person really mattered and played a vital role. So he didn't want someone to keep jinxing him when he was trying to save a life. You. Stop it, the other centaur said, walking in front of Bane. We are not to interfere. Bane gnashed his teeth and stayed silent. Theodore had slowly managed to fix the broken legs and heal some minor injuries. It's up to you now, buddy. He said, looking at Draco. Draco took out a clear liquid from within his potion pouch and mixed it with the paste he had just created. After finishing the potion, he slowly started applying the paste over the deep wound. The wound magically seemed to absorb the paste. Slowly the unicorn began to wake up from the spell as it started struggling. Calm down, boy. Draco said, trying to calm the unicorn. He really wished for a girl to be near him at this moment, since unicorns prefer females over males. Luckily the unicorn calmed down a little as the potion started to numb it and reduced its pain. Draco kept applying the potion and the wound kept absorbing it. After putting all the potions into it, he took out his wand and chanted, Vulnera Sinenter. The wound started closing on its own and soon it was completely healed. Draco was very proficient in healing spells, since it was the one he focused on the most in the dangerous world full of uncertainty. Healing spells seemed the best way to go, since nothing much happens within the first few years. The spell, Vulnera Sinenter, was taught to him by none other than Snape. He didn't exactly teach him the spell but gave him his research papers about it. The spell was invented by Snape himself, so it was a very rare spell that other people didn't know about. The unicorn calmed down as it tried to stand up but failed. The pain is only numbed, buddy. Draco said, patting the unicorn. The dark magic that was used to harm you has given you a deep poisonous cut, so even though it looks okay from the outside, I am sure the pain will remain for quite some time. Hagrid and the others sighed in relief, seeing the unicorn fine now. The centaurs looked at the sky. Impossible. Bane said. Nothing's impossible, Bane. Firenze said. Fate isn't certain. But the planets, Bane mumbled, looking at Draco's back. Is it okay now? Hagrid asked, getting closer. Theodore looked at Hagrid. Even though it's healed, it's still weak. It can't survive on its own. Draco added, do we take it back with us to Hogwarts? I can keep it in my farm until it's okay. Hagrid said, nodding. If we just leave it here, whatever harmed it might do it again, and this forest exactly isn't safe for weak creatures. You must be Harry Potter. Firenze said, walking towards Harry, looking at his scar. Do you know what happened? Harry shook his head. No, I felt a sudden pain in my scar and I fainted. Firenze shook his head and looked back at Draco. May I know what your name is, human? Unlike the other centaur, Draco didn't find this one annoying. Draco Black. Black? Like him? Firenze spoke to himself. I am his cousin, Draco said. Not his son. Firenze nodded in understanding. He looked at the unicorn who was breathing well and looked calm. It's amazing how you can heal him. Potions is something I am very good at. Draco said, standing up, especially curse wounds. So do you think it's a sick vampire? Theodore asked. No. Draco shook his head. If it was a vampire, I don't think it would need to cut open a wound so large, and besides, vampires wouldn't be so desperate for unicorn blood when they can get everything off of humans. What is then? Harry asked, walking forward. He felt the man was connected to him and his scar, so he was very curious about it. Harry Potter, do you know what unicorn blood is used for? Firenze asked. No, said Harry, startled by the odd question. We've only used the horn and tail hair in potions. That is because it is a cursed thing, to slay a unicorn, answered Draco, ignoring Harry. It is said that only a person who has nothing to lose, and everything to gain, would commit such a crime. The blood of a unicorn will keep someone alive, even if they are an inch away from death, but it comes with a terrible price. Due to slaying something pure and defenseless to save yourself. Theodore added, the person will have a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches their lips. Yes, exactly, Firenze said, nodding at their explanation. But who'd be that desperate? Harry said. If you're going to be cursed forever, death's better, isn't it? It is, Firenze agreed, unless all you need is to stay alive long enough to drink something else, something that will bring you back to full strength and power, something that will mean you can never die. Mr. Potter, do you know what is hidden in the school at this very moment? The stone. Of course, the elixir of life. But I don't understand who. Can you think of nobody who has waited many years to return to power, who has clung to life, awaiting their chance? It was as though an iron fist had clenched suddenly around Harry's heart. Over the rustling of the trees, he seemed to hear once more what Hagrid had told him on the night they had met. Some say he died. Codswallop, in my opinion. Dunno if he had enough human left in him to die. Do you mean, Harry croaked, that was Vol Dash. Enough. Both Hagrid and Bane said at the same time. Remember, Firenze, we are sworn not to set ourselves against the heavens. Have we not read what is to come in the movements of the planets? Bane said, you have said more than enough, let's go. Firenze looked at Harry for a while and then at Draco. If fate has it, we shall meet again. He said, taking off with Bane and the other centaur. Never, said Hagrid irritably, try and get a straight answer out of a centaur. Ruddy stargazers. Not interested in anything closer in the moon. And, Harry, you, stop mentioning the stone to everyone you meet. But he already knew. Harry mumbled but kept quiet after a while. Chapter 54. The journey back to the castle was filled with awkwardness. Harry was thinking of Voldemort as he wanted answers, and Hagrid, on the other hand, wasn't willing to give it up. In his own saying, Voldemort was more than dead, and it wasn't time for Harry to meddle into these things. Ron and Neville were silently following them as well, and behind them, Theodore and Draco were dragging the floating unicorn using a spell. So do you think it's Voldemort? Theodore whispered. Yeah. Draco said, even though I am not a fan of divination, I am sure it was Voldemort. Considering how I was able to chase it away, he must be really weak right now. What do we then? Theodore asked. He is really a Dark Lord, considering he managed to stay alive after all these years. Right now? Draco said, what can we do? If he managed to stay alive all these years, he must have a trick up his sleeve, but him staying here would hamper my future plans, so I need him to die, but I don't think it the right time to do so. Theodore nodded and looked away, fixing his gaze behind a bush. Hey. Time to execute punishment. Draco looked at Theodore. What? Just handle the unicorn, Theodore said, releasing the spell, as he pointed his wand at the bushes and chanted something. As soon as he did, the bush started shaking vigorously and everybody stopped to look at what was going on. Neville, being scared, quickly ran towards Draco and Theodore, whereas Ron did the same by running towards Harry and Hagrid. Boom! A small explosion occurred, causing everyone to jump back. Out of nowhere, water exploded from beneath the ground and a murtlap came flying out. Theodore silently used another spell and the murtlap was sent flying towards Weasley's face. Harry! Hagrid! Help me! Ron yelled as the murtlap began scratching and biting his face. Harry, who was nearby, quickly tried to help Ron by pulling it out, but it backfired as the Murtlap quickly released Weasley and latched onto Harry's face, biting him. Hagrid quickly came over and got hold of the Murtlap and threw it on the ground. Murtlaps. Hagrid said, I wonder how they came here. Did they bit you? Yeah. Ron said, panicking. He had several bite marks all over his face and Harry had one mark on his neck. We need to get you to the hospital quick. Hagrid said, Are the rest of ya okay? Neville was shaken up by the incident and Draco and Theodore quickly nodded, indicating they were fine. Let's go quick. Hagrid said, carrying Harry on one hand and Ron on the other. Neville, go after Hagrid. Draco said to Neville, who was shaking, we still have to carry the unicorn with us. Neville looked at them for a while and nodded. How did you know? Draco asked. I saw it go inside the burrow previously. Theodore replied, but I didn't expect it to work so well. Now, this is what I call revenge. Draco shook his head and looked at the corner where the Murtlap was laying, probably fainted by the shock, from the force that Hagrid used when throwing it. He took out a pouch and put the Murtlap inside it. Are you taking it with you? Theodore asked. Yeah. It shouldn't be here. Draco said, I wonder how it survived here in the first place, so I am little curious. Curious? Theodore said, well, just try not to get bitten. Hurry up. Hagrid's voice came. Draco and Theodore looked at each other and nodded, carrying back the unicorn and rushing ahead. The Murtlap's bite was enough of a punishment really, from having a high-pitched fever to shooting out flames out of one's anus. The Murtlap bite was enough to make one suffer. Draco wasn't sure if they had a cure for the bite in Hogwarts, otherwise, Harry and Ron are going to have a hard time for a couple of days. Especially Ron, who was bitten multiple times. They both took the unicorn back to the hut and waited till Hagrid came back from the hospital. It's really bad, Hagrid said in worry. We don't have any cure right now and don't have any herbs to create a potion for the cure of Murtlap bite. You wouldn't have one on you, right? I am sorry, Hagrid. Draco said, I don't have the cure for Murtlap bite since I thought they wouldn't be around. He did have the herbs, but no one needed to know that. Sigh. It's a pity then. Hagrid sighed, Harry's fine but Ron's suffering very badly. Has the flame started? Theodore asked curiously. No, but Madame Pomfrey said that it could start any moment. Hagrid said in a worried tone, both of them will have a hard time till we get the potion or the herbs. Draco and Theodore looked at each other and nodded. I am sure they will be fine, Hagrid. Theodore said. Well, we should go now, it's already 3 o'clock. Draco said, better get some sleep. Oh, and take this potion, feed this potion to the unicorn by mixing it in his food. Draco said, handing out a small flask of purple-colored potion. Hagrid nodded and took the potion from his hand. Both of them got out of the hut and went back to the common room, where Pansy was waiting for them. A snitch came flying towards them, Theodore caught it. You guys came back. Pansy said, coming towards them, give it back. She said to Theodore. What is it? Theodore asked, opening his palm. The snitch was laying there without any movement and one could clearly see the initial, D.B. was carved on the center of the snitch. D.B. Theodore asked in a teasing tone. Give it back. Pansy said in a flustered tone, snatching the snitch from Theodore's hand. Draco, what do you think D.B. stands for? Theodore asked, raising his eyebrows in a joking manner. Pansy looked towards Draco, fidgeting. Dragon Ball. Draco replied. What? Pansy and Theodore asked. What? Draco looked confused, but then he slowly realized, oh. Is it my initials? Don't misunderstand. Pansy said quickly, since this was your gift, I wanted to remember that you were the one who gave me the gift. Is your memory that bad? Theodore snickered, or is it? By the way, what took you so long? Pansy quickly cut off Theodore, what was the punishment? A tour of the Forbidden Forest, Draco said, sitting on the sofa. To catch a unicorn killer. Are you alright? Pansy quickly said, how can they do that? Sending a student to a creepy forest filled with monsters. I am fine, Draco said. But others aren't. What happened? Hee, I got my revenge. Theodore said, laughing evilly, Potter and Weasley are in the hospital. What did you do? Asked Pansy, worried if they went overboard with them. I just used a spell on the ground and a Murtlap did the job. Theodore grinned, don't worry, no one saw me using that spell. Murtlap? Yeah. Amazingly there was one there. Draco sighed, "We will talk tomorrow, I have some work to do." Inside his suitcase, Draco took the murtlap out. The murtlap was still knocked out, so Draco took the chance to examine it properly. The murtlap wasn't harmed anywhere, and he took this chance to take out some of its tentacles without harming the murtlap. Murtlap's pickled tentacles are said to give the person more resistance to jinxes and curses when eaten, but if it's consumed too much the person starts growing purple hair from their ear. Draco had used different murtlap's products before, but he had never seen one alive, so he was very interested in it. Wait. Why can't I do that? Draco thought, standing up, all this time I have been only using this suitcase to grow plants and stuff, but can't I own magical beasts? They are walking living potion material, they can be very useful in the time of need as well. Draco looked at the murtlap and bought it out to a nearby empty area. All this empty space, I can surely fill it up with different magical beasts. Draco thought, looking around. The murtlap started waking up, so Draco put it on the ground and moved away a little, taking out his wand. The murtlap looked around and found Draco looking back at him. The murtlap growled and wanted to lunge towards Draco, but he was too slow as Draco quickly used a spell and bounded it. "Calm down there, little fellow," Draco said, walking close to the murtlap. "I can give you a place to stay and food to eat, will you like to stay here with me?" The murtlap looked at Draco, even though it didn't understand him, but from his demeanor and soft voice, he at least understood that Draco didn't mean any harm. Chapter 55. "What do you say, buddy?" Draco said, taking out a treat and pushing it forward. Draco stood up and released the bind on it. The murtlap started moving around the food slowly and went for it. Draco smiled seeing that and looked at the empty space in front of him. So the book's finally gonna be useful. Draco thought, going back to his small library that he had created, and came back with an old book in his hand along with a pouch. Draco then started taking out some ingredients from the pouch and started mixing it all together. He moved a little forward and started drawing a formation with a lot of foreign language on it. The murtlap had finished its food and was staring in Draco, wondering what was he doing. Draco after a while finally finished the formation and stuck his wand on the center of the formation, chanting, "O me deus crir parva lacus." The formation started shining brightly as Draco took his wand out and slowly backed away. The ground started shining further and further, and soon the light covered a certain area. The light slowly started to vanish, and what appeared in front of them was a small beautiful lake with crystal clear water in it. Success. Draco thought out loud. He looked at the murtlap. "You know, this is my first time using a formation and it worked very well than expected." The murtlap looked at him and just stayed silent. Draco rolled his eyes as he blew a hole on the ground near the lake. "Go along now, it's your new home," he said. "I don't know much about your habitats other than the fact that you live near water sources, so I will leave it up to you to design your home the way you want to, and I will feed you according to schedules, which I will create for you after doing some research." The murtlap just stood there lazily. "Obviously he doesn't understand you," Draco said to himself as he took out another treat and threw it at the hole he had just made. The murtlap quickly went over there and started eating it. After a while it started digging a bit and settled down, sleeping. "Hope it stays there," Draco thought to himself as he went back towards the room. The room was locked, so something can't really walk into it casually, but still, Draco wanted to be sure since there are many expensive kinds of stuff in there. He made another formation, but this time it was a simple barrier which prevented people from walking in without the permission of whoever made the formation. He created the formation 3 more times, securing all the rooms as much as possible. Since this was his first time owning a pet, Draco was quite nervous about it. Draco went out of his suitcase. He looked at the clock and was shocked to find that it was already morning. Draco had a habit of staying up late, so it wasn't a big deal for him, but today, since he created a heavy formation and some smaller ones, and used some magic here and there, he was very exhausted. Draco went over and kicked Theodore off of his bed. "What?" Theodore looked around scared, only to find Draco grinning at him. "Why the fuck did you kick me? Get up, it's already morning," Draco said, yawning. "But I haven't even slept properly yet." "Quit acting like a baby," Draco said, sighing. "Don't you want to go check on Potter and Weasley?" Theodore looked still annoyed, but when he heard the latter part he started to quickly change into his robes. "Let's go." Both of them went out towards the hospital wing. The hospital wing is located on the first floor. The hospital wing is where Hogwarts residents go to have their medical needs met. Within the hospital wing, there are lots and lots of beds with white sheets, privacy screens, and bedpans. The entrance has double doors, and Madame Pomfrey's office is part of the hospital wing complex. Madame Pomfrey, seeing them trying to enter, quickly came over. "What is it?" she asked in a strict tone. We are here to meet Potter and Weasley. Theodore said, they were admitted here last night. Madame Pomfrey looked at them for a while and shook her head, both of them are in a serious condition so I don't want anyone to disturb them, so go back you two. Actually we are here for our checkup as well. Draco quickly added, we were out in the Forbidden Forest with them as well, so the professor wanted us to have a quick checkup. Draco quickly lied, considering Madame Pomfrey's character, she wouldn't let them enter without any valid reason. Madame Pomfrey though for a while and nodded since it didn't seem like a lie. Get in then. She said, but be sure to not disturb the others, I will be back in a while. Draco and Theodore nodded and headed in. You are learning. Theodore said giving Draco a thumbs up. See, being around me is really useful. Pretty sure, Cho doesn't think so. Draco said rolling his eyes. Cho doesn't mind me actually. Theodore said, she is just afraid of you. Afraid? Draco snorted, I tried being friends with her but she still views me as someone dangerous. Humph. Are you sure you still like her? Maybe, Theodore said silently, hey look. The moment they walked in a sudden flame started rising from a curtain-closed bed with a long farting noise. It was more like a flamethrower to be exact. Ow. They heard Ron moan in pain. Draco and Theodore who were here to make fun of them flinched, feeling sorry for them. Hey. Do you think we went a bit far? Theodore whispered. I don't know. Draco replied, they tried to expel us so I think it's okay but it will depend on how long he is going to shoot fire. Where's Harry? Theodore asked looking around only to find Harry in the bed sweating heavily. That must be pretty painful, Draco whispered. A moment later Madame Pomfrey came over and did a little checkup on them, after figuring out that they were fine she gave both of them a piece of chocolate. Here, Madame Pomfrey said, you are all fine, so get going, don't be like that other girl. Other girl? The brown hair, Gryffindor girl. Madame Pomfrey said, she's been here 2 times already. I see. Draco said figuring it was Hermione, as they were about to leave another fart noise started with flames rising up to the ceiling along with a loud painful moan from Ron. Are they going to be fine? Sigh. The herbs will arrive tomorrow. Madame Pomfrey replied. They can only be recovered after that. Draco nodded and both of them went to the Great Hall. In the Great Hall, everyone was waiting for them to reveal what had happened since Potter and Weasley were missing, a weird rumor that both of them were injured by Draco rose up. Did you do anything to them? Hermione came over to them and asked before they could even sit at the table. No. Draco replied honestly. What about you? She said looking at Theodore. I didn't. Theodore lied, some Murtlaps did. Murtlap? Hermione was shocked, no wonder Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let me in. We went there and Weasley was shooting some serious flames up his, you know what, Theodore said making the gang laugh. They will be fine by tomorrow, don't worry. Hermione still suspicious sat by them. Didn't Neville tell you anything? Draco asked. No, he hasn't even got out of his room. I asked Seamus his roommate what happened and he told me that Neville was too scared to go outside. Are you guys okay? Hearing that Daphne quickly asked worried, she had been trying to stay up late to wait for them but unknowingly she fell asleep so she couldn't greet them. We are fine. Draco replied, some interesting things did happen, though. Oh. What did? Blaise asked. We found an injured unicorn in the forest, Draco replied, but luckily we managed to save them. Really? Daphne asked interestedly. Yeah. He's in Hagrid's hut right now, resting. Draco said, wanna go and see? Yeah. All of them went to Hagrid's hut to meet the unicorn who was standing there gracefully. Everyone was amazed by how beautiful the unicorn was. What are ya doing here? Hagrid asked coming out with a bucket in his hand. We are here to check up on this fellow here, Draco said. He seems more healthy now. It is, I fed the potion you gave to me early this morning. Hagrid replied, I researched a little and found that this unicorn is only 6 years old. 6. Yeah. After it hits the 7th mark it will shine more beautifully than it is, right now. Hagrid said looking at the unicorn, really, beautiful creatures, aren't they? Everyone, especially the girls went up near the unicorn to pet it. The unicorns prefers a woman's touch especially a pure one so they are okay with it but to their surprise, the unicorn ignored them completely and went over to Draco's side. Chapter 56. Draco looked at the unicorn who was rubbing its head towards his. Okay, stop. Draco said, backing off a little, but the unicorn kept following him like a lost puppy. Looks like it likes you. Daphne said sourly, now that I think about it, all the animals seem to like you. Yeah. First Norberta and now him. Pansy said with the same sour tone. Okay. It's not that I want it to like me. Draco said, maybe it's just grateful that I helped it. I think so too. Hagrid said, unicorns are very pure creatures, so this one must be really and truly grateful, for it to keep chasing you like this. Wanna pet it? Draco looked at the girls who were eagerly waiting for the opportunity, so as soon as they heard Draco, they immediately came over and started petting its soft silky fur. The unicorn still followed him wherever he went, so it was getting a bit troublesome since he had to stay in the same place until the girls were satisfied. So when do you plan to release it? Draco asked, looking at Hagrid. Tonight. Hagrid replied sadly, it seems to be fit enough to defend itself, and keeping him here without any permit will be tough. The Ministry is already aware of it somehow and sent a letter to me, to send it back to the Forbidden Forest. The unicorns are the same as dragons, even though not as big as the latter. They are still noticeable from very far away and has been one of the creatures that Muggles have noticed the most, to the point where they started writing stories about them. Due to this, wizards are forbidden to own unicorns without the required permit. Draco nodded. The one who informed the Ministry was none other than him, not because he wanted to send the unicorn back to the forest, but he wanted to keep it inside his suitcase, and from the looks of it, he didn't have to try too hard. Unicorns would be an amazing creature to have, especially considering its beautiful nature. From being faster than werewolves to different potion ingredients, unicorns were truly an amazing creature. So I heard you visited Potter and Weasley? Draco asked, looking at Hermione. Yes. Hermione replied awkwardly, I was kinda worried since I saw Neville this morning, afraid and shaking. I thought something really serious happened to them. Draco rolled his eyes. You are either too kind or too stupid in looking at things. I am thinking you might be the latter. Hermione awkwardly stayed silent. Later that night, Draco waited outside the Forbidden Forest for the unicorn. This time he had prepared everything for it. No one, not even Theodore, knew about him coming out here. Draco had easily came out of the dormitory, running out quickly, and entered the Forbidden Forest, hiding there behind a huge tree waiting for Hagrid to come out, with his suitcase in hand. After hours of waiting, Hagrid finally came out with the unicorn, releasing it. The unicorn looked back and Hagrid kept awkwardly waving at him. Seeing this, Draco felt really annoyed at their goodbyes and kept cursing Hagrid's mental stability of a child. After nearly an hour of waving and looking back, the unicorn entered the forest and Hagrid went back to his hut. Draco looked around as he sighed relief and came out of his hiding spot. Hey there, buddy. Come here. Draco whispered. The unicorn looked surprised by the sudden voice as it turned its head here and there and came running towards Draco after finally spotting him. Like this morning, the unicorn kept dearly rubbing its face towards Draco. Okay. I know you like me and all, but if you keep doing this, you might actually poke my eye out with your horn. Draco said, caressing the unicorn. The unicorn didn't stop, and after a while, it finally calmed down from his excitement. Do you want to come with me? Draco asked. The unicorn looked at him confused as it just tilted his head. Draco backed off a little, putting his suitcase on the ground and opening it. If you want to come with me, step inside the suitcase, but if you don't, you can run along to the forest, I won't stop you. Draco wanted to keep the unicorn, but not forcefully, as it might run out any moment in the time of need. The unicorn just nodded, clearly not understanding him. Draco facepalmed himself. Sigh. Why do I keep talking to them, like they would understand me? Well, at least it might help me build a connection with between us. Draco thought for a while and went inside the suitcase himself, signaling the unicorn to follow him, and as suspected, the unicorn really did follow him inside. The unicorn was surprised being suddenly pulled into the suitcase as it looked around in panic. Calm down. It's okay. Draco said softly, trying to calm the unicorn down. The unicorn, seeing him, quickly came over as if he was his last straw of hope. The unicorn was slightly traumatized by the event with Voldemort, so it was kinda scared of this sudden change of events. There. It's okay. Draco said, trying to calm the unicorn, caressing it softly. The unicorn after a while finally calmed down as it looked around the new environment they were at. It's beautiful, isn't it? Draco said, from now on this will be your new home. The unicorn neighed, looking at the wide empty space in front of him. Let me show you your new home. Draco said, can I ride your back? Not receiving any response, Draco signed as he went to the side of the unicorn, trying to climb onto it, but failed since his height wasn't enough. It's really tough being a kid, Draco thought to himself. The unicorn, understanding what Draco wanted to do, bent down a little, making it easier for him to climb onto him. Draco, surprised, looked at the unicorn as he climbed onto it. Next time, I will have to remember to buy a saddle. Draco thought out loud. Draco pointed at a direction as he said, "Go there." The unicorn, slightly understanding a little, started moving towards the direction he pointed at. Draco nodded in satisfaction. "Next time I will have to remember to buy some reins as well, since it will be easier to control the direction I want you to go. You see, I don't know much about horse riding other than what I learned from watching movies or TV shows before." The unicorn neighed as if it was understanding him. Draco smiled, enjoying this pointless conversation with the unicorn. "I have made you a new home, which is pretty similar to the Forbidden Forest but less creepy and more bright and beautiful. It really took me a lot of time to make the place as good as it is right now. There aren't many other animals here for now except for that murtlap. I suggest you to not go over to its burrow since it might try to fight you. It's really annoyingly mean. But don't worry, I have created a small pond for you to drink out of if you ever get thirsty, so you don't have to go towards the lake." The unicorn neighed in reply. "The place might be a little lonely for now, but in the future, I will make sure to find a mate for you." Draco said, smiling, "Now that I think about it, I haven't given a name to you guys yet. I don't know about the murtlap since it's very annoying, but since I plan to spend more time with you, I might as well give you a name. How about Starlight? Since I met you in the dark where you were shining like a bright star. So Starlight, do you like it?" The unicorn neighed happily, even jumping a little. Draco proudly nodded. Since people always complained to him about not having a good naming sense, he was really happy to have the name he gave be appreciated. "So, let me introduce myself since I haven't been able to do so before. I am Draco Black. Nice to meet you, Starlight." Starlight happily neighed again as he kept walking towards the direction. Soon they reached the edge of the forest. Unlike the creepy vibe of the Forbidden Forest, this one looked more like a park where one will go to have a picnic in. "So this is your new home, buddy," Draco said, showing him the place. "Look, over there is the pond and there is the place with food in it. I am sure Hagrid fed you before he left you, but you can still eat from there anytime you want." Draco jumped of Starlight. "Do you like it?" Starlight looked around and started walking towards the pond, drinking a little out of it. Then he started running around the place happily while Draco stood there looking at him with a smile on his face. Chapter 57. Hermione, Harry, and Ron were sitting in the common room discussing things. It had already been 3 days after the incident and Harry and Ron were still recovering from it. Luckily, the herbs arrived sooner than expected, so both of them could get the treatment sooner, especially Ron since he was reaching the point where he had to be sent to a hospital directly. At the moment Hermione had forgiven them, not completely, but she had resumed talking to them again after they apologized to Draco and Theodore in front of her. Even though Draco and Theodore just ignored them and walked past by them, the fact that they didn't complain further made her sigh in relief. Harry couldn't sit down. He paced up and down in front of the fire. He was still shaking, remembering the incident that took place that night. "Snape wants the stone for Voldemort, and Voldemort's waiting in the forest, and all this time we thought Snape just wanted to get rich." "Stop saying the name," said Ron in a terrified whisper, as if he thought Voldemort could hear them, but Harry wasn't listening. "I never thought I would say this, but luckily Draco was there. I fainted when I saw Voldemort. If Draco wasn't there, I am not sure if I would survive there or not, and the centaurs, they must know that Voldemort's coming back." "Will you stop saying the name?" Ron hissed. "So all I've got to wait for now is Snape to steal the stone," Harry went on feverishly. "Then Voldemort will be able to come and finish me off. Well, I suppose a lot of people would be happy." Since the newspaper incident he knew how much some people hated him, so he was sure they would be very happy if he were to die, especially in the hands of Voldemort. Hermione looked very frightened, but she had a word of comfort. "Harry, everyone says Dumbledore's the only one you know who was ever afraid of. With Dumbledore around, you know who won't touch you. Anyway, who says the centaurs are right? It sounds like fortune-telling to me, and Professor McGonagall says that's a very imprecise branch of magic." "Yeah. And didn't you say Black was able to chase him off, so that means he is very weak right now?" Ron added words of comfort. "But I don't understand why Draco didn't mention about you-know-who to anyone." Hermione thought out loud. "Maybe he was too scared by him." Ron suggested, Or what?" Hermione asked with an annoyed tone. I mean," Ron mumbled nervously. "Speak." Hermione said harshly. "You know his parents are Death Eaters, so he might actually be sup." The more he spoke the more intense Hermione's gaze was, so his voice kept getting quieter by every word. "Ron. Next time, I swear to God, I will not forgive you." Hermione reprimanded Ron, "Don't speak ill about my friends." Sigh. "Yeah, Ron, leave it." Harry said, "He could have harmed me all he wanted back then, but he didn't, so it kind of proves that he isn't really that bad, and with Voldemort, the topic is very sensitive, so maybe he didn't want to worry you and his friends." Hermione nodded, thinking about that possibility, since from what she knew about Draco, he could be really secretive sometimes, but it's usually for the best interest of other parties. The sky had turned light before they stopped talking. The exam started in Hogwarts and everyone got super busy with their own things. In the sweltering hot, especially in the large classroom where all of them did their written papers. Everyone had been given special, new quills for the exams, which had been bewitched with an anti-cheating spell. Draco didn't have much problems with written than expected, as it was much smoother than he thought it would be. They had practical exams as well. Professor Flitwick called them one by one into his class to see if they could make a pineapple tap dance across a desk, which was a very easy feat to perform for Draco and Theodore since it was just a basic spell they used in their day-to-day life. Professor McGonagall watched them turn a mouse into a snuffbox. Points were given for how pretty the snuffbox was but taken away if it had whiskers. Draco did considerably well on that too, since he had been practicing transfiguration for quite a while now. Draco managed to transform the mouse into a gold and emerald snuffbox with delicate and beautiful design. Professor McGonagall was very impressed with Draco, and from the smile on her face, he was sure that he would get full marks on the exam. Next was potions. Snape was making all the students nervous, breathing down their necks while they tried to remember how to make a forgetfulness potion. Well, everyone except Theodore and Draco, of course, since they could make such an easy potion with their eye closed, at any given moment, and luckily with the help of both of them, Daphne and Pansy weren't suffering either. For Harry, on the other hand, it was very different. Harry did the best he could, trying to ignore the stabbing pains in his forehead, which had been bothering him ever since his trip into the forest. Neville thought Harry had a bad case of exam nerves because Harry couldn't sleep, but the truth was that Harry kept being woken by his old nightmare, except that it was now worse than ever because there was a hooded figure dripping blood in it. Maybe it was because they hadn't seen what Harry had seen in the forest, or because they didn't have scars burning on their foreheads, but Ron and Hermione didn't seem as worried about the stone as Harry. The idea of Voldemort certainly scared them, but he didn't keep visiting them in dreams, and they were so busy with their studying they didn't have much time to fret about what Snape or anyone else might be up to. Their very last exam was History of Magic. 1 hour of answering questions about batty old wizards who'd invented self-stirring cauldrons, and they'd be free for a whole wonderful week until their exam results came out. When the ghost of Professor Binns told them to put down their quills and roll up their parchment, Draco couldn't help cheering with the rest since history was his most pressured subject. "That was far easier than I thought it would be," said Hermione as they joined the crowds flocking out onto the sunny grounds. "I needn't have learned about the 1637 Werewolf Code of Conduct or the uprising of Elfric the Eager." "Are you sure that was even in this term?" Draco asked. "It was, but it wasn't so important and elaborate," Hermione said. Hermione always liked to go through their exam papers afterward. "Then why even bother with it?" Draco said, rolling his eyes. "You do remember our bet, right?" Hermione looked at Draco and nodded. "I do. Be prepared to follow my order." "Draco, I need to talk to you," Harry said, coming behind him. Theodore and Draco looked at each other and back at Harry. "What is it?" "It's about the forest," Harry whispered, slowly looking at Pansy and Daphne. Draco thought about it for a while and nodded. He looked at Pansy and Daphne and said, "Can you wait for me in the common room?" Both of them looked at each other and nodded. "We will see you later then." Hermione, Harry, Ron, Theodore, and Draco went towards the lake where they started chatting. Harry was rubbing his forehead along the way. "I want to know what this means," he burst out angrily. "My scar keeps hurting. It's happened before, but never as often like this, especially since I went into the forest." "Go to Madame Pomfrey," Hermione suggested. "I'm not ill," said Harry. "I think it's a warning. It means danger's coming. Draco, you know what this means, right? I beg of you, please tell me." Hearing the desperate voice of Harry, both Ron and Hermione were surprised. Draco sighed. "Sigh. What do you want to know?" "My scar." Harry said, "It's been hurting more and more since we met Voldemort in the forest. You fought him off after I fainted, didn't you? Do you know something about it?" "Don't say his name out loud, idiot." Draco reprimanded Harry. "Especially in an open space like this." "I am not afraid of him," Harry said. "It's not about being afraid, you idiot." Theodore snorted. "Hasn't your friend told you anything?" Harry looked at Ron, who just shrugged his shoulders. Ron knew it was a taboo name, but he didn't know exactly why. Sigh. Idiots, his name is a taboo not because people are afraid of him but because his name is enchanted. Every time you speak out his name in an unprotected space like this, he will be aware of your location. Harry and Ron both gasped as they swallowed their saliva. What kind of spell is that? Hermione asked curiously. I never heard of such spells before. Chapter 58. What kind of spell is that? Hermione asked curiously. I never heard of such spells before. He is called the Dark Lord for a reason, you know. Draco replied, dark magic is really interesting and powerful, creating spells like that is as easy as flicking his finger for him. Hermione nodded and stayed silent while Ron had his eyebrows raised. And about your scar, do you know who gave it to you? Draco asked looking at Harry. Yes, I mean you know who. Harry corrected quickly. Think of it as a connection then. Draco said vaguely, turning back, if we really met you know who that day then, a connection is the most theoretical explanation. I don't know much about these things and you should stay out of it as well. Draco started walking back towards the castle. I could tell you much more but then I will have to come up with an explanation as to why I know that, so bad luck for you Potter, but luckily he is hooked. Draco thought as he looked at the time, it's today. Don't try to die. Theodore said turning back as well, if you die then it means you know who wins, you are the chosen one for some reason so it will leave a bad taste in my mouth if we were to lose because of you. The trio stayed silent looking at the back of the two in deep thought. Harry, relax, the stone's safe as long as Dumbledore's around. Ron said sighing, anyway, we've never had any proof Snape found out how to get past Fluffy. He nearly had his leg ripped off once, he's not going to try it again in a hurry. And Neville will play Quidditch for England before Hagrid lets Dumbledore down, especially after what happened with us and Norberta. Harry nodded, but he couldn't shake off a lurking feeling that there was something he'd forgotten to do, something important. When he tried to explain this, Hermione said, that's just the exams. I woke up last night and was halfway through my transfiguration notes before I remembered we'd done that one. Harry was quite sure the unsettled feeling didn't have anything to do with work, though. He watched an owl flutter toward the school across the bright blue sky, a note clamped in its mouth. Hagrid was the only one who ever sent him letters. Hagrid would never betray Dumbledore. Hagrid would never tell anyone how to get past Fluffy, never, but... Harry suddenly jumped to his feet. Where are you going? Said Ron sleepily. I've just thought of something, said Harry. He had turned white suddenly remembering the conversation between Draco and Hagrid that day, where they discussed how he got the egg. We've got to go and see Hagrid, now. Why? Panted Hermione, hurrying to keep up. She figured that Harry finally noticed what she did that time. She was struggling whether she should say it or not, since, with Voldemort involved, things got more personal than before. Don't you think it's a bit odd, said Harry, scrambling up the grassy slope, that what Hagrid wants more than anything else is a dragon, and a stranger turns up who just happens to have an egg in his pocket? How many people wander around with dragon eggs if it's against wizard law? Lucky they found Hagrid, don't you think? Why didn't I see it before? Remember that time when Draco wanted to ask Hagrid for some information about how much the dragon egg cost and how he got it? He must have known something even back then but he didn't say it out loud. What are you talking about? Said Ron, since he was more focused on scheming back then, he hadn't really paid attention to the conversation between Hagrid and Draco, but Harry, sprinting across the grounds toward the forest, didn't answer. Hagrid was sitting in an armchair outside his house, his trousers and sleeves were rolled up, and he was shelling peas into a large bowl. Hello, he said, smiling. Finished your exams? Got time for a drink? Yes, please, said Ron, but Harry cut him off. No, we're in a hurry. Hagrid, I've got to ask you something. You know that night you won Norberta? What did the stranger you were playing cards with look like? Dunno, he wouldn't take his cloak off, said Hagrid nervously. Due to things being more serious, he had already told the information to Dumbledore about what the centaur had said that day, and according to Dumbledore he had already taken precautions about it, so he didn't want Harry to be involved in this any further. He saw the three of them look stunned and raised his eyebrows. It's not that unusual, yeah, I get a lot funny folk in the Hog's Head, that's the pub down in the village. Might have been a dragon dealer, mightn't he? I never saw his face, he kept his hood up. Harry sank down next to the bowl of peas. What did you talk to him about, Hagrid? Did you mention Hogwarts at all? Might have come up, said Hagrid, frowning as he tried to remember. Yeah, he asked what I did, and I told him I was gamekeeper here. He asked a bit about the sort of creatures I took after, so I told him, and I said what I'd always really wanted was a dragon, and then, I can remember too well, 'cause he kept buying me drinks, let's see, yeah, then he said he had the dragon egg and we could play cards fair it if I wanted, but he had to be sure I could handle it. He didn't want it to go to any old home, so I told him, after Fluffy, a dragon would be easy. And did he seem interested in Fluffy? Harry asked, trying to keep his voice calm. Well, yeah, how many three-headed dogs do ya meet, even around Hogwarts? So I told him, Fluffy's a piece o' cake if you know how to calm him down, just play him a bit o' music and he'll go straight off ter sleep. Hagrid suddenly looked horrified. I shouldn't ha' told ya that, he blurted out. I shouldn't ha' told him that. Hey, where are ye going? Harry, Ron, and Hermione didn't speak to each other at all until they came to a halt in the entrance hall, which seemed very cold and gloomy after the grounds. We've got to go to Dumbledore, said Harry. Hagrid told that stranger how to get past Fluffy, and it was either Snape or Voldemort under that cloak. It must have been easy, once he'd got Hagrid drunk. I just hope Dumbledore believes us. Firenze, the centaur might back us up. Where's Dumbledore's office? They looked around as if hoping to see a sign pointing them in the right direction. They had never been told where Dumbledore lived, nor did they know anyone who had been sent to see him. We'll just have to, Harry began, but a voice suddenly rang across the hall. What are you three doing inside? It was Professor McGonagall, carrying a large pile of books. We want to see Professor Dumbledore, said Hermione, rather bravely. Harry and Ron thought. See Professor Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall repeated, as though this was a very fishy thing to want to do. Why? Harry swallowed. Now what? It's sort of secret, he said, but he wished at once he hadn't, because Professor McGonagall's nostrils flared. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago, she said coldly. He received an urgent owl from the Ministry of Magic and flew off for London at once. He's gone, said Harry frantically. Now. Professor Dumbledore is a very great wizard, Potter, he has many demands on his time. But this is important. Something you have to say is more important than the Ministry of Magic, Potter. Look, said Harry, throwing caution to the winds, Professor, it's about the Sorcerer's Stone. Whatever Professor McGonagall had expected, it wasn't that. The books she was carrying tumbled out of her arms, but she didn't pick them up. How do you know? She spluttered. Professor, I think I know that someone's going to try and steal the stone. I've got to talk to Professor Dumbledore. She eyed him with a mixture of shock and suspicion. Professor Dumbledore will be back tomorrow, she said finally. I don't know how you found out about the stone, but rest assured, no one can possibly steal it, it's too well protected. But Professor Potter, I know what I'm talking about, she said shortly. She bent down and gathered up the fallen books. I suggest you all go back outside and enjoy the sunshine. But they didn't. Chapter 59. It's tonight, said Harry, once he was sure Professor McGonagall was out of earshot. Snape's going through the trapdoor tonight. He's found out everything he needs, and now he's got Dumbledore out of the way. He sent that note. I bet the Ministry of Magic will get a real shock when Dumbledore turns up. But what can we? Hermione gasped. Harry and Ron wheeled round. Snape was standing there. Good afternoon, he said smoothly. They stared at him. You shouldn't be inside on a day like this, he said, with an odd, twisted smile. Harry began, without any idea what he was going to say. You want to be more careful, said Snape. Hanging around like this, people will think you're up to something. And Gryffindor really can't afford to lose any more points, can it? Harry flushed. They turned to go outside, but Snape called them back. Be warned, Potter, any more nighttime wanderings and I will personally make sure you are expelled. Good day to you. He strode off in the direction of the staff room. Out on the stone steps, Harry turned to the others. Right, here's what we've got to do, he whispered urgently. One of us has got to keep an eye on Snape, wait outside the staff room and follow him if he leaves it. Hermione, you'd better do that. Why me? It's obvious, said Ron. You can pretend to be waiting for Professor Flitwick, you know. He put on a high voice, Oh Professor Flitwick, I'm so worried, I think I got question 14B wrong. Oh, shut up, said Hermione, but she agreed to go and watch out for Snape. And we'd better stay outside the third-floor corridor, Harry told Ron. Come on. But that part of the plan didn't work. No sooner had they reached the door separating Fluffy from the rest of the school than Professor McGonagall turned up again, and this time, she lost her temper. I suppose you think you're harder to get past than a pack of enchantments, she stormed. Enough of this nonsense. If I hear you come anywhere near here again, I'll take another 50 points from Gryffindor. Yes, Weasley, from my own house. Harry and Ron went back to the common room. Harry had just said, "At least Hermione's on Snape's tail," when the portrait of the fat lady swung open and Hermione came in. "I'm sorry, Harry," she wailed. "Snape came out and asked me what I was doing, so I said I was waiting for Flitwick, and Snape went to get him, and I've only just got away. I don't know where Snape went." "Well, that's it then, isn't it?" Harry said. The other two stared at him. He was pale and his eyes were glittering. "I'm going out of here tonight and I'm going to try and get to the stone first." "You're mad," said Ron. "You can't," said Hermione. "After what McGonagall and Snape have said. You'll be expelled." "So what?" Harry shouted. "Don't you understand? If Snape gets hold of the stone, Voldemort's coming back. Haven't you heard what it was like when he was trying to take over? There won't be any Hogwarts to get expelled from. He'll flatten it, or turn it into a school for the dark arts. Losing points doesn't matter anymore, can't you see? D'you think he'll leave you and your families alone if Gryffindor wins the House Cup? If I get caught before I can get to the stone, well, I'll have to go back to the Dursleys and wait for Voldemort to find me there. It's only dying a bit later than I would have because I'm never going over to the dark side. I'm going through that trapdoor tonight and nothing you two say is going to stop me. Voldemort killed my parents, remember?" He glared at them. "You're right, Harry," said Hermione in a small voice. She was feeling a bit guilty about not telling them the information sooner, but since now everyone had already found out, she acted like she never knew about it. "I'll use the invisibility cloak," said Harry. "It's just lucky I got it back." "But will it cover all three of us?" said Ron. All three of us?" "Oh, come off it, you don't think we'd let you go alone?" "Of course not," said Hermione briskly. "How do you think you'd get to the stone without us?" "I'd better go and look through my books, there might be something useful. Do you think we should call Draco?" "Draco? No." Harry shook his head. Remember, he tried to hide it from all of us even though he had already figured that something was wrong. "I am not sure we can trust him in this. He was just trying to get you off the idea about the stone." Hermione explained, "He didn't know about you-know-who back then, and with him there, stopping Professor Snape would be much easier." "Yeah. But I still find it hard to trust him." Harry still disagreed. "Are you sure you want to come with us?" Hermione sighed and nodded. "But if we get caught, you two will be expelled, too." "Not if I can help it," said Hermione grimly. "Flitwick told me in secret that I got 112% on his exam. They're not throwing me out after that." "I have completed the task, Professor," Draco said, standing in front of Quirrell. 3 days ago, Quirrell had presented himself as a servant of the Dark Lord to Draco. The Dark Lord wasn't much interested in Quirrell after he lost to Draco, so he wanted a more capable servant to do his bidding. Quirrell, in place of Voldemort, had asked Draco to send Dumbledore a fake letter from the Ministry to get him out of here. "Gee, good job," Quirrell said in an annoyed tone. He was very upset at how the Dark Lord forgot about his sacrifices once he lost to Draco, not even giving him a second chance. "May I ask what the Dark Lord plans to do today?" Draco asked curiously. "None of your business," Quirrell said in a bit arrogant tone. "Go back to the common room and wait for the future orders." As far as Quirrell thought, Draco only won due to coincidence. Draco just shrugged his shoulders and went back to the common room. "Where have you been?" Theodore asked. Draco thought for a while and sighed. "Library." Draco replied he wanted some help, but after some spell training last week he realized Theodore wasn't too ready either. At most he could beat someone in the third year easily, so taking him there with him seemed more dangerous than going alone. After dinner the three of them sat nervously apart in the common room. Nobody bothered them. None of the Gryffindors had anything to say to Harry anymore, after all. This was the first night he hadn't been upset by it. Hermione was skimming through all her notes, hoping to come across one of the enchantments they were about to try to break. Harry and Ron didn't talk much. Both of them were thinking about what they were about to do. Slowly, the room emptied as people drifted off to bed. "Better get the cloak," Ron muttered, as Lee Jordan finally left, stretching and yawning. Harry ran upstairs to their dark dormitory. He took out the cloak and then his eyes fell on the flute Hagrid had given him for Christmas. He pocketed it to use on Fluffy. He didn't feel much like singing. He ran back down to the common room. "We'd better put the cloak on here, and make sure it covers all three of us, if Filch spots one of our feet wandering along on its own." "What are you doing?" said a voice from the corner of the room. Neville appeared from behind an armchair, clutching Trevor the Toad, who looked as though he'd been making another bid for freedom. "Nothing, Neville, nothing," said Harry, hurriedly putting the cloak behind his back. Neville stared at their guilty faces. "You're going out again," he said. "I thought you said last time was a mistake, Harry and you, Hermione." "No, no, no," said Hermione. "No, we're not. Why don't you go to bed, Neville?" Harry looked at the grandfather clock by the door. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Snape might even now be playing Fluffy to sleep. "You can't go out," said Neville, "you'll be caught again. Gryffindor will be in even more trouble." "Is it something to do with Draco and the others?" "You don't understand," said Harry, "this is important." But Neville was clearly steeling himself to do something desperate. "I won't let you do it," he said, hurrying to stand in front of the portrait hole. I'll fight you." "Neville," Ron exploded, "get away from that hole and don't be an idiot." "Don't you call me an idiot," said Neville. "I don't think you should be breaking any more rules. And someone has repeatedly told me to stand up to people, so that's what I am going to do from now on." "Who, Draco?" said Ron in exasperation. "Neville, you don't know what you're doing." He took a step forward and Neville dropped Trevor the Toad, who leapt out of sight. "Go on then, try me," said Neville, taking out his wand. "I'm ready." Harry turned to Hermione. "Do something," he said desperately. Hermione stepped forward. "Neville," she said, "I'm really, really sorry about this." She raised her wand. "Petrificus totalis," she cried. Chapter 60. "Petrificus totalis," she cried, pointing it at Neville, but to everyone's amazement, Neville dodged the spell, pointing his wand at Ron, locomotor mortis. Ron, who was surprised, couldn't even move from the shock and the spell hit him. His legs sprang together. His whole body rigid, he swayed where he stood and then fell flat on his face, knocking him out. Neville looked shocked, not thinking Ron would get really knocked out. "Are you okay, Ron?" he said in a worried tone. Hermione was shocked as well, but she quickly recovered and used the spell quickly, Petrificus totalis. Neville, who was busy looking after Ron, got hit by the spell, having his arm and leg stuck together, where he fell onto his face as well, completely getting knocked out. "What've you done to him?" Harry whispered, worried, and Ron. "It's the full body bind," said Hermione, breathing a bit heavily. "Ron's probably knocked out by smashing his head on the ground." Both of them checked on Ron, who was grunting on the ground from the pain. "Looks like he's okay," Harry said, sighing in relief. He looked at the time and said, "You take care of Ron, I am going there alone." "No, Harry," Hermione quickly said, "I am coming with you, help me put Ron on the couch." Harry sighed as he quickly helped Ron on the sofa and both of them went towards the door. "I didn't think Neville had it in him," Harry said, crossing over Neville, who was still on the floor. "He was always scared, I wonder why." "It's probably Draco or Theodore," Hermione said, crossing over as well. "They have been helping out Neville a lot. The leg binding curse is Theodore's favorite curse. I always wondered why and now I know." Harry was more surprised since Neville was worse than him, and considering the difficulty of the spell he felt a bit ashamed. "Don't worry, Harry, his spell wasn't perfect," Hermione said quickly, seeing Harry's dark face. "Ron's leg wasn't fully binded, causing him to trip over and fall. I am sure with a little bit of practice you can learn it as well." Harry nodded grimly. Both of them under the darkness went out towards the third floor. Draco was already out of his bed walking to the third floor when he suddenly heard some sound coming behind him. He pointed his wand behind his back and asked, "Who's there?" "It's me." Daphne's voice came out as she came out of the corner herself. "What are you doing here?" Draco asked. "You know what, never mind, go back to the bed, I don't want you to get in trouble." "I should be asking you the same thing," Daphne said, coming forward. "I followed you out of the common room since you were acting very sneaky from dinner." Sigh. "It's nothing, go back," Draco said. "I will come back in a while." "Draco." Daphne caught Draco's hand. "I am coming with you." "No," Draco said, it's private." He was sure if he said it was dangerous then Daphne surely wouldn't let him go. "What is it?" Daphne said, "Tell me." "Go ba," as he was about to say something he heard Filch's voice. "Who's out there?" "Shit, come with me," Draco said, dragging Daphne quickly. After running for a while they finally reached the third floor. Why are we here?" Daphne said, panting. She remembered Hermione telling them about the three-headed dog who stayed there. Draco, on the other hand, was considering whether he should knock out Daphne, but rejected that idea since anything could happen and he didn't want to put Daphne at risk. Sigh. I am going inside, but you have to listen to me. Draco said. Why? Don't ask too many questions. Draco said, either you go back, which I am sure you are not going to do, or come with me. Daphne looked at Draco's eyes for a while and gave up. Fine, but you have to tell me later on. Follow my lead and don't act on your own. Draco nodded. Take out your wand and be cautious all the time. Daphne quickly took out her wand and nodded, replying, I am good. Draco, what are you doing here? Hermione and Harry came from the side, removing the invisibility cloak. Great timing. Draco mumbled, a bit annoyed, the same as you. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. You are here to catch Professor as well? Harry asked in doubt. Yes. Draco nodded, but my professor has two heads, he said the later part to himself. Hermione came over to them and whispered in Draco's ear, Harry's a bit hot-headed now, take care of the situation, will you? She looked at him with a little bit of hope in her eyes. Draco rolled his eyes, am I a babysitter now? Sigh, let's go in. Draco said, walking towards the door, which was already opened. The surprise was written all over Harry's and Hermione's face seeing the open door. All of you have your wand ready, right? Draco asked again. Everyone nodded and Draco pushed the door open. As the door creaked, low, rumbling growls met their ears. All three of the dogs' noses sniffed madly in their direction, even though it couldn't see them. Daphne was shocked since it was her first time seeing the dog. On the other hand, Draco, who was recently more interested in magical beasts, was fascinated by it. I don't know what happens to the dog after its duty here is done. I could maybe convince Hagrid to give it to me. Draco thought to himself. What's that at its feet? Hermione whispered. Looks like a harp, said Daphne, looking closely. Someone must have left it there. It wakes up completely the moment it stops playing, explained Harry. Well, here goes, he said, taking out a flute. What are you doing? Draco asked weirdly. Playing the flute, didn't you hear me? The dog will wake up if the music stops. Harry said. No need for that. Draco said, waving his wand, making the harp play a bit more actively and loudly. It will play for more than an hour now. Slowly, the dog's growls ceased, it tottered on its paws and fell to its knees, then it slumped to the ground, fast asleep. Harry awkwardly put his flute back. All of them then slowly crept toward the trapdoor. They could feel the dog's hot, smelly breath as they approached the giant heads. I think we'll be able to pull the door open, said Harry, peering over the dog's back. Want to go first, Hermione? Draco joked. No, I don't. Hermione quickly shook her head. All right. Harry gritted his teeth and stepped carefully over the dog's legs. He looked at Draco, a little help. Both of them bent over and pulled the ring of the trapdoor, which swung up and opened. What can you see? Daphne said anxiously. Nothing, just black, there's no way of climbing down, we'll just have to drop. Harry said, I will go first. Wait, we don't know what's in there. Hermione said worriedly. Draco rolled his eyes. In the name of Merlin, be quick, will you? He said, jumping down. Draco. Daphne said, worried, and followed by jumping down. Soon both Hermione and Harry came jumping down as well. Cold, damp air rushed past Draco as he fell down, 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 and, flump. With a funny, muffled sort of thump, he landed on something soft. He sat up and felt around, his eyes not used to the gloom. It felt as though he was sitting on some sort of plant. Draco quickly chanted, Lumos. Soon all of the others landed as well. What's this stuff? Were Harry's first words. Dunno, some sort of plant thing. I suppose it's here to break the fall, said Hermione. We must be miles under the school, Daphne said. Lucky this plant thing's here, really. Lucky, shrieked Hermione. Look at you both. She leaped up and struggled toward a damp wall. She had to struggle because the moment she had landed, the plant had started to twist snake-like tendrils around her ankles. As for Harry and Daphne's, their legs had already been bound tightly in long creepers without their noticing. Stop moving. Draco ordered them. It's Devil's Snare. Just be calm for a moment. Harry and Daphne couldn't help but panic a little, but they still tried to remain calm. Draco quickly chanted, Incendio. The plant started lighting on fire. In a matter of seconds, the two of them felt the plant loosening its grip as it cringed away from the light and warmth. Wriggling and flailing, it unraveled itself from their bodies, and they were able to pull free. Draco had to wait for them to land to use the spell, otherwise they might really hurt themselves. Doing it alone is actually much better and easier. Draco thought to himself, let's go. Chapter 61. Let's go, said Draco, pointing down a stone passageway, which was the only way forward. Hermione moved closer to Daphne, explaining her the situation. All they could hear apart from their footsteps was the gentle drip of water trickling down the walls. The passageway sloped downward, and Draco was reminded of Gringotts since it was very similar. Harry, on the other hand, also had a similar feeling. He felt an unpleasant jolt of the heart. He remembered the dragon said to be guarding vaults in the wizard's bank. If they met a dragon, a fully grown dragon, he sighed, walking close to Draco. Why are you really here? Harry asked. He was still doubting how Draco and he had come to the same conclusion as himself. Same plan, different enemies, Draco replied, not even looking at him. Harry looked at him in deep thought, wondering what was he trying to say. So what happened with Weasley? Draco asked, interested since he was sure the redhead was sure to be here. He slept through. Harry lied, avoiding Draco's gaze. Can you hear something? Daphne suddenly whispered. Draco listened. A soft rustling and clinking seemed to be coming from up ahead. Do you think it's a ghost? Harry said. I don't know, sounds like wings to me. Hermione said, there's light ahead, I can see something moving. They reached the end of the passageway and saw before them a brilliantly lit chamber, its ceiling arching high above them. It was full of small, jewel-bright birds, fluttering and tumbling all around the room. On the opposite side of the chamber was a heavy wooden door. Do you think they'll attack us if we cross the room? Said Daphne in a wary tone. From what Hermione told her, the place seemed to be full of traps. Probably, said Harry. They don't look very vicious, but I suppose if they all swoop down at once, well, there's no other choice, I'll run. He took a deep breath, covered his face with his arms, and sprinted across the room. He expected to feel sharp beaks and claws tearing at him any second, but nothing happened. He reached the door untouched. He pulled the handle, but it was locked. Draco rolled his eyes, slowly crossing the place with the other two following behind him. Harry tugged and heaved at the door, but it wouldn't budge, not even when Hermione tried her Alohomora charm. Now what? Said Daphne. These birds, they can't be here just for decoration, said Hermione. They watched the birds soaring overhead, glittering, glittering. They're not birds. Draco said, walking forward. Accio. He chanted, but nothing happened. Spell-proof, huh? Draco thought to himself. Harry, who was wondering what Draco was doing, looked at them closely and said. They're keys. Winged keys, look carefully. So that must mean, he looked around the chamber while the other two squinted up at the flock of keys. Yes, look. Broomsticks. We've got to catch the key to the door. But there are hundreds of them. Hermione said, examining the lock on the door. We're looking for a big, old-fashioned one, probably silver, like the handle. It's that one. Draco pointed with his wand towards a particular key, the silver key with the blue wings. How can you tell? The feathers are crumbled up, meaning someone who came before us used the key. Draco said, lazily looking at Harry. You are a seeker, aren't you? Go on and show off your skills. Harry looked at Draco for a while as he sighed, seizing a broomstick and kicked off into the air, soaring into the midst of the cloud of keys. He grabbed and snatched, but the bewitched keys darted and dived so quickly it was almost impossible to catch. Is he going to be okay? Hermione asked. Don't worry, I can blow off the keys if they attack, Draco said, waving his wand lazily. Hermione glared at him. Don't you know any other spells? She asked. I do, but this one's hard since it's spell-proof. Draco said in a joking manner. Blowing it off is the best-case scenario. Not for nothing, though, was Harry the youngest seeker in a century. He had a knack for catching things, but this one seemed impossible as it kept running away. We've got to close in on it. Harry called, not taking his eyes off the key with the damaged wing. I need some help. One of you come at it from above. Hermione, stay below and stop it from going down, and I'll try and catch it. Right, now. Draco stopped Hermione as he waved his wands, manipulating the brooms in the direction Harry had said, and as Draco suspected, the key moved away from the broom. Harry, who was in a moment of shock, quickly broke out of it, moving along as he pressed the key against the wall, finally catching it. Harry landed quickly, and ran to the door, the key struggling in his hand. He rammed it into the lock and turned. It worked. The moment the lock had clicked open, the key took flight again, looking very battered now that it had been caught twice. Ready? Harry asked them, his hand on the door handle. They nodded. He pulled the door open. The next chamber was so dark they couldn't see anything at all. But as they stepped into it, the light suddenly flooded the room to reveal an astonishing sight. They were standing on the edge of a huge chessboard, behind the black chessmen, which were all taller than they were and carved from what looked like black stone. Facing them, way across the chamber, were the white pieces. "Now what do we do?" Hermione whispered. "It's obvious, isn't it?" said Harry. "We've got to play our way across the room." Behind the white pieces, they could see another door. "How?" said Daphne nervously. "I think," said Harry, "we're going to have to be chessmen." He walked up to a black knight and put his hand out to touch the knight's horse. At once, the stone sprang to life. The horse pawed the ground and the knight turned his helmeted head to look down at Harry. "Do we, have to join you to get across?" The black knight nodded. Harry turned to the other three. "This needs thinking about," he said. "I suppose we've got to take the place of 3 of the black pieces." The 3 of them stayed quiet, watching Harry think. Finally, he said, "Now, I know that Hermione isn't that good at chess, and since Ron isn't here," he looked at Draco and Daphne. Draco was thinking something himself as he looked back at Harry. "Move away, Potter." Harry, not knowing what Draco was planning to do, moved back subconsciously. "Confringo." Draco chanted, pointing his wand towards the white pawn. The pawn exploded into pieces and suddenly the knight from the white side made a move. "What happened?" Daphne asked, surprised. "I found a loophole." Draco said, grinning, "It looks like, as long as we destroy the pieces, we don't really need to play it." Harry and Hermione were sitting with their mouth wide open. "Why does everything involve exploding with you?" Hermione sighed. "Sigh. You felt smarter before you learned the curse. Wait until you learn the spell first, then you will learn to love the power of explosions," Draco said, grinning, chanting several curses towards the white pieces, and by the end, none of the pieces remained except for the king. The White King took off his crown and threw it at Draco's feet. They had won the game of chess without even moving a single piece. "Let's go." All of them charged through the door and up the next passageway. "We've had sprouts," that was the devil's snare. Flitwick must have put charms on the keys. McGonagall transfigured the chessmen to make them alive, that leaves Quirrell's spell, and Snape's. They had reached another door. "All right?" Harry whispered. "Go on." Draco said. Harry pushed it open. A disgusting smell filled their nostrils, making both of them pull their robes up over their noses. Eyes watering, they saw, flat on the floor in front of them, a troll even larger than the one they had tackled, out cold with a bloody lump on its head. "I'm glad we didn't have to fight that one," Daphne whispered as they stepped carefully over one of its massive legs. "Come on, I can't breathe." Draco thought the same as well. Fighting the troll will definitely drain his energy whether he wins or loses, and will be at a complete disadvantage for the final fight. Chapter 62. Draco pulled open the next door. All of the others were hardly daring to look at what came next, but there was nothing very frightening in here, just a table with 7 differently shaped bottles standing on it in a line. "Snape's," said Harry. "What do we have to do?" They stepped over the threshold, and immediately a fire sprang up behind them in the doorway. It wasn't ordinary fire either, it was purple. At the same instant, black flames shot up in the doorway leading onward. They were trapped. "Look!" Hermione seized a roll of paper lying next to the bottles. Draco and the others looked over her shoulder to read it. "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however, slyly the poison tries to hide. You will always find some on Nettlewine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. Hermione let out a great sigh, and Harry, amazed, saw that she was smiling, the very last thing he felt like doing. "Brilliant," said Hermione. "This isn't magic, it's logic, a puzzle. A lot of the greatest wizards haven't got an ounce of logic, they'd be stuck in here forever. But so will we, won't we?" Daphne said, confused. "Of course not," said Hermione. "Everything we need is here on this paper. 7 bottles, 3 are poison, 2 are wine, 1 will get us safely through the black fire, and 1 will get us back through the purple. But how do we know which to drink? Give me a minute. Hermione said, but as soon as she said that Draco said, found it. He walked up towards the line of bottles, as he turned back and said, the smallest bottle will get us through the black fire, toward the stone. Harry looked at the tiny bottle in Draco's hand while Hermione looked pissed not getting to solve it on her own. So now what do we do? Hermione asked. There is only enough for one of us to go through the dark flame. I will go, Harry said, walking in front. The 3 of you return back and inform a professor. But Harry, before Hermione could say anything, Harry snatched the potion from Draco's hand, drinking it. I will go, he said, rushing towards the flame as he disappeared out of their sight. Harry! Hermione called out, but Harry didn't turn back. Sigh. What do we do now? You 2 go out and call for a professor, Draco said. What about you? Daphne asked. I have my own methods. Draco smiled, taking out a similar potion and drinking it. He smiled at both of them as he crossed the fire. Hey! Don't you have more potions? Hermione asked, getting more anxious. I do, but it's not for sale. Draco smiled back at them. Go, do as I say, since it would be much more of a help. Draco too disappeared. Both Daphne and Hermione looked at each other, sighing as they drank the potion and rushed back. The potion's effect was to form a protective layer over the skin against the fire. Every fire required different potions, and luckily Draco had secured himself plenty since he knew of the fire beforehand. The potion's effect, indeed as suggested, was as though ice flooding his entire body. He dashed forward, saw the black flames licking his body, but couldn't feel them. For a moment he could see nothing but dark fire, then he was on the other side, in the last chamber. Draco could already hear Quirrell and Harry talking. You, gasped Harry. Quirrell smiled. His face wasn't twitching at all. Me, he said calmly. I wondered whether I'd be meeting you here, Potter. But I thought, Snape. Severus? Quirrell laughed, and it wasn't his usual quivering treble either, but cold and sharp. Yes, Severus does seem the type, doesn't he? So useful to have him swooping around like an overgrown bat. Next to him, who would suspect P.P. Poor, St. stuttering P. Professor Quirrell? Harry couldn't take it in. This couldn't be true, it couldn't. But Snape tried to kill me. No, no, no. I tried to kill you. Your friend Miss Granger accidentally knocked me over as she rushed to set fire to Snape at that Quidditch match. She broke my eye contact with you. Another few seconds and I'd have got you off that broom. I'd have managed it before then if Snape hadn't been muttering a countercurse, trying to save you. Snape was trying to save me? Harry asked, getting shocks after shocks today. Of course, said Quirrell coolly. Why do you think he wanted to referee your next match? He was trying to make sure I didn't do it again. Funny, really, he needn't have bothered. I couldn't do anything with Dumbledore watching. All the other teachers thought Snape was trying to stop Gryffindor from winning. He did make himself unpopular, and what a waste of time, when after all that, I'm going to kill you tonight. Quirrell snapped his fingers. Ropes sprang out of thin air and wrapped themselves tightly around Harry. You're too nosy to live, Potter. You and that Malfoy, scurrying around the school on Halloween like that, for all I knew you'd see me coming to look at what was guarding the stone. Even though Draco's name was already changed, some people might still call him Malfoy, for future reference. You let the troll in? Certainly. I have a special gift with trolls. You must have seen what I did to the one in the chamber back there. Unfortunately, while everyone else was running around looking for it, Snape, who already suspected me, went straight to the 3rd floor to head me off, and not only did my troll fail to beat you to death, that 3-headed dog didn't even manage to bite Snape's leg off properly. Now, wait quietly, Potter. I need to examine this interesting mirror. It was only then that Harry realized what was standing behind Quirrell. It was the mirror of Eriste. This mirror is the key to finding the stone, Quirrell murmured, tapping his way around the frame. Trust Dumbledore to come up with something like this, but he's in London. I'll be far away by the time he gets back. All Harry could think of doing was to keep Quirrell talking and stop him from concentrating on the mirror. I saw you and Snape in the forest, he blurted out. Yes, said Quirrell idly, walking around the mirror to look at the back. He was on to me by that time, trying to find out how far I'd got. He suspected me all along. Tried to frighten me, as though he could, when I had Lord Voldemort on my side. Quirrell came back out from behind the mirror and stared hungrily into it. I see the stone, I'm presenting it to my master, but where is it? Harry struggled against the ropes binding him, but they didn't give. He had to keep Quirrell from giving his whole attention to the mirror. But Snape always seemed to hate me so much. Oh, he does, said Quirrell casually. Heavens, yes. He was at Hogwarts with your father, didn't you know? They loathed each other. But he never wanted you dead. But I heard you a few days ago, sobbing. I thought Snape was threatening you. For the first time, a spasm of fear flitted across Quirrell's face. Sometimes, he said, I find it hard to follow my master's instructions. He is a great wizard and I am weak. You mean he was there in the classroom with you? Harry gasped. He is with me wherever I go, said Quirrell quietly. I met him when I traveled around the world. A foolish young man I was then, full of ridiculous ideas about good and evil. Lord Voldemort showed me how wrong I was. There is no good and evil, there is only power, and those too weak to seek it. Since then, I have served him faithfully, although I have let him down many times. He has had to be very hard on me. Quirrell shivered suddenly. He does not forgive mistakes easily. When I failed to steal the stone from Gringotts, he was most displeased. He punished me, decided he would have to keep a closer watch on me. Quirrell's voice trailed away. Harry was remembering his trip to Diagon Alley. How could he have been so stupid? He'd seen Quirrell there that very day, shaken hands with him in the leaky cauldron. Chapter 63. Quirrell cursed under his breath. I don't understand, is the stone inside the mirror? Should I break it? Harry's mind was racing. What I want more than anything else in the world at the moment, he thought, is to find the stone before Quirrell does. So if I look in the mirror, I should see myself finding it, which means I'll see where it's hidden. But how can I look without Quirrell realizing what I'm up to? He tried to edge to the left, to get in front of the glass without Quirrell noticing, but the ropes around his ankles were too tight. He tripped and fell over. Quirrell ignored him. He was still talking to himself. What does this mirror do? How does it work? Help me, master. And to Harry's horror, a voice answered, and the voice seemed to come from Quirrell himself. Use the boy, use the boy. Quirrell rounded on Harry. Yes, Potter, come here. He clapped his hands once, and the ropes binding Harry fell off. Harry got slowly to his feet. Come here, Quirrell repeated. Look in the mirror and tell me what you see. Harry walked towards him. I must lie, he thought desperately. I must look and lie about what I see, that's all. Quirrell moved close behind him. Harry breathed in the funny smell that seemed to come from Quirrell's turban. He closed his eyes, stepped in front of the mirror, and opened them again. He saw his reflection, pale and scared looking at first, but a moment later, the reflection smiled at him. It put its hand into its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone. It winked and put the stone back in its pocket, and as it did so, Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket. Somehow, incredibly, he'd gotten the stone. Well, said Quirrell impatiently. What do you see? Harry screwed up his courage. I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, he invented. I've won the House Cup for Gryffindor. Quirrell cursed again. Get out of the way, he said. As Harry moved aside, he felt the Sorcerer's Stone against his leg. Dare he make a break for it? But he hadn't walked 5 paces before a high voice spoke, though Quirrell wasn't moving his lips. He lies, he lies. Potter, come back here. Quirrell shouted. Tell me the truth. What did you just see? The high voice spoke again. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough, for this. Harry felt as if Devil's Snare was rooting him to the spot. He couldn't move a muscle. Petrified, he watched as Quirrell reached up and began to unwrap his turban. What was going on? The turban fell away. Quirrell's head looked strangely small without it. Then he turned slowly on the spot. Harry would have screamed, but he couldn't make a sound. Where there should have been a back to Quirrell's head, there was a face, the most terrible face Harry had ever seen. It was chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. Harry Potter, it whispered. Harry tried to take a step backward but his legs wouldn't move. See what I have become, the face said. Mere shadow and vapor, I have form only when I can share another's body, but there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me. These past weeks, you saw faithful Quirrell drinking it for me in the forest, and once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own. Now, why don't you give me that stone in your pocket? So he knew. The feeling suddenly surged back into Harry's legs. He stumbled backward. "Don't be a fool," snarled the face. "Better save your own life and join me, or you'll meet the same end as your parents. They died begging me for mercy." "Liar!" Harry shouted suddenly. Quirrell was walking backward at him so that Voldemort could still see him. The evil face was now smiling. "How touching," it hissed. "I always value bravery. Yes, boy, your parents were brave. I killed your father first, and he put up a courageous fight, but your mother needn't have died. She was trying to protect you. Now give me the stone, unless you want her to have died in vain." "Never!" Harry yelled. "Che! How long are you going to hide?" Voldemort said in a hissed tone, shocking both Quirrell and Harry. Draco came out of the corner with a wand in his hand. Harry, seeing Draco, felt happy for the first time. "Draco, quickly use a spell." "Shut up!" Quirrell's voice rang out as he apprehended Harry in the vine again. "Quick!" Harry yelped, but his happiness soon turned to despair when he heard Voldemort. "Take the stone from him," Voldemort ordered. Draco looked at Voldemort for a while as he turned his wand towards Harry. Voldemort grinned, but to his surprise, Draco turned his wand towards Voldemort again. "Why should I?" "You traitor!" Quirrell yelled. "Shut up!" Voldemort hissed. "My boy, what do you want? I can give it to you, so, why not follow me instead? Your parents, friends, everyone are my servants, to begin with, so why ruin it for everyone?" Draco looked as if he was considering things while Harry was panicking to his fullest. He knew he shouldn't have trusted Draco, but what else could he do? He was too weak. "What do I get in return?" Draco asked, raising an eyebrow. "Everything you desire. Your talent is very similar to mine, and unlike me, you grew up knowing you were a wizard, making you even stronger than when I was at your age. Both of us can destroy or rule this world, cleansing it. You and I can rule the wizarding world together. Follow me, Draco, you won't regret it. Help me get the stone, my child," Voldemort whispered in an alluring tone. Draco sighed as he pointed his wand back at Harry. "Release him." Quirrell hesitated, but after Voldemort whispered something to him, he released Harry. Draco walked closer to Harry, with his wand pointed at his face. "Hermione trusted you." Harry yelled in anger. "I knew you were the same as Ron described. We shouldn't have trusted you." Draco smiled. "So long, Potter." He winked. Harry was surprised as to what was going on again, as Draco suddenly turned his wand back to Quirrell. "Expulso." Quirrell tried to block the spell, but he was too late and was sent flying towards the wall, but he quickly used a sponge spell, softening his landing. "Got your wand, Potter?" Draco asked, readying his dueling stance. Harry, who was still in shock, quickly recovered as he looked around searching for his wand. "Better pick it up quickly, you know." Draco hurried to dodge a spell from Quirrell as he rolled to the side. "Expelliarmus," Draco chanted, but Quirrell dodged the spell. "Kill him," Voldemort said with rage in his voice. "You are still too young to challenge me to a duel," Quirrell said, attacking him with a string of fire-based spells. Draco used a bunch of defensive spells blocking the attacks, but the last one was too strong to block as he barely managed to dodge the spell. He fell on the ground hard, having his ankle twisted as his wand slipped from his hand. "Shit," Draco thought to himself. "You should have joined me, but now you will die. I will make sure Lucius pays dearly for his son's mistake," Voldemort whispered. "It's the end, dear Draco," Quirrell said, coming closer, grinning. His wand shined green in color as he chanted Avada. Draco was struggling to dodge, gritting his teeth, but suddenly Harry came flying towards Quirrell, pushing him out of the way. Quirrell quickly kneed Harry, throwing him hard on the ground. "You little..." Draco took the chance to pick up his wand and chanted, Expelliarmus. The wand flew from Quirrell's hand as he looked at Draco in pure hatred. Incarcerus, Draco chanted. Soon a rope materialized out of thin air, completely binding Quirrell. Quirrell and Voldemort quickly started chanting something's loosening Draco's grip on him. "Potter, quick! Touch his face!" Draco yelled, trying his hardest to hold on to him longer. Harry, who was holding his stomach in pain, barely managed to do so, without knowing why. Chapter 64. Arg! Quirrell screamed, his face blistering, too, and then Harry knew, Quirrell couldn't touch his bare skin, not without suffering terrible pain. His only chance was to keep hold of Quirrell, keep him in enough pain to stop him from moving. "Keep it up," Draco said, struggling to keep the rope tied in. They could only hear Quirrell's terrible shrieks and Voldemort's yells of, "Kill him! Kill him!" and other voices, maybe in Harry's own head, crying, "Harry! Harry!" Quirrell soon disintegrated into nothing as the rope fell down. Voldemort's soul apparition floated around and disappeared, escaping through the wall. Draco and Harry sighed in relief. How did you know? Harry asked, panting heavily. When you pushed him, you touched his hands and it started burning. Draco said, panting as well. He had forgotten about the curse on Voldemort that Harry could trigger. Draco clenched his teeth in pain. He was sure that he had sprained or maybe even fractured his ankle since it was hurting like hell. Oh, Harry said weakly, slowly fainting on the spot. Draco slowly crawled towards Harry, taking the Philosopher's Stone out from his pocket. Phew. Draco sighed in relief, looking at the stone in his hand, which shined blood red in color. He quickly put it inside one of his pouches. He lay back on the ground, closing his eyes. It was really a close encounter. Draco woke up in a bed with light shining above his head. He heard Dumbledore and Harry chatting. Good afternoon, Harry, said Dumbledore. Harry stared at him. Then he remembered, sir. The stone. It was Quirrell. He's got the stone. Sir, quick. Calm yourself, dear boy, you are a little behind the times, said Dumbledore. Quirrell does not have the stone. Harry remembered what happened as he sighed in relief. He knew Quirrell was gone, but... Harry, please relax, or Madame Pomfrey will have me thrown out. Harry swallowed and looked around him. He realized he must be in the hospital wing again. He was lying in a bed with white linen sheets, and next to him was a table piled high with what looked like half the candy shop, and the other side of him, Draco was laying in bed with a similarly large amount of candies and flowers by his side. Tokens from your friends and admirers, said Dumbledore, beaming. What happened down in the dungeons between you and Professor Quirrell is not a complete secret, so, naturally, the whole school knows. I believe your friends Misters Fred and George Weasley were responsible for trying to send you a toilet seat. No doubt they thought it would amuse you. Madame Pomfrey, however, felt it might not be very hygienic, and confiscated it. How long have I been in here? 3 days. Mr. Ronald Weasley and Miss Granger will be most relieved you have come round. They have been extremely worried. But sir, the stone, Harry asked again, since he didn't have the stone in his hands anymore. I see you are not to be distracted. Very well, the stone. Professor Quirrell did not manage to take it from you. You and Mr. Black here did very well on your own, I must say. I was useless. Harry said as he looked at Draco again. Is he okay? Exhaustion of magic and a sprained ankle, all fixed. He should wake up any moment now. Dumbledore said, looking at Draco, who was listening to their conversation silently. Draco was slightly worried when the conversation for the stone came up, but when he heard Dumbledore he couldn't help but feel a slight shiver down his spine. Draco realized that he was already caught. So you got there? You got Hermione's owl? Harry asked. I arrived in time, at Hogwarts, when Miss Greengrass and Miss Granger came searching for me. Dumbledore said. Sir, said Harry. I've been thinking, sir, even if the stone's gone, I mean, you know, who dash. Call him Voldemort, Harry. Always use the proper name for things. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself. But his name is enchanted, isn't it? Harry asked. It is, but inside of Hogwarts you don't have to fear it. Dumbledore said wisely. Yes, sir. Well, Voldemort's going to try other ways of coming back, isn't he? I mean, he hasn't gone, has he? No, Harry, he has not. He is still out there somewhere, perhaps looking for another body to share. Not being truly alive, he cannot be killed. He left Quirrell to die. He shows just as little mercy to his followers as his enemies. Nevertheless, Harry, while you may only have delayed his return to power, it will merely take someone else who is prepared to fight what seems a losing battle next time, and if he is delayed again, and again, why, he may never return to power. Harry nodded, but stopped quickly, because it made his head hurt. Then he said, Sir, there are some other things I'd like to know if you can tell me, things I want to know the truth about. The truth. Dumbledore sighed. It is a beautiful and terrible thing, and should, therefore, be treated with great caution. However, I shall answer your questions unless I have a very good reason not to, in which case I beg you'll forgive me. I shall not, of course, lie. Well, Voldemort said that he only killed my mother because she tried to stop him from killing me. But why would he want to kill me in the first place? Dumbledore sighed very deeply this time. Alas, the first thing you ask me, I cannot tell you. Not today. Not now. You will know, one day, put it from your mind, for now, Harry. When you are older, I know you hate to hear this, when you are ready, you will know. And Harry knew it would be no good to argue. But why couldn't Quirrell touch me? Harry asked another question he was curious about. Your mother died to save you. If there is one thing Voldemort cannot understand, it is love. He didn't realize that love as powerful as your mother's for you, leaves its own mark. Not a scar, no visible sign, to have been loved so deeply, even though the person who loved us is gone, will give us some protection forever. It is in your very skin. Quirrell, full of hatred, greed, and ambition, sharing his soul with Voldemort, could not touch you for this reason. It was agony to touch a person marked by something so good. Draco couldn't help but snicker at this as he slowly stood up. Anything wrong, Mr. Black? Dumbledore asked. Nothing really, it's just the way you put things. Draco said, looking at Harry, it was a spell, not love. What? Harry was in confusion. Mr. Black, can you explain your meaning of love? Dumbledore asked, looking at Draco, not getting angry. You can call me Draco, he said, and as for love, I don't know. It has different meaning, but since we are talking in relation to magic, then I believe love acts as a stopper in certain ways. Especially in dark arts, considering people lose their ability to love when they fall under dark arts, but the same love could stop them from losing their basic sanity. So you could say love can make you stronger, but in the same way, it will make you weak. Harry was listening carefully while Dumbledore nodded a little. Weak? He asked. Yes, love leaves you with vulnerability, and using it to train magic is a slow and tedious process, but it has its strong point as well, such as allies and people you can trust, so even if you are weak you will be strong, like that Muggle saying, a single twig breaks but the bundle of twigs are strong. Well said. Dumbledore nodded with a slight smile on his face. If only a couple more wizards learn it, the world would be a better place. Don't get me wrong, I still prefer individual strength though, Draco said. You can't always rely on everyone. Draco said all these things in purpose to wake Harry from his state of bliss, since with him here now a lot of things have changed, like Hermione, so he can't have Harry dying on the way without being killed by Voldemort first. Hope this gives him a wake-up call. Dumbledore looked at him deeply as he sighed. Draco, after you get the permission to leave, could you please visit me in my office? Draco nodded. He knew that it must be about the stone. Facing Dumbledore about this has always been a concern for Draco, since he can't just take it away without him knowing. He knew sooner or later he would have to face Dumbledore, so he wasn't too scared about it. Worst case scenario, he can just take it and hide it in his house back at 12, Grimmauld Place. I don't know where your office is. You can ask Professor Snape about it, Dumbledore said. I heard he wanted to have a little chat with you. Draco's face turned sour thinking about it for some reasons. Chapter 65. There's something else, Harry said, suddenly remembering something. Fire away. Quirrell, said Snape. Professor Snape, Harry. Yes, him. Quirrell said he hates me because he hated my father. Is that true? Well, they did rather detest each other. Like Mr. Weasley and Draco here. And then, your father did something Snape could never forgive. What? He saved his life. What? Yes, said Dumbledore dreamily. Funny, the way people's minds work, isn't it? Professor Snape couldn't bear being in your father's debt. I do believe he worked so hard to protect you this year because he felt that would make him and your father even. Then he could go back to hating your father's memory in peace. If only you knew, Draco thought to himself. Harry tried to understand this, but it made his head pound, so he stopped. And sir, there's one more thing. Just the one. The invisibility cloak, do you know who sent it to me? Harry asked, but soon after he did he looked at Draco. It's not that rare, you can always buy one. Draco sneered, looking away. He was kinda irritated by Harry's gaze, which looked as if he would steal it at any moment. Harry sighed in relief as he looked back at Dumbledore. Ah, your father happened to leave it in my possession, and I thought you might like it. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Useful things, your father used it mainly for sneaking off to the kitchens to steal food when he was here. And sir, there's one more thing, Harry said again awkwardly. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, signaling Harry to go on. How did I get the stone out of the mirror? Ah, now, I'm glad you asked me that. It was one of my more brilliant ideas, and between the three of us, that's saying something. You see, only one who wanted to find the stone, find it, but not use it, would be able to get it, otherwise, they'd just see themselves making gold or drinking elixir of life. My brain surprises even me sometimes. Now, enough questions, the stone's safe for now, and I suggest you too, to make a start on these sweets. Ah. Betty Bott's every flavor beans. I was unfortunate enough in my youth to come across a vomit-flavored one, and since then I'm afraid I've rather lost my liking for them, but I think I'll be safe with a nice toffee, don't you? He smiled and popped the golden brown bean into his mouth. Then he choked and said, alas. Earwax. Draco laughed on the side. I think you could use this, he said taking his wand, which was on the top of his table as he pointed at the candies, separate 'em. As the spell hit the cover some of the candies jumped out the tray and only a few remained. Only the sweet ones are there. Draco said putting his wand back. Wonderful spell. Dumbledore complimented looking at Draco curiously. Don't look at me like that. Draco said rolling his eyes, let's just say I got a vomit-flavored one as well. Dumbledore nodded. Creating a new spell at his age was a marvelous feat even though it was a simple charm, which was seemingly made by combining two existing charms. Nonetheless, it was very fascinating. I need to learn this spell as well. He said taking out a bean again, coffee-flavored. He smiled walking away. After Dumbledore walked out, Harry turned to Draco. Thanks, he said. Draco raised an eyebrow. No need, Elle wouldn't have done it, if there wasn't any profit for me. Harry sat there silently, thinking Draco was pretending to annoy him but he would be shocked if he really knew the truth. Back then, Draco was struggling whether to let Quirrell who was half Voldemort kill Harry since it could have done the job and a Horcrux would disappear, but when Voldemort called him out he changed his plans since if Quirrell killing Harry didn't work, there would be a lot of other inconveniences in the future, so he changed his plans the last second and turned against Quirrell instead. What did you mean when you said magic? Harry asked after a while. The awkwardness was killing him. I don't know. Draco replied, it's probably a rare magic that will let someone protect the other person, and seeing the strength of the spell, the user sacrificed a lot, in your case your mother. Sacrificed herself. Harry said completing his sentence with a sad voice. Draco didn't have memories of his mother back in his original world, but in this world, if something were to happen to Narcissa, Draco would surely lose it, so from a mature perspective of things, he could understand a little of what Harry was feeling. A couple of moments later they could hear some familiar voices outside the hospital. Just 5 minutes, they heard. Absolutely not. You let Professor Dumbledore in. Well, of course, that was the headmaster, quite different. They need rest. Professor Snape said he woke up. Oh, come on, Madame Pomfrey. Oh, very well, she said sighing. But 5 minutes only. And she finally let them in. Theodore, Daphne, Pansy, Ron, and Hermione came rushing in. Draco. Hermione and Daphne fling their arms around Draco, jumping into his bed. Draco was quite awkward as he didn't know what to do, but after a while, a cough from Pansy came making the two hurriedly get off the bed, blushing deeply. Daphne looked out the window and Hermione went to check on Harry. Seems like you were quite busy. Pansy said with a strict tone coming in front of Draco as she punched his arm hard. Ow. Draco started rubbing his arm in pain. You know my body is still sore, right? Humph. You deserved it. She said with an annoyed look, but her voice and actions said otherwise as she touched his arms, feeling a bit guilty as she hugged him tightly. Stupid. Idiot. Who do you think you are? The soft blissful hug was turning into a death hug as she was holding him too tight. I can't breathe. Draco gasped. Pansy finally let him go and looked at him still pissed. Why does your punishment seem so amazing? Theodore said coming towards him. Do you need a hug? He smirked. Piss off. Draco said rolling his eyes. So this is what was going on, huh? Theodore said, I hope the day you trust me comes soon since I am losing patience, you know. I know. Draco sighed. I just didn't think it would be that dangerous, and I trust you, I really do, but if you had worked on your spell more, you could have tagged along. Che, annoying. Theodore clicked his tongue. It worked out well for you, as I can see. By the way, you got the stuff? He asked looking at him with hope in his eyes. Maybe. Draco said vaguely. On the other side, Ron and Hermione were talking to Harry. The whole school's talking about it, said Ron. What really happened? It was one of those rare occasions when the true story is even more strange and exciting than the wild rumors. Harry looked at Draco wondering if he was okay with him telling it to everyone. They have the right to know. Draco said looking at Pansy, Daphne, and Theodore. Harry nodded and slowly told them everything: Quirrell, the mirror, the stone, and Voldemort. Ron, Pansy, Daphne, and Hermione were a very good audience. They gasped in all the right places, and when Harry told them what was under Quirrell's turban, the girls screamed out loud. Now that I think about it, this is more like a horror story. Draco thought to himself. "So the stone's gone," said Ron finally. "I don't know." Harry replied, "Dumbledore just said that it was safe." Theodore looked at Draco, who winked in return, signaling him to keep quiet for now. "So he is really alive?" Daphne shivered. "Don't worry," Draco said with a determined tone, "as long as I am here, I won't allow Voldemort to harm anyone close to me." He was really frustrated to the point of exhaustion, about his mistakes, goals and what to do next. This year was really useful to Draco as it helped him learn new things, his weakness and vulnerability. With a strong new ambition, he was ready to fight everything and everyone, for his goals. Pansy caught his hands, distracting Draco's train of thoughts. He looked at her. "What?" "Here," she said, dropping a gift in his hand. "Happy birthday." "What?" Draco was still confused when Theodore, Daphne, and Hermione gave him gifts as well. "You forgot, didn't you?" Daphne laughed. "Oh. Now that I think about it, all that happened at the night of my birthday. You were acting super shady, so we sent Daphne to check on what happened and keep you out for a while since we wanted to surprise you, but you never came back," Pansy said with a quivering voice. 2 hours later we came to find that you had done something stupid again and were in the hospital bed, fainted." Pansy couldn't help it anymore and started crying. "I was so afraid." Draco sighed as he hugged her tightly. "I am sorry." Everyone was silent and they could only hear Pansy's sobbing. Chapter 66. After a while, Pansy finally calmed down and stared at Draco. "You really are an idiot." "I know," Draco said, smiling a little. "By the way, do my parents know about it?" "No." Theodore said, handing out a letter. "Pansy wanted to send a letter but this came back, so I stopped her." Draco curiously opened the letter, which read, "Dear Draco, I want to tell you that your mother has successfully delivered the babies. One of is a healthy strong boy and the other one is a beautiful girl. They look very similar to you. Both your mother and babies are okay and are in good health. We have named them, Proteus and Stella. Surprisingly, maybe due to fate, both of them are born on the same day as you. Your mother is really happy about this and so am I. Also happy birthday. You will get your presents when you come back home. So I hope you come back home soon. Take care. Your father. Lucius Malfoy." Draco folded the letter back, sighing. "Congratulations." Hermione, Daphne, Pansy, and Theodore said. "Thanks." Draco smiled. Ron and Harry, who had no idea, looked at each other as they shrugged their shoulders in confusion. "By the way, why aren't you hospitalized, Weasley?" Theodore snickered. "Or like Draco, do your friends think of you as a burden?" Ron gritted his teeth, but remembering what happened he couldn't help but feel ashamed. "Okay, stop acting like that." Draco sighed. "Next time, I will tell you." "You need to tell us too," Daphne and Pansy said at the same time. "If you are strong enough." Draco said, smiling. "I hope you can pass the exam first." "Don't talk about it," Daphne said, since she wasn't that good at studying. "So what happened to you two?" asked Harry. "Well, we got back all right," replied Hermione. "Me and Daphne went round. The mess you made at the chess floor was too much, so that took a while, and we were dashing up to the Ollery to contact Dumbledore when we met him in the entrance hall. He already knew, he just said, 'Harry's gone after him, hasn't he?' and hurtled off to the 3rd floor. "'D'you think he meant you to do it?' said Ron and Theodore together. Both of them looked awkwardly at each other and turned away as Ron continued, 'Sending you your father's cloak and everything?' "Well," Hermione exploded, "if he did, I mean to say that's terrible, you could have been killed." Pansy looked very angry as well. "No, it isn't," said Harry thoughtfully. "He's a funny man, Dumbledore. I think he sort of wanted to give us a chance. I think he knows more or less everything that goes on here, you know. I reckon he had a pretty good idea we were going to try, and instead of stopping us, he just taught us enough to help. I don't think it was an accident he let me find out how the mirror worked. It's almost like he thought I had the right to face Voldemort if I could." "Yeah, Dumbledore's off his rocker, all right," said Ron proudly. "Listen, you've got to be up for the end-of-year feast tomorrow. The points are all in and Ravenclaw won," Ron said, his face turning sour. "You missed the last Quidditch match. We were steamrollered by Ravenclaw without you, but at least the food will be good." Draco looked at Theodore, who shrugged his shoulders. "They beat us by 50. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey bustled over. "You've had nearly 15 minutes, now out," she said firmly. Next day they were sleeping when Madame Pomfrey walked in. Professor Dumbledore says you two are to be allowed to go, she said stiffly, as though in her opinion Professor Dumbledore didn't realize how risky feasts could be. And you have another visitor. Oh, good, said Harry. Who is it? Hagrid sidled through the door as he spoke. As usual, when he was indoors, Hagrid looked too big to be allowed. He sat down next to Harry, took one look at him, and burst into tears. It's all my ruddy fault, he sobbed, his face in his hands. I told the evil git how to get past Fluffy. I told him. It was the only thing he didn't know, and I told him. Yeah, could have died. All fair a dragon egg. I'll never drink again. I should be chucked out and made to live as a muggle. Hagrid, said Harry, shocked to see Hagrid shaking with grief and remorse, great tears leaking down into his beard. Hagrid, he'd have found out somehow, this is Voldemort we're talking about, he'd have found out even if you hadn't told him. Yeah, could have died. Draco could have died, sobbed Hagrid looking at the sleeping Draco. And Don, say the name. Voldemort. Harry bellowed, and Hagrid was so shocked, he stopped crying. I've met him and I'm calling him by his name. Please cheer up, Hagrid, we saved the stone, it's gone, he can't use it. Have a chocolate frog, I've got loads. Hagrid wiped his nose on the back of his hand and said, that reminds me. I've got ya a present. It's not a stoat sandwich, is it? Said Harry anxiously, and at last Hagrid gave a weak chuckle. Nah. Dumbledore gave me the day off yesterday to fix it, course, he shoulda sacked me instead, anyway, got ya this. It seemed to be a handsome, leather-covered book. Harry opened it curiously. It was full of wizard photographs. Smiling and waving at him from every page were his mother and father. Sent owls off to all your parents' old school friends, a skin, fair photos, knew ya didn't have any, do ya like it? Harry couldn't speak, but Hagrid understood. Draco had already woken up by Hagrid's voice but he just pretended to be asleep. Hagrid came over to his bed and put something on his table. Tell him, he had come to visit will ya? After Hagrid went out, Draco slowly opened his eyes, he looked at the huge cookie on his table. Harry went out towards the Gryffindor common room saying bye to Draco while Draco went straight to Professor Snape. The relation between both of them was awkward and weird, they weren't exactly friends but weren't enemies either, it was a weird relation nonetheless. What were you thinking? Snape snapped at Draco. You could have idiotically died. I am fine. Draco said but suddenly Snape jumped in front of him holding his arms tightly. Is it because of that muggle, Granger? Snape said glaring at Draco. No. Forget about her. Snape said strictly, just because you became a black do you think you can change everything? Draco wanted to explain but Snape wouldn't let him. Don't try to hide your intentions, I have been watching you this whole year. Snape said with a variety of expressions on his face, she is Gryffindor and you are in Slytherin. You two aren't meant to be together and no matter how hard you try it never will. Today she is your friend but tomorrow she will leave because that's how it is meant to be. What will you do then? Wait. Sob. Draco had enough as he pushed Snape's arm away, first of all I went there due to quarrel and second don't try to throw your insecurities onto me. I will do what I want, even if you torture me to death I will not change my views on things just because someone said so. So stop this godfather. Snape stayed silent for a while as he turned back and gave Draco a paper. Go to the principal's office. Draco took the paper and turned around opening the door. I don't know what happened to you but I hope you can see a new light godfather, he said closing the door. Chapter 67. Draco arrived in front of the headmaster's office, which was in a separate tower like the Gryffindor and Slytherin common room. The tower is guarded by a large and ugly stone gargoyle. Draco walked up to the gargoyle and repeated the password written on the paper. Sherbet lemon. The gargoyle leapt aside, revealing a slowly ascending circular staircase. Draco climbed the stairs, where he found an oaken double door. He opened the door and walked inside. The headmaster's office itself is a large circular room with many windows and many portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses, who were pretending to be asleep, snoozing gently and a large portrait of Dumbledore hanged behind the head's desk. From what Draco knew, the portrait of the immediate predecessor of the current headmaster or headmistress will always be the largest of the paintings in the room, and the painting shrinks by some degree once it is no longer the portrait of the immediate predecessor of the current headmaster or headmistress. One thing was certain, of all the teachers' offices Draco had visited so far this year, Dumbledore's was by far the most interesting. It was a large and beautiful circular room, full of funny little noises. A number of curious silver instruments stood on spindle-legged tables, whirring and emitting little puffs of smoke. There was also an enormous, claw-footed desk, and, sitting on a shelf behind it, a shabby, tainted wizard's hat, the Sorting Hat. Draco walked up to the hat, who looked at him in a similar way. "Missing the sword?" Draco asked jokingly. "No, it was a bother to carry anyway." The hat replied, "I am surprised as to why the sword wants to keep following you, but since it wants to, I can't do anything about it, but you ought to know one thing." "What's that?" "The sword will come back to me when a true Gryffindor summons it." The hat said, "I thought you ought to know." Draco was surprised by this information. "Do other people know?" "Only you and me." The hat said, "I am not allowed to do otherwise." Draco nodded and walked away, looking at the fox, the beautiful phoenix, who was looking at him curiously as well. "Beautiful, isn't he?" Dumbledore came down from the set of stairs in front. "His name is Fawkes." "Yes." Draco replied, "and your collections of books are really interesting." "Oh, if you want to, you can come read it at any time you want." Dumbledore said kindly, "but be sure to return it to me in time." Draco just nodded and stayed silent. "Oh. Take a seat and make yourself comfortable, will you?" Dumbledore said, sitting on his chair. "Do you want some tea?" "No, thank you." Draco said, sitting on the chair face to face with Dumbledore. "Let's get straight to the point, shall we?" "Let's do so." Dumbledore nodded. Draco took out a pouch from his robe and took out the Philosopher's Stone and put it on the table. "It's really an interesting thing, isn't it?" Dumbledore said, just looking at the stone and not taking it. "Why?" Draco asked, confused. "Why?" Dumbledore asked him instead. "You could have taken the stone from me when I fainted, or even now, but your actions suggest otherwise," Draco said, looking at Dumbledore in doubt, wondering what game he was playing. "I could have, but I wanted to see what you would do." Dumbledore said, "and I am surprised nonetheless, seeing you give it to me without any hassle." "It's not mine, to begin with." Draco said, "I do want it though." "I wonder what will you do with it?" Dumbledore asked, "To one as young as you, I'm sure it seems incredible. You know, the stone was really not such a wonderful thing. As much money and life as you could want. The two things most human beings would choose above all. The trouble is, humans do have a knack of choosing precisely those things that are worst for them. So I am curious of what you want." "I want to experiment on it." Draco said truthfully, "I don't care much about money, and as for immortality, I have seen pictures of Mr. Flammel before, and no offense, but he looks like he's barely hanging on, like a corpse with life in it. The body's rotting away, but the soul isn't willing to leave due to the elixir of life. Unless it can provide me immortality without consequences, I am not willing to take it." Dumbledore was looking at Draco carefully while he continued. "I have several theories about the stone. You see, with so much power inside it, it sure is to have a lot of other uses. I want to try all that and find the truth about it." Draco said with his eyes shining brightly. "You want to try it all?" "Yes." Draco nodded. "Let's make a deal, shall we?" Dumbledore said, suddenly surprising Draco. "What do you want?" "You can have the stone while I have a request of my own." Dumbledore said. "But you aren't the owner of the stone." Draco said, "Can you make the decision?" "I have asked Nicholas and he agreed. At first he wanted to destroy it, but later on he finally agreed." Dumbledore said, "But you have to make sure to use it properly and not let it fall under dirty hands. Also, he has a request for you to visit him when you have time." Draco narrowed his eyes. "What do you want from me?" he asked again. "Draco, tell me, what do you feel about Harry? Ignorant, naive, low self-esteem and incredibly dependent." Draco quickly listed things about Harry as if he had read all the things the night before. Even Dumbledore was surprised. "I am good at reading people." Draco said awkwardly, as he himself didn't expect to say all those things. "Cough, you seem to know him well." Dumbledore said, "So I hope you can listen to this one request of mine." "To win the House Cup?" Draco asked curiously. Dumbledore in surprise nodded. "How did you guess?" "Well, at the end of the year there can't be anything else." Draco said, "And with all the commotion I thought you wanted to take this as an advantage." "Good deduction." Dumbledore nodded. "Yes, I want to offer house points to Gryffindor so they can win this year." "To boost Harry's confidence?" Draco asked, "But unless you gave him 150 points he wouldn't be able to win." "I plan to do so with Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, and Longbottom as well," Dumbledore replied. "But aren't I getting the bad end of the bargain?" Draco said, "The way you put it, I have the permission of Nicholas Flamel, the owner himself, and you are just the mediator, aren't you, so taking that much as a commission would be a bit unfair to me. Dumbledore, instead of getting angry, smiled and said, what do you want? As long as it's nothing extensive I can give it to you. First, give Daphne the house point as well. Draco said, at least I want to be second. For that, you can give her all the credit as I don't want any part of it. Done. Second, can I get some phoenix tears? Draco said, looking at Fawkes, not much but a little will be okay. Draco said. Dumbledore thought for a while and nodded. You really know how to drain someone dry. Third, the dog. Draco said, I am pretty sure you will release it in the wild or sell it somewhere else, so why not give it to me? I heard you really like animals, Dumbledore said, implying something, but Draco didn't let that faze him. Fine, I will try to convince Hagrid, but that's all I can do. The snitch, Draco said, glaring at Dumbledore, who was still unfazed and looked calm. You are one of the brightest students I have seen at Hogwarts. Dumbledore said, I will try my best, so I guess we are even now, aren't we? Draco rolled his eyes. How about some phoenix ashes? I can pay for it if you want. Consider it extra. No need, I will give it to you for free, but you will owe me a favor in the future, Dumbledore said, smiling. How about it? As long as it's not anything extensive, Draco repeated Dumbledore's line. Dumbledore nodded. Time will tell. Can I ask you something? Draco said, why go through all this trouble when you could directly call the shots at the feast tonight? Well, if I do so, Professor Snape would be very angry, and the other students are very hard to handle themselves, and since I am a headmaster I need to be fair to all students, Dumbledore said. Even if you have to use tricks? Draco snickered. Yes, even if I have to use tricks. Dumbledore replied, and the other reason is that you remind me of someone. Oh, really? Draco said, can I ask who? An old friend of mine, Dumbledore replied, looking as if he was reminiscing things.